Chapter 1. The most noble princess of the demon realm, Shamalili. In the city of Shiyuan Province, 10 months have elapsed since the outbreak of the zombie virus. The streets are devoid of any living soul, save for the wandering undead. What was once a bustling metropolis now lies in eerie silence. The crisp sound of polished shoes striking the ground resonates in the stillness. A tall man, his arms contorted in a peculiar manner, strides stiffly towards the depths of an alleyway. At the far end of the alley, a little girl with silver hair is curled up, resting with her knees drawn to her chest. Tick-tock, tick-tock. From the man's head, drops of murky red and white fluid trickle down his hair, appearing to be brain matter. In a nearby residential building, a girl of 17 or 18 catches sight of this unsettling scene. "Brother, hurry and save that girl. There's a zombie down the alley." The girl cries out in urgent desperation. The man, weary and fatigued, replies, "Xiaoxue, the world has changed. Kindness holds no value in this apocalypse." Since the onset of the end times, their shared compassion has led to countless troubles, leaving the man utterly exhausted. "Brother, look. She's just a little girl." The girl insists with mounting anxiety. "She doesn't even seem older than me. She's truly helpless." Pointing out the window, she watches as the zombie draws closer to the girl, her voice quivering with emotion. As the zombie lunges at the girl, she gasps in horror and faints. "Xiaoxue?" The man, unable to bear it any longer, grabs his weapon and rushes outside, only to find his sister has collapsed. He quickly carries her to bed and glances out the window. There is not a soul in the alley. Confused, he mutters, "Where are the zombies and the little girl?" The zombie, exhilarated, lunges at the girl, its teeth sinking into her shoulder. 3 seconds later, the zombie pauses, lifting its head. Its foul-smelling teeth begin to fall out one by one. Simultaneously, the girl awakens, raising her head to reveal large, watery eyes that resemble those of a naive character from a cartoon. Yet, in those innocent eyes, a chilling coldness flickers. Shamalili gazes at the grotesque creature before her, its grayish complexion, murky, pale eyes, and the viscous brain matter trickling from its forehead. The foul breath emanating from its toothless mouth and the rotting wound on its neck do not evoke fear in her. With a pert little nose, she sniffs the air and a look of astonishing excitement flashes in her eyes. What a delectable meal! Suddenly, the girl leaps up, her rosy lips clamping down on the zombie's neck. The pure white neck writhes as the sound of swallowing fills the air. A minute later, Shamalili releases the now lifeless zombie, licking the remnants from the corner of her mouth. "Food is hard to come by. I shall not waste a morsel." She pats her belly, lamenting the scantness of her meal. She is still hungry. The zombie, drained of blood and flesh, now resembles a desiccated corpse, its murky eyes wide open in confusion. It cannot comprehend how a zombie, has been devoured by a human. Looking down, Shamalili notices a pristine white jasmine flower materializing in her delicate hand. "As my first meal in this world, I gift you this little flower." The zombie seems to understand her words. It convulses twice before succumbing to death. The jasmine falls upon the zombie, instantly dissolving into nothingness. Taking a deep breath, Shamalili revels in the pungent scent of decay, her face radiant with delight. What a fragrant and sweet aroma! So much food awaits. In this randomly chosen world, Shamalili is utterly enchanted. With a swift leap, Shamalili exits the alley, leaving behind a faint trace of jasmine fragrance. She is Shamalili, the most esteemed princess of the demon realm. A rare prodigy in the arts of cultivation, she possesses an innate demonic physique born with the cultivation level of a heavenly demon. She has mastered the most formidable divine techniques of the demon realm in just 8 centuries, becoming the youngest great demon god of the Ruo Cha Sea, surpassing even her father, Sha Wanjian, earning the admiration of countless demons. However, this is merely her own perception. The technique she practices, the bloodthirsty heavenly demon art, is notoriously brutal, requiring the consumption of vast quantities of the blood and essence of cultivators to enhance her own power. Due to its inhumane nature, this dark art is deemed forbidden across the realms of humans, ghosts and gods, and even in the demon realm, it is scorned by many great demons. The eternal night demon king, Shamalili's grandfather, had obliterated this technique millennia ago. Yet, unbeknownst to others, Shamalili has acquired it and secretly honed her skills. To cultivate this art, Shamalili must incessantly consume the blood and flesh of cultivators, causing devastation across the realms of humans, ghosts, and gods. In moments of desperation, she has even feasted upon her own kin. Over time, Shamalili became a figure of terror, feared across the 4 realms of humanity, ghosts, demons, and gods. However, as her power grew, she also developed a discerning palate. Among her favorites are the flesh and blood of vile ghosts and demon lords, which are delectably savory, while the blood and flesh of humans and gods emit a sanctified aroma that repulses her. For a century, the 4 realms have suffered at the hands of this female demon, prompting them to unite against her tyranny. On a moonless night, Shamalili's powers were stripped away, and she faced judgment before the 4 realms. Yet, the eternal night demon king, unable to bear the thought of his granddaughter's demise, activated the treasured artifact of the demon realm, the celestial scroll, to transport Shamalili to another world. Thus, the 4 realms were relieved of the watchful presence of the little demoness, returning to a semblance of peace. In this apocalyptic world ravaged by zombies, an adorable little demon lord has emerged. Her tumultuous tale in this dystopian setting is about to unfold. Nandi Road, South 2nd Avenue, Sichuan City. This is a backstreet, rarely frequented by anyone. The silent street is only interrupted by the zombies shuffling aimlessly near the convenience store. Suddenly, a gust of wind cuts through the air, and the zombie at the convenience store collapses, its pale eyes wide open. Around the corner, a group of a dozen individuals appears, jogging towards the convenience store. "Chiefing, you're incredible," a girl exclaims upon witnessing the zombie fall motionless to the ground. The leader of the group, however, displays no signs of elation, cautiously scanning the surroundings before instructing the others. "This convenience store is quite isolated. It's unlikely anyone would find it here. Let's quickly gather supplies. Nightfall is approaching." As soon as he finishes speaking, his axe swings down towards the lock on the roll-up door. With a swift motion, the door creaks open, and the group rushes inside. Chapter 2. No longer fresh, dead. Suddenly a piercing scream echoed within. "Save me! Chiefing, aren't you an ability user? Hurry and save me!" The woman with a zombie clamped onto her arm was screaming in terror. When the zombie virus erupted, the convenience store had closed, and the owner had fallen asleep inside, subsequently becoming a wandering zombie within the store. The group had never anticipated the presence of zombies inside the convenience store. They were too preoccupied with stuffing their backpacks with food to notice the zombie that had suddenly appeared beneath the shelves. Seeing this, the others hastily grabbed their provisions and fled. Chiefing remained in the store, gazing at the woman and solemnly uttering, "If you wish to survive, silence your cries. The louder you scream, the more excited the zombies become." He raised his axe and swung it towards her shoulder. "Ah, my arm!" The woman had merely been bitten. Now, while the virus had yet to spread throughout her body, severing her arm could still save her life. However, rather than expressing gratitude, her eyes reddened as she furiously yelled at Chiefeng. "You've severed my arm. How am I to survive in this apocalypse? You owe me my arm." The woman charged at him, and in a moment of distraction, Chiefeng found himself pinned beneath her. "Behind you!" he shouted, noticing the approaching zombie, but the woman's focus was solely on Chiefeng. Consumed by thoughts of revenge, the zombie lunged forward, sinking its teeth into her neck, with blood dripping onto Chiefeng's face. Taking a deep breath, he pushed her aside and swiftly decapitated the zombie with a single swing of his axe. He then retrieved a bottle of disinfectant from his backpack and wiped his face. "Leave the bodies!" Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out. A girl clad in a tight black suit with short silver hair appeared from nowhere. Upon seeing the lifeless zombie on the ground, her expression fell instantly, her eyes glistening with tears. "Dead, not fresh anymore." Chiefeng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the girl's words. Suddenly, Shamoli looked up. "Is it dangerous outside after dark?" Gazing into the girl's innocent, bewildered eyes, Chiefeng realized she must have been well protected at home. Oblivious to the horrors of this apocalyptic world, as she appeared to be around his sister's age. Patiently, he explained, "It will soon be dark. At that time, zombies will emerge in droves. This thing on the ground is quite dangerous. They devour human brains." He kicked the decapitated zombie to emphasize the peril it posed. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Shamoli's eyes, and she surprisingly plopped down on the ground, fixated on the woman who had just been killed by the zombie. Chiefeng intended to say more but was reminded that his sister was waiting for him at home. He quickly resumed searching the shelves for food, only to find them completely bare, save for some expired bread covered in mold. Struggling desperately to gather food for themselves, they left no avenue of survival for him. Chiefeng's expression darkened as he brandished an axe and stepped outside. "Where is it?" The crowd froze, their faces painted with embarrassment as they inquired, "What are you referring to?" Chi Feng pointed vehemently at the convenience store behind him, his voice echoing with anger. "Where are the supplies?" One man, mustering his courage, retorted, "Chi Feng, we all gathered these supplies ourselves. Why are you getting upset over what you couldn't find?" Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, just because you possess abilities doesn't give you the right to bully us ordinary folks." A woman standing beside the man echoed this sentiment, her words laden with fervor. The man bore a large travel backpack, with bags hanging from either side and a hefty parcel cradled in his arms, while the woman similarly carried an abundance of supplies. Chi Feng, trembling with rage, pointed at the group before him. "You?" An elderly lady, sensing the tension escalating, stepped forward to mediate. "Oh dear, what is this commotion? We are all here thanks to Chi Feng. Without him, how could we have gathered such resources?" After her interjection, the elderly woman turned to Chi Feng with a smile, saying, "Chi Feng, calm down. I have some extra supplies to share with you." However, the meager offering at Chi Feng's feet amounted to nothing more than a single bag of sunflower seeds. As Chi Feng beheld the faces of these individuals, a chill coursed through him, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Before the apocalypse, he had been a fitness instructor, and after awakening his wind-based abilities, he had managed a decent life with his sister. Yet, his sister's kind-hearted nature compelled her to yield to the desperate pleas of their neighbors, urging him to take them out to search for food. Reluctantly, Chi Feng thought that leading a group would be preferable to facing the world alone. However, this motley crew not only failed to contribute but also fled like frightened rabbits at the slightest hint of danger, while they charged towards resources with the fervor of newly released pigs. For days, Chi Feng had tolerated their behavior, reminding himself that they were neighbors and that he could not abandon them in this dire world, lest they perish. Yet, he never anticipated that his goodwill would be taken for granted. With a cold smirk, Chi Feng kicked the bag of sunflower seeds away. "Since you have shown no compassion, do not blame me for being ruthless. From this day forth I shall no longer accompany you in your quest for food." The crowd stirred restlessly at his declaration. "Come now, Chi Feng, this is unreasonable. You are the one with abilities. It is only right that you help us, the ordinary people." The woman proclaimed with righteous indignation. Chi Feng, incredulous, retorted, "Isn't Brother Gang on the 17th floor also an ability user? Why don't you feel entitled to seek him out?" The crowd fell silent, their expressions tinged with embarrassment, for they had indeed approached Lu Gang, only to be met with his fierce demeanor and lack of patience. Chi Feng brandished his axe, warning, "If you dare knock on my door again, what awaits you is this very axe." The apocalypse has descended, order has collapsed, and the acts of arson, murder, and pillage have become the new norm. Chi Feng had initially hoped to uphold harmony amidst the prevailing order. Yet it was abundantly clear that in this distorted era of the apocalypse, such aspirations were utterly unrealistic. After Chi Feng departed with a vehement declaration, panic rippled through the crowd, and the girl who had previously praised him shot an indignant glare at the others. Chapter 3. The adorable and sweet little zombie. A man scoffed dismissively, "What's so frightening about a mere zombie? I see no zombies on this street. Besides, how could we, a group of many, be afraid of just one zombie?" Little did the man know that the absence of zombies was not due to their scarcity, but rather because Chi Feng always selected remote, desolate locations when venturing out with such a large group. This ensured that, even if zombies were present, they would be few in number and within a manageable scope for him to handle. And no sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of clattering echoed from the street, accompanied by the raspy growls of a zombie. "Chung Daong, didn't you say you weren't scared? Why don't you go confront it?" A woman shouted from the front. A collective gasp arose and everyone began to scatter. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies moved sluggishly, their limbs stiff, appearing merely repulsive rather than truly terrifying. As the crowd dispersed, a small figure remained in the convenience store, waiting. Suddenly, the woman who had just been bitten began to convulse, her pupils dilating and her eyes clouding over. With a guttural groan, she fully transformed into a zombie, slowly rising just as she was about to embark on a significant endeavor in this new world. Molly seized the opportunity and sank her teeth into the woman's neck. A minute later, Molly licked her lips with satisfaction. "So fresh, delicious, though far too scant to satiate my hunger." Hearing the clattering sounds from outside, Molly contemplated venturing out but was abruptly halted by a movement deep within the store. Behind the curtain lay a concealed door. Molly kicked it open and stepped inside. The interior was the warehouse of the convenience store, stocked with a considerable amount of food. There were over 100 boxes of instant noodles alone, and staples like rice and flour filled an entire wall. In one corner, dozens of thick blankets were piled alongside various outdoor adventure gear. The warehouse was vast, many times larger than the front of the store. Among the numerous supplies, Molly discovered a diary. After perusing its contents, her brow furrowed in confusion. Rebirth? Apocalypse? Stockpiling? Indeed, the store owner was a person reborn, foreseeing the impending apocalypse and thus hoarding an abundance of supplies, preparing meticulously to achieve great feats in this new world. However, despite his commendable intentions and swift actions, he had unwittingly commenced his new life as a zombie. Molly tossed the diary aside, uninterested in its contents. Spotting several scattered bags of instant noodles on the floor, a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. She recalled how those people had nearly come to blows over these items. Nodding in agreement, she determined that these must indeed be valuable goods. Grabbing a bag, she tore it open with eagerness. With a clatter, instant noodles scattered across the ground. Observing the scant remnants in the bag, Jasmine directly poured the contents into her mouth. For someone like Jasmine, who had scarcely tasted food since childhood and had sustained herself on flesh and blood, the delectable flavor of instant noodles enraptured her. Hidden away in the warehouse, she devoured an entire box containing 30 packets of braised beef noodles in one sitting. Once the noodles were consumed, Jasmine's eyes sparkled as she fixated on the remaining seasoning packets. Just a single small sachet promised to be a delightful treasure, Jasmine muttered to herself, then carefully tore it open and poured the seasoning powder into her mouth. Coughing, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, how salty!" At the entrance of the convenience store, a zombie caught the scent of living flesh and prepared to enter for a hearty meal. However, before it could make a move, a little girl suddenly dashed out from inside, sinking her teeth into its neck and refusing to let go. Releasing the zombie, Jasmine took a deep breath. Cough, cough, cough. Still a bit salty. Glancing into the distance, Jasmine swiftly darted away. The convenience store returned to its eerie silence, the warehouse within now completely emptied. After wandering the streets for several days, Jasmine spent her days crouching in corners to gather information, and at night, she scoured for food with her bright, sparkling eyes. Regarding the so-called apocalypse, Jasmine had come to a clear understanding. The humans here were as foolish and detestable as those practitioners she had encountered before. However, as she gazed at the zombie she had just dispatched, its grotesque features and unblinking eyes, she couldn't help but smile widely. The zombies here were rather endearing, and their flavor was undeniably delectable. Yet, their numbers were far too few. Just last night, she had only managed to find 37 zombies, not enough to sate her hunger. Reluctant to endure the agony of an empty stomach, she had no choice but to resort to human food to fill her belly. Alas, while human food was palatable, it bore no beneficial effects for her cultivation. Staring into the depths of the dim alleyway beneath the pitch-black night sky, Jasmine lay on the ground and lamented to the heavens. 3 minutes later, a steady breathing sound emerged. Meanwhile, in the nearby residential building, Chi Feng cautiously led his sister out of their apartment. Chi Shui cast a lingering glance at the home she had inhabited for 17 years. Feeling a pang of reluctance, "Brother, are we truly leaving just like this?" Reflecting on the recent disturbances caused by others, Chi Feng sighed that we must go. Chi Feng, unlike Lu Gang, could not be ruthless enough to harm ordinary people. Overwhelmed by annoyance, he had no choice but to take his sister away. As the sibling duo stepped out of the community, they encountered a zombie. Chi Feng swiftly dispatched the creature and led Chi Shui to the garage. Inside the car, Chi Shui gazed anxiously at the increasing number of zombies outside and voiced her concerns. "Brother, our community has the fewest zombies. If we venture elsewhere, the numbers will rise, and I worry." Chi Feng started the engine, replying helplessly, "In this world, humans are more terrifying than zombies." He would rather confront zombies than endure the grotesque faces of humanity. Their relocation was prompted not only by the disturbances but also by another reason. Chi Shui had always been beautiful, gentle, and kind-hearted. In a world devoid of order, Chi Feng often ventured out in search of food during the day, leaving Chi Shui alone at home, which left him feeling uneasy. Shihai Garden, once a luxurious enclave in Shiyuan City before the advent of the apocalypse, has now transformed into a veritable haven for the undead, following the outbreak of a zombie virus. In this densely populated area, the presence of zombies has surged, while the living have dwindled. Chi Feng's choice of this location stems from the abundance of zombies and the scarcity of survivors, coupled with the opulent and robust construction of the residences within Shihai Garden. Chapter 4. The secondary zombies are more delectable. "Brother, how are you?" The sibling pair entered the community with Chi Feng leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. His body was smeared with blood, his complexion pale, and his hands clutched tightly against his abdomen, where a gaping wound the size of a fist was starkly evident. Tears streamed down Chi Shui's face in an instant. Chi Feng managed a faint smile. "Xiao Shui, I am fine." Wiping away her tears, Xiao Shui took the axe from her brother's hands. Her gaze resolute. It was destined to be a harrowing battle. Fortunately, the ultimate victors were the Chi siblings. After dispatching the last zombie, Chi Feng slid down the wall, breathing heavily as he glanced at his sister beside him. Xiao Shui. Chi Shui bit her pale lip, glancing at her severed wrist, and replied with a smile. Brother, I'm all right. These zombies are not as formidable as they seem. Meanwhile, outside the community, a figure darted swiftly past in the darkness. The glimmer of silver was strikingly conspicuous. Sha Moli laughed, her joy palpable had she known there was such a splendid place. She need not have endured such hunger for so long. In the bloody night, Sha Moli flashed her pearly white teeth as she sped through the shadows. One zombie fell, then another, and soon a horde of zombies lay defeated. The area outside the community fell eerily silent, with nearly 100 zombies sprawled on the ground. Yet, Moli was not satisfied. These zombies were too weak, a far cry from the malevolent spirits of the ghost domain. A zombie appeared on the street, distinct from the others, displaying agility and remarkable speed. Just as Sha Moli scrutinized it closely, a fireball suddenly shot towards her. Oh, a little corpse that plays with fire. Finally, a worthy opponent. Otherwise, I'd go hungry again tonight. The secondary zombie had already evolved its own abilities. This villa and its surroundings constituted its territory. However, a minute later, Sha Moli licked her lips. The secondary zombie lay on the ground, its purple eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. The flavor was delightful. I shall reward you with a little flour. This night marked the only hearty meal Sha Moli would enjoy since arriving, as all the zombies inside and outside the villa had fallen victim to her appetite. Stretching lazily, Moli turned her gaze toward the community. It was time to find a place to rest. She looked at the tallest villa. Though it could not compare to her palace, it appeared quite appealing. In the 10th month of the apocalypse, all electrical circuits had collapsed. The solar-powered streetlights within the community had been destroyed by zombies, and the night sky was devoid of both moon and stars. Yet, for Sha Moli, the distinction between night and day held no significance. Arriving at the villa's entrance, she probed with her consciousness and suddenly furrowed her brow. Someone's here? However, it posed no significant issue. She could simply drive them away. Sha Moli swiped her hand across the fingerprint lock, and the door opened automatically. Suddenly, a melodious sound of gouging music filled the air. Killing Jasmine was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. Despite her notorious reputation across the realms of humans, ghosts, deities, and demons, she cherished her dear friend Lingyin. Whenever she found herself ensnared by her inner demons, transforming into a bloodthirsty fiend devoid of thought, it was Lingyin's melodious zither that served as her sole redemption. And a bedroom on the 2nd floor. A skeletal figure lay upon the heavy redwood floor. A woman clad in a delicate white silk nightgown played the gouging with deliberate slowness. The mournful melody evoked a deep sense of sorrow in those who listened. The woman appeared utterly entranced. Oblivious to Jasmine's entrance into the room. As the piece concluded, Jiang Wan closed her eyes. When she opened them again, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Gently caressing the body of the instrument, she rose slowly, casting one last glance at the family portrait resting on the bedside. She picked up a fruit knife, which she had long prepared, and pressed it lightly against her wrist. A sudden sigh escaped her lips, momentarily distracting her, causing her to misplace the blade slightly. Blood gushed forth, though it did not sever an artery. Who are you? After a prolonged silence, Jiang Wan's voice emerged, hoarse and strained. Jasmine remained silent, her expression impassive as she took 2 steps forward. Continue playing, I relished the sound. The girl's voice was bright and melodious, devoid of any emotion, yet it did not offend Jiang Wan. A sorrowful smile graced Jiang Wan's lips. Indeed, she adored the zither, relishing in its enchanting melodies, yet since the apocalypse had begun, her cherished pursuits had proven utterly futile. Amid the chaos of slaughter and plunder, she had not heard anyone express admiration for her music in ages. The sound of the zither seemed to have become the most useless of treasures in this desolate world. The ethereal strains of the gouging echoed once more, the blood from her wrist staining the strings crimson. Stop, play this. Jasmine presented a music score. Jiang Wan glanced at it. It was an ancient thread-bound book. This is an ancient score. That Jiang Wan possessed a profound interest in ancient literature, familiar with the scripts of many dynasties. Yet the title of this ancient score eluded her comprehension, save for one character. Jasmine raised an eyebrow. Demonic melody of the 9 heavens. This score is the divine music from 10 millennia ago. A single note can shatter the heavens and earth. This thought, Jasmine suddenly laughed. Years ago, she had pilfered the score from her father and gifted it to Lingyin, intending for the girl to master its destructive essence and eventually stand proudly against the world alongside her. Yet, as fate would have it, that girl, while playing, inexplicably grasped the profound essence of the melody, becoming the renowned Lingyin fairy in the divine realm. What was originally a piece steeped in bloodshed had been transformed into a refreshing stream of sound by her. Jiang Wan had already opened the score. Instantly, a silent aura of slaughter enveloped the room. Jiang Wan tightened her nightgown, attributing the sensation to her excessive blood loss. The score was somewhat obscure, yet it posed no challenge for Jiang Wan. With a swift motion of her bloodied hand, the familiar melody resonated once more in Jasmine's ears. How nostalgic! Indeed, this woman was a master of rhythm. Most musicians would struggle to comprehend this score. Not only could she understand it, but her performance was also commendable as the tempo intensified. Jiang Wan's fingers danced ever more rapidly across the strings. The strings, already saturated with blood, quivered with each frantic pluck, and a mist of crimson began to swirl above them. With a final resounding note, Jiang Wan collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Moments ago, she seemed to have glimpsed an endless battlefield, saturated with an unceasing flow of blood staining the earth. While even the horizon was awash with vast swathes of sanguine clouds, Jiang Wan's eyes were filled with terror, to the extent that she momentarily forgot the pain in her wrist, turning her gaze towards the extraordinarily beautiful young girl. She rasped, "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 5. Become my subordinate. Your life is mine to give, and your death is mine to command. If you do not staunch the bleeding, you will not survive beyond 5 minutes. Jiang Wan was taken aback, finally noticing her own injured wrist. Weakly, she replied, "There are no medical supplies left at home due to the onset of the apocalypse. Her father had sustained injuries, and to prevent infection, their stock of medicine had been entirely depleted." Molly looked down into her eyes. "I can save you, but you must become my subordinate." Jiang Wan suddenly forced a wretched smile. "In this apocalypse, a woman as powerless as I am is of little use. Even if I were to become your subordinate, I would be of no benefit to you," Molly replied coolly. "I am invincible." Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned, gazing at the girl before her, and she self-deprecatingly chuckled. "Are you suggesting that when you fight, I should accompany you and play music?" Molly nodded earnestly. "You are correct." Jiang Wan hesitated. Through the girl's eyes she discerned that she was not jesting. "The power of music is limitless, and you are not as powerless as you believed. If you agree, I can teach you the cultivation method of this melody. Once the magical sound is unleashed, it can kill without a trace." Jiang Wan momentarily struggled to process this. After all, Molly's words were exceedingly fantastical. "How am I to trust you?" Molly raised an eyebrow, stepping forward to examine her wrist. Then with a swift motion she healed Jiang Wan's injury. Jiang Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Could it be that you possess healing abilities?" Molly remained silent. Jiang Wan assumed her silence was acquiescence and pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "I am willing to become your subordinate." Molly gazed at her earnestly. "As my subordinate, your life is mine to command, and your death is also mine to dictate." Jiang Wan contemplated for a few seconds before suddenly raising her head to declare, "If not for you, I would already be dead. From this day forth, my life belongs to you." Molly touched Jiang Wan's forehead with her fingertip. Jiang Wan felt a sharp pain in her brow and saw a drop of blood float before her eyes. Astonished, she gaped. Molly's lips moved, and with a flick of her finger, the blood dissipated into the air. Jiang Wan, still in shock, managed to stammer, "What was that?" Molly clapped her small hands together. "A life and death pact. From now on, when I command you to live, you shall live. When I command you to die, you shall not linger for a moment longer." Molly's voice was bright and lively, accompanied by a beaming smile, yet, to Jiang Wan's ears, that melodious tone sounded akin to a devil's whisper. "How shall I address you?" "Sean Molly." Sean Molly smiled sweetly. "When I was born, the jasmine flowers in the 100-flower valley of the demon domain were in full bloom. My father, seeing the pure and flawless Jasmine, named me Molly. Jasmine has 9 elder brothers, all formidable demons that instill terror across the realms. The Night Demon King found himself in quite a predicament. Upon the birth of his daughter, Little Ten, he yearned for her to be as obedient and charming as her mother, pure and unblemished. Hence he named her Jasmine. Unfortunately, Jasmine did not live up to her father's expectations. Within a century, she had successfully subdued her 9 brothers, emerging as the new generation of sorceress. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Wan was taken aback. The demon realm? The fearsome Jasmine, bearing her pearly whites, leaned in closer to Jiang Wan and whispered softly in her ear, "I hail from the demon realm, a fearsome female demon." Observing Jiang Wan tremble, Jasmine felt a surge of delight. "But rest assured, I harbor no interest in humanity." After saying this, Jasmine sniffed Jiang Wan's wrist. Wrinkling her nose in distaste, "Your scent is quite revolting." Jiang Wan stood frozen. At a loss for words, Jasmine perched herself upon the bed, relishing its softness, and bounced a couple of times in glee. Noticing Jasmine's fondness for the bed, Jiangwan quickly offered, if you like this bed, you may sleep here. I shall rest in another room. Are there similar beds in the other rooms? Jasmine inquired. Yes, all the rooms are similarly decorated. And the bedding is of the same brand. Jasmine glanced around the room's decor and shook her head. Never mind, I do not fancy this room. I shall seek accommodations elsewhere. After this declaration, Jasmine produced the ancient tome of the 9 Heavens demon sound cultivation method from thin air and handed it to Jiangwan. Witnessing Jasmine conjure an ancient text, Jiangwan was once again astonished. You are also a spatial ability user. Jasmine reveled in Jiangwan's naive disbelief, retrieving numerous items from her spatial realm. Is this really so difficult? Jasmine chuckled. Suddenly, Jiangwan's stomach growled audibly. The items Jasmine retrieved were none other than instant noodles and sausages from the convenience store's stock. Having not eaten for 3 days, Jiangwan's eyes widened at the sight of the instant noodles, and she began to swallow hard. Would you like to eat? Jasmine directly offered a bag of instant noodles. Jiangwan hurriedly accepted it, tore open the packaging and took a hearty bite. Thank you. Observing her voracious consumption, Jasmine also swallowed, leisurely grabbing a bag for herself. After devouring a bag of noodles, Jiangwan took a deep breath, finally feeling revitalized. When she caught Jasmine's gaze, she smiled sheepishly. You may find this amusing. But before the apocalypse, I had never tasted instant noodles. Everything I consumed was of the finest quality. Yet, who would have anticipated that in this post-apocalyptic world, instant noodles would become a coveted commodity? After sharing this, Jiangwan sighed that if only there were electricity, cooking these noodles would enhance their flavor. Jasmine's eyes sparkled with interest. Taste better? Jiangwan eagerly nodded. Regrettably, the power has been cut off, rendering all the appliances in the house inoperative. Initially, there was still a canister of gas at home, but after 10 months in this apocalyptic world, it has been completely exhausted. Shamoli glanced at Jiangwan, and suddenly a flame ignited at her fingertips. Jiangwan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. A fire-based supernatural ability. After saying this, Jiangwan hurriedly led Shamoli to the kitchen. Shamoli manipulated the flames while Jiangwan took charge of cooking the noodles. Although the villa area was devoid of electricity, fortunately, there was still running water and no time. A fragrant bowl of braised beef noodles was ready. Jiangwan's mouth watered. Yet she first served a bowl to Shamoli, and the two settled on the sofa to indulge in their meal. With the first bite, Shamoli's eyes lit up. This woman truly spoke no falsehood. This dish was exceedingly delicious. With a flick of her wrist, a pile of supplies appeared on the floor. From now on, you shall be responsible for the cooking. Let me know what you need. Chapter 6. The corpse outside the community. Upon witnessing the heap of supplies on the ground, Jiangwan's eyes gleamed with envy. She recalled how her mother had starved herself to ensure her survival, and in an instant, tears welled up in her eyes. Shamoli yawned, finding herself with nothing to do. Why not share your story? Jiangwan looked up and nodded in agreement. Very well then. My family was considered affluent in Shiyuan City, possessing considerable assets. A year ago, my father caught wind of an impending viral outbreak and stockpiled several million worth of supplies. At that time, we had no inkling that it heralded the end of the world. My father's intention was twofold: to sustain our daily needs and to sell the surplus later for profit. As she spoke, a fierce hatred suddenly ignited in Jiangwan's gaze. Then the zombie virus erupted, and the apocalypse descended upon us. Shiyuan City transformed into a dead city, with everyone living in fear and resources dwindling. Those supplies instantly became a rarity. My father had hoarded an entire 3 warehouses full of resources, which would suffice for our family's consumption for a lifetime, even without venturing outside. However, one day, my uncle stormed into our home with a group of people, threatening my mother and me to coerce my father into revealing the warehouse's location and handing over the key. Before leaving, that treacherous uncle even broke my father's leg. Recalling that moment, Jiangwan's eyes brimmed with tears, wishing she could tear that man apart. The streets were overrun with zombies. With her father incapacitated, her mother and she attempted to find a doctor for him but could barely escape the community. Fortunately, my father had hidden some supplies in the villa, which allowed us to survive. Yet, despite exhausting all the medication, my father succumbed to infection and left us. At this point, Jiangwan was unable to contain her sobs. Once she composed herself, she continued, I lived with my mother for over 3 months. Eventually, the power was cut off, and our supplies dwindled further. To preserve what little remained, my mother hanged herself in the house. I truly hope that my uncle survives in this apocalypse. One day I shall kill him to avenge my parents. Wiping her tears, Jiangwan asked Sister Sha, do you think I will have the chance to do so in this lifetime? Jiangwan was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the scene before her. She suddenly burst into laughter, producing an enormous bubble of mucus from her nose. Rising to her feet, she fetched a thin blanket from nearby and gently draped it over Shamoli. Though she was referred to as a witch in that moment, gazing at the girl soundly asleep on the sofa, she resembled nothing more than an exceptionally beautiful neighborly girl, were it not for the formidable display of power she had exhibited. Jiang Wan would have undoubtedly believed she was spinning a tale. Shamoli slept soundly throughout the night, devoid of dreams. Upon awakening, she beheld the sight of zombies wandering about in the community outside her window. Jiang Wan felt as though everything was so surreal, as if the events of the previous night were merely a dream. However, the ancient music score, demonic melody of the 9 heavens, resting upon the music stand, along with the vivid crimson stain upon the strings, served as irrefutable evidence that the night had indeed been real. Jiang Wan took a moment to compose herself before descending the stairs. Intending to prepare breakfast for Sister Asante that moment, Shamoli remained asleep on the sofa, her disheveled position resembling that of a small child. Meanwhile, in the adjacent villa, there were indeed others residing there, none other than the Chi siblings. The fierce combat of the previous night had left the siblings considerably wounded. Upon rising that morning, Chi Shui was stricken with a persistent fever, lying in bed. Chi Feng, an ability wielder, possessed an extraordinary recovery rate. Despite suffering a significant abdominal wound the night before, he appeared unaffected that morning. Chi Shui, however, grappled with her fever and an inflamed injury, and with no food available, Chi Feng resolved to venture out despite his injuries. Chi Shui vehemently opposed her elder brother's departure, shaking her head repeatedly. "Brother, there are zombies all around, and you are injured." "I'm fine. A little rest will suffice." Her eyes were filled with a pleading desperation. Chi Feng patted his sister's hand reassuringly. "Little Shui, my venture is not solely for your sake. We are entirely out of food. Even if we do not seek medicine, staying here will eventually lead to starvation." Upon hearing her brother mention food, Chi Shui instinctively licked her lips. "Brother, last night I dreamt of the aroma of braised beef noodles. It was delightful." Chi Feng felt a pang of emotion welling in his eyes. Before he could respond, Chi Shui slipped into unconsciousness, murmuring incoherently. Steeling himself, Chi Feng retrieved a kitchen knife and dashed outside. After dispatching the only zombie within the community, Chi Feng was left in a state of bewilderment. Why were there so few zombies? When the siblings had arrived the night before, there had been no fewer than 70 or 80 zombies in the vicinity. Could it be that these zombies had retreated to sleep in the daylight? As he muttered to himself, he exited the community, only to be further astonished by what awaited him. In the alleys outside the community, where zombies had previously been abundant, now lay a scene of eerie silence. All the zombies had been exterminated, their lifeless bodies sprawled upon the ground. Kneeling down to inspect the corpses, Chi Feng noted that these zombies bore no additional wounds, save for 2 puncture marks on their necks, resembling bite marks. Their entire forms appeared to have been drained of their flesh and blood, reduced to desiccated cadavers, their deathly visages hauntingly grotesque. Chi Feng was momentarily paralyzed with shock. What in the world are these creatures? Could they be high-level zombies? Alarmed, he quickly rose to investigate the other zombies. Without exception, every one of them had perished from bites. Now transformed into desiccated remains, the dried-up zombies had bulging, murky eyes, their faces reduced to mere skin tightly adhering to their skulls. More repugnant than the sight of a zombie in its living state, Chi Feng felt an overwhelming urge to retch. Soon after, he was struck by another wave of shock. The final desiccated corpse at the end of the box had particularly pronounced purple eyes. This was a level 2 zombie. In an instant, a chill crept up Chi Feng's spine. The ghastly visage of the zombie was clearly not the work of a supernatural being. Had a level 3 zombie already emerged? Chi Feng quickly became vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Currently, his level was merely 1. Last month, level 2 zombies had appeared, but fortunately they had not manifested in large numbers. During an outdoor mission he had encountered one. The level 2 zombie was exceedingly swift and seemed to possess a semblance of awareness. That time he had nearly been unable to escape. Now, gazing at the severely mangled level 2 zombie, Chi Feng felt a twinge of regret, uncertain whether bringing his sister to this place had been a prudent decision. Chapter 7. Shaozi. After exiting the alley, Chi Feng exercised greater caution, his mind keenly attuned to the environment, meticulously observing his surroundings. However, after just 2 steps, he sensed something amiss. The number of zombies in the vicinity of the villa district had diminished significantly. With a few straggling zombies slowly approaching, Chi Feng narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the high-level zombie which had appeared last night must have eradicated all the surrounding zombies. Those currently present were likely newcomers from elsewhere this morning. With this thought in mind, Chi Feng dared not linger and hurriedly sought out a pharmacy for the necessary medications. As noon approached, Sha Meili finally stirred awake leisurely. Sister Sha, you're awake? Sha Meili blinked her eyes. She favored this form of address. It sounded much better than little witch. Sister Sha, would you like breakfast? Sha Meili moved to the window, her gaze falling upon the desolate exterior, disappointment washing over her. With no zombies around, they needed to fill their stomachs, so she nodded towards Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan began rummaging through their supplies, noting with some regret that many items had spoiled. What a pity these things have gone bad. If only the refrigerator were operational, at least we could prolong our provisions. Upon hearing Jiang Wan's words, Sha Meili glanced at the pile of supplies on the floor, which appeared rather unsightly. She tossed a ring to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan stared at the dingy ring in her hand. Curiosity piqued. Sister Sha, what is this? A storage ring. Although its capacity is limited, it suffices for storing supplies, and time flows differently inside. Items stored therein will not spoil. Jiang Wan stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with astonishment, and after a lengthy period of contemplation, she remained perplexed. Sha Meili had intended to venture outside but then noticed Jiang Wan circling around the food while muttering incantations with the ring in hand. Ah, I forgot you lack cultivation and cannot activate the spatial ring. Jiang Wan was taken aback, her expression falling. You should have mentioned it earlier. Does that mean I can't use it? I previously provided you with the demonic melody of the 9 heavens cultivation technique, which contains detailed instructions. Follow it diligently and within 3 days you'll be able to channel energy into your body. Once you achieve that, you will be able to activate the spatial ring. With that, Sha Meili gently tapped Jiang Wan on the head. Feeling a surge of inspiration within her mind, Jiang Wan's heart leapt with joy. Sister Sha, I shall prepare a meal for you at once, and then I will commence my training. Sha Meili shook her head. For these next 3 days, focus solely on your cultivation. I require you to swiftly enhance your strength and assist me. I shall dine out during this time. Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback, watching as Sha Meili's figure vanished from the room, lost in a fleeting moment of contemplation. Dining out, were there even any restaurants still open? Standing atop a high-rise building, Sha Meili gazed down at the horde of zombies below, revealing her pearly white teeth. Little zombies, your sister has arrived. A figure plunged directly into the throng of the undead. Mommy, that sister saved us. Over 100 zombies were currently pursuing a mother and her daughter. The woman appeared to have exhausted her powers, lying helplessly on the ground, while the little girl stared wide-eyed at Sha Meili as she excitedly shouted, Xian, take this chance to escape and find your father. Tears welled in the little girl's eyes. Mommy, I won't leave. I want to stay with you. With all her strength, the woman pushed her daughter away. Hurry, Mommy's powers are depleted. I can't move anymore. That sister can buy us some time, so you must go. If you delay any longer, neither of us will escape. Why, no, Mommy, I won't go. The sister will surely defeat all these zombies. The woman's heart broke with a sorrowful smile. Over 100 zombies. Even her husband, Shi Haotian, who was currently the only level 2 ability user present, might not be able to escape unscathed, let alone a small girl. She could only hope that the little girl could delay them long enough for her daughter to flee, vowing to express her gratitude in the future. Xian, even with your father here, those zombies are not to be underestimated. You must hurry. Wiping her tears, the little girl replied, Mommy, you must believe in that sister. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to observe the situation with the zombies, but her words faltered. What's wrong, Xian? The girl trembled, pointing a shaking finger towards the direction of the zombies. The woman was momentarily stunned. Had something happened to that little girl? Struggling to rise, she was equally astonished. The horde of over 100 zombies now lay motionless on the ground, utterly silent. Xian, quickly help Mommy. We must find your father and inform him of the situation here. The little girl nodded, assisting her mother to her feet, yet her eyes remained fixed on the fallen zombies and the vanishing figure. That sister is so powerful. At that moment, the girl's eyes sparkled with admiration for strength. Meanwhile, Sha Meili felt a twinge of discontent, searching for higher-level zombies. The little purple one from last night had been delectable. Why was it absent today? At the entrance of a supermarket, Sha Meili sat beneath a sunshade, her consciousness extending over 10 miles, yet she failed to locate a single zombie with purple eyes, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Meanwhile, several modified Hummers roared past. These armored vehicles, equipped with heavy weaponry, raced down the streets without a shred of fear. Their occupants undoubtedly formidable or utterly deranged. At this moment, inside the vehicle, a young man was about to alight when he was suddenly halted by an elderly gentleman beside him. The young man was merely an ordinary individual, while the elder was a rare level 2 ability user. Moreover, the vehicles trailing behind them were also occupied by ability users. Such formidable strength rendered it understandable that this group felt emboldened to park indiscriminately on the street. The young man, obstructed, wore an expression of displeasure. "Uncle Zhang, why are you stopping me? Can't you see that beautiful girl waiting for me to rescue her?" The elder cast a glance at the striking young woman with silver hair standing by the roadside, a look of helplessness crossing his face. "Young master, I've watched you grow up. Do you think I don't know your true nature? You're not here to save anyone. You're simply captivated by her beauty." This outing, which the young master insisted on for a broader perspective, had turned into a distraction rather than a productive task. Uncle Zhang attempted to advise him earnestly, but the young man paid no heed. "Uncle Zhang, whether you are the young master or I am, let me go at once. I must get out of this vehicle." The audacity of it all was beyond belief. Even his father wouldn't dare to exert such control over him. As the young man shouted, he struggled vigorously to free himself from the elder's grasp. The driver, glancing at the rearview mirror, regarded the situation with disdain, just a spoiled scion, who, having been born into privilege, now ran amok in a world where law and order had crumbled. Though he was unruly, Uncle Zhang couldn't bear to truly harm him and ultimately relented. The young man eagerly exited the vehicle, striding towards the enchanting Shamoli, growing ever more exhilarated with each step. Chapter 8. The spoiled prodigal Nanmenyi. The closer he drew, the more his excitement surged. She was breathtaking, truly exquisite. In this post-apocalyptic world, encountering such a pure and beautiful maiden was a rare delight. She seemed as if she had stepped out of a comic book, a radiant fairy amidst the ruins. Although no zombies were in sight, Uncle Zhang followed behind with a heavy heart, wary of any unforeseen circumstances. The young master was the sole heir. Despite his reckless nature, he was dearly cherished should anything happen. Even 2 lives would not suffice to atone for it. Nanmenyi, brimming with enthusiasm, rubbed his fingers together and tousled his golden locks, feeling quite pleased with himself as he announced, "Miss, my name is Nanmenyi. My family possesses wealth, power, and influence, and we have countless ability users at our command." "Get lost." Before Nanmenyi could finish his boast, Shamoli coldly interjected. His surprise, hearing her response, only heightened his excitement. How bold! He relished it. Observing the young master's demeanor, the elder immediately covered his eyes in dismay. How could such a man be born to a family of such repute? Had it not been for the elder's prior injury which rendered him incapable of fathering more children, he would have urged the lord to consider having another. This one was utterly useless. Typically, when Nanmenyi uttered such lines, young women would swoon at his feet, for in this apocalyptic era, the most coveted possession was resources. Only with resources could one hope to survive. However, the allure of resources held little appeal for Shamoli. "Enough. Do not compel me to repeat myself a third time." Nanmenyi's eyes turned a vivid green, captivated by the fiery charm of this girl, seemingly indifferent to the resources at hand. After much contemplation, Nanmenyi was left with no choice but to resort to his trump card. "Little sister, let me enlighten you. My father is in the process of establishing a base, a sanctuary, if you will. Once it is operational, you shall have no cause for concern regarding the zombies. In the early days of the apocalypse, with the base yet to be formally established, only the larger factions had the means to create such sanctuaries. For ordinary ability users and common folk alike, these bases represented an immense protective shield. A frigid glare from Shamoli sent a shiver down Nanmenyi's spine, causing any further words to become lodged in his throat. Just as he hesitated about whether to continue, he noticed the girl before him blink her eyes, and the chill in the air dissipated instantly. "Xiaozi. Do you have many Xiaozi at your home?" Shamoli's gaze fixated on the purple bracelet adorning Nanmenyi's wrist, crafted from the eyes of second-tier zombies. Despite his reckless nature and lack of abilities, Nanmenyi was the sole heir of the Nanmen family. To safeguard this precious scion, multiple ability users had sacrificed their lives to hunt enough second-tier zombies, stringing their eyes into a bracelet that now adorned Nanmenyi's wrist. Lower-tier zombies would instinctively avoid him upon sensing the presence of a higher-tier zombie. It must be said, the elder Nanmen had indeed gone to great lengths for his cherished descendant. Listening to Shamoli's enchanting voice and gazing into her sparkling eyes, Nanmenyi felt his heart melt, and he was about to remove the bracelet to present it to her. "Young master, you mustn't. That is a special gift from the elder. It cannot be given away." Shamoli cast a glance at the elderly man speaking, her expression shifting. A second-tier ability user. Old Zhang wore a mournful expression. Those were the eyes of second-tier zombies, not something one could easily procure. "I don't want it. I want to eat Xiaozi. Do you have many?" Nanmenyi was taken aback, glancing at the bracelet once more, and suddenly realized, The beauty must have mistaken it for purple grapes, hence her desire to consume it with newfound confidence. He proclaimed. Sha Moli licked her lips and immediately nodded in agreement. Thus, the oblivious young scion Nanmenyi brought the little enchantress Sha Moli into his vehicle. Old Zhang exhaled deeply, resigned to join them inside the car. Sha Moli curiously surveyed her surroundings. On the desolate streets of the apocalypse, vehicles and people alike were scarce, as their automobiles sped towards City A at full throttle. On the highway, aside from the 3 Hummers accompanying Nanmenyi, there were practically no other vehicles. A few solitary zombies wandered the road. Old Zhang, perplexed, remarked, "Young master, I find this peculiar. When we arrived a few days ago, there were clearly many more zombies. Why are there so few now?" Nanmenyi glanced outside nonchalantly and replied, "They must have sensed our arrival and fled in fear." Sha Moli's senses expanded, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement, and her mouth began to salivate profusely. 20 miles away, a horde of zombies could be seen, led by several second-tier zombies, seemingly vying for territory. The allure of food was simply irresistible. It was finally time for a hearty meal. Nanmenyi was momentarily taken aback. "Little sister, what did you just say?" Sha Moli shot him a glance, remaining silent as she produced several bags of snacks to satisfy her hunger. Overwhelmed by cravings, however, this unexpected display left old Zhang in utter astonishment. She was, indeed, a spatial ability user. With the onset of the apocalypse, many had awakened their powers, yet the most precious and rarest among them were those with spatial abilities. After all, in such dire times, a mobile warehouse capable of storing supplies was the foundation for any faction. Old Zhang's expression brightened significantly. "To think this young girl possessed spatial abilities. Our base is in dire need of someone with your talents. I wonder how vast your space is and what functions it possesses. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. If you possess strength, everyone will regard you with newfound respect." Old Zhang, shaking off his earlier demeanor, inquired with a smile, though there was a hint of awkwardness in his tone. "Little girl, our Nanmen family was a well-established clan in the capital before the apocalypse. Our patriarch is affiliated with the military district and has support from above. Presently, we have over 10,000 ability users, and among the prominent families currently establishing bases, our overall strength ranks at the top. I see you hail from Shiyuan City, which is only a day's journey from City A. Our Nanmen base is your best choice." The more he spoke, the more animated he became. At this early stage of base construction, should you choose to join us, our patriarch would undoubtedly hold you in high regard, and your future prospects would be limitless. Suddenly Sha Moli lifted her gaze to old Zhang and coolly uttered 2 words. Noisy old Zhang was momentarily speechless. In the base, who did not treat him with utmost respect? Today he found himself chastised by a mere girl. His face flushed crimson. Beside them, Nanmenyi burst into laughter. "Uncle Zhang, you too have your moments of humility." Old Zhang, infuriated, turned away. He couldn't fathom what was amusing about the situation. She was clearly dismissing the Nanmen family, and yet this foolish boy found joy in it. Resolved, old Zhang closed his eyes to calm himself, while Sha Moli leisurely indulged in her snacks. Nanmenyi, however, fixed his gaze on Sha Moli, contemplating how he might win the heart of this enchanting beauty. Suddenly, the vehicle fell into silence, save for the sound of its movement. Abruptly, a zombie lunged forward. The driver, momentarily distracted, crashed directly into it. Bang! "Hey! How are you driving? Don't you have any eyes?" The violent impact sent Nanmenyi hurtling towards the window, where he sustained a small cut on his forehead with a trickle of blood seeping forth. The driver hastily halted the vehicle, repeatedly apologizing to Nanmenyi. "I'm so sorry, young master. It was my oversight." As they glanced at the shattered zombie behind them, old Zhang's expression darkened. He quickly retrieved a first aid kit. Chapter 9. "Do not fear, I merely seek a taste of your blood." The driver, in a rush, exited the vehicle, grabbed a first aid kit, and handed it to old Zhang, who anxiously tended to the injury on Nanmenyi's forehead. The faint scent of blood lingered within the cabin, causing Sha Moli to furrow her brows. The man's blood emitted a foul odor. Utterly repugnant, she wrinkled her nose in disgust and stowed away her snacks. "Trash," she remarked. Nanmenyi was taken aback and promptly inquired, "Little sister, what did you say?" Killing Jasmine cast a glance at him and reiterated, "Waste. That minor injury has likely healed by now," Nanmenyi retorted. His eyes widening, realizing he was being scorned by the beauty, he hastily added, "I am not one to fear pain, I assure you. This is merely a special circumstance." Casting a glance at Killing Jasmine, old Zhang interjected, "Miss, our young master is not afraid of pain. Rather, he possesses a unique constitution. His blood exudes a deadly allure to zombies. If not managed promptly, it could easily attract a horde of zombies in a short span of time." No sooner had old Zhang finished speaking than he heard the young girl swallow hard, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Nan Menyi. Under the intensity of her gaze, Nan Menyi felt overwhelmed, his face turning crimson. Beauty, please don't look at me like that. Though I may seem somewhat flirtatious, I am still a virgin. Ahem. Old Zhang nearly choked on his words. He glanced at the innocent and adorable girl and then at his foolishly grinning young master. With his anger finding no outlet, he shouted at the driver, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and drive." Noticing that the beauty remained fixated on him, continuously swallowing, Nan Menyi awkwardly remarked, "Killing Jasmine." Suddenly blinked, her eyes glimmering with excitement and longing. However, this gesture led Nan Menyi to mistakenly believe that she was flirting with him, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Meanwhile, Killing Jasmine eagerly exclaimed, "I want it now. It will be too late otherwise." Killing Jasmine's consciousness detected that the zombies had begun to disperse, heading in various directions, prompting a sense of urgency within her. Nan Menyi's face flushed once more, reaching all the way to his ears that he shyly muttered, "There are people watching. It feels rather embarrassing." Killing Jasmine smiled sweetly at him and replied, "It's all right. I don't mind." Nan Menyi's eyes sparkled with affection, and just as he pursed his lips, a flash of silver caught his attention. He cried out in pain, looking down to find a gleaming dagger embedded in his thigh. Silence!" Killing Jasmine commanded coldly. Nan Menyi immediately fell silent, boldly daring to harm our young master. "Even if you are a space-type ability user, you shall not leave here alive." Old Zhang bellowed as he charged at Killing Jasmine. However, she didn't even spare him a glance, effortlessly sending him flying out of the vehicle with a single palm strike. "Uncle Zhang!" Upon witnessing Uncle Zhang being thrown out, Nan Menyi shouted in horror. The driver promptly halted the vehicle and activated the alarm as the car came to a stop. Killing Jasmine smirked and beckoned to Nan Menyi with her finger. "You little vixen, what are you scheming?" Pain surged forth and Nan Menyi had long since relegated thoughts of beauty to the recesses of his mind, shouting desperately at Sha Moli. Sha Moli swiftly withdrew the dagger embedded in Nan Menyi's thigh. The instantaneous agony brought tears to Nan Menyi's eyes, and he cried out heedlessly as the dagger was extracted. Torrents of blood gushed forth, splattering onto the vehicle. Sha Moli, slightly disgusted, pinched her nose, gazing at the strikingly beautiful and innocent Sha Moli, who maintained her calm demeanor while stabbing him. Nan Menyi felt utterly shattered. "You are insane, a complete madwoman. Uncle Zhang, save me. Are you all dead? Hurry and come to my aid." The driver, just having exited the vehicle, looked at the bleeding young master inside with resignation and replied, "Young master, it's not that we do not wish to help you. It is simply that we are utterly immobilized." Nan Menyi was momentarily taken aback, then trembled in fear. "Sister, who exactly are you? I have done nothing to you." Sha Moli suddenly smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Fear not, I merely desire a taste of your blood, sister, anything but my life. I will give you whatever you want." Nan Menyi responded, stunned. "That won't do, dear sister. I don't have much blood to spare, and if this continues I shall perish." Observing the approaching horde of zombies, Sha Moli frowned. "No, their pace is still too slow. I am becoming famished." Nan Menyi, bewildered, asked, "What?" Just as he finished speaking, he witnessed the girl once more plunging the knife into her own thigh. As she pulled it out, a surge of blood gushed forth. In and out it went. The young master's wails caused the outside abilities users to shut their eyes in unison. It was a scene of utter horror. "You pervert, do not stab the same spot." Sha Moli blinked in surprise. "Oh, my apologies. This area is already damaged. I'll choose another spot." Nan Menyi breathed a sigh of relief, just about to express his gratitude, when he saw Sha Moli raise the knife and aim it at her other leg. "Mother, save me! You monster demon, help me! Stop this immediately!" "All right, I shall not stab anymore." Nan Menyi felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before him outside. The immobilized abilities users had their eyes almost bulging from their sockets. Uncle Zhang remained relatively composed, though his calves trembled incessantly. "Quickly, get in the car. We must leave. This is a horde of corpses." The abilities users outside wished to board the vehicle, yet they were utterly unable to move. "Butler Zhang, please take the young master and go." "We cannot budge," the driver called out, his voice tinged with despair. The sound of shuffling feet echoed ominously as the dark mass of zombies surged from all directions, numbering in the thousands. The car was encircled, and as escape seemed impossible, Uncle Zhang hastily summoned earthen walls around them. Earth manipulation abilities at work. Uncle Zhang gazed at the calm girl inside the car and spoke in a deep voice. "Miss, our young master initially harbored ill intentions towards you. which was indeed his mistake. He has now faced his punishment. I implore you to spare him with the impending large-scale zombie assault if we wish to escape. We must unite. The girl possessed formidable strength, undoubtedly surpassing his own. Her alliance could turn the tide for their group. Chapter 10. A state of despair. Killing Jasmine waved her hand, and the outside abilities instantly resumed their action. Hastily summoning their powers to prepare for defense, observing the vibrant array of abilities manifesting before her, Jasmine found it amusing and lingered in the car for a moment before stepping out. Butler Zhang, it's bad news. Level 2 zombies. 3 of them. A chill of dread enveloped the group as a sense of impending doom gripped each heart. Zombies, being lifeless and devoid of pain, possessed a hardness that surpassed that of abilities users. While level 2 zombies exhibited greater agility in a one-on-one confrontation of equal levels, abilities users would find themselves at a disadvantage. Perhaps they could manage against a solitary level 2 zombie with Butler Zhang's assistance. However, 3 were now before them, accompanied by hundreds of level 1 zombies. As the horde drew near, the dozen or so abilities users closed their eyes in despair. That moment, a voice of surprise rang out. Little Purple, 3 little purples. The crowd was momentarily stunned before turning to the young girl in the car, who charged boldly toward the leading trio of level 2 zombies. Miss, be careful, Uncle Zhang exclaimed. His voice filled with alarm, despite the girl's earlier brutality, having inflicted countless wounds upon the young master. Her courage in the face of the impending zombie tide was truly commendable. However, before Uncle Zhang could finish his thoughts, he was struck dumb. The leading 3 level 2 zombies, with their bulging purple eyes and faces grotesquely decayed, approached ever closer, their putrid odor pervading the air, causing nausea. Yet, the extraordinarily beautiful young girl lunged forward and sank her teeth into the neck of a level 2 zombie. The satisfaction on her face sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Finally, one person could no longer contain themselves and began to vomit beside the sea air. In an instant, the 3 level 2 zombies were reduced to desiccated corpses by Jasmine's relentless assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The only sounds left were the rush of air as the others struggled to comprehend her speed. By the time they regained their senses, hundreds of zombies lay lifeless on the ground, their eyes forever unblinking. The girl, stunning beyond belief, approached them, her mouth stained with blood. My goodness, help! Killing Jasmine licked her lips, revealing her blood-drenched pearly whites, and flashed a sweet smile. One of the abilities users, terrified, began to scream, paralyzed as if his legs were welded to the ground. Please, gracious lady, spare us! Jasmine rolled her eyes in exasperation. Did this stinky group of abilities users truly believe themselves to be something special? Killing Jasmine bypassed the wide-eyed old Zhang and directly entered the car, taking a seat beside Nan Menyi. She flashed him a toothy grin and declared, I'm still hungry. Let us go to your home and find Xiao Zi. With a startled gasp, Nan Menyi promptly fainted. After a considerable while, Butler Zhang finally mustered the courage to ask, Auntie, what exactly do you intend to do? Killing Jasmine sighed, I mean you no harm, hurry and get in the car. Take me to your residence, I'm still not full and need to find Xiao Zi. Upon hearing that she would not inflict harm upon them, the other ability users collectively exhaled in relief, casting glances at Butler Zhang awaiting his direction. Old Zhang swallowed hard and uncertainly inquired, Auntie. Call me Sister Sha. Killing Jasmine corrected him. Oh, Sister Sha, the Xiao Zi you mentioned, could it possibly be a second-level zombie? Old Zhang ventured. Killing Jasmine shot him a glance before nodding. At that moment, Old Zhang was utterly numb, unsure of what to say. Why must the young master provoke such a fierce being? Though she did not consume humans, she did devour zombies. What if she became ravenous and turned on him? Yet, Old Zhang found himself powerless. He could not take her on. Resolute, he instructed the others. Yes. In unison they complied, casting a wary glance at the Reaper before swiftly boarding the vehicle. As the car continued its journey, Old Zhang observed the young master's thigh, gruesomely pierced by a dagger, and nervously said, Sister Sha, may I first stop the bleeding for our young master? Killing Jasmine suddenly halted. Having forgotten about him, such a prime source of blood, she did not wish for him to perish. With a swift motion, her hand conjured a sphere of black mist, which she gently pressed against Nan Menyi's thigh. Old Zhang was taken aback by her actions, but fear propelled him to speak quickly. Sister Sha, the Nanmen family is not to be trifled with. The young master is our sole heir. If you were to kill him, I would not rest until I avenged him, and neither would the entire Nanmen clan. I acknowledge your formidable prowess, but 2 fists cannot contend with 4 legs. Silence. This old man was truly insufferable. Killing Jasmine smacked her hand against Nan Menyi's leg, causing him to groan in pain while unconscious. Old Zhang attempted to protest, but the intimidation from Killing Jasmine rendered him voiceless. To his astonishment, He watched as the young master's mangled thigh gradually healed, returning to its former state. Old Zhang was left in a state of shock, not from fear, but from sheer astonishment, even amidst the apocalypse. He had never been this astounded. Who on earth was this woman? Her eccentric demeanor, immense power, and her abhorrent dietary preferences were utterly confounding. Space-based abilities, healing powers, and a penchant for consuming corpses. Once the wound had mended, Nan Menyi slowly opened his eyes upon gazing at the lovely young girl before him. He could no longer entertain any other thoughts after today. He had developed a palpable fear of beautiful women. Imagining her blissfully gnawing on a decaying zombie made him feel faint once more. Don't faint just yet. Killing Jasmine produced a crimson pill and offered it to Nan Menyi. Swallow this. However, Nan Menyi's eyes widened in horror at the sight of the crimson pill. As if he had encountered the most malevolent poison, he covered his mouth and fervently shook his head. Yet, Shamoli had little time to waste. She forcefully pried his jaws apart and thrust the pill into his mouth. Coughing violently, Nan Menyi desperately clawed at his throat, attempting to expel the pill he had just swallowed. Alas, it was of no use. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry. Oh no, I do not wish to die yet. I have yet to inherit the family business, to become my parents' pride, to prove myself in front of my family, and to avenge those wronged. Most importantly, I have not yet married. I am still a mere novice at life, and now I face death. Nan Menyi wept, tears mingling with snot. Chapter 11. The foolish Nan Menyi. Shamoli, utterly exasperated, bellowed at him, "Silence! If you utter another word, I shall consume you." Nan Menyi's eyes widened in shock as he hastily covered his mouth. He certainly did not wish to be devoured by this woman. If that were to happen, his father would likely fail to recognize his corpse. Noticing his sudden compliance, Shamoli finally spoke. "That was a blood-replenishing pill, meant to restore your vitality." Nan Menyi was taken aback, hardly believing his ears. This fearsome woman had actually administered a blood-replenishing pill to him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a remarkable absence of pain in his thigh. Peering down, he was astonished to find that, aside from the torn fabric of his trousers, his thigh had miraculously healed. He touched his smooth skin in disbelief, blinking several times before pinching himself. "Ouch! This is not a dream, great sorceress. What has happened to me? Just moments ago, I was bleeding profusely. How is it that now there is not even a scar in sight?" Shamoli glanced at him, having savored her meal too much to feel inclined to converse. Her desire for sleep overwhelming her, however, Nan Menyi, oblivious to her demeanor, continued to bombard her with questions. With a swift motion, a silver dagger reappeared in Shamoli's hand. Nan Menyi froze, then shouted, "Sister, spare me. I shall remain silent." Shamoli opened her eyes wide and smiled sweetly. "Oh no, I must inform you of how your leg healed." Her saccharine voice, however, rang discordantly in Nan Menyi's ears. "Sister, please show mercy." As he watched the dagger descend, he clutched his left leg, then his right before surrendering, spreading his arms and closing his eyes. Gazing at the dagger lodged in his arm, Nan Menyi was at a loss for tears. "Sister, wasn't it supposed to be my thigh?" Shamoli paused, then blinked. "Oh, my apologies." With a fluid motion, she withdrew the dagger and plunged it into his thigh, fulfilling his request. Nan Menyi felt a lump rise in his throat as he beheld the dagger embedded in his thigh. Screaming in agony, tears streaming down his face, snot flowing freely, Shamoli found his distress utterly amusing. She promptly withdrew the dagger and began to heal him. In mere moments, his wound healed at a visible rate. With tears and snot still adorning his face, Nan Menyi remained in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. The shocking scene that just unfolded was no less striking than that of the female demoness voraciously devouring a zombie moments ago. Nan Menyi's gaze was fixated upon the slumbering killer, Jasmine. What manner of lunatic is she, possessing an appearance of pure innocence yet exhibiting such ferocity in her relentless consumption of the undead? Particularly alarming was her utter ruthlessness, stabbing herself without a flicker of hesitation. Most astonishingly, the recent display of her healing prowess left Nan Menyi utterly bewildered. The most exceptional healer within his family barely reached level 2. Yet the efficacy of her healing was vastly superior, rendering his own abilities insignificant by comparison. Contemplating Jasmine's formidable strength, Nan Menyi found himself reconsidering the gruesome act of devouring zombies, discovering it was not so repulsive after all. Indeed, it was somewhat exhilarating. He even entertained the fanciful notion that such an act might significantly enhance his own powers. Blinking twice in disbelief, Nan Menyi remained oblivious to the musings of this simpleton as Jasmine slumbered soundly until dawn. After a day and night of travel, the vehicle finally arrived at the location of base. The base was now substantially completed, its towering walls standing impressively against the skyline. Jasmine cast a glance at the structure, noting that it had a certain grandeur to it with her presence. The atmosphere within the car had been remarkably subdued, everyone too apprehensive to utter a word thus, when Jasmine's voice broke the silence with a note of admiration. A sense of pride radiated from the occupants, particularly from Nanmenyi, who wore a smug expression. Sister Demoness, let me tell you, our base is indeed the largest in scale. Have you noticed the walls? I was the one who drafted the initial designs. Jasmine regarded him with a sidelong glance. I had thought you were utterly useless. Nanmenyi scoffed. Of course I have my merits. Yet, a sense of disquiet crept over him as he turned to Jasmine. Wait a moment, Sister Demoness, are you actually complimenting me? His foolish demeanor elicited laughter even from the driver at the helm. Observing Jasmine's interest in the base, Old Zhang quickly interjected, Sister Jasmine, I wasn't he lying? Was I? If you join our base, you would undoubtedly be the foremost figure. Jasmine merely shot him a nonchalant look, declaring, I am invincible. Her words rendered Old Zhang speechless, unable to respond. Nevertheless, Old Zhang harbored secret hopes. If he could bring this formidable sister into the base, he was certain that with the old commander's silver tongue, he could persuade her to stay. However, Old Zhang's aspirations were ultimately futile, for Jasmine had initially intended to visit the base out of curiosity, particularly drawn by the bracelet adorning Nanmenyi's wrist, which held an alluring significance for her. She wished to uncover the number of small purples contained within. Yet, just as they were about to enter the base, Jasmine's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Approximately 30 miles from the base, a horde of about 1,000 zombies was advancing towards them, led by 4 level 2 zombies. Stop, Jasmine commanded, and the driver instinctively slammed on the brakes. Sister? As the others looked on in confusion, Jasmine vanished in a flash. Sister Demoness, Nanmenyi exclaimed, his voice filled with exhilaration. The female tyrant departed abruptly, leaving Nanmenyi with an inexplicable sense of reluctance. Old Zhang and the others wore expressions of confusion. Young master, let us proceed inside. Given Sister Sha's formidable skills, there should be no cause for concern. And no sooner had Old Zhang finished speaking than he noticed that his young master had already dashed into the base. Oh, father, your unfortunate son has suffered greatly, Nanmenyi exclaimed loudly while sprinting towards the command center. At that moment, within the command center, an elderly gentleman with a vigorous demeanor was examining the sand table, assessing the current status of the base. That scoundrel of a son not only failed to assist him but also had the audacity to sneak out and cause trouble. Nanmenyi glanced at the sand table, sighed, and thought that perhaps it was better for him to run out than to remain cooped up in the base, subjected to bullying. Chapter 12. Smoke rising from the head. At that moment, an ability user rushed in unexpectedly. On the surface, Nanmenyi appeared calm, yet internally, he felt a sigh of relief. The young master had returned safely. However, before he could relax for even a second, he was met with the wailing voice of his prodigal son. Along the way, every ability user who saw or heard him stifled laughter. The commander, having fought valiantly throughout his life, maintained his heroic aura even in the apocalypse, establishing the base to fend off zombies. One middle-aged female ability user whispered, how can the esteemed commander, who has commanded respect all his life, have such a wastrel of a son? Upon hearing this, another ability user tugged at the woman's sleeve. Lower your voice, after all, he is the commander's own flesh and blood. Be wary of speaking too freely. To this, the woman scoffed. What is there to worry about? Is it not permissible to speak of a useless one? In this apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. If not for his illustrious father, he would have long been cast out of the base. Meanwhile, in the command room, Nanmenyi was tearfully recounting the events of his journey to his father. Father, you have no idea. Your precious son nearly did not make it back to you. As he spoke, he inadvertently recalled the harrowing scene, nearly retching at the thought. Father, had it not been for your son's resilience, you might have never seen me again. The old man furrowed his brow and replied, indeed, it is good to be strong. Nanmenyi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at his father in disbelief. Father, do you not love me? Shouldn't you have dispatched 10 or 8 second-tier ability users to protect me at such a time? Nanmenyi, having exhausted his patience, delivered a swift kick to Nanmenyi's rear. Rubbing his backside, Nanmenyi remarked, ah, the precious son shall take his leave now. As he watched Nanmenyi's retreating figure, Nanmenyi sighed. Being an older parent, he and his wife had indulged their child, believing that with their combined heritage, he would live a life free of want, even if he achieved little. Yet, none had anticipated the arrival of this cannibalistic apocalypse. Old Zhang stepped forward and reported, Master, during this outing the young master attempted to flirt with 33 beautiful young ladies, yet none yielded any success. What a disgrace, this useless fool, Nanmenyi scolded vehemently. At that moment, The recently departed Nanmen Yi poked his head back. I ended my dear father, when you referred to me as worthless, in what regard were you speaking? Is it because I have few people to flirt with, or is it that I have failed to win over even one? Observing the curious expression on young Master S' face, old Zhang's countenance turned a deep shade of liver. Meanwhile, Nanmen Yi was so enraged that steam seemed to emanate from his head. Get lost, hurry and leave. He hurled a shoe toward Nanmen Yi. Ah, very well. Nanmen Yi, sitting barefoot and panting heavily, took a seat. The old commander was fuming. Old commander, your head is on fire. Old Zhang quickly splashed water on him, extinguishing the flames, though wisps of smoke continued to rise from the old man's head. With dark water trickling down his forehead, wiping his face, the old commander spat. Old Zhang hastily patted the old commander's chest to soothe him. Calm down, there's no need to be so furious. Young master is merely young and still lacks maturity. Upon hearing this, the old commander felt a flicker of anger reignite. To the age of 28, he had already been on the battlefield, yet this young man still seemed juvenile. After patting down the flames on the old commander's head, old Zhang cleverly shifted the topic. Nanmen Yi sighed. As for that, shortly after you left, I advanced to a level 2 ability user. Just recently breaking through. My control over fire is still not very adept, but it's nothing to worry about. After saying this, Nanmen Yi turned to old Zhang. Initially, old Zhang wore a helpless expression, but soon his eyes sparkled with excitement. Killer sister? The old commander inquired with curiosity. Indeed, this individual possesses extraordinary strength. The old commander continued to question, how does she compare to you? Old Zhang smiled wryly. Sir, I am in no way comparable to her. Tio put it bluntly. With a single strike, she sent me flying over 100 meters, and she is a rare multi-ability user, possessing spatial and healing abilities. Moreover, I suspect she has one or two more offensive abilities that she has yet to reveal. Nanmen Yi was taken aback. Both spatial and healing abilities are talents sorely needed in their base. However, old Zhang's words were not yet finished. What's even more astonishing is that within mere minutes, she eliminated nearly 1,000 zombies, including 3 level 2 zombies, employing a rather unique method. What method? Contemplating Killer Sister's peculiar approach to dispatching the undead, old Zhang cleared his throat. She bites using her mouth to consume them, though she refers to this as having a meal. Her favorite delicacy is the level 2 zombies, known as Little Purple. Having lived for over 60 years, Nanmen Yi had never encountered anything so bizarre. Perhaps due to not witnessing it firsthand, he managed to maintain his composure. In this apocalyptic era, the extraordinary is commonplace. We must go to great lengths to keep such remarkable individuals by our side. What is her current whereabouts? Old Zhang shook his head. Sir, her speed is astonishing, and I did not catch a clear glimpse of her. However, since she has followed us here, I believe she will not stray far for the time being. Nanmen Yi nodded and promptly issued orders. Old Zhang nodded in agreement but soon wore a bitter expression. If it were so easy to invite her, she would not have run off this time. Yet at that moment, Nanmen Yi wore a mischievous grin. Since she has a penchant for second-tier zombies, you might as well inform her that we have plenty of them here, and she is welcome to join us for a meal. Just as old Zhang was left in a state of bewilderment, old Yi produced a bag filled with purple orbs, the crystal cores of second-tier zombies. Chapter 13. The misfortune of Nanmen Yi. Though he appeared formidable on the outside, within the confines of the base, Nanmen Yi, despite being the son of the base's commander, held little sway. Lacking any special abilities and being a spoiled rich kid, he commanded respect only from the former subordinates of the Nanmen clan. Those from other families who had recently joined the base treated him with disdain. As Nanmen Yi approached the door, he sensed something amiss. His door was wide open. Who dared to steal from him? In a bid to bolster his courage, Nanmen Yi shouted as he stepped inside. Within the room, a striking woman with red hair lounged on the sofa, accompanied by a man at her side. The woman regarded Nanmen Yi with evident disdain. Her name was Suing, and beside her was the renowned handsome figure of Lei Jun, a second-tier lightning ability user. Within the base, aside from the Nanmen clan, 3 other prominent families held their ground: the Su family, the Lei family, and the Wang family, the latter being the family of Nanmen Yi's mother. Upon seeing Suing, Nanmen Yi's confidence noticeably waned. Suing, do not presume that just because you are my fiancée, you can freely enter my quarters, especially with a man of dubious character. At this, Lei Jun's expression shifted dramatically as he launched a punch at Nanmen Yi. Not only was Lei Jun a second-tier ability user, but even in a pre-apocalyptic world, his robust physique could easily incapacitate Nanmen Yi, an ordinary person. Sent sprawling to the ground, Nanmen Yi took a moment to regain his composure. Rising unsteadily, Suing merely scoffed. Nanmen Yi, I shan't waste further words with you. The matters between us were settled before the apocalypse. Now that we are in the midst of it, our engagement should be annulled. I have come today to formally call off our betrothal. Gasping for breath, Nan Menyi glared at Su Ying with fury. You shameless wretch! Have you forgotten when your family came bearing gifts to seek my hand in marriage? Su Ying's demeanor suddenly turned. I see why. Do you truly believe you have the right to bring that up? You were nothing but a spoiled brat, interested only in our family's status. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, dear young master, it is time for you to awaken to reality. With a cold smirk, Su Ying leaned in close to Nan Menyi's ear and whispered, Nan Menyi, you once relied on your family name to act recklessly. It is high time you learned humility. In this base, your father cannot shield you for much longer. Nan Menyi froze momentarily. What do you dare say about my father? You have gone too far. Our dear young master truly is stubborn, Lei Jun interjected, stepping forward to wrap his arms around Su Ying, the two of them engaging in flirtation right before Nan Menyi. Breathless with rage, Nan Menyi felt a surge of envy and humiliation. Before the apocalypse, the Nanmen clan wielded immense power in City A, and the Su family had sought to strengthen their ties through a marriage alliance. At that time, Su Ying held no regard for Nan Menyi, yet was compelled by the overwhelming power of the Nanmen family. She yearned to ascend to the pinnacle of authority, and given that Nanmen family had but this solitary heir, marrying him would ultimately place the Nanmen estate in her grasp. However, the unexpected arrival of the apocalypse shattered her plans. Initially, the Nanmen family squandered a significant portion of their resources on some so-called rescue efforts, leaving them in a precarious state, with several families now of equal strength. Furthermore, after the onset of the apocalypse, she had awakened her spatial abilities, while Lei Jun had manifested his lightning powers. With both of them possessing extraordinary abilities and having had a prior entanglement before the apocalypse, the Lei and Su families were naturally aligned. As for the Nanmen family, with the aging Nanmen Yu and the ineffectual Nanmen Yi, their decline was merely a matter of time. Nan Menyi clenched his fists tightly. A gentleman may be slain but cannot be humiliated. Even though he was often seen as cowardly, he felt compelled to resist in the face of such indignities. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet. Lei Jun was taken aback, releasing Su Ying, who then let out a cold laugh, addressing Nan Menyi loudly. Come on, if you truly have the courage, strike here. Observing the expressions of the two before him, Nan Menyi tightened his fists and charged forward. With a resounding thud, Lei Jun kicked him away, causing him to spew blood. Coughing violently, Nan Menyi was utterly subdued, sprawled on the ground, motionless, feeling as if his internal organs had been displaced. Any movement brought him excruciating pain. Seeing Nan Menyi lying there, Su Ying expressed her concern, but Lei Jun merely chuckled. Don't worry, this kid may lack abilities, but that old man ensured he had ample resources. He's quite resilient and won't perish easily. Well, that's good, Su Ying replied. As they exited the room, Nan Menyi heard another female voice. Sister Ying, Brother Jun, have you waited for my cousin? Nan Menyi was taken aback. It was Wang Anshin, his cousin. Anshin, save me! He shouted, disregarding the pain. His little cousin had been his closest companion before the apocalypse, and he had generously gifted her limited edition sports cars and handbags. Now she had successfully awakened her abilities. Cousin, avenge me! These two scoundrels have beaten me to this state. Suddenly, a pair of slender eyes appeared before him. Wang Anshin looked at Nan Menyi with surprise, his heart leaped with joy. Cousin. Yet Wang Anshin stood up and remarked, you two are rather ruthless. Haven to you. If my uncle finds out what you've done to my cousin, you won't have a pleasant outcome. Lei Jun chuckled and Su Ying joined in the laughter. We just received news that Steward Zhang has also gone out on a mission. There's no one to manage him at the base, she said. Wang Anshin smiled. As long as you are confident, that's what matters. But remember, we mustn't let personal feelings jeopardize the grand scheme involving our three families. Their conversation shattered Nan Menyi's naivety as their footsteps faded away. He slowly rose to his feet. He had always been aware of the ambitions harbored by the Su and Lei families, yet he had never fathomed that the Wang family had also aligned themselves with them. This was intolerable. He must promptly inform his father. Chapter 14. Departure from the base. Nan Menyi, with a face swollen like a pig's, hurried to his mother's side, only to be halted at the door. Aunt Zhang, please let me in. I have something of great importance to discuss with my mother. The woman known as Aunt Zhang in her 50s was of a similar age to Nan Menyi's mother, Wang Qinghua. She had been employed by the Wang family since childhood, and when Wang Qinghua married Nan Menyi, she was brought along as well. Young master, the madam is not seeing anyone at the moment. With urgency etched across his face, Nan Menyi shouted into the room. Mom, I truly have urgent matters to discuss with you. It concerns the survival of our family of 3. Once again he turned to Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, I genuinely have an emergency. The Su and Lei families are plotting rebellion. They have been scheming for a long time, and this news must reach my parents without delay. Nan Menyi was in a state of frantic desperation, yet Aunt Zhang merely scoffed at his words. Young master, you are overthinking this. The Wang family is the madam's maternal home, and naturally they have always stood by our side. As for the Su and Lei families, they have maintained cordial relations with our Nanmen family for many years. Young master, occasional disputes among the youth are inconsequential. Those are merely the concerns of your generation. Nan Menyi was momentarily stunned, and it took him a while to fully comprehend Aunt Zhang's insinuation. Aunt Zhang, are you implying that I lack the abilities to contend with Lei Jun and the others, and thus have fabricated this absurd tale to report to my mother? Aunt Zhang remained silent, tacitly affirming his assumption. Taking a deep breath, Nan Menyi seized the moment when Aunt Zhang's attention wavered and dashed towards the interior. However, a wall of earth suddenly rose before him. Aunt Zhang, I speak the truth. Why do you not believe me? Is it merely because I lack abilities that you look down upon me as well? Aunt Zhang issued an ultimatum. The words of Su Ying and her companions echoed in his ears as Aunt Zhang obstructed all his paths. In that moment Nan Menyi closed his eyes. Feeling as though everything around him was spinning uncontrollably, he steadied himself against the earthen wall. A wave of helplessness and despair engulfing him, a profound sense of powerlessness coursing through his being. After a long while he finally managed to utter, very well, I shall take my leave. Aunt Zhang, please convey my regards to my mother. Once Nan Menyi departed, a woman emerged slowly from within the room. The lines etched on her cheeks were the marks of time, yet they could not diminish her unparalleled grace. Once a renowned beauty in the capital, even with age, her allure remained undiminished. The woman who stepped out was none other than Nan Menyi's mother, Wang Qinghua. Aunt Zhang cast a worried glance at the direction in which Nan Menyi had left, voicing her concerns. Madam, have we perhaps been too harsh this time? Wang Qinghua inhaled deeply and closed her eyes. His father cannot bear it. Thus it falls upon me as the mother to be resolute in this apocalyptic age, with the base fraught with peril and unrest. Year is approaching his 30s, and as parents, we cannot protect him indefinitely. He must mature swiftly. Aunt Zhang remained apprehensive. After all, the young master is merely an ordinary person without abilities. I fear for his safety out there. Before Aunt Zhang could finish her sentence, Wang Qinghua interrupted her. Nan Menyi, possessing no extraordinary abilities, entered the battlefield at the tender age of 18, where he achieved remarkable military feats. His son Year is someone I trust implicitly. Although Wang Qinghua spoke with an air of calm, her tightly clasped hands betrayed her underlying anxiety that in this apocalyptic era, fraught with peril, living under the protective wings of family is ultimately not a sustainable solution. After a prolonged moment, he inhaled deeply, packed his belongings, and drove away from the base in his cherished vehicle. He was determined to seek out his father, regardless of the dangers that lay beyond. He had to go. He was resolute in exposing the audacity of the 3 families. Venturing out alone for the first time since the onset of the apocalypse, without the safeguard of others, Nan Menyi felt a twinge of nervousness as he observed the zombies lining the streets. Yet, thinking of the treachery of those 3 families steeled his resolve with gritted teeth. He pressed the brake and left the base behind. Meanwhile, Sha Moli was curiously examining the crystal core in her hand. During her previous hunt for a level 2 zombie, she had overlooked the valuable item nestled within its head. Popping one into her mouth, she found it delightfully crunchy, reminiscent of peanuts. After savoring 2, she hesitated to consume the remaining 2, treating them like precious treasures and stashing them in her pocket. Glancing at the time, a smile crept across her lips. The entrance of the base, Wang Qinghua, pale-faced and supported by Aunt Zhang, stood at the very spot where Nan Menyi had departed. Though her heart was hardened, he remained her son, cherished for over 20 years since his departure. She had stood there for more than an hour. Aunt Zhang, while conversing, gestured discreetly towards a shadowy figure lingering behind. Wang Qinghua understood and blinked in acknowledgement. Yes, my lady. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Qinghua suddenly halted her steps and whispered, someone is approaching. Aunt Zhang scanned the surroundings but saw no one. At that moment, an extraordinarily beautiful young girl appeared before them, startling Aunt Zhang and leaving Wang Qinghua wide-eyed in astonishment. It was the first time she had encountered a superpowered individual with such remarkable speed since the apocalypse began. Suppressing her emotions, Wang Qinghua inquired, little girl, have you come to join our Nanmen base? Sha Moli shook her head and turned her gaze to Wang Qinghua. I'm looking for someone. Where is Nan Menyi? Initially, Sha Moli intended to take him away directly, but she found no trace of him in the entire base. Hearing the conversation between the two at the entrance, she realized their connection to her target and decided to inquire further. Upon learning that the girl was searching for her son, Wang Qinghua felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. It seemed yet again that her son had stirred up trouble. He has already left the base. We do not know his exact whereabouts, Wang Qinghua replied with a smile. Just as she was about to ask the girl her age or how she knew her son, the girl vanished once more. Wang Qinghua stood agape, astonished. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhang wore a satisfied smile, remarking, "Madam, it appears that this girl possesses wind abilities of a considerable level, and she's quite lovely too. Given her evident fondness for our young master, it seems our base may soon celebrate a joyous occasion." Wang Qinghua shared in the satisfaction of the recent encounter. Chapter 15. The Beast. At this moment, Nan Menyi had halted his journey 200 kilometers from the base. The car had run out of fuel. Before him stood a horde of over 20 zombies, their predatory gazes fixed upon him. Nan Menyi understood that their current inaction was due to the bracelet on his wrist, which temporarily posed a threat to them. However, he knew that once these zombies realized that the bracelet held no danger, his situation would become dire. Without delay, Nan Menyi abandoned the vehicle, clutching his backpack, and seized the opportunity to flee as far as possible while the zombies remained vigilant. He sprinted ahead, his heart pounding violently with fear. The zombies trailed behind him at a leisurely pace. Hissing ominously after approximately half an hour, the zombies finally discerned that no superior undead had appeared. It was merely the scent he emitted. Thus, they lunged toward Nan Menyi, claws outstretched. Hearing the frantic footsteps behind him, he cried out, "Oh my God, help me!" After running for 10 minutes, he noticed the zombies closing in, prompting him to discard his backpack. With the weight lifted, he quickened his pace once more. Just then, 2 zombies emerged ahead, lunging directly at him. "Heaven help me!" he exclaimed, as they tackled him to the ground. Drops of green, foul-smelling liquid splattered across his face. With all his might, Nan Menyi struggled, but to no avail as the grotesque visage of the zombie drew closer. He found himself forgetting to breathe, his eyes wide with terror. Had he truly lived a carefree life only to meet his end here? No, he could not allow that to happen. If he perished, the schemes of the 3 families would succeed. What would become of his parents? What of the numerous brothers of the Nanmen family at the base? In an instant, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. Igniting his fight-or-flight response, he summoned an extraordinary strength to push the zombie away, and the 2 tumbled on the ground, grappling fiercely. When one zombie seized his hand, he retaliated with his foot. When another pinned his foot, he bit with his mouth with a fierce determination. Nan Menyi sank his teeth into the flesh of the zombie's face, tearing away a sizable chunk of bloody meat. The zombie, momentarily stunned, having always been the aggressor, found itself bewildered by this unexpected attack. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Menyi broke free and resumed his desperate flight. At that moment, Sha Moli sighed, deeming the situation inadequate. With a flick of her wrist, the bewildered horde of zombies was teleported directly before Nan Menyi. In his frantic sprint, he found himself unable to halt and dashed straight into the midst of the zombies. Surrounded by the ravenous creatures, Nan Menyi wept. Yet, as the zombies began to regain their composure, they lunged towards him with renewed fervor. "Ah, help me!" he cried with a smirk. Sha Moli reached in and pulled him out. The female demoness. Upon witnessing Sha Moli's timely rescue, Nan Menyi's nerves instantly relaxed, and he clutched her leg tightly. Weeping uncontrollably, "Oh, female demoness, it is such a relief to see you." Sha Moli looked down and chuckled, "Become my subordinate. Your life and death shall rest in my hands." Nan Menyi was taken aback for a moment before he comprehended her words. Releasing his grip on Sha Moli's leg, "Madman, what nonsense are you spouting? I am the sole heir of the Nanmen family, and my father has now established the Nanmen base. In the future, I shall be the commander of the Nanmen base, serving as your subordinate. What madness is this?" After uttering these words, Nan Menyi observed the displeased expression on Sha Moli's face and, realizing he still required her protection, added with a grin, "Sister, the request you make is rather unreasonable. However, considering that you saved my life, should we have a little one in the future, I shall certainly send them to you. What do you think?" Sha Moli blinked her eyes. "You do not agree?" Nan Menyi fervently nodded. "What a joke! As the illustrious young master of the Nanmen family, I would never stoop to being your servant unless I were utterly mad." Sha Moli nodded in acknowledgement. "That is quite reasonable." She then seized Nan Menyi and hurled him toward the horde of zombies. By a twist of fate, he landed directly in their embrace. Within a mere few minutes, having experienced such a dramatic turn of events, Nan Menyi began to wail once more, "Sister, I was wrong. I have lost my mind. I am indeed a lunatic. I am willing to serve as your subordinate." From now on, I shall heed your every command. If you direct me east, I shall go west, and if you tell me to chase a dog, I shall not pursue a chicken. Just as Nan Menyi felt the zombie's teeth graze his pristine neck, a sudden gust of wind swept him off the ground. Shamoli appeared beside him. At that moment, he dared not refuse. Being a servant was certainly preferable to facing those zombies. Yes, yes, sister, I have made up my mind. I was foolish earlier. Serving as your subordinate is far more blissful than being the young master of the Nanmen family. Shamoli paid no heed to his subsequent remarks and simply stated, as long as you agree, that is sufficient. The bond of life and death is quite troublesome. It requires the consent of the individual involved. Just as Nan Menyi pondered the meaning of her words, a sharp pain pierced his forehead, and a drop of blood floated into the air. The moment the zombies caught the scent of his blood, they erupted into chaos, charging toward the pair. Shamoli had intended to keep these zombies for later, planning to use them for a light meal as an afternoon tea. However, to her dismay, the zombie showed no understanding of her intentions. Sister, be careful. At that moment, Shamoli was forming hand seals, and even Nan Menyi realized that she could not move in the face of the zombie frenzy. Yet, Shamoli merely cast a cold glance at them. Die. Instantly, dozens of zombies exploded, their blood and flesh scattering everywhere, splattering Nan Menye's face. Shamoli was not spared either. That moment, the drop of Nan Menye's blood also dissipated into the air. The bond of life and death was forged. From now on, your life and death shall be dictated by me, not by fate. Shamoli whispered softly. Nan Menyi felt the blood and flesh of the zombies on his face and body, rendering him stiff with fear. Sister, what shall we do? He lamented, his face a mask of despair, even speaking with the utmost caution, fearful that any sudden movement might cause the zombie's blood and flesh to fall into his mouth. Meanwhile, Shamoli's eyes flickered with a peculiar emotion. She opened her cherry-red lips and delicately licked the corner of her mouth. The flesh and blood of the zombie were chewed twice in his mouth before being spat out in disgust. What a pity it was no longer fresh and tasted dreadful. Nan Menyi, what a beast! With his eyes closed, he fainted instantly. When Nan Menyi awoke again, it was already an hour later. He slowly opened his eyes. Why is the wind so strong? Upon realizing the environment he was in, Nan Menyi screamed in shock. The boss lady. Chapter 16. The bloodshed of being a subordinate to the killing sister. At that moment, he found himself clasped under the armpit of the boss lady, soaring through the air. Nan Menye's body stiffened, transforming him into a human popsicle. A glance downward sent him fainting once more. Upon entering the door, the boss lady unceremoniously tossed Nan Menyi onto the ground. After 3 hours of high-speed flight, Shamoli felt her magical energy depleting, and her stomach began to protest. Jiangwan, prepare food, and make sure it's plentiful. At that moment, Jiangwan had just begun to channel energy into her body, though she was uncertain of her success. Noticing the fatigue on Shajia's face, she closed her mouth and obediently went to the kitchen to prepare food. Nan Menyi awoke once more, enticed by the delicious aroma wafting through the air. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar villa, and the tantalizing scent made his stomach rumble. He climbed up from the ground and glanced around. Boss lady? Jiangwan nodded, smiling at Nan Menyi as she said, Hello, my name is Jiangwan, and I am also a subordinate of the killing sister. Welcome to our ranks. The moment he laid eyes on Jiangwan, Nan Menye's gaze glazed over once again, succumbing to his professional affliction. Hello, beautiful, my name is Nan Menyi, the esteemed young master of the Nanmen family. Jiangwan was taken aback, then turned to look at Shajia, who was enjoying her noodles. Astonished, she thought to herself, the killing sister truly lives up to her reputation, even capturing the young master of the Nanmen family. I have long admired your name. Would you care for a bite to eat? Nan Menyi nodded eagerly. He then tidied his disheveled appearance and, with a smile, approached the dining table. Jiangwan handed him chopsticks and encouraged him to serve himself, saying, Take as much as you wish. Thank you, beautiful. After the meal, Nan Menyi was left alone downstairs while Shamoli took Jiangwan upstairs. After you left, I practiced according to your teachings, and today it seems I have successfully channeled energy into my body. But I am uncertain if I have truly succeeded, Jiangwan said, somewhat apprehensively. Shamoli grasped Jiangwan's wrist, gently probing, and then declared, You have succeeded. Your strength is now equivalent to that of a level 1 ability user. Continue to strive according to the training methods. Jiangwan was momentarily stunned, her body trembling uncontrollably. In just 2 days of practicing according to the killing sister's methods, she had achieved the strength of a level 1 ability user? Killing sister, you must be joking. Shamoli cast a glance at her. I never joke. Suddenly Jiangwan knelt on the ground. Thank you, killing sister. Shamoli sat on the bed and pointed to the piano. Play something for me. Jiangwan immediately rose to her feet. Yes, killing Sister Di in an instant. The melodious sound of the piano resonated once more. Compared to before, although it is the same piece of music. At this moment, after drawing in the essence of life, Jiangwan, upon playing again, surprisingly perceives two distinct realms of meaning. The last time was drenched in blood, a vivid red battlefield filled with slaughter, evoking a sense of death. However, this time Jiangwan senses a relaxation throughout her being, a refreshing connection with nature, teeming with vitality. Downstairs, Nan Menyi, who was enjoying a meal, suddenly became gentler upon hearing the melody, even slowing down his pace of eating noodles significantly. In that moment, Nan Menyi not only felt the wounds on his body gradually healing, but also the agitation within his heart dissipating little by little. Sha Moli furrowed her brow. Another resonance of the Great Path? As the piece concluded, a smile graced Jiangwan's lips, and she radiated a luminous aura, resembling an angelic presence. Sha Moli waved her hand in slight disdain, causing the brilliance to suddenly fade. Sister Sha, I shall continue to practice diligently. Rest assured. Sha Moli fixed her gaze upon her, demanding, share your feelings. Jiangwan articulated the contrasting sensations from the two performances. Sister Sha, although they evoke entirely different emotions, I did not experience any discomfort. However, I find myself more fond of today's sensation, filled with life, as if it were a redemption from the apocalypse. Sha Moli's expression fell completely. What could possibly be amiss? This enchanting melody of the 9 heavens was passed down from the ancestors, a quintessential sound of destruction from the demon realm. When Ling Ying cultivated the sound of the Great Path, Sha Moli could understand it as a momentary lapse into madness, inadvertently veering off course to attain the sound of the Great Path. Yet Jiangwan was already mired in the muck. Situated in an apocalyptic world, logically, cultivating the 9 heavens demonic sound should not yield such a result. Perplexed, Sha Moli pondered deeply, even contemplating the possibility of an issue with the technique itself. Could it be that some ancestor, enchanted by the celestial beings of the divine realm, inadvertently leaked the technique, which was then corrupted by those wretched deities? Noticing Sha Moli's increasingly grim demeanor, Jiangwan nervously inquired, Sister Sha, have I misunderstood the essence? Sha Moli turned her gaze toward Jiangwan. Jiangwan recounted the events from beginning to end once more. Sister Sha, if there is any difference, it would be that during my first performance, my wrist was bleeding. Could that perhaps have influenced the outcome? Jiangwan cautiously analyzed. Sha Moli's eyes brightened as she approached Jiang Wn. An uneasy feeling surged within Jiangwan, and suddenly, a flash of silver light erupted, causing a spurt of blood to gush from her wrist. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangwan disregarded the pain in her wrist, seated herself upon a stool, and began to play. Blood poured forth abundantly, dripping onto the floor in tandem with the melody. This time, the music resonated with a feeling unlike the previous two. It was neither death nor vitality but rather an intense yearning, a fervent desire for life. Downstairs, Nan Menyi, hearing the melody once more, contemplated closing his eyes to savor the moment, when he was abruptly engulfed by a powerful sense of distress, a compelling urge to survive that sent chills down his spine. Raising the hairs all over his body, he wished to ascend and investigate, yet found himself paralyzed by fear, forced to remain seated, restless and anxious. Before the piece concluded, Jiangwan collapsed at that moment. Her pallid visage unmistakably indicated excessive blood loss as she gazed at Sha Moli, who slowly uttered a few words. Sister Sha, you've severed my carotid artery. After speaking, her eyes fluttered shut, and she promptly lost consciousness. It was in that instant that Sha Moli suddenly comprehended everything. She propped up Jiangwan, delicately brushed her wrist, and miraculously restored the wound to its former state, then administered a blood-replenishing pill to her. Jiangwan, now unconscious, felt something enter her mouth. A surge of vitality coursed through her body once more. In her hazy state, a singular thought resonated within her. Being a subordinate of Sister Sha is indeed taxing. Chapter 17. The inability to control one's self-destructive tendencies. When Jiangwan first encountered Sha Moli, she was on the verge of taking her own life. The abrupt onset of the apocalypse and the betrayal of her kin had filled her with boundless animosity, and it was this very hatred that propelled her into an abyss of murderous intent. During her second encounter, Jiangwan found herself, discovering a semblance of reliance amid the chaos of the apocalypse, stepping onto the path of cultivation, and nurturing hopes of vengeance, which allowed her to manifest a vibrant vitality. In her third encounter, having unwittingly inflicted a grievous wound upon her carotid artery, she became acutely aware of her mortality. It was her yearning for life that ignited a fervent will to survive. The melody of the 9 heavens, neither entirely demonic nor wholly divine, shifts according to the cultivator's intent, enabling the creation of diverse realms of artistic expression. A single thought can transform one into a demon or a Buddha. Sha-Emoli descended the staircase and settled onto the sofa, where a guqin materialized in her grasp. A century prior, Ling Yin, in a moment of folly, had developed feelings for the son of the God King, ultimately marrying him and establishing her residence in the divine palace. The two had not seen each other for centuries. This guqin, which she had fortuitously acquired during her tempestuous exploits in the realm of cultivation, appeared remarkably exquisite compared to the sinister and terrifying magical artifacts. She believed Ling Yin would surely adore it, yet she never anticipated that before she could present it to her, she would find herself here instead. What might Ling Yin be like now? The news of her escape was known to but a handful in the realms. Ling Yin likely assumed her to be dead and was probably heartbroken. Meanwhile, the Ling Yin whom Sha-Emoli murmured about was seated in a palace shrouded in ethereal mist, casually crossing her legs while savoring celestial fruits, her abdomen subtly rounded. My dear, these are the fresh seafood sent from the ocean. I instructed the staff to prepare them for you, the man remarked. Ling Yin glanced at them, shaking her head. Save them. I'm not fond of them. Set them aside for Emoli. The man appeared momentarily taken aback. Ling Yin, seemingly indifferent, smacked her lips twice. The man, still in disbelief, protested, You fool. If Emoli were truly dead, the demon realm would have long since declared war on the three realms, but look around, the atmosphere is tranquil. And the demon realm even celebrated a grand festival just a few days ago. After saying this, Ling Yin resumed her feast on the fruit. Nan Menyi cast a glance at the formidable figure seated on the sofa, set down his chopsticks, and approached with a rather cheeky demeanor. Sha-Emoli shook her head. You are my subordinate. While I can dictate your life and death, I cannot prevent you from engaging in self-destructive behavior. Nan Menyi, momentarily perplexed, questioned, When did I engage in self-destruction? Sha-Emoli simply waved her hand lightly, sending Nan Menyi soaring toward the entrance, where he collided heavily against the door, with a resounding thud. The door trembled thrice. Given your current capabilities, venturing outside would be tantamount to courting death. Nan Menyi was taken aback, his countenance swiftly flushing a deep crimson. Sha-Emoli spoke the truth. Having lived a life of luxury and indulgence without cultivating any commendable habits, Nan Menyi's physical constitution was subpar even among ordinary individuals. This was particularly dire in an era rife with supernatural beings and rampant zombies, especially due to the peculiar nature of his blood. Even the slightest abrasion would provoke a horde of zombies in a frenzy. Nan Menyi was acutely aware that remaining by the side of the formidable Sha-Emoli was his safest course of action. However, he felt compelled to confront his father and reveal the sinister machinations of the three families. Glancing at the nonchalant Sha-Emoli, he spoke earnestly. Big sister, I have pressing matters to discuss with my father. If I do not only will our family's lives be in jeopardy, but the entire Nanmen clan will also suffer the consequences. Sha-Emoli regarded him with indifference, seemingly disinclined to engage in further dialogue. Rising, Nan Menyi moved closer to Sha-Emoli. Big sister, our family is in grave danger. I have a fiancée. And a bit to stir a flicker of compassion within her. He recounted his harrowing experiences since the onset of the apocalypse. Big sister, I recognize my weaknesses. I understand that venturing outside now would be akin to walking into a death trap. Yet, I cannot stand idly by while their schemes come to fruition. At last, Sha-Emoli spoke. You do not lack strength. A glimmer of hope ignited within Nan Menyi. Could it be that his prior struggles had shifted her perception of his abilities? However, before he could relish the thought, Sha-Emoli continued, You fundamentally possess no strength. Stepping outside now would be a futile sacrifice. His elation swiftly crumbled. In the face of overwhelming power, all schemes and stratagems were rendered meaningless. With a heavy sigh, Nan Menyi replied, Big sister, I understand your words, yet I must possess strength. The apocalypse has arrived, and I have yet to awaken even a single ability. My father has consulted numerous experts and administered various medications, yet I remain devoid of any awakening. Strength is not solely derived from abilities, Sha-Emoli retorted. Nan Menyi paused, then turned his gaze to her. Big sister, do you possess a method? Sha-Emoli stood and approached him, tossing a tome before him. The Red Sun technique. It is unacceptable for my subordinates to lack strength. This tome was perfectly suited for his cultivation. Now, close your eyes and, following my instructions, begin to draw energy into your body. With that, Sha-Emoli pointed her finger at Nan Menyi's forehead. In an instant, he felt a surge of explanations for various techniques and moves flooding his mind, observing him entering a meditative state. Sha-Emoli then took her leave. As night descended, the entire villa district was once again shrouded in darkness, Save for the bright illumination surrounding Shamoli, Zhongwan had awakened earlier in the afternoon and was now setting up the solar panels, connecting them to the power source. Observing the scene of Shamoli sitting on the sofa, devouring instant noodles, Zhongwan smiled and remarked, Sister Sha, to be candid, although our household is well equipped, we have not turned on the lights since the onset of the apocalypse. In fact, I have not even played the piano. During the time our parents were still with us, we spoke with utmost caution. Noticing the puzzled expression on Shamoli's face, Zhongwan continued, light and sound attract zombies. Moreover, since the end of the world, even kin can betray one another, let alone strangers. We strive to remain silent and avoid creating light, all to ensure that no one is aware of our presence here. Shamoli nodded in understanding that, and no wonder she found it peculiar when she first arrived. Despite the presence of living souls in the house, not a single light was turned on at night. In recent days she had not seen anyone else emerge from the community. Realizing they were all merely playing dead indoors, however, she pondered, is it truly effective to feign death indefinitely in this apocalypse? Resources will inevitably run out one day. Chapter 18. The elderly couple next door. Chi Feng gazed at the unconscious girl on the bed. Seemingly having made a resolute decision, he seized a kitchen knife and made a swift cut across his arm. Blood dripping instantly, he quickly brought his wrist to his sister's lips. The girl, still in a stupor, sensed the moisture and instinctively licked her lips. 3 days prior, he had ventured out in search of medicine and food, only to return empty-handed and nearly lose his life. He had taken 3 days to recover. Since their arrival, the siblings had consumed nothing, and although Chi Feng was an ability user with a physique significantly stronger than Chi Shui's, he was still on the verge of collapse from hunger, after 4 or 5 days without sustenance, during which only Chi Feng had managed to provide her with a bit of water. Chi Shui, who had been in a high fever and unconscious, was now reaching her limit. With no other options, Chi Feng thought to himself that as an ability user, his blood might contain some nourishment. Although Chi Shui remained in a deep slumber, she was acutely aware of everything her brother was doing for her. The metallic sweetness of his blood filled her mouth, and gradually she opened her eyes. Brother, don't worry about me, you take care of yourself. After uttering these words, Chi Shui tightly shut her mouth and fell unconscious once more. Chi Feng's eyes reddened. With their parents gone too soon, the siblings had relied on each other for survival. After much struggle, Chi Feng had finally managed to improve their circumstances, but he had not anticipated the sudden eruption of the apocalypse, forcing his high school-aged sister to fight for survival alongside him. Remembering the happy times they once shared, Chi Feng could no longer contain himself. The usually strong man broke down, holding his sister tightly and weeping unabashedly. Now, if his sister did not consume something soon, he feared she would perish from hunger before the flames could even claim her. Gritting his teeth, Chi Feng mustered the strength to stand and ventured outside. Shamoli and Zhongwan were seated on the sofa, intently watching Nanmenyi as he attempted to harness energy into his body. Zhongwan observed meticulously, adopting a learning attitude, while Shamoli was merely bored. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. There came a series of frantic knocks, bang, 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 accompanied by a man's desperate pleas, "Is anyone there? My sister is on the brink of starvation. Please, I beg you, open the door and give me something to eat." A man towering over 6 feet, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. "I implore you, I shall venture out tomorrow in search of sustenance, and upon my return, I shall repay you thrice over." Shamojili remained unfazed, while Zhongwan, feeling a pang of sympathy, understood that kindness in this apocalyptic world often leads to one's own peril. She refrained from acting, patiently awaiting Shamojili's command. Shamojili's consciousness stirred as she discerned the man's features. Is it him? The man from the convenience store. Zhongwan's residence was adjacent to Chi Feng's. In this pitch-black neighborhood, the only illuminated area would undoubtedly become Chi Feng's initial target for knocking. However, despite Chi Feng's persistent calls for half an hour, the door remained closed. Regretfully, he glanced back and departed, recognizing that he could not afford to hang himself on a single tree. Chi Feng knocked on door after door, bowing his head at each home. Yet, without exception, no household responded. Reluctantly, he found himself kneeling once more at Zhongwan's doorstep. "Please, I beg you, grant me a morsel of food. As long as my sister can survive, I am willing to toil like a beast in repayment." Suddenly, the door swung open. The sound startled Chi Feng, who then turned to see a girl with silvery hair and exquisite features standing at the threshold. "It is you." Shamojili regarded him. "You seek food, and are willing to serve me like a beast of burden." Chi Feng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded affirmatively. "Yes, as long as I am given food, I am willing to do anything." Shamojili circled around Chi Feng twice. This man undoubtedly possessed the best cultivation aptitude she had encountered thus far, and given his previous actions, his ability to find the least infested convenience store amidst a city teeming with zombies indicated a certain level of intelligence. Just as Cha Mojili contemplated agreeing and uttering her recruitment pitch, her ear twitched, and she abruptly sealed her lips. From a villa to her right, the door creaked open, and two shadowy figures emerged cautiously. Upon seeing the light emanating from Cha Mojili's direction, they approached directly. The two elders appeared to be around 60 years of age. The leading elderly woman clutched a plastic bag, while the old man behind her carried a medical kit. Each wielded a kitchen knife. The elderly woman first cast a wary glance at Cha Mojili. Upon recognizing the two kind-hearted young women, she lowered her knife and, noticing the anxious Qifeng, spoke softly, "Young man, were you the one knocking just now?" Qifeng's face brightened as he nodded. "Ma'am, are you a doctor?" The elderly woman shook her head. "I am not a doctor, but my husband has worked a lifetime in a hospital." "Where do you reside?" "Let us hurry there." Although the neighborhood was nearly devoid of zombies at present, one could only speculate how many eyes lurked within the shadows of the villa. Qifeng glanced at Cha Mojili and, seeing no signs of refusal, led the two elders toward his home. Cha Mojili was quite pleased with Qifeng's earlier gesture, raising an eyebrow as she followed suit upon witnessing Sha Jie accompany them. Jiang Wan closed the door and trailed behind. Inside the villa, only Nan Manai, drenched in sweat, remained. Once the group entered and secured the door, the elderly woman handed the food in her possession to Qifeng. "It has been 10 months since the onset of this apocalyptic era, and our household is scarcely stocked with provisions. Here lies a bit of white flour. Prepare some dough soup for your sister, albeit thin and runny, which she may struggle to consume." Qifeng was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly replied, "That, dear madam, is beyond my culinary skills." The elderly lady, startled for a moment, then chuckled as she tapped her forehead. "Oh, how could I forget? In our hometown we are accustomed to such fare. Perhaps it is unfamiliar to you here. Very well, old man, you shall accompany the young lad to check on his sister while I tend to the kitchen." Qifeng suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment, saying, "But, dear madam, there is no gas here. Cooking is not feasible." The elderly lady paused, letting out a small exclamation of surprise. Just then, the previously silent Sha Emoli raised her hand, and a flicker of flame appeared at her fingertips. Upon witnessing this, the elderly lady's face lit up with joy. This girl possesses fire-related abilities. Then we need not worry, we can cook right here. Surely, there is a pot available. Qifeng nodded in agreement. Aside from the staple grains, the kitchen was well equipped, indicating that the previous owner must have depleted their food supplies before departing. The method for making dough soup is straightforward, and given the lack of ingredients, it could hardly be complicated. The elderly lady filled half a pot with water, eagerly anticipating Sha Emoli to ignite the flame. Sha Emoli promptly placed the flame beneath the pot and was about to ascend the stairs with Qifeng and the others. "Oh, young lady," the elderly lady called out to Sha Emoli. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed that without Sha Emoli's intervention, the flame remained steadfast beneath the pot. Her expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by an awkward smile. "My dear girl, you possess considerable strength, but how does one extinguish this fire?" "A splash of water would suffice," Sha Emoli replied. "However, this is an extraordinary flame. Regular tap water will not douse it." Sha Emoli turned her gaze toward the elderly lady, inquiring, "Are you not a water-type ability user?" The elderly lady hesitated, a fleeting sensation of being completely seen washing over her. Chapter 19. I am invincible. Before her retirement, Xiaoli worked alongside her husband in the same hospital. She served as an accountant while Luo Xiao held the position of chief surgeon. Prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus, the hospital was inundated with patients infected by the virus. Luo Xiao, as a physician, gradually sensed the brewing crisis. He began disseminating information regarding the virus across various online platforms, urging the public to refrain from venturing outside and to stockpile provisions. At that time he faced considerable backlash, with many accusing him of spreading rumors during such dire times. Yet, when the zombie virus erupted in full force, the hospital witnessed over 300 doctors and nurses falling prey to infection in a single day. The very institution meant for healing transformed into a veritable hellscape of chaos. Xiaoli, having unwavering trust in her husband, commenced stockpiling substantial supplies from the onset. In contrast to the younger generation who hoarded a plethora of semi-prepared foods, the elderly couple focused on storing rice, flour, and cooking oil. 10 months later, they had consumed merely a sack of rice, a sack of flour, and a small jar of pickled vegetables. Their basement was brimming with provisions. However, in these trying times, human nature is unpredictable, and Xiaoli dared not flaunt their supplies, only offering Qifeng a modest portion. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Xiaoli awakened her extraordinary abilities, albeit limited to hydrokinesis. Currently, the power supply had been interrupted, yet the water remained available, rendering this ability somewhat superfluous for the elderly couple. Nevertheless, their cautious nature compelled them to masquerade as ordinary individuals. To their surprise, Xiaomoli bluntly revealed the truth. Xiaomoli and Jiangwan ascended the stairs. Curiously, Jiangwan inquired, Sister Xia, is that lady not an ordinary person? How did you discern that she possesses abilities? I am invincible. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Qi Shui was burning with fever, her body flushed and her lips parched and turning purple. Luo Xiu cast a worried glance and promptly opened his medical kit. Young man, your sister is not merely experiencing a common fever. Luo Xiu examined Qi Shui's mouth and eyelids before retrieving a thermometer to place in her mouth. Quickly, remove your sister's clothing, all of it. Qi Feng hesitated, glancing at Luo Xiu with uncertainty. After all, his sister was still a young girl, yet to be married. Luo Xiu, exasperated, kicked Qi Feng lightly. What are you dawdling for? I am a doctor, not a street fool. If your sister is unashamed, why should you be? Suddenly, Jiangwan burst into laughter, finding the old man rather amusing. Her laughter drew Luo Xiu's attention to the two individuals standing in the corner. He swiftly commanded, what are you two doing standing there gawking? Come help with removing her clothes, and then use this alcohol to wipe her down. Jiangwan stepped forward, followed closely by Xiaomoli, assisting in the disrobing. Xiaomoli was quite intrigued by the treatment methods employed here. Once Qi Shui was undressed, everyone gasped in astonishment. A distinct bite mark was visible on Jiangwan's left waist, evidently from a zombie. The bite mark showed no signs of decay, merely some redness and swelling. Luo Xiu took a cotton swab, dabbed it on the mark and scrutinized it under a magnifying glass. Qi Feng and Jiangwan were both taken aback. Is this from a zombie bite? Jiangwan explained, in the post-apocalyptic world, the zombie virus is highly contagious. Being bitten or scratched by a zombie almost invariably leads to infection. Currently, there are no effective countermeasures. Survival relies solely on the physical resilience of the ability wielder. In many ability teams, if someone is discovered with a zombie scratch, they will often leave them behind to assess the situation. If the ability wielder possesses sufficient strength, the chances of infection are minimal. However, should a bite occur, it is typically fatal, as zombies tend to attack when their victims are incapacitated. The infection rate for bites exceeds 90%, and should an ability wielder succumb to infection, they become immensely powerful. Hence, it is imperative to eliminate them before they fully transform into zombies, preventing the emergence of a formidable adversary. Qi Shui lacks abilities and has a relatively weak constitution. The likelihood of her survival is slim. Although aware of Qi Shui's zombie bite, none of those present voiced a desire to give up. Jiangwan diligently wiped Qi Shui's body with alcohol, while Luo Xiu prepared a cherished vial of glucose for injection. He then turned to Qi Feng. Young man, I have done all I can. Now it is up to your sister's fate. Luo Xiu wiped the sweat from his brow. At that moment, upon seeing the wound on his sister's waist, Qi Feng was so enraged that he struck his own cheeks twice. All my fault for not noticing in time. His eyes reddened with guilt. Xiaomoli leaned closer to take a glance, then turned to the man who was crouched on the ground, clutching his head in remorse, and spoke. What would it have mattered if you had discovered it earlier? Could you have bitten it to suck out the virus? Qi Feng was taken aback and soon broke down in tears, cradling his head. His sister had never lived a good life alongside him. And now in this apocalypse, even death would not grant her a dignified "It's all my fault. I failed to take care of her properly." Luo Xiu sighed, patting Qi Feng on the shoulder. As he tidied up his medical kit, preparing to head downstairs to find his wife. Just as he reached the doorway, Xiaomoli spoke in a calm tone. At that moment, Qi Feng, who had been crouched on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet and rushed in front of Xiaomoli. What did you say? What can you do? He glared at her, his voice raised. Jiangwan forcefully pushed Qi Feng aside, reprimanding him coldly. What are you doing? Though their acquaintance had been brief, Jiangwan would not permit anyone to disrespect Xiaomoli, not even through raised voices. Under any circumstances, it was unacceptable. Xiaomoli looked at Qi Feng and said coolly, Your inability to extract it does not imply that I can save your sister, but I have never acted out of kindness. Qi Feng was momentarily stunned, then knelt before Xiaomoli. As long as you can save my sister, I, Qi Feng, will be yours for life, following you unwaveringly. Xiaomoli glanced at Jiangwan, who understood and stepped forward to address Qi Feng. To become Sister Xia's subordinate means your life and death are in her hands. Xiaomoli pointed at the girl lying on the bed. And her too. Chapter 20. I am merely a person, not an X-ray. Qi Feng nodded without hesitation, responding promptly. I am willing, but can we ask my sister once she awakens? Sha Moli suddenly smiled, walking over to Qi Shui and tapping her forehead. Surprisingly, Qi Shui opened her eyes groggily. Brother. Qi Feng was taken aback and hurriedly explained the situation to his sister. Brother, I believe you, I am willing. Qi Shui's gaze turned toward Sha Moli, then widened in shock. It's that silver-haired little girl. Qi Shui fainted again, this time from fright. Little Shui. Seeing his sister collapse, Qi Feng felt a surge of anxiety and quickly implored. We have both agreed. Please quickly save my sister. Sha Moli shook her head. There is no rush, I find human promises the least trustworthy. Qi Feng was momentarily taken aback, then asked, What do you want then? No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he felt a sharp pain in his forehead. And a drop of blood trickled out. He stared in astonishment, his mouth agape, as all words lodged in his throat simultaneously. A drop of blood also seeped from Qi Shui's head. The bond of life and death was sealed. Sha Moli slowly approached Qi Shui's bedside, meticulously examining her body, but she felt something was amiss. She grabbed Luo Xiao from beside her. You are a physician, could you please assess the situation? The cells within her body appear peculiar, continuously enlarging and dividing. After an extended silence, Luo Xiao remained mute, prompting Sha Moli to gaze at him with curiosity. Why are you not speaking? After a prolonged pause, Luo Xiao's face flushed crimson as he managed to utter, She is a capable young lady. I am merely a person, not an X-ray, unable to see beyond the skin. Sha Moli formed a seal with her petite hand and directly placed it upon Qi Shui's body. In an instant, the internal condition of Qi Shui's entire being was vividly revealed as if viewed through a powerful microscope. Luo Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment as he remarked to Sha Moli, What a remarkable skill! He then eagerly began his examination. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan and Qi Feng exchanged glances of disbelief. Jiang Wan smirked, wondering just how formidable Sha Moli's abilities truly were. She might as well be a creator. After a moment of meticulous study, Luo Xiao adjusted his glasses and stood, declaring, Her cells are gradually renewing, and their quality is tenfold that of before. Qi Feng inquired, What does that mean? Luo Xiao responded with uncertainty. Her body is undergoing self-healing. I surmise that your sister is awakening her extraordinary powers. At this juncture, we cannot eradicate the zombie virus within her, as it would disrupt her awakening process. Sha Moli nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Luo Xiao's assessment. However, Qi Feng grew anxious. I do not care whether my sister will awaken her powers. If this fever persists, she will perish. Before Sha Moli could respond, Jiang Wan interjected, You are now under the command of our sister Sha. You must heed her guidance, understand? Your incessant fretting will not prevent your sister from burning up. Besides, our sister Sha is right here. Your sister cannot die even if she wishes to. Just as Jiang Wan reprimanded Qi Feng, the old man Luo Xiao stealthily descended the stairs. Sha Moli cast a glance at Qi Feng and, in a rare moment of explanation, reassured him, Rest assured, your sister will be fine. Her persistent high fever likely indicates the process of her power awakening. Qi Feng was about to utter more when he caught sight of Jiang Wan's piercing gaze fixed upon him. Meanwhile, downstairs, Xiao Li had just prepared a bowl of dumpling soup and was about to serve it when the descending old man pulled her aside. What are you scheming, you old rascal? Luo Xiao glanced upstairs and whispered the earlier events into the old woman's ear. That girl may appear docile, but she is indeed a formidable individual. Xiao Li's expression turned to one of shock. Having lived together for 40 years, they knew each other intimately. She set down the large bowl in her hand and asked solemnly, Are you suggesting we follow her? Luo Xiao nodded. Her strength is formidable, and her medical skills are exceptional. Furthermore, she is willing to assist Qi Feng. Although we possess supplies, we cannot remain cooped up indefinitely. It has been 10 months since the apocalypse began, and the resources of every household are dwindling. Soon, our situation will become perilous. I lack any extraordinary abilities, and my dear wife, your powers are of little utility at the moment. Whether we encounter zombies or nefarious practitioners of supernatural abilities, we possess no means of resistance, rendering us utterly vulnerable. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Li concurred with the elder's assessment. However, the sole concern that plagued the elderly couple was the fear that at their advanced age, bereft of any combat prowess, they might be discarded. My dear, let us not dwell on such thoughts. First we should inquire, the elder urged. Xiao Li took a bowl and ascended the stairs, following Luo Xiao. She presented the items to Jiang Wan, and together with the elder, they explained their situation to Sha Moli. Upon hearing their plight, Sha Moli's expression remained inscrutable. To her, these two individuals held little allure. Observing her evident disinterest, Xiao Li hastily interjected, Miss, we have a considerable stockpile of supplies at home, sufficient to sustain us for over a decade, that we are willing to offer these resources solely for a place to call our own. Sha'amoli remained unmoved. While the supplies were indeed tempting, she could procure or seize such resources whenever she wished. Jiangwan glanced at the elderly couple, feeling a pang of sympathy. It was, after all, her father who had amassed such provisions upon the counsel of Dr. Luo Xiu, thus saving them in times of need. At a critical juncture, Jiangwan stepped forward and addressed Sha'amoli. Sister Sha, may I have a word? Sha'amoli turned her gaze toward her. Yes? Jiangwan continued, I believe it would be prudent for you to consider accepting Dr. Luo and his wife. Think about it. Accountant Xiao possesses water-based abilities, which our team currently lacks. While we have not yet experienced a water shortage, all our purification equipment has become inoperative due to power outages, leaving our water source tainted. That if we were to face a sudden cessation of water supply, we would be caught unprepared. Jiangwan's argument was compelling, and Qi Feng nodded in agreement. The Luo couple, too, felt a surge of excitement. Then, Sha'amoli raised her left hand, and water began to flow gently from her fingertips. Jiangwan was taken aback. Qi Feng gasped, while the Luo couple's faces fell in disappointment. Sister Sha, as the leader, it is unreasonable for you to undertake such laborious tasks. It is only fitting that you delegate these responsibilities. Jiangwan remarked. This statement caught Sha'amoli's attention. As the leader, it would be unbecoming for her to manage trivial matters such as water supply herself. Noticing a shift in Sha'amoli's demeanor, Jiangwan pressed on. Moreover, Dr. Luo possesses exceptional medical skills. Should anyone in our team sustain injuries in the future, you need not attend to their treatment personally. Sha'amoli turned her gaze toward Luo Xiu. Sister Sha, surely you cannot be so ruthless. Luo Xiu interjected hastily. My dear, no, Sister Sha, this young lady's ailment is not my primary area of expertise. My focus lies in surgery. If anyone were to suffer a broken arm or leg, I am entirely confident in my ability to heal them without leaving any lasting effects. Luo Xiu appeared to have an epiphany, suddenly growing more animated as he exclaimed, Sister Sha, in this apocalyptic world, the most scarce resources, aside from supplies, are medicinal products. We hail from a family of medicine. I not only possess the skills to concoct various surgical medications, but I am also capable of performing surgeries without anesthetics, ensuring the utmost safety for the patient. Before the cataclysm, Luo Xiu was renowned as a master surgeon throughout Shiyuan City. That moment, Sha'amoli suddenly smiled, revealing her satisfaction with this revelation. Luo Xiu's demeanor relaxed, seemingly reassured that he and his partner would be spared. However, Qi Feng inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, a sudden sense of foreboding enveloping him, just as he was about to rise and peer out the window. He found Sha Jie staring intently at him. Qi Feng was taken aback. Is there something you need, Sister Sha? Sha'amoli beckoned him closer with a flick of her finger. Qi Feng hurriedly approached her. Which hand do you use to eat? Momentarily bewildered by the question, he pointed to his right hand. Sha'amoli nodded with a smile, then abruptly seized his left hand. The room fell silent. Not even a breath could be heard. Qi Feng's eyes widened in shock, while Jiangwan covered her mouth in disbelief. A fleeting thought crossed Luo Xiu's mind. Surely Sister Sha could not be so deranged. With a sharp crack, the sound of bone fracturing echoed through the room. Qi Feng cried out in agony. The pain of having his arm forcibly broken was something only those who had endured it could understand. Caught entirely off guard, he was gripped by not only excruciating pain but also a sudden wave of terror, his screams piercing the air. Next door, Nan Menyi, who was diligently practicing and attempting to channel energy into his body, abruptly stood up, panic etched across his face as he scanned the surroundings. What on earth is happening outside? That scream is utterly horrifying. In that moment, he recalled the image of Sister Sha lunging at him with a knife, sending a shiver down his spine, making his skin crawl. Having broken Qi Feng's arm, Sha'amoli displayed little emotion, merely turning to Luo Xiu and stating calmly, within 3 days, if he does not become infected and shows signs of healing, I shall allow you both to remain. Luo Xiu swallowed hard, nodding vigorously. Qi Feng's face flushed crimson from the pain, yet he was not one to weep like Nan Menyi. He even mustered a strained smile towards Luo Xiu, saying, Dr. Luo, I appreciate your assistance. Sha'amoli regarded him with mild surprise, complimenting, not bad. You are quite the man. In the wake of her praise, Qi Feng became somewhat lost in himself, even flaunting his deformed arm. Dr. Luo, let us commence immediately. Luo Xiu, equally impressed, remarked, Young man, I have been a surgeon for 40 years and have encountered numerous patients. Many tremble in fear after anesthesia. You, however, are truly commendable, facing surgery without any anesthetic, unflinching in the face of pain. Suddenly, Qi Feng found himself immobilized, as Luo Xiu led him to the next room. It hurts. A sudden scream erupted from the next room. Dr. Luo, be gentle. Listening to the commotion next door, Jiangwan couldn't help but chuckle, reminded of Qi Feng's earlier antics though. Sister Sha, it seems this young lady has recovered from her fever. At that moment, Qi Shue's complexion had returned to normal, and her body temperature stabilized. Sha Emoli cast a glance and noted that Qi Shue was likely on the verge of awakening. Indeed, as Qi Feng continued to wail, Qi Shue slowly opened her eyes upon hearing the noise from next door. She furrowed her brow and weakly inquired, "What has happened to my brother?" Jiangwan quickly replied with a smile, "Little girl, your brother is fine. He merely had an unfortunate accident and broke his arm. He is currently receiving treatment next door." Qi Shue looked at Jiangwan with gratitude. "Thank you all." Soon after, Sha Moli's face reappeared before Qi Shue. Having fainted twice already, this time Qi Shue did not lose consciousness but turned pale with fright. Recalling the events of that day, she asked with a puzzled expression, "That day, I saw you get bitten by a zombie. Are you truly unharmed?" Sha Moli smiled faintly. "You mean those little cuties? How could they possibly harm me?" Qi Shue was taken aback, and even Jiangwan found it somewhat repulsive. Only Sister Sha could regard such grotesque creatures as adorable. Jiangwan chimed in with a laugh. "Our Sister Sha is exceptionally formidable. Those zombies are no match for her." "Thank you for saving me," Qi Shue expressed. Sha Emoli shook her head. "Did I? In truth, you saved yourself. Have a look at what abilities you have awakened." Qi Shue was momentarily stunned, then began to examine her own body. Soon realizing that she had indeed undergone some changes weakly, she extended a hand, revealing a small green halo in her palm. Jiangwan looked at the halo with curiosity. "What is this? Could it be a wood-type ability?" "It's a healing ability," Sha Emoli stated calmly, sensing a trace of restorative power emanating from the small green light. Qi Shue didn't fully comprehend it, yet a flicker of excitement crossed her eyes. With an ability, she would no longer feel useless. Remembering her promise to her brother, she turned earnestly to Sha Emoli. "Did I recall the promise I made to you before? You saved both my brother and me. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask." Sha Emoli regarded Qi Shue thoughtfully. "For now, I do not need your assistance. Focus on honing your abilities, and additionally, learn as much medical knowledge as you can from that old man next door. It will benefit your powers." "Thank you." Although Qi Shue had awakened her abilities, she was still weak from 5 days without food. After Sha Emoli departed, Jiangwan took the lump soup prepared by Accountant Xiao and fed her little by little. Qi Shue smiled. "Sister, I can manage on my own." "Thank you." She began to eat independently, starting with small spoonfuls, but soon she was gulping it down directly from the bowl. "Delicious?" Jiangwan's nose twitched, and saliva began to flow uncontrollably. The homely aroma was incomparable to instant noodles. Watching Qi Shue eat made her even hungrier. Sister Sha? Chapter 22. Dr. Luo is quite astute. Is this concoction the work of that old woman? Jiangwan smirked. The murder of Sister Sha was orchestrated by Accountant Xiao, who claimed it was a dish of gnocchi soup, a delicacy from her hometown. Sha Moli, however, stormed out in fury. At that moment, Xiao Li was in the adjacent room assisting her elderly husband with surgery. Upon raising her head, she was met with a pair of sparkling eyes. "Oh dear, that girl, no, Sister Sha, silence." Sha Moli snarled, causing Xiao Li to immediately cease her words. Then the young girl swiftly donned a cheerful expression and addressed her. "The gnocchi soup you made earlier, please prepare some more. Make a larger quantity." Sister Sha, we've run out of noodles." Her movements grew increasingly vigorous. A loud cry from Qi Feng echoed once more. Luo Xiu appeared visibly embarrassed. "My apologies, I mistakenly grabbed the wrong tool." Qi Feng sat there obediently, not daring to move as tears suddenly welled in his eyes, and a single droplet cascaded down. Damn it, that hurts. He could no longer contain himself. What bravado had he displayed earlier? Meanwhile, Jiangwan accompanied Xiao Li to her home. As soon as they entered, she was taken aback. After the main door swung open, another password-protected door awaited. A stainless steel barrier, exuding an aura of impenetrability. With a smile, Xiao Li explained, "When we sensed something amiss, my husband decided to add an extra layer of security, reinforcing the interior with stainless steel mesh." Upon entering, Jiangwan finally comprehended the meaning behind Accountant Xiao's earlier words. From the outside, the house appeared unremarkable. However, within lay a concealed complexity. Every window was sealed with iron mesh, and even within the confines of the house, the staircase was obstructed by iron barriers, complemented by a substantial iron door. Observing Jiangwan's scrutiny, Xiao Li remarked, "My husband fears that intruders might breach the inner sanctum, so he implemented additional protective measures." Jiangwan felt a sense of admiration. Even though her father initially trusted Dr. Luo's words, He merely considered stockpiling supplies. Had she thought to reinforce their home back then, perhaps it wouldn't have been so easily invaded. Yet, there are no remedies for regret in this world, and time does not reverse. Pondering such matters now serves no purpose. With a sigh, Jiangwan approached the staircase, awaiting Accountant Xiao to unlock the door and retrieve the noodles. Xiao Li, smiling, remarked, "The supplies aren't hidden up there." Jiangwan was taken aback. Xiao Li continued with a smile, "My husband said that if someone were to intrude, and we found ourselves unable to resist, we should conceal ourselves. The intruders would instinctively assume that all valuable items are upstairs. We have placed some there as bait, while in reality, all our supplies are right here. Follow me." Jiangwan was astounded. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in her mind. Indeed, the older generation is truly shrewd. Following Accountant Xiao to the storage room adjacent to the kitchen, she discovered a sparse collection of grains. Xiao Li glanced at Jiangwan. "Come, lend me a hand and help me carry these items away." As Jiangwan assisted in moving the objects from the floor, she realized her strength had significantly increased, prompting a spontaneous smile. Xiao Li was momentarily taken aback. "Miss Jiang, what are you laughing about?" Jiangwan gazed at Accountant Xiao and said, "Aunt Xiao, your choice alongside Uncle Luo is undoubtedly wise. Sister Xia is indeed a powerhouse among the strong in this apocalyptic world. Remaining by her side is our safest option. I even believe that perhaps we may achieve something remarkable in this dire time." Xiao Li nodded in agreement. "When your Uncle Luo mentioned it to me, I was utterly astonished. I never anticipated that such a young girl could possess such formidable strength. It seems that henceforth we two old folks must heed her guidance and strive to earn Sister Xia's protection." Jiangwan shook her head. "Aunt Xiao, Sister Xia will not accept those who are of no use." Xiao Li, recalling her water-based abilities, offered an awkward smile. "Aunt Xiao, since the onset of the apocalypse, I have yet to awaken any abilities, yet Sister Xia has bestowed upon me a manual for cultivation. I have only just begun, and already I possess the strength of a level 1 ability user." Xiao Li was taken aback. "Is that truly so?" Jiangwan nodded solemnly. "Though we are older, none wish to be the one who hinders progress." Suddenly, Xiao Li's eyes sparkled. "If Sister Xia were to take an interest in this old hag, I would willingly serve as her vanguard in this apocalypse, charging to the forefront." Jiangwan burst into laughter. "Aunt Xiao, I never would have guessed you harbored such fervor." "Haha, we certainly indulged in our fair share of martial arts novels in our youth." As they cleared the clutter from the storage room floor, they noticed Xiao Li crouch down, striking the ground a few times, causing a section of the floor to spring up. She revealed a concealed cellar beneath. Jiangwan was left speechless. "When we originally purchased this villa, we excavated a basement. In our hometown, we often stored items in cellars, which preserve things even better than a refrigerator. Who would have thought this cellar would prove so beneficial in the apocalypse?" The two descended the ladder to find an abundance of supplies, 200 bags each of rice and flour, 1,000 pounds of cooking oil, and various dried goods totaling several thousand pounds. Moreover, for the younger generation's preference for instant noodles, there were also several hundred boxes. Upon reaching the bottom, Xiao Li lit a nearby candle, and as they beheld the cellar brimming with provisions, Jiangwan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Impressive." Xiao Li felt a bit bashful. "S1 ages, even without the apocalypse, my husband and I have always preferred to stockpile supplies at home. Take whatever you wish to eat and head over to that young man's house. I shall prepare a meal for you." After 10 long months of seclusion, the elderly couple had not spoken to anyone, but now they were suddenly acquainted with many, especially with such a powerful figure as Sister Xia. Xiao Li felt a wave of relief wash over her and smiled at Jiang Ws for Xiao Li's generosity. Jiangwan did not hold back, grabbing a bag of flour and glancing at the jar of pickled vegetables nearby. "Aunt Xiao, these must be your homemade pickles, right?" Xiao Li nodded with a smile, placing the small jar of pickles into Jiangwan's arms, while she herself retrieved a box of instant noodles and a few bags of potato chips. "You youngsters should enjoy these. As for the chips, neither my husband nor I care for them, and they expire if left untouched." Jiangwan furrowed her brow. "Aunt Xiao, did you notice that a light seemed to be on in that house over there?" Xiao Li cast a glance in that direction, finding it shrouded in utter darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. Shaking her head, she remarked, "Could it be an illusion? It seems there is no one residing over there." In Chapter 23, A bowl of dumpling soup in the apocalypse, Jiangwan took another look, still met with an impenetrable blackness. She mumbled a few words before following Xiao Li into the house. At this moment, Qi Feng had completed his surgery, his hand suspended in front of his chest, secured with chopsticks. His face was flushed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, while Qi Shui, having acclimated to her newfound abilities, was dressed and busy wiping the sweat from Qi Feng's brow. Upon seeing the large pile of food the two carried, tears nearly brimmed in Qi Shui's eyes. "Thank you," she exclaimed, bowing deeply to Xiaoli. Xiaoli waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing at all. From now on we are all family. If you ever find yourself short on food, feel free to come to me," Xiaoli said with a warm smile. Xiaomei glanced at the time. "It's time to cook." "All right, I'll get right on it," Xiaoli replied as she entered the kitchen. Before long, the distinct aroma of freshly made noodles wafted through the air. Xiaomei inhaled deeply, confirming its delightful scent. Once prepared, Xiaoli ladled a bowl for Xiaomei first. Xiaomei remained silent, and the others hesitated to eat. Finally she spoke, "Make some more, so everyone can have their fill tonight. We have tasks to attend to in the morning." Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Yes, Sister Xia." Since her mother's passing, Jiang Wan had not tasted such homely flavors, though it was merely a simple bowl of dumpling soup. It brought tears to her eyes. The deeper her yearning for family, the stronger her resentment towards her uncle grew as they ate in silence. A sudden knock echoed at the door. Boss, what are you eating?" Xiaomei frowned slightly, gesturing for Jiang Wan to open the door. Nan Menyi entered, his nose twitching with curiosity. "Boss, I want to eat too." To her surprise, Xiaomei smiled and glanced at Xiaoli. "Prepare some for him. Let him eat to his heart's content." Nan Menyi's face lit up. Thank you, boss. See, the boss treats me differently." Xiaoli was taken aback, observing the handsome young man with intrigue. Over the past few hours, she had come to understand that no matter the situation, nothing seemed to shake Xiaomei's composure, except for this striking young man. Xiaoli resumed her culinary endeavors, while Jiang Wan introduced Nan Menyi to the Qi siblings and the Luo couple, with everyone exchanging pleasantries. At this moment, Xiaoli had prepared a pot of dumpling soup and served a bowl to Nan Menyi. "Hey, isn't this pearl white jade soup? It's just missing a few ingredients. I had it at a barbecue restaurant in a city. It tasted wonderful. Yours is missing quite a bit. No tomatoes or eggs." Xiaoli chuckled. "You young lad, it's been 10 months since the apocalypse began. Where would we find those ingredients?" Nan Menyi, however, appeared puzzled. Coming from the Nanmen family, which was affluent and well-established, he had not suffered in terms of sustenance even during the apocalypse, and he could still enjoy fruits daily at the base. This has led to a rapid increase in dissatisfaction among many people within the base regarding him. Why should a spoiled rich heir enjoy such privileges, while a mere supernatural being must risk life and limb hunting zombies just to scrape by? Xiaoli was taken aback, and soon began to speculate about Nan Menyi's background. After all, in this apocalyptic world, those who could indulge in fresh fruit were certainly not ordinary individuals. "Young man, your family must be quite exceptional," she commented, instantly elevating Nan Menyi's status. "Indeed, madam, you possess discernment. I am the heir of the Nanmen clan. Have you heard of the Nanmen family? Asur's wealthiest. I am my father's late-in-life offspring and the sole scion of our lineage. That I have seen everything since childhood. And now my father has established the Nanmen base, attracting many powerful factions seeking his protection in exchange for supplies with fervor." Nan Menyi spoke, punctuating his words with grand gestures, even placing his foot on the table with bravado as he declared, "In my opinion, we should pledge our allegiance to my father. All those fine resources would be ours for the taking. With Sister Sha's prowess, we could easily command respect within the base." Xiaomei, casually toying with 2 purple crystal cores, regarded Nan Menyi with a bemused expression, instantly causing him to tense up. He quickly withdrew his foot and resumed his ingratiating tone. "Sister Xia," she replied nonchalantly, "I was merely jesting. What merits does the city base truly hold? I believe we would be better off following Sister Xia. That is the proper course." With that, Nan Menyi promptly sat down and began devouring the lumpy soup in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. "Oh, that lady, though your ingredients may be scarce, the flavor is indeed remarkable, rivaling that of our 5-star chefs at home." Jiang Wan chuckled and approached, giving Nan Menyi a light pat. "You should focus on eating. Be careful not to incur Sister Sha's wrath." Nan Menyi blinked a couple of times and resumed his meal with his head bowed. Xiaomei then turned her gaze towards Xiaoli. "Your culinary skills are commendable. You may stay on and be responsible for the cooking, while this lad assists you." Naturally, Xiaoli beamed with joy. "Thank you, Sister Xia." Nan Menyi glanced up at Sister Xia, then at the elderly lady before him, and inquired with confusion, "Boss, but I can't cook." "You can tend the fire," Xiaomei replied coolly. Xiaoli smiled and added, "Young man, it appears you are a fire element supernatural being after all." Nan Menyi's smile instantly faltered. "I am not a supernatural being. I am merely an ordinary person. The cultivation method I provide you will allow you to channel energy into your body and ignite flames. Though it may be somewhat challenging in battle, serving as a fire attendant should suffice." A spark of joy lit up Nan Menyi's face. Really? As for Xiao Li and her husband, they were left speechless. Sha Li paid them no mind and departed. Once the group had left, Xiao Li finally regained her composure and turned to her husband. Although he was a doctor, he lacked supernatural abilities. If he could learn Sister Sha's cultivation method like that young man, he would possess a means of self-preservation in this dire world. As the gazes of the two individuals met, Luo Xiao discerned the unspoken intentions of his beloved partner. Do not worry, my dear wife. As long as I can navigate this trial with Sister Sha through my medical skills, I shall conduct myself well henceforth. Sister Sha will not forget our contributions. Chapter 24. However, what sort of extraordinary ability is playing the piano? Without anesthesia, the conclusion of the surgical procedure left Qi Feng's arm feeling an intensified agony. Qi Shui, having recently awakened her healing abilities, though not yet fully adept, was nonetheless capable of alleviating her patient's suffering. Elder brother, allow me to assist you. Qi Feng nodded, his face a picture of gratitude. Xiao Shui, thank you. Qi Shui with an innocent expression, beamed joyfully. Elder brother, there is no need for formality. I am genuinely delighted to be able to assist you with my newly awakened abilities. Upon completing her words, Qi Shui extended her left hand, a faint green luminescence emanating from her palm, which she gently placed upon Qi Feng's arm. In the stillness of the night, save for the occasional shuffling of zombies, there was no sound to be heard. Nan Menyi, having practiced throughout the night and just beginning to sense a hint of energy, sat down and promptly fell asleep. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, causing Nan Menyi to tense his thighs and awaken in an instant. What on earth is happening? Qi Shui observed her elder brother, who was writhing in distress, a look of concern etching her features. Elder brother, are you in great pain? I shall do my utmost to ease your suffering. Upon seeing Qi Shui's green luminescence, Qi Feng recoiled in fear. Xiao Shui, do you truly grasp the method of healing? Qi Shui, somewhat uncertain, nodded perhaps. With a hopeful expression, she gazed at Qi Feng. Elder brother, would you allow me to try once more? One must ponder which brother could refuse when confronted with the beseeching gaze of his sister, her large watery eyes filled with pleading. Qi Feng, resigned, closed his eyes. Very well. The following morning, Sha Li gently patted her abdomen as she emerged from her room. Jiang Wan, carrying her instrument on her back, was already waiting downstairs. Sister Sha, shall we depart now? Sha Li nodded, opening the door to find the Qi siblings waiting at the threshold. Qi Feng appeared weary and despondent, while Qi Shui radiated excitement. Sister Sha, Sister Wan, I have fully mastered my extraordinary abilities, and I have uncovered a new frontier. Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What sort of new frontier? Qi Shui eagerly extended her hands. Her left hand glowed with a vibrant green light, while her right hand, though similarly green, was tinged with a hint of black mist. Jiang Wan looked on with fascination. Sister Sha, Sister Wan, I have just realized that my healing abilities can not only cure ailments but also serve as a lethal weapon. The green light signifies healing, but when the ability is reversed, the resulting green glow, now intertwined with darkness, can exponentially amplify human suffering, potentially leading to death. As Qi Shui spoke, Qi Feng trembled uncontrollably beside her. Jiang Wan, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, Xiao Shui, you are truly remarkable. How did you come to this discovery? Qi Shui scratched her head, feeling a bit bashful as she replied, I must credit my brother. He conducted a trial experiment on me last night. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan quickly covered her mouth, casting a sympathetic glance at the pallid Qi Feng standing nearby. Have you finished speaking? If so, we shall prepare to depart. Just before their departure, Sha Li lifted the still training Nan Menyi. Jiang Wan, filled with curiosity, inquired, Sister Sha, he has yet to harness the energy within. Bringing him along would only be a burden, wouldn't it? Qi Feng and Qi Shui, the sibling duo, shared the same perplexity. Sha Li merely smiled. He is essential. Unwilling to elaborate further, the group refrained from pressing her with more questions and proceeded to the site of their mission, a leisure square outside the villa district. After her observation, Sha Li noted that it was the area where the highest concentration of zombies congregated. Sister Sha, what is our task? Jiang Wan asked. Sha Li glanced at the group before responding, at present, your abilities are still quite limited. Your sole responsibility is to help me attract the zombies. In 1 hour, I expect to see 500 zombies in the square. Qi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Currently, there were already over 100 zombies in the square, including 2 second-level ones. How could they possibly attract an additional 400 zombies in just 1 hour? Jiang Wan, on the other hand, wore a puzzled expression, initially thinking Sister Sha intended for them to hunt zombies themselves, only to realize that she merely wanted them to assist in luring the creatures. Her lips tightened in understanding. Sister Cha must have perceived their low abilities and deemed solo hunting too perilous, hence assigning them the task of merely attracting deities. Jiangwan contemplated this. Qi Shui posed a crucial question. Sister Cha, the zombies in this vicinity have significantly dwindled, mostly congregating here. How do we attract so many within an hour? Sha Moli smiled, then kicked the sleeping Nan Menyi awake. Dada. Who dares to kick me? Nan Menyi, having been unable to sleep due to a persistent wailing the previous night, had only dozed off during his morning meditation. Upon being pulled from his reverie, he showed no reaction until now, when he was jolted awake, his face contorted in anger. Oh, it's you, Sister Cha. What splendid weather. Are you taking me out for some sun? Still unaware of the situation, he cheerfully addressed the surrounding group. Sha Moli beckoned the three Qi Feng, Qi Shui, and Jiang Wan, who approached with curiosity, uncertain of her intentions. Then they heard Sha Moli's calm voice. Nan Menyi, extend your arm. Dada. Nan Menyi, slightly confused, complied and stretched out his arm. Sister Cha, are you going to check my training progress? I must tell you, I almost grasped the essence of the world's spiritual energy this morning. I was merely a step away. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through him as he noticed a deep gash on his arm, blood gushing forth. Seemingly unsatisfied with the amount, Sha Moli made several more slashes. The anguished cries of Nan Menyi left Jiang Wan and the others frozen in shock. Jiang Wan wiped the still warm blood from her face, swallowing nervously as she stammered, Sister, what are you doing? Observing the three individuals, each smeared with considerable blood, Shalia nodded in satisfaction. His blood possessed an unusual allure for the zombies. Thus, it was imperative for you to swiftly attract all the nearby undead. Jiang Wan gazed towards the square, where the previously tranquil zombies had erupted into chaos, charging towards the group. Sister Shalia, do you see? She exclaimed at no worries, leave this to me. You all go ahead. By the way, you may engage with the zombies but do not kill them, or they will lose their freshness. Qi Feng was taken aback. What did Sister Shalia mean by that? What does not fresh imply? Jiang Wan swallowed hard, casting a sympathetic glance at Nan Menyi, who was sobbing while clutching his arm in pain. It was no wonder Sister Shalia had treated him so kindly last night, ensuring he was well fed. After the trio departed upon spotting the zombies within arm's reach, Nan Menyi began to shout once more, Sister Shalia, save me. Shalia rolled her eyes and unceremoniously tossed him against the wall. Gazing at Sister Shalia, who was voraciously feasting on the zombies below, Nan Menyi cried out again, Sister Shalia, I meant for you to heal me. I'm going to bleed to death soon. Shalia wiped the corner of her mouth and tossed a pill to him. Take this and then be silent. Nan Menyi scrambled to catch the pill as it fell, swallowed it hastily, and upon realizing he was no longer bleeding, he finally felt a sense of relief. Sister Shalia, you can do it. Shalia hummed a cheerful tune as she approached a second-tier zombie, delivering a powerful punch that shattered its skull. She then extracted 2 purple crystal cores from the shattered remains, tossing them into her mouth and savoring them with delight. Although it was not his first encounter with Sister Shalia slaying zombies, Nan Menyi still felt a wave of nausea rise within him, turning his head to vomit. Meanwhile, the trio that had ventured out to attract zombies initially believed the task to be rather simple. They thought they merely needed to lure the zombies without engaging in combat. Thus, they made their way to the once grandest mall in Shiyuan City, where, at the onset of the zombie outbreak, there had been no fewer than 1,000 zombies of all sizes inside. However, they had severely underestimated the potency of Nan Menyi's blood. Just as they arrived and before they could take any action, the zombies inside and outside the mall erupted into a frenzy, drawing in the surrounding undead as well. Facing the relentless pursuit of over 2,000 zombies, particularly the dozen or so second-tier zombies leading the horde, Jiang Wan nearly broke into tears. Qi Feng, what kind of idea is this? What are we to do now? Qi Feng, equally speechless, felt the weight of the situation, especially with a wounded arm and the exhaustion from the previous night's cries. Leaving his abilities nearly depleted among the three, he was the slowest runner. I had no idea that Brat's blood was so effective. He lamented at this moment. Only Qi Feng maintained a semblance of composure, while Jiang Wan and Qi Shui, being girls and newly awakened to their abilities, had seen little combat. The sheer number of zombies behind them made it a miracle that they could still run. Jiang Wan, what is your ability? Playing the piano. What? The siblings exclaimed in unison. Qi Shui stumbled, nearly caught by a zombie, but thanks to Jiang Wan's quick reflexes, she pulled her to safety. Sister Jiang Wan. Thank you. However, what kind of extraordinary ability is playing the piano? Is it related to music? Just as Jiang Wan was about to explain, she noticed the zombies behind them accelerating, on the verge of catching up with the three of them. No time for discussion, we must flee swiftly. Chapter 25. I am hungry. It is time to eat. Uncertain of how long they had been running, the three of them were already panting heavily. How much longer do we have? Qi Shui gasped that Qi Feng was equally exhausted, feeling as though his legs had lost all sensation. Just around the corner ahead. We'll reach our destination in 5 minutes. Jiang Wan was so fatigued that she could not utter a word. After drawing in her breath, her stamina had increased, yet it was limited. Her mind grew heavy, and she collapsed onto the ground. The zombies immediately converged upon her. Qi Shui let out a terrified scream. Sister Jiang Wan? The zombies chasing the two swiftly turned towards Jiang Wan, granting Qi Shui and Qi Feng a moment to catch their breath. Qi Shui was about to rush over but was seized by her brother's arm. Elder brother? Qi Feng's face was filled with urgency. Shui, if you go now, you will lose your life. Seeing the encroaching horde of zombies, tears streamed down Qi Shui's face. With a choked voice, she pleaded, Brother, just a moment ago, Sister Jiang Wan saved me. We cannot be ungrateful. Without heeding the hundreds of zombies surrounding them, Qi Shui dashed forward. Qi Feng was taken aback, but then he unsheathed the axe at his waist and charged after her. The brother and sister were suddenly embroiled in a fierce battle with the zombies. Brother, I've discovered that the green glow has a temporary paralyzing effect on the zombies. I will find a way to carve out a path. While they are immobilized, you take Sister Jiang Wan and escape quickly. Just as the siblings were on the verge of exhausting their abilities, a melodious sound of a zither filled the air. Sister, so obedient and sensible. Qi Feng shook his head vigorously. Glancing at his smiling sister beside him, he shouted, Shui, wake up quickly. Don't be enchanted by this music. Upon hearing Qi Feng's call, Qi Shui shook her head and regained her clarity. However, as soon as they returned to their senses, the siblings were astonished to see the previously roaring and biting zombies suddenly quieting down. Forming a circle and swaying slowly, thousands of zombies filled the entire street, swaying languidly to the sound of the zither. The scene was enough to leave anyone utterly dumbfounded. At the center of the circle, Jiang Wan played the guqin with grace. Qi Shui, gathering her courage, touched the nearest zombie. Brother, it shows no reaction. At that moment, both siblings heard Jiang Wan's voice. Sister Jiang Wan, what is happening? Qi Shui quickly inquired. The siblings cautiously made their way through the zombies to the center. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, Qi Feng felt an inexplicable stir in his heart. Surrounded by thousands of zombies, Jiang Wan remained calm and composed, playing the guqin as if she were a celestial being descending from the heavens. Qi Shui glanced at her brother and, somewhat exasperated, said, Brother, in this life-threatening moment, why are you still daydreaming? Qi Feng's face flushed, and he quickly turned away. Qi Feng Xiaoxue, my melody can temporarily control the zombies, but my current cultivation allows me only 5 minutes of this power. You must hurry and find Sister Sha. Qi Shui was taken aback. No, Jiang Wan, what will happen to you if we leave now? Jiang Wan, since your music can briefly subdue the zombies, is it possible for you to play while moving? Jiang Wan wore a helpless expression. My cultivation is too low. I cannot move. Qi Feng and Qi Shui exchanged glances with unwavering determination. Qi Feng said solemnly, I have a plan. He then proceeded to untie the bandage from his arm. Brother, what are you doing? Qi Shui and Jiang Wan both looked puzzled. Qi Feng then secured the guqin with the bandage around Jiang Wan's neck. Qi Feng, what are you doing? Ah! This exclamation escaped Jiang Wan in surprise. Ah! This cry came from Qi Feng in pain. Qi Feng hoisted Jiang Wan from behind and began to run forward. The sound of bones snapping echoed. In her panic, Jiang Wan struck a wrong note. The zombies erupted into chaos once more. Qi Feng, are you alright? Qi Feng gritted his teeth. I'm fine, just hold on and focus. Jiang Wan hurriedly composed herself and continued to play. The melodious notes filled the air again, gradually calming the zombies, who began to follow the three at a slow pace. Xiaoxue, I'm going to accelerate. Keep up. Qi Feng's arm was now contorted at an irregular angle, as if his bones might pierce through flesh. He could not endure much longer and had to quicken his pace. 5 minutes later, upon seeing the close figure of Sha Moli, Qi Feng stumbled and fell to the ground. Jiang Wan, whom he was supporting, tumbled down as well, and the music abruptly ceased. Qi Shui froze for a moment before panic set in. Qi Feng and Jiang Wan quickly got to their feet, preparing to confront the oncoming zombies. However, to their astonishment, the previously ferocious zombies suddenly transformed into docile sheep, lining up as if awaiting inspection. Sha Moli's lips curled into a smile. This was the method she had devised for taming corpses based on her research in the demon taming record. Fortunately, Nan Menyi, who had been lurking in the corner, noticed the astonishment on Jiang Wan and the others' faces and laughed heartily. Why are you all so shocked? This is merely the tip of Sister Sha's iceberg of power. After saying this, he covered his mouth. Soon, when Sister Sha consumes the zombies, you will truly understand what shock means. Nan Menyi's words jolted the group back to reality. Jiang Wan quickly exclaimed, Sister Sha, please look at Qifeng. His arm has broken again. Sha Moli had been attuned to the happenings of the three and was fully aware of what transpired. Their reactions took her by surprise. She examined Qifeng's arm. Qifeng cried out in pain. That old man's medical skills are indeed remarkable. Had it not been for this mishap, your arm would have gradually healed within 3 days. Jiang Wan's face lit up with joy. Sister Sha, are you implying that Dr. Luo has passed your assessment? Sha Moli remained silent, indicating her approval. Then one could see Sha Moli gently touch Qifeng's arm, followed by a firm grip, accompanied by Qifeng's ear-splitting scream. Remarkably, his arm was restored, devoid of even a single wound. Qifeng appeared dazed, feeling his arm, which was perfectly intact, and he moved it without any pain. After speaking, Sha Moli glanced at the time. I am hungry. It is time to dine. Among the four, only Nan Menyi understood the implication of this statement and quickly covered his eyes. In contrast, Jiang Wan and the others looked on with confusion. Had they not just emerged? It had barely been an hour. Chapter 26. The Mountain of Dried Corpses. Qishue inquired, Sister Sha, are we leaving the zombies here? Upon hearing this, Sha Moli's eyes suddenly sparkled. You whose arm is injured should rest. You two will assist me during my meal. The two individuals called upon felt a surge of joy and promptly followed her. Arriving directly before the zombies, Sha Moli seated herself upon a bench in the square. Jiang Wan, standing to her right, wore a puzzled expression, while Qishue, to her left, appeared even more bewildered. Chanting a spell, Sha Moli summoned the zombies, who swiftly advanced towards them as they marched in formation. Qishue and Jiang Wan could even sense the acrid stench emanating from the zombies. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Qishue involuntarily wrinkled her brow. Jiang Wan, equally repulsed, pinched her nose and turned her head, striving to avert her gaze from the grotesque beings. What exactly was Sister Sha planning? Suddenly Sha Moli's cheerful voice rang out. Jiang Wan, play the tune. I wish to hear the first melody of the demon sound of 9 heavens, Dream of Shadows. Jiang Wan hurriedly crossed her legs and, picking up the guqin, began to play Dream of Shadows slowly. This piece, the first melody of the demon sound of 9 heavens, was precisely what Jiang Wan was currently practicing, although she lacked the skill for the subsequent movements as the enchanting melody filled the air. Qishue's demeanor noticeably softened, however. The scene that unfolded next would etch itself indelibly into her memory. A female zombie, with only half a head remaining, staggered towards Sha Moli, swaying to the harmonious tune. Yet, in the next moment, the female zombie stood beside her, its decaying arm merely 10 centimeters away. Qishue froze, turning her gaze sideways. The seemingly innocent and beautiful Sha Moli was, with a look of satisfaction, embracing the zombie's neck, voraciously gnawing and swallowing. When Qishue attempted to scream, she realized her throat could produce no sound beside her. Jiang Wan was similarly stunned, her mind momentarily blank, her fingers instinctively continuing to pluck the strings of the guqin. A few seconds later, Qishue felt something being thrust into her arms. Then she heard Sha Moli's voice. Discard it. Qishue was taken aback, looking down to see the female zombie, which had now transformed into a dried corpse, its protruding white eyeballs glaring at her menacingly. Startled, Qishue quickly hurled the corpse away, only to have a male zombie thrust into her embrace, its emaciated head sagging against her shoulder. Throw it away. Thus, with the collaboration of the three, after more than 2 hours, the meal was finally concluded. Sha Moli smacked her lips in satisfaction. Delightful. At this moment, Qishue appeared to be still reeling from shock, her hands incessantly mimicking the motion of hurling zombies. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan continued to play her melody. Having previously witnessed Sister Sha's fierce demeanor, she was not rendered speechless by fear. Rather, the prolonged performance had left her fingers numb. Upon leaving, Sha Moli noticed the two remained motionless and unleashed a wave of magical energy. Only then did they react. Qishue ceased her actions and glanced at Sha Moli before surveying the mountain of corpses behind her. Overcome, she suddenly knelt and began to retch. Jiang Wan, initially faring better, was soon beset by nausea upon witnessing Qishue's distress and the grotesque pile of zombies behind her, leading her to succumb as well. The pair retched for a good 10 minutes before finally regaining their composure, leaning on each other as they staggered to follow Sister Sha. They arrived at the location of Qifeng and Nan Menyi, who, with Qifeng's assistance, had just descended from the wall. Upon noticing Sister Sha's approach, Nan Menyi rushed over with a servile expression at Qishue. Her face pale, inquired, Nan Men, where is my brother? Nan Menyi exhibited a typical trait. He was utterly transfixed in the presence of a beauty. Upon Qishue's question, he eagerly moved closer, saying, Xiao Shui, your brother is just behind. Qishue peered past Nan Menyi, her view mostly obstructed. Revealing only her brother's rear end with confusion, she asked, "What on earth is wrong with my elder brother?" Nan Menyi quickly turned to stand alongside Qi Shui, replying, "Your brother may have fainted. He was retching and must have dozed off in that position." At that moment, Qi Feng was indeed bent over, his head resting on the ground, surrounded by remnants of his own vomit. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Wan stifled her discomfort and swiftly turned her head away. Qi Shui's eyes widened in horror as she recalled the corpses in her arms, the decaying flesh, and the incessant swallowing sounds from Sister Sha. The sight of her brother's vomit became the final straw, and she instinctively covered her mouth, just as she realized she was facing the direction of her brother's expulsion. And that split second, she managed to avert her gaze. Nan Menyi cried out, feeling a sticky substance on his face, unsure where to place his hands, resorting to frantic shouts. Qi Shui, attempting to offer assistance to Nan Menyi, found herself lacking a suitable item to wipe with, and feeling a wave of nausea, followed Sister Sha instead. By the time Nan Menyi regained his composure and ceased his cries, he wiped his eyes with a finger, only to discover that everyone had moved on. "Boss, wait for me," he exclaimed in a fearful tone as he hurried after them. Upon returning home, Xiao Li was busy preparing lunch. Nan Menyi's first reaction upon entering was to shout, "Old lady, please hurry and fetch me some water." Xiao Li glanced at him, noting that Sister Sha and the others remained silent, engrossed in their cooking, and did not respond. Nan Menyi shouted again, "Old lady, are you deaf?" Still there was no reply. "Oh dear Aunt Xiao, could you please give me some water to wash up?" "Sister Xiao." Suddenly a powerful jet of water surged forth, propelling Nan Menyi outwards. Xiao Li, wielding a spatula, followed him outside with an expression of disgust. "Sister Sha, I shall give him a bath." "Oh dear, how could you, old lady, blast it right up my nose. Is this a high-pressure water gun? Why does it hurt so much?" "Oh dear, I was wrong. Ciao grandmother, ciao auntie, I shall address you however you wish." Inside the house, the trio watching the commotion erupted in laughter. Jiang Wan could no longer contain herself, followed by Qi Shui, and finally, even Sha Emoli couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. At the dinner table, Qi Feng devoured his food ravenously, having expended an immense amount of energy today. As for Nan Menyi, he appeared somewhat distracted, his face swollen and red from the water barrage inflicted by Chao grandmother. Suddenly, Sha Emoli set down her chopsticks and directed her gaze at Jiang Wan, saying, "What do you mean by that, Sister Sha?" questioned Luo Xiu. Although the two had previously expressed their willingness to contribute all their resources, it was still necessary for her to accept from both of them. Now it was just the old woman left with tasks to attend to, and he had yet to undergo any trial, hadn't he? Chapter 27. Storage rings. At that moment, Qi Shui interjected with a smile. "Grandfather Luo, Sister Sha mentioned today that you have passed your trial, and now you are also one of Sister Sha's subordinates." Luo Xiu was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He stood up. "Thank you, Sister Sha." Sha Emoli cast a glance at him and said nonchalantly, "Your surgical techniques are indeed commendable. I have never witnessed such methods before. This medical tome can guide you in your cultivation. If mastered, your prowess shall rival that of Qi Feng and the others." Luo Xiu was astonished, then took the ancient text, marveling at its significance. These ancient texts and techniques were personally bestowed upon her by various powerful factions during her tumultuous days in the cultivation realm, all in hopes of appeasing her wrath. How glorious those days had been. After the elderly couple, Luo Xiu and Xiao Li, forged a life and death pact, Sha Emoli produced 2 storage rings. "This by Boju is perfectly suited for your cultivation. Water is gentle yet lethal, and its ripples can upheave the world. Here are 2 storage rings. Xiao Li, you shall manage logistics, ensuring you carry ample supplies. Luo Xiu, as a physician, this ring will facilitate your transport of medicines. Furthermore, do not hoard resources. Qi Shui has awakened her healing abilities and possesses excellent comprehension. You both should study this medical text together, sharing knowledge, for there is only benefit and no detriment." As for Qi Shui, "Once you truly become a healer capable of saving lives, seek me out for your storage ring." Though Sha Emoli often appeared somewhat lacking in empathy, she was nonetheless thorough in her considerations for her subordinates. The elderly couple, still in shock, took a moment to recover before excitedly exclaiming, "Thank you, Sister Sha. Thank you, Sister Sha." Qi Shui also stood, expressing her respect. "Yes. Regarding the storage rings, should you have any inquiries, consult Jiang Wan. In my absence, she will be the sole authority here and the proprietor of all resources. Xiao Li, should you find yourself in need of anything, do not hesitate to ask Jiang Wan." Jiang Wan was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Sha Emoli with a hint of surprise. Her eyes reddened, and she felt a surge of emotion. She had never anticipated that she would hold such a significant place in Sha Jia's heart. Thank you, Sha Jia, I will not let you down. Sha Moli lowered her head and continued to eat her meal. Perhaps it was because Jiang Wan resembled Ling Yin in many ways. Sha Moli's words ignited the passion of everyone at the dining table, including Nan Menyi. Boss! Nan Menyi exclaimed loudly, sliding down to kneel at Sha Moli's feet. Boss, I also want a storage ring, what do you think? After speaking, Nan Menyi blinked incessantly, wearing a fawning expression. Among all the subordinates present, only Qi Shui, Jiang Wan, and the Luo Xiu couple possessed storage rings. The only ones without were Qi Feng and Nan Menyi. Sha Moli played with the chopsticks in her hand. A storage ring? You say? I have plenty. I can give you one. The storage ring that Jiang Wan possessed had the largest space, being a celestial artifact capable of containing several Shiyuan cities. Sha Moli herself owned only a few such rings. However, the rings of the others were failed products created by her second brother when he was forging magical items, with spaces of only a few hundred square meters, accumulating into a small mountain in her own storage. Thank you, Sha Jia. Nan Menyi quickly extended his hands. Sha Moli produced a ring and tossed it directly into Qi Feng's hands, along with a book of wind-based techniques. Qi Feng was momentarily stunned. Taking a while to react, he immediately knelt down. Thank you, Sha Jia. Nan Menyi, however, was left dumbfounded. Then he heard Sha Moli's voice drift over, indifferent. You are truly a waste. Giving this ring to you would be a waste. If you can successfully draw in Qi before the moon is full tonight, I will give you the ring. Nan Menyi's expression froze and he nodded heavily. All right, I will begin my cultivation right away. Without further ado, Nan Menyi abandoned his meal and moved aside, sitting cross-legged to commence his training. Sha Moli's eyes flickered. This lad actually possesses decent talent. He is beneath Qi Feng, yet above the others. However, he has far too many flaws. On the first day, he was stimulated at the base and took his training seriously, but once he grew accustomed to this place, he began to relax, forgetting all grievances and ambitions. Such a person requires supervision to cultivate properly. Jiang Wan. Sha Jia, I'm here. From today onward you will cultivate together. Feel free to communicate if there is anything you do not understand. Understood, Sha Jia, Jiang Wan replied earnestly. Soon Sha Moli's voice echoed in her mind once more. Mainly keep an eye on that lad. Nan Menyi, if he does not train diligently, you are to discipline him. Jiang Wan was taken aback, then nodded in response to Sha Moli. Sha Jia really has great abilities, able to speak in my mind. After the meal, the group discussed and decided to make Sha Jia's place their stronghold. The Luo Xiu couple and Qi Feng planned to move in as well. Living in one's own home is undoubtedly comfortable, but in this apocalyptic world, nothing surpasses the importance of safety. The villa belonging to Jiang Wan consists of 3 stories and encompasses a total of 8 bedrooms. The first floor lacks any sleeping quarters, featuring instead a spacious study and an adjacent reception room. The second and third floors each contain 4 bedrooms. Currently, both Sha Moli and Jiang Wan are residing on the second floor. Originally, Jiang Wan had arranged for the Luo couple and Qi Shui to occupy the second floor, while Qi Feng and Nan Menyi were set to stay on the third floor. However, Nan Menyi, despite being engrossed in his cultivation, could not resist eavesdropping and, with a bit of trickery, managed to swap rooms with the Luo couple. The second floor, being on the same level as the leader, undoubtedly offers greater security. Sha Moli, with her arms crossed, gazed intently at Nan Menyi, who was energetically bouncing around the living room. A shiver ran through her. Heh, leader, I shall commence my cultivation now. Meanwhile, the spacious living room had transformed into a communal space for everyone to practice. Jiang Wan stepped forward and said, Sister Sha, I will accompany Dr. Luo to gather some supplies. Sha Moli nodded in agreement. Upon re-entering the home of the Luo couple, Jiang Wan could not help but express her sentiments. Uncle Luo, Aunt Xiao, without Sister Sha here, your home would undoubtedly be the safest fortress in this neighborhood. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu suddenly recalled something and sighed. I once discussed this matter with your father. He claimed I was being overly cautious, but little did I expect that as he spoke, he paused in confusion. Xiao Wan, your father thought I was making a mountain out of a molehill, yet he still heeded my advice and procured a significant amount of supplies. Logically, your family of 3 should have no issues sustaining themselves for a lifetime. What exactly transpired? Chapter 28. Moving in together, Jiang Wan's eyes turned red, and she recounted the events that had unfolded. After listening, Luo Xiu was so enraged that he threw down the items he had been organizing. Rascal! I always suspected your uncle was not a good person, idling away his days and begging your father for money when he ran out. I had long advised your father to keep his distance from such a person. He should not be indulged. Glancing at the tearful Jiang Wan, Xiao Li tugged at Luo Xiu's sleeve. Old man, what good is it to say such things now? Then, Xiao Li wiped away her tears and embraced Jiang Wan. Wan, the deceased cannot be revived in this apocalyptic world. Your survival is the greatest hope of your parents. If you do not mind, consider your uncle Luo and me as your surrogate parents. Held in Xiao Li's embrace, Jiang Wan momentarily felt the warmth of a mother, and she collapsed into her arms, weeping uncontrollably. It took a considerable time for her emotions to settle. All right, I am fine now. Aunt Xiao, Uncle Luo, thank you both. Let us attend to pressing matters, otherwise Sister Xia will become anxious. The two nodded eagerly. Compared to Qi Feng and Qi Shui, they had lived here for decades, amassing an overwhelming number of belongings. Observing the elderly couple bringing along even their scratcher, Jiang Wan could not help but chuckle. That scratcher has been with your uncle for quite some time. Xiao Li laughed as well. Older folks tend to be sentimental. They even hesitate to discard a cup. The couple's belongings took 3 trips to move, nearly filling their designated bedroom to capacity. Regarding the supplies, Jiang Wan did not take everything away. Instead, she left half for Xiao Li, instructing her to store it in her own space when the time came. Meanwhile, Qi Shui had already nestled into her bed next door. There was no need to worry about food or safety. That night marked the most peaceful slumber Qi Shui had experienced since the onset of the apocalypse. In the living room on the first floor, a flicker of flame suddenly appeared in the darkness. Gazing at the small spark he had painstakingly cultivated at his fingertips, Nan Menyi sprang to his feet and hurried upstairs. Bang bang bang. Boss, I did it! He exclaimed excitedly. Simultaneously, Qi Shui and Jiang Wan emerged from their rooms. Rubbing her eyes, Qi Shui looked at Nan Menyi with exasperation, saying, Nan Mengu, what time is it? Why are you waking up Sister Xia? Jiang Wan, stifling a yawn, added with a tone of resignation, Nan Menyi, can't you check the time and save whatever you have to say for tomorrow? Nan Menyi, however, appeared frantic. No, I can't. Sister Xia said I must draw in energy before the full moon, or else my storage space will be lost. After saying this, he resumed his vigorous knocking on Xia Moli's door. Boss, please come out. Inside, Xia Moli abruptly sat up, her aura menacing. The door swung open suddenly, and Nan Menye's face lit up with joy. Boss, you finally came out. I have already drawn in the energy. Look. He summoned the true fire within him, and a flame erupted from his fingertip. Xia Moli's expression remained impassive, her face shrouded in shadows. Jiang Wan instinctively adjusted her clothing. Boss? She queried. Then, Xia Moli took a deep breath and effortlessly lifted Nan Menyi by the waistband, hoisting him sideways. Boss, what are you doing? He exclaimed, the action executed in one fluid motion. Outside, Nan Menye's voice boomed. Boss, isn't it still before the full moon? Curious, Qi Shui peeked outside and remarked, 3 months post-apocalypse. Haven't the sun and moon both disappeared? Suddenly, a hush fell over the first floor, as Nan Menyi realized there was indeed no moon in sight. After about half an hour of silence, Nan Menye's cries echoed once more. Help! There are zombies! At that moment, Qi Feng descended from upstairs, and Jiang Wan and Qi Shui stepped outside again. Just as they were about to rush to his aid, Xia Moli's voice resonated in everyone's ears. He has just drawn in energy. With the strength of a level 1 fire elemental, he can handle 2 level 1 zombies on his own. This was not the first time Jiang Wan received such telepathic communication. She remained relatively composed, observing the two beside her, who appeared momentarily stunned. She smiled and said, this is merely Sister Xia's little trick. Meanwhile, Nan Menyi, trapped outside, took one look at the zombies and bolted, having frequently been bullied. Running away had become second nature to him. However, deterred by the bracelet on Nan Menye's wrist, the 2 zombies refrained from attacking directly, instead choosing to observe quietly. Just as he reached a spot he deemed safe, the sound of the zombies' rasping breaths reached his ears. Having been zombies for so long, they had developed a modicum of intelligence. Upon their realization that no advanced zombies were present, Nan Menyi dashed forward. Oh my goodness, Xia, save me! Immediately an amusing scene unfolded. Nan Menyi desperately ran ahead while 2 zombies crazily pursued him from behind. 2 hours later, Shamoli noticed that Nan Menyi was still fleeing, and she couldn't help but chuckle in bed. What species is this kid exactly? Qi Feng, Jiang Wan, and the couple Luo Xiu are all quite intelligent humans, she mused, shaking her head and lightly waving her small hand. Suddenly, the 2 zombies chasing Nan Menyi were infused with a trace of demonic energy from behind. Their eyes instantaneously turned blood red, and they levitated off the ground. Oh my, I must have enjoyed too much happiness in the first half of my life, leading to such a tumultuous fate in the latter half. Nan Menyi lamented as he continued his frantic escape, muttering under his breath, bang! A zombie flew directly at him, and caught off guard, he collided with it and fell to the ground. Oh dear! Nan Menyi cursed as he glanced behind him, only to see another zombie suddenly appear before him. Another one? Rising to his feet, he stared at the zombie before him, a chill creeping up his spine. He quickly turned his head to glance back to no zombies in sight. Nan Menyi promptly patted his chest. Thank goodness, none below. Chapter 29 Boss help? The zombies can fly. Ugh, who is so annoying kicking me? What are you doing at a time like this? Stop messing around. Just before him, at a distance of less than 10 centimeters from his eyes, a pair of pitch-black feet appeared. Nan Menyi blinked twice and swallowed hard. Hey there, big guy, you really should trim your toenails. He chuckled. After saying this, he took off running again. Oh my goodness, boss, help! The zombies can fly. Jiangwan opened her eyes and took a deep breath. Looking out the window, she was taken aback when she saw the flying zombies. However, since Shajia had given instructions, she knew Nan Menyi was certainly not in danger. But this kid truly knows how to make a racket. As she stepped into the living room, she couldn't help but laugh. The Qi siblings sat on the sofa, both wearing expressions of despair. Qi Feng was sitting cross-legged in meditation, while Qi Shui was engrossed in a medical book. Upon seeing Jiangwan emerge, Qi Shui asked helplessly, Sister Jiangwan, you're not asleep either. Jiangwan smiled wryly. How could I sleep with all that racket outside? It's as noisy as a festival. Haha, Qi Shui covered her mouth and laughed. Rubbing her eyes, Qi Shui looked at the dimly lit room. Jiangwan adjusted the candle to brighten it a bit. The illumination was still quite limited. Xiao Shui, don't look at it too long. The light is too dim, it's not good for your eyes. The candle was something Jiangwan had found among the supplies that Shajia had tossed out. Qi Shui set down her book, closed her eyes tightly, but the noise outside continued, making it impossible for Qi Feng to focus on his meditation. They had no choice but to sit together on the sofa. Suddenly, Qi Shui laughed and pulled out a box of playing cards from under the coffee table. Looking at Jiangwan with a grin. Sister Jiangwan, do you know how to play do diju? Jiangwan's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement. 4 twos and 2 kings. Inside the room, 3 individuals were engrossed in an enthusiastic game of do diju. Outside, Nan Menyi had ceased his escape, as he experienced a cramp in his thigh. 2 zombies lunged at him without hesitation. Nan Menyi swiftly extended his hand in defense, and a flicker of flame suddenly appeared in his palm. Momentarily taken aback, he glanced again at his hand and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I am no longer an ordinary person. The technique bestowed upon me by my leader has been cultivated to the first tier. You 2 scoundrels have pursued me for so long. Let me show you how I will deal with you. With sleeves rolled up, Nan Menyi launched an assault on the 2 zombies, igniting the air with a faint glow of fire. Jiangwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the 3 had settled into bed, a knock resounded at the door. Leader, I have eradicated the zombies. May I come in for a sip of water? Behind Nan Menyi, the 2 zombies lay charred to a crisp, their remains a gruesome sight. The following morning, Nan Menyi was soundly asleep in bed. Except for Luo Xiao and his wife, who were on the 3rd floor listening to the radio, Jiangwan and the others bore the weary appearance of panda eyes. However, Sha Meili looked quite well rested, having set up a soundproof barrier in her room the previous night. Sister Sha, let us have breakfast first. Who let that fellow in this morning? Xiao Li was taken aback. Then nervously replied, Sister Sha, it was me, as I needed his flames to cook. Sha Meili nodded in acknowledgement, saying little else. The breakfast spread on the table was quite lavish. Beijing chicken wraps without vegetables, scallion pancakes, pickled cabbage buns accompanied by millet porridge and side dishes of pickled vegetables, spicy kimchi and cucumber sticks, all prepared by Xiao Li. Wow, Aunt Xiao, you are amazing, Qi Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Even before the apocalypse my breakfasts were never this abundant. Qi Feng felt a bit embarrassed. Before the end of the world he had been engrossed in work while Qi Shui was still in school, and their breakfasts were typically bought from street vendors. Sha Meili nodded in satisfaction. Jiangwan smiled and said, Aunt Xiao, your culinary skills are truly commendable. Despite the scarcity of ingredients, the taste is exceptional. Hearing the praises, Xiao Li beamed with joy. People are often like this. They fear their efforts may go unrecognized, but once they receive acknowledgement, their sense of happiness is magnified. Feeling a bit shy, Xiao Li remarked, it's a pity there are no fresh vegetables or meats available now. Otherwise our meals could be even more delightful. Suddenly, Sha Meili paused with her chopsticks. Jiangwan, Xiao Li, please calculate how long our supplies will last. Or should we procure additional resources? Yes, Sister Sha. Jiangwan and Xiao Li immediately set down their chopsticks, preparing to assess their supplies. Let us eat first, we can discuss this afterward. Yes, Sister Sha. Jiangwan and Xiao Li resumed their seats, exchanging a glance. Initially, Sha Meili gave the impression of being cold and unyielding, But over time Jiang Wan discovered that beneath her seemingly aloof demeanor, she was, in fact, a kind-hearted little sorceress. After the meal, Qi Shui began to tidy up the dishes, while Qiao Li and Jiang Wan verified the supplies. Qi Feng and Luo Xiu assisted nearby. An hour later, Jiang Wan approached the meditative Shajia with a notebook in hand to report. Shajia, our storage of grains such as rice and flour is quite abundant, sufficient to meet the needs of our small group for the next 5 years. Since we have all acquired extraordinary abilities, our consumption of food has increased significantly. Otherwise, these supplies could last over a decade. As for instant noodles and other quick meals, we have an ample stock, though we are lacking in daily necessities like candles, towels, and toiletries. Furthermore, we possess no vegetables, meat, or eggs whatsoever. Sha Emoli opened her eyes. Apart from the delightful little foods in this world, she was also quite satisfied with these daily essentials, especially the toothpaste, which was far superior to the teeth-cleaning stones of the demon realm. In the demon realm, there was no such thing as tooth powder. Regardless of the level of the demon, brushing teeth was done with a stone, merely bitten into upon waking. As for the items Qiao Li mentioned, she felt a pang of desire. With that thought, Sha Emoli inquired, where might we find these items? Jiang Wan pondered for a moment before responding. Fresh vegetables, meat, and eggs would be easier to store if we had electricity. However, given the prolonged power outage, even if meat processing plants or markets have these goods, they would surely have spoiled by now. As for daily necessities, large supermarkets should have them, so locating those should not be too difficult. Qi Shui and the others nodded in agreement. Jiang Wan was correct. Sha Emoli turned her gaze to Qi Feng. Qi Feng, what are your thoughts? Qi Feng considered for a moment before saying, indeed, fresh produce is currently quite hard to come by. As for large supermarkets, it has been 10 months since the apocalypse began, and they have long been emptied by various ability teams. Just as Jiang Wan and the others felt disheartened, Qi Feng continued. However, I do know of a few large supermarket storage bases, which contain supplies many times that of a regular store. Chapter 30. Storage base. In the past, Qi Feng, as a fitness coach, was handsome, well-built, and had a gentle disposition, making him quite popular among female trainees at the gym. Among them was a female owner of a large chain supermarket, who held a favorable impression of Qi Feng. The two often dined together and chatted privately. According to the female owner, apart from fresh products, her supermarket stocked large quantities of goods in storage, and she had once mentioned the location of the storage. Qi Feng reflected and added, however, considering how long it has been since the apocalypse, I am uncertain whether the supplies there have been discovered or if their owner has moved them elsewhere. After all, resources are scarce. Unless the female owner has turned into a zombie and no longer needs these supplies, while others have not found them, perhaps these resources remained. As everyone contemplated this, Nan Menyi suddenly interjected with an air of arrogance. I say, you all are mistaken. Just because there's a power outage doesn't mean we can't have fresh fruits and vegetables. At the base we still receive fruit supplies every day. Sha Emoli's interest was piqued. She was quite curious about the fruits Nan Menyi mentioned. The demonic realm is permeated with malevolent energy, and aside from the 100 Flowers Valley, the rest of the land is barren. The only instance when she indulged in fruit was when she stealthily partook of it in the secluded garden of a cultivation sect in the realm of immortals. How do you manage to preserve those things? Jiang Wan inquired curiously. Nan Menyi with a proud expression replied, what affluent family lacks a few ice cellars and cold storage facilities? Our household possesses several, all situated underground. These preserved items taste significantly better than those kept in a refrigerator. Moreover, at the onset of the apocalypse, several spatial ability users emerged in our family, allowing us to raid numerous fresh produce supermarkets early on. As Nan Menyi spoke, he suddenly paused, noticing the somewhat fearful gaze of Sister Sha. Boss, why are you staring at me like that? Hearing Nan Menyi mention their abundance of fresh fruits, Sha Emoli's eyes turned a vivid shade of green, genuinely glowing with envy. Nan Menyi felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, wishing he could slap himself. Why did he choose to boast at this moment? Boss, I am your most favored little brother. If you were to seize my family's possessions, I would be left with no will to live. Sha Emoli narrowed her eyes. Your fate is not yours to dictate. Nan Menyi was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of despair. Boss, is there no room for negotiation? Sha Emoli rose and gazed out the window. Aside from your family, do we have any other options? Nan Menyi grasped his yellow hair tightly, urging himself to think quickly. Otherwise, before Wang Lei and Su's families could rebel, their base would be toppled by Sister Sha. Suddenly, a light flickered in his eyes at Su, Lei, and Wang families. Boss, there are plenty of formidable forces in a city's base, including the Su family, the Wang family, and the Lei family. Each possesses their own ice cellars, and many within their clans also have spatial abilities. Upon saying this, Nan Menye's face broke into a mischievous grin. To my knowledge, Su family's young lady, Suing, is a spatial ability user. All the treasures of her family should be in her possession. A smirk crept onto Sha Moli's lips as she stroked her smooth, fair chin. Very well, for the next few days you shall focus on your cultivation. Once you attain the strength of second-tier ability users, we shall seize her treasures. Long live the boss. Among the group, the one most elated was Nan Menyi, who even mentally praised his own cleverness. Chi Feng pondered the matter of the storage base and asked, Sister Sha, are we still going to the storage base? Sha Moli turned around. Yes, of course. We shall set off first thing tomorrow morning. Sha Moli was in high spirits and pulled out several purple crystal nuclei. Tossing them into her mouth, however, one must first be well fed to work effectively. Jiang Wan, Qi Shui, attend to my meal. Upon finishing her statement, she strode out. Jiang Wan and Qi Shui exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before walking out with expressions of disillusionment. Xiao Li chuckled and remarked, You two little girls, why are you not happy accompanying Sister Sha? Getting closer to her is undoubtedly a good thing. Luo Xiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, both of us wish to serve Sister Sha at mealtime, yet she doesn't require it. Jiang Wan and Qi Shui exchanged a knowing look. Why don't you two go instead? Xiao Li paused in surprise before rising to her feet. Alas, might Sister Sha agree? Then I shall inquire of her. To my astonishment, Sister Sha indeed consented. We ventured once more to the plaza. The previously vanquished zombies had been eradicated, yet the city remained besieged by many more. Within a day, the plaza was once again inundated with the undead. Xiao Li and Luo Xiu exchanged glances filled with trepidation at the sight of the nearby zombies, yet they feigned calmness in the presence of Sister Sha. Behind them, Jiang Wan followed with a despondent expression. Burdened by her guqin, Sister Sha had declared that mealtime necessitated the accompaniment of melodious music, else one would find it difficult to eat. As for Nan Menyi, his countenance was one of sheer despair. Observing the approach of Sister Sha with a knife in hand, he hastily covered his arm, exclaiming, Boss, let us deliberate. We cannot afford to bleed daily. A flash of silver. Ah! A scream resonated through the plaza within the villa. Qi Shui diligently studied medical texts, occasionally conducting experiments on her brother. Meanwhile, Qi Feng remained tirelessly engrossed in his cultivation, aspiring to soon ascend to the rank of a level 2 ability user. The door creaked open and Sister Sha, with a look of satisfaction, ascended the stairs to rest, while Jiang Wan supported the lethargic Nan Menyi behind her. Xiao Li and her husband, pale-faced, assisted each other as they entered. After a lengthy pause, Xiao Li finally stammered, Shui Wan, I have contemplated this matter. My husband and I are of an advanced age. It is perhaps best we remain home to cook. Indeed. Luo Xiu fervently nodded in agreement. The couple finally comprehended why the two young ladies exhibited such resistance to the notion of venturing outside. Recalling the earlier scene, they could not contain themselves and rushed outside to expel the contents of their stomachs once more. In the suburbs of Shiyuan City, at the storage base, numerous warehouses dotted the landscape, and aside from the guards, there were scarcely any souls present. After the apocalypse, this place was considered relatively safe. At that moment, outside the storage facility, two teams of ability users were embroiled in a heated argument. A woman clad in revealing attire, heavily made up, was vociferously berating the opposing team, confident in her numerical superiority. How shameless! This is clearly our territory. If you have any sense, you will vacate immediately. The leader of the opposing team, a man clad in camouflage, scoffed disdainfully. Beside him stood a tall woman with phoenix eyes, who was equally unyielding, retorting defiantly, It bears your name, does it? You claim it is yours? We arrived first. This place rightfully belongs to us. The flamboyant woman drew her weapon, a cleaver. Bah! What nonsense! You better get out of my way, or this cleaver will show no mercy. The woman across from her chuckled. Oh, how amusing! In this apocalypse, you still brandish a cleaver, do you not? With that, she hurled a fireball, striking the ground near the flamboyant woman's feet. Unable to restrain herself, the flamboyant woman brandished her cleaver, shouting, Brothers, this insolent wench dares to look down on us. Let us annihilate them. Chapter 31. Zhao Buju Lu Gang, keep your women in check. If she continues her prattle, I shall end her. A man emerged hastily from behind, delivering two sharp slaps to the woman. I won't tolerate your nonsense. Apologize to the boss at once. The alluring woman wore an unwilling expression, yet being merely an ordinary individual, her opportunity to join this extraordinary team stemmed from her association with Lu Gang. I'm sorry, boss, I merely wished for my brothers to have access to more supplies. Upon observing the woman's submissiveness, the men across burst into laughter. The tall woman laughed the loudest, calling out, With that bravado of yours, I assumed you were the leader of this team. Turns out, You're nothing at all. Now is not the time for you women to bicker. One of the men interjected that I've inspected this. It's a solid steel door equipped with a combination lock. Why don't we join forces to break it open and share the supplies within? What do you all think? Zui glanced at the boss. Do you think what he said is credible? The man in camouflage, unwilling to rely solely on the man's words, took his subordinates to inspect the scene. Finding the situation indeed as the man had described, he turned to a rather plain-looking man behind him and whispered a query. Upon receiving a shake of the head in response, he smiled and said, "We agree with what our brother proposed. However, we should discuss how to divide the supplies beforehand." Just as both parties were embroiled in another dispute over the division of supplies, two off-road vehicles were parked 100 meters away on the highway. Qifeng lowered his binoculars, puzzled. Sister Sha, the storage base is undeniably here, but it's peculiar that Lu Gang and his crew are also present. Qishui queried. Lu Gang, the little hoodlum from upstairs? Qifeng nodded. Nan Manai scoffed. He is just a petty thug. What's there to fear? I'll go take him down right now. Qifeng smiled wryly. Though merely a small-time delinquent, Lu Gang had awakened lightning abilities in the post-apocalyptic world, making him exceedingly formidable. Many inside were from their own neighborhood, comprising both ability users and a few ordinary folks. As for the leading man, Qifeng did not recognize him. However, the tattoo on his arm bore resemblance to a local gang's insignia. When Sha Moli and her 7 companions arrived, the two factions had reached a consensus and were collaborating to breach the door. Suddenly, a melodious tune floated through the air. What the hell? Who's playing the piano now? The leaders of both groups brightened at the sound. What a beautiful young lady. Seeing his brother's eyes glaze over, Zui quickly nudged him. Boss, is this really the time for you to be smitten? Afterward, Zui turned to Sha Moli's group and shouted, "This area has already been claimed by us. You should be on your way." The man, regaining his composure, cleared his throat. Our two teams are currently launching an attack on this storage facility. We must breach the door to gain entry. If the young lady doesn't mind, why not join our team? We can split the supplies equally. Zoe was momentarily stunned, her face a picture of astonishment as she gazed at her elder brother. Brother, have you lost your mind? How come I never noticed your obsequious tendencies before? Stung by his younger sister's words, Shan Lang found himself at a loss for words, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Meanwhile, a man nearby cast a lascivious glance at Shamoli, as well as the two striking women accompanying her. In this post-apocalyptic world, beautiful women were not merely objects of leisure, they could even serve as commodities for trade, especially when it came to 3 such exquisite women, particularly the one in front, a girl whose beauty was so flawless it was beyond reproach. If he were to present her to the leader of the S-City base, wouldn't his admission to the base be a certainty? As for the other two, he thought he might keep them around for a few days of amusement before. The man's thoughts grew increasingly vile, and suddenly he spat, a wicked grin spreading across his face. You know, lass, your entrance was quite ostentatious, especially with that little girl playing the piano. Upon hearing this, his companions erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Look, isn't that Qifeng? So, it turns out he didn't bring us along because he fancied that pretty girl. Exactly. It was all for that, wasn't it? Acting like a paragon of virtue back then. But the laughter abruptly ceased as Jiangwan stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to the man. With an icy demeanor, she declared, "This is the lesson you deserve for disrespecting Sister Sha. Should you utter another insolent word, you may find your life forfeit." Zoe and Shan Lang were taken aback. Only one with a modicum of strength, this woman was indeed formidable. Zoe's gaze towards Jiangwan was tinged with newfound admiration. The man who had been struck was Zhao Buju, the second in command of a local gang in Shiyuan City before the apocalypse. When the calamity struck and the leader turned into a zombie, he ascended to power, leading the remaining brothers on a path of lawlessness, exploiting the weak and amassing considerable resources, attracting small-time thugs like Lu Gang to join his ranks. Thus growing increasingly powerful, though none among them were virtuous, Zhao Buju stood momentarily dazed before screaming in agony, "You bitch, how dare you hit me?" As he opened his mouth, 4 of his prominent front teeth fell out. Qishui couldn't contain herself, bursting into laughter. Of ha ha ha. Zhao Buju was enraged. Lu Gang, you lot, go teach them a lesson. Leave those women, the rest, kill them all. Yes, boss. Lu Gang and his companions' eyes gleamed with excitement. At that moment, Shamoli calmly remarked, "You all go ahead, it's a good opportunity to hone your recent training. Compared to zombies, these cunning humans will better enhance your combat skills." Understood, Sister Sha, they all replied in unison. Feeling a bit anxious about her first fight, Qishui fumbled around her person for a while before removing her decorative belt to use as a weapon. Jiangwan, on the other hand, unfastened the cord that held her guqin around her neck, cradling the instrument in her arms. Qi Feng, however, opted for simplicity, wielding the blood-stained iron axe he had used previously. The most astonishing Luo Xiao, wielding a silver needle measuring over 1/2 meter in length. "Uncle Luo, what is this?" Qi Shui exclaimed in utter astonishment. Luo Xiao, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. He chuckled. "Well, this is merely for self-defense. Before the apocalypse, I had a friend forge this for me. It's a needle made of high-density steel, capable of easily penetrating bone, and I've coated it with a potent toxin. When the fighting begins, please keep your distance from this old man." After his words, those nearby instinctively stepped away from Luo Xiao. Lu Gang and his companions were momentarily dumbfounded, shouting loudly, "What are you all dawdling for? Are you going to fight or not?" Nan Menyi jumped forward, pulling out 2 finely honed kitchen knives from his pocket, his face a mask of ferocity. "What are you whining about, you useless fool? Can't you see we're preparing for battle? Don't you need to get ready as well?" Chapter 32. A bunch of comical fighters. After speaking, Nan Menyi clashed the 2 knives together, creating a spark. "Brother, what exactly is our preparation for battle?" he inquired, only to be met with his brother's furious glare, resulting in a swift slap to the face. "What preparation, you good for nothing? You can't do anything right." This time not only did Qi Shui and her group burst into laughter, but even Zui Yi's side joined in. Zui covered her mouth, whispering. Single Lang is completely oblivious to his sister's words. His gaze fixed intently on Sha Amoli. She is the girl of his dreams, his lifelong beloved, and he must find a way to win her heart. As Zhang Wan and her companions were preparing to venture into battle, Xiao Li suddenly called out to Nan Menyi. "Hey, did you take those kitchen knives from the kitchen?" Nan Menyi nodded. "Of course, old Xiao, I told you not to be so stingy. These knives won't break. I'll return them after I'm done." Xiao Li's expression shifted dramatically. "How can that be? Using a knife that has been stained with blood to cut vegetables. Don't you find that repulsive?" Nan Menyi shook his head. "What's the big deal?" However, Sha Amoli's demeanor grew icy. "Nan Menyi, hand them over. I will not allow those knives to be tainted by the disgusting essence of humanity." Nan Menyi was taken aback. "Boss, you can't be serious. The zombies are utterly revolting, yet you bite into them directly. Aren't we humans much better than the zombies?" As soon as he finished speaking, the kitchen knives were snatched from his hands by Sha Amoli, vanishing in an instant. Nan Menyi, on the other hand, found himself kicked into Lu Gang's embrace. Staring wide-eyed at Lu Gang, they exchanged bewildered glances for a moment. Lu Gang finally reacted, exclaiming "Goodness!" as he tossed Nan Menyi away. Fortunately, Qi Feng was quick-witted enough to catch him. Once set down, Nan Menyi shot a resentful glance at Sha Amoli. "Boss, you really need to reconsider this habit of throwing people into your arms." Just as he finished, Lu Gang swung his large knife towards Nan Menyi's head. "Damn it, are you trying to take my life?" Infuriated, Nan Menyi retaliated by hurling 2 fireballs that struck Lu Gang squarely on the head. At this moment, the remaining members on Zhao Buju's side rushed over, and a fierce skirmish erupted between the 2 factions. Luo Xiao, wielding a 1/2 meter long steel needle, charged forward, targeting anyone who struck his fancy with a swift jab. Xiao Li took a deep breath and retrieved her weapon from behind her waist, a nearly 1 meter long, high-density steel ladle. Sha Amoli curled her lips into a smirk. "Heh, Sister Sha, I customized this weapon with the old man, so I'm off now." Sha Amoli nodded in acknowledgement. With a loud shout, Xiao Li dashed into the fray. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the battle scenes playing in Sha Amoli's mind seemed incongruous with the chaos unfolding before her. Lu Gang had been singed into a frizzy mess by Nan Menyi, who in turn was left charred and smoking from Lu Gang's electric assault. Seizing an opportunity, Luo Xiao stealthily jabbed Lu Gang's backside, causing him to collapse to the ground, unconscious. It was Qi Shui's first experience of combat, and her lack of experience, coupled with her healing abilities not being primarily offensive, left her somewhat flustered. A fire-based ability user launched a fireball at Qi Shui, only for it to be swept away by a gust from Qi Feng. In the ensuing chaos, Qi Feng collided with Nan Menyi, who was frantically patting down the flames on his chest. "Oh dear Qi Feng, watch where you're going!" Nan Menyi shouted, laughter bubbling forth. "Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. Where did these clowns come from?" Zui turned to see that her older brother had vanished. Looking up, she found him fawning over a young girl. As Sha Amoli observed this exchange with a bemused expression, Dan Lang seized the opportunity to approach her. "Greetings, I am Dan Lang from Basis.it. Would be a privilege to make your acquaintance." Sha Amoli averted her gaze, continuing to watch the peculiar battle, which, despite its absurdity, held a certain charm. Ignored, Dan Lang mustered his courage to speak again. That I am a level 2 fire user. Our squad is classified as an SS level ability team at the base. Noticing Sha Li's lack of response, he added with a smile, you haven't joined the base, have you? Otherwise, you would know that ability teams are categorized by rank from F to SSS. Our team ranks among the most formidable in the base, boasting 3 level 2 fire users, 1 level 2 lightning user, and a space user. In a post-apocalyptic world, teams with a space user are quite rare, and our squad strength. Zui appeared somewhat dazed, while Dan Lang's face flushed crimson. As the captain of an SS level ability team, he was accustomed to being treated with deference, even by the base leader. He had never faced such humiliation before. Laughter erupted from his teammates behind him, deepening his embarrassment. What are you laughing at? Get ready for battle. Zui chimed in with a teasing tone. What's this? Brother, are you not going to show some compassion? Dan Lang cleared his throat. What I meant to convey is that if they falter in battle, we must be prepared to rescue them. Those individuals do not appear to be benign, and initially, I had no intention of collaborating with them. Zui glanced at Sha Li and nodded in agreement. Indeed, if I were to choose a partner, I would certainly prefer a beautiful woman, for there is something undeniably pleasing to the eye. Shan Lang's face flushed anew. Zui suddenly paused, then with a wry smile remarked, Brother, it seems the lovely lady no longer requires your assistance. Shan Lang lifted his gaze, only to behold that the individuals accompanying Sha Li had achieved a resounding victory. As for Zhao Buju's subordinates, they lay sprawled upon the ground, wailing in agony, some with smoke rising from their heads, others spewing flames from their mouths, and still others lying motionless. At that moment, Luo Xiao, armed with a needle, proceeded to poke each of them while muttering, You lot are making such a racket. It's south enough to drive one mad. Zhao Buju's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you worthless fools still doing at the back? Hurry up and get over here. Following Zhao Buju were 4 or 5 ordinary individuals without any supernatural abilities, most of whom were women. The alluring dame who had just been encircling Lu Gang now, upon seeing him lying on the ground, lifeless and unknown, pounced onto Zhao Buju, exclaiming, Brother, we have no powers. Wouldn't it be folly to rush in and meet our demise? She said with a sweet, delicate tone. Zhao Buju cast a sidelong glance at her and promptly kicked her aside. With your pitiful self, I wouldn't even touch you if you were offered for free. He then glanced at Sha Li and the others, a glint of malice in his eyes. Nan Menyi smirked. You'd best hurry. If you delay, we might just take our leave. Zhao Buju clenched his fists and unleashed his wind-based powers to flee. The remaining ordinary individuals immediately fell into a state of panic. Chapter 33. She will realize her mistakes. One woman, who had previously mocked Qifeng, awkwardly spoke up. Qifeng, considering we once resided in the same community and have fought alongside one another, could you possibly spare our lives? Among the 5 were 3 young women, an elderly lady, and a middle-aged man. Qifeng's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Weren't you just boasting with great bravado? Why didn't you mention we were from the same neighborhood then? Qifeng grasped his axe, and beside him, Luo Xiao raised his large needle and said at an opportune moment, Qifeng, since you are acquainted with them, would you like me to poke them to death? It won't hurt a bit. Seeing that Qifeng truly intended to kill them, the group instantly panicked and fell to their knees, tears and snot flowing as they pleaded, Qifeng, considering our previous encounters, could you just let us go? Bang. Ladies, no, I mean beautiful ladies, it's a pleasure to see you again. Zhao Buju swallowed hard and suddenly knelt before Sha Li and her companions. Dear brothers and sisters, I was truly mistaken. Forgive my ignorance. I should never have offended you. Sha Li's expression remained impassive as she calmly stated, You handle these matters. I will go check on the warehouse. Luo Xiao stepped forward with his needle, asserting, I say we shouldn't linger on their prattling. We are in the apocalypse now. That if we spare them today, who knows if they might kill us tomorrow. Qifeng nodded in agreement. Having endured the brutalities of a post-apocalyptic world, Qifeng profoundly understands the treachery of human nature. Over the past 10 months, have not the lessons he has learned sufficed? Qifeng brandished his axe and strode towards a group of people. Suddenly, Qi Shui grasped her brother's arm. Brother, they are ultimately just ordinary individuals, devoid of any supernatural abilities. They pose no threat to us in the future. Taking a deep breath, Qi Shui found it unbearable to witness the slaughter among humanity, especially when the faces were familiar. She pleaded on behalf of FEW. An elderly woman abruptly slapped her own face several times, reddening it instantly. Qifeng, I am heartless and ungrateful. I apologize to you and your sister for my previous actions. Considering I once cradled you in my arms as a child, please spare my life. At my age, I have little time left. Indeed, Xiao Shui, do you remember that time when you fell ill with a fever as a child? There were no taxis available in the dead of night, and it was your uncle who drove you to the hospital, do you recall? The speaker was a man who had once driven a taxi. Qi Shui, unable to find a cab during the late hours, had her father knock on his door, where he had demanded an exorbitant fare. 3 times the normal rate, however. Young Qi Shui remained oblivious to this. All she remembered was that it was this uncle who had taken her to the hospital. Xiao Shui, please let us go. Zhao Buju, sensing the girl's naivety, quickly chimed in. Qi Shui's eyes reddened as she glanced at her brother. Brother. Qifeng, feeling a sense of helplessness, replied. Xiao Shui, haven't you encountered such situations often since the apocalypse? I do not wish to admonish you further. It was precisely due to Qi Shui's frequent acts of kindness that this group had latched onto her brother. Nan Manai smirked slightly. With such tricks, they can only deceive a naive girl like you. Qi Shui lifted her gaze to Nan Manai. You, a young master, do you truly understand the sufferings of the world? Nan Manai was taken aback. Qi Shui, do not be oblivious to the good intentions of others. Fine, I shall not intervene. Do as you please. He stepped aside in a huff. Jiang Wan approached with a smile and patted Qi Shui on the shoulder. Xiao Shui, the apocalypse. Yet before she could complete her sentence, the voice of Sha Amoli echoed in her mind, prompting an abrupt change in her tone. Xiao Shui, proceed as you see fit. If you wish to kill them, then do so. If you wish to spare them, then let them go. With that, Jiang Wan walked directly towards Sha Jia. The others looked at one another before following Jiang Wan. Qi Shui, observing the retreating figures, realized that her stance was not shared by the group. She then turned to her brother and asked, Brother, why are their hearts so hardened? Qifeng understood that no matter what he said, his sister would not listen. He could only smile and shake his head. Sha Amoli watched the fleeing figures with an impassive expression. Qi Shui helped the elderly woman to her feet. Madam, you must leave quickly, and remember to always be a good person. Zhao Buju was the first to turn and flee. Qi Shui continued, I have heard that many places have established bases where ordinary people seek refuge. In the future, individuals like Zhao Buju should be avoided at all costs. The old woman nodded vigorously, her eyes once again brimming with pleading. Xiao Shui, I implore you for one more favor. The journey to the base is long, and without food we truly cannot endure it. What do you think? Xiao Shui sighed and took out some instant noodles from her space, handing them over to them. Thank you, Xiao Shui, I am truly grateful. Observing the situation, Jiang Wan sighed. Sister Sha, this child Xiao Shui is excessively kind-hearted. Such a disposition is not advantageous in the apocalypse. Sha Amoli patted the steel password door. She will come to understand her mistakes. Jiang Wan, somewhat puzzled, suddenly brightened her eyes. Is this the reason you urged me not to involve myself in this matter earlier? As Sha Amoli and the others prepared to attack, Dan Lang and Zui approached with their group. Zui spoke directly. I say if you kill them all, it will only leave our 2 teams to cooperate. We have the numbers, and you are outnumbered. We want to take advantage of you. Let us split it 3 to 7. With us taking 3 and you taking 7. What do you think? Zui believed her division was already quite fair. Their group consisted of 12 people, including 4 second-level abilities. As for Sha Amoli's side, they had observed during the battle that all were first-level abilities. Even if that beautiful girl possessed higher skills, she had only 1 second-level ability. Zui's proposal was also influenced by her finding this group rather interesting. However, Sha Amoli remained silent, not even granting Zui a glance. Ignored, Zui let out a cold laugh. What exactly do you mean? With just a few first-level abilities you lack the strength to breach this door. Without our assistance you won't even be able to enter, let alone access the supplies inside. Chapter 34. Boss, don't bleed me dry. Let us take a day off. Noticing her sister's tone had turned cold, Dan Lang hurriedly interjected. Zui, let me talk to them. As Dan Lang stepped forward, Sha Amoli suddenly gestured for him to stop. Nan Minyu pushed the others back, saying, Step back. Can't you see our boss is about to break the door? If you're too close and get hurt, don't blame us. Nan Minyu had a smug expression. Jiang Wan and the others quickly retreated, leaving only Sha Amoli standing before the door. Zui sneered, I'm curious to see how your boss plans to break the door. It will be a good opportunity for me, a second-level ability holder, to learn. Sha Amoli placed her small hand on the steel door and softly intoned, Break? Who do you think you are? With just one word, the door will. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door shattered. Zui's words caught in her throat, her eyes widening in disbelief. No way. It really shattered? Everyone in Zui and Dan Lang's team froze, staring in astonishment. Both Zui and Dan Lang attempted to step forward to assess the situation, only to be halted by Qifeng. 2 individuals, this door was opened by us, and it has nothing to do with you. Zui held my breath, biting my lip, my fists clenched, the power within my palms ready to erupt. Wow! with Sha Moli leading her group inside. Jiang Wan and Qi Shui gasped in unison. The sight was truly astonishing. Thousands of square meters of storage, an endless expanse of supplies. Moreover, every section was meticulously labeled. Snack area, beverage section, clothing zone, grains and oils. Everything one could desire from a large supermarket, except for fresh produce. Hearing the commotion within, Zui Yi's resolve strengthened. In this apocalyptic era, what morality could still be upheld? Just as she was about to make her move, she was suddenly restrained by her older brother. Dan Lang, realizing that the pretty young girl inside was the leader of this group, called out loudly, "Miss, we can purchase the supplies inside with crystal cores." Sha Moli instantly appeared in front of Dan Lang. He was taken aback by her speed. Could it be that this girl was a level 2 wind elemental? Xiao Zi. Dan Lang's face was filled with confusion. Who is Xiao Zi? Qi Feng interjected, it refers to a level 2 crystal core. Dan Lang paused, then chuckled wryly. You can't be serious. Level 2 crystal cores are incredibly precious that we barely have enough for our own cultivation, let alone for trade. Besides, I only possess a few dozen level 2 cores. Zui produced a handful of level 1 cores. What about level 1 zombies? We could offer more. In the early days of the apocalypse, level 1 zombies did not possess crystal cores, but as they gradually evolved, they began to contain cores within them. However, the energy of these cores was negligible compared to that of level 2 zombie cores, essentially devoid of power, only slightly better than stones. Sha Moli merely glanced at them before turning her head away. To her, level 2 zombies were akin to peanuts, while level 1 zombies were mere pebbles, utterly useless, merely a nuisance. Jiang Wan spoke up. Level 1 cores hold no value for us. Zui was taken aback, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. You are rather arrogant, aren't you? Don't think that a trick to breach the door allows you to flaunt before us. Level 1 cores are the universal currency in the base. Collect the supplies. Sha Moli simply tossed out 3 words before stepping into the warehouse. Jiang Wan and her companions promptly followed suit. Zui, in a fit of fury, threw a few punches in the air before striding after them. Dan Lang intended to call his sister back, but she was already ignoring him. Bang! What was that? Dan Lang's team rushed forward, only to see a faint black halo at the entrance. Any contact would result in a recoil. What kind of ability is this? I've never seen anything like it. The group began to discuss fervently. After examining it closely for a moment, Dan Lang remarked, it must be some sort of barrier, consuming its own power to keep us at bay. Everyone obey my command. Unleash your abilities on this halo. I refuse to believe she has enough energy to sustain it for long. Zui was the first to launch a fireball attack. Yet the glowing orb exhibited no response whatsoever. Zui, a dual-element ability wielder, possessed a secondary fire ability and a primary space ability. After half an hour of relentless assaults from the 12 individuals, the orb not only showed no signs of weakening but appeared to solidify even further. What on earth is this thing? Feeling somewhat drained, Zui hastily seated herself to recover. While the others were all panting heavily, Zui glanced inward at her spatial capacity and said in a low voice, it's fine. Even if there are space ability users among them, they cannot contain much with such a vast storage. When the time comes, as long as I have the opportunity to enter, filling my space will be a matter of mere moments. With this thought in mind, Zui turned her gaze to a man behind her. Their eyes met, and he nodded in acknowledgement. The man was also a dual ability wielder, possessing both water and space abilities. On the surface, Zui appeared to be the sole space ability user within the team, yet in reality, there were 2 each time they undertook a mission. They would stealthily hoard ample supplies right under the base's nose. Now that Zui had come to this realization, she simply settled at the entrance to restore her powers inside the room. The others wore expressions of sheer excitement. The supplies here were sufficient for them to survive for an extended period. You all go ahead and gather. Once you're done. Just as she spoke, Sha Moli unexpectedly let out a loud belch. She turned to glance at the barrier set at the entrance. A mischievous smile gracing her face. The energy they had just unleashed against the orb had been absorbed into her body, enhancing her own strength. To her surprise, these individuals were formidable, and she had overindulged. Sha Moli suddenly chuckled, delighting in transforming this energy into her own magical power. However, while she laughed, the others stood frozen in shock. Sister Sha was actually laughing? And in such a peculiar manner? Among them, Nan Menyi was the most frightened, as he lunged forward to cling to Sha Moli's leg. Boss, I beg you. Sha Moli looked at Nan Menyi with a hint of confusion. Boss, please don't drain my energy. Let us take a day off. The sight of the child was utterly pitiful, prompting Xiaoli to wipe her eyes. Sha Moli promptly kicked Nan Menyi away and continued, saying, "The resources here are abundant. You all should fill your spaces first." The rest were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, yet none moved. In the apocalypse, what is the value of resources? As long as one is well supplied, they can recruit and build their own power. Chapter 35. Exchange of resources. Blankets and winter clothes. Those great powers held their resources firmly in their grasp. But what had Sister Cha just said? She actually urged them to fill their own spaces first. Chi Shui's eyes turned red, and Jiangwan sniffed back her tears. "Thank you, boss. Boss, you are too kind." Though Chi Feng did not outwardly express it, he felt deeply touched. He spoke earnestly. "Sister Cha, your trust in us means everything. I, Chi Feng, will never betray you in this lifetime." The others nodded in agreement. Sha Amoli appeared perplexed. "I naturally trust you. You are my subordinates, bound by life and death with a mere thought. You could be reduced to ashes." The crowd was momentarily stunned at that moment. It seemed they grasped the significance of the words spoken by Sister Cha in the past. From henceforth, life is mine to govern, and death shall also be my prerogative. Nan Menyi swallowed hard and, unafraid of death, inquired, "Sister Cha, were you just joking with me?" Sister Cha Amoli chuckled. "Care to give it a try?" Nan Menyi's expression froze, and he quickly waved his hands. No, Sister Cha, your invincible prowess is truly remarkable. I was merely jesting." After this brief interlude, everyone began to gather their supplies. The entire storage facility echoed with Nan Menyi's exuberant exclamations. "How delightful, it's simply exhilarating. Oh dear, why is it full so soon? Sister Cha, do you have a larger space? I haven't even had my fill yet." Jiangwan collected only some food and daily necessities. Otherwise, her space would not be filled even if she packed the entire warehouse. Hearing Nan Menyi's complaints made her realize that her space was indeed different from that of others. Suddenly, she sniffled again, reflecting on how kind Sister Cha was to her. Chi Feng also filled his space to capacity, gathering some instant food and a few knives for fruits and vegetables. Looking at the unsatisfied Nan Menyi, he chuckled, "Kid, be content. Even this mere 100 cubic meters of space is something that countless people would covet." Upon hearing this, Nan Menyi instantly beamed with joy. "Sister Cha, we've all filled our spaces." Sister Cha Amoli softly acknowledged, glancing around the warehouse where nearly every shelf still held items, leaving her with about half. "All right, let us head out." Jiangwan, puzzled, asked Sister Cha, "Aren't we taking those items?" If Sister Cha didn't want them, she could easily store them in her own space. Leaving them here would only benefit others. Just then, Sister Cha Amoli waved her hand, and the warehouse was instantly emptied, not a single shelf remaining. Wow! This display astonished everyone once again. They had to physically touch items to store them. Yet Sister Cha merely willed everything inside to vanish, and no wonder she had asked them to go first. Otherwise, with such a remarkable skill, where would they find their own supplies? Calculating the time, Sui figured they should be emerging soon and, together with the rather unremarkable-looking man, they squatted by the entrance, waiting. Suddenly, a shimmering portal flickered and vanished, and the two dashed inside. They were left utterly dumbfounded. "Zhuojie, what is this? Stand still. Did you all take everything from the warehouse, or is there truly nothing left?" Nan Menyi, still swaggering, replied, "We took everything. What can you do about it?" At this moment, Zhuoye's abilities had partially recovered, and a fireball began to slowly coalesce in her palm. "Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize." Before she could hurl the fireball, Sister Cha Amoli simply waved her hand. Extinguishing it, Zhuoye's eyes widened in panic, and even the most dim-witted among them could discern that this group was simply beyond their reach. Dan Lang hurried over to apologize to Sister Cha Amoli. "Esteemed one, we acted impulsively earlier. I sincerely apologize and humbly request the restoration of my sister's abilities." Upon glancing at them, Cha Amoli noted that her powers would naturally return in half an hour. "Thank you, esteemed one." Observing that Cha Amoli bore no ill intentions, Dan Lang hesitated and spoke. "Esteemed one, while we possess some resources, they are not abundant, particularly those for warmth. I have 52nd level crystal cores. Might you indicate how many blankets and warm clothing we could acquire?" The primary aim of our visit was indeed this. Upon seeing Xiaozi, Cha Amoli's mood brightened. 50. Zui immediately widened her eyes. "Why not just seize them? Those are second-level crystal cores, and they could be exchanged for 50 pieces of clothing. I say you lot, if you wish to trade, consider yourselves fortunate. Our leader is already being generous. Otherwise, with those second-level crystal cores, our leader could easily conjure one at will." Dan Lang grasped his sister's arm. With the recent drop in temperature, many in the base have already succumbed to colds. While a cold may not be grave under normal circumstances, in this post-apocalyptic world where medicine is scarce, Even a minor ailment could spell doom for an individual. We shall trade for 24 pieces of clothing and 26 blankets. 24 pieces of clothing would allow each member of our team to have 2, including myself and my sister. Captain, I am robust. I typically forego winter clothing, so do not trouble yourself on my account. You should keep 2 crystal cores for your training. Although Dan Lang had a penchant for appearances, he was an exceptionally capable captain. At the onset of the apocalypse, they had formed this small team and fought together for 10 months, forging deep bonds. Indeed, Captain, we only require 1 piece of clothing. 2 would necessitate extra laundering, which is quite a hassle. The others unanimously agreed. Zhuo Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She blinked twice and turned to the group, exclaiming, "What are you all clamoring about? Since the captain has arranged the trade, you shall wear them. You won't even have to wash them. Chang Hui will handle that. Moreover, in the future we shall not lack the means to hunt second-level zombies." Chang Hui is the only dual ability user in the team aside from Zhuo Yi. Dan Lang felt a surge of emotion, although he concealed it, maintaining a stern expression as he barked, "I am the captain. And you are the captain. This is an order. Should you disobey, you may leave my team." He then turned his gaze towards Sha Moli. "Esteemed one, here are the crystal cores. We kindly ask for the resources in return." Sha Moli exchanged a glance with Jiang Wan, who stepped forward to retrieve the warm clothing and blankets. Zhuo Yi accepted them without hesitation. Chapter 36. True power allows one to act freely. As they were about to depart, they were suddenly halted. The voice that spoke was that of Sha Moli. "You have completed your trade, yet I have not traded with you." Zhuo Yi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her equally bewildered elder brother before voicing her inquiry. "Did you not just plunder an extensive storage facility? What more do you require?" Sha Moli cast a look at Zhuo Yi, then at Chang Hui, who stood at the rear of the group. Under Sha Moli's intense gaze, Chang Hui felt an inexplicable discomfort. "Vegetables and fruits. Half of what you possess in your spatial storage." Zhuo Yi was taken aback once more and responded, "How do you know that I have vegetables and fruits in my space?" "I have always been able to see your spatial storage, including its contents," Sha Moli replied. Zhuo Yi, filled with doubt, glanced at her brother, who clearly shared her skepticism. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Yi declared, "In the absence of new cultivation methods, vegetables and fruits are the most scarce commodities in this apocalyptic world. I'm sorry, but we cannot acquiesce to your exchange request." On this matter, the siblings stood resolutely united in their stance. Sha Moli crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow, and then stated, "I am not one to coerce others. You may leave." Jiang Wan was somewhat perplexed, as this was not characteristic of Sister Sha. However, moments later, observing the group that was incessantly pacing in circles, she burst into laughter. "What exactly have you done to us?" The 12 individuals found themselves neatly ensnared within a 10-meter diameter circle. Zhuo Yi gazed anxiously at the barrier that resembled the entrance, her expression fraught with concern. "Did you not say you would not force us? What is the meaning of this? Just because you possess overwhelming strength, does that grant you license to act as you please?" Sha Moli blinked twice. "I did not compel you to exchange with me. But you are correct in one regard. Possessing formidable strength does indeed permit one to act with impunity." With that, Sha Moli flashed an evil smile, waved her left hand, and a swarm of horned, pitch-black monstrosities emerged from the ground, roaring towards Zhuo Yi and her companions. "What on earth is that? It looks even more repulsive than zombies." Sha Moli's expression suddenly turned icy. "Repulsive? That is merely the cutest little demon from the demon realm." With another flourish of her left hand, the hellish fiends, which she had previously consumed, crawled forth from the earth. The sight of these abominations made even Zhuo Yi shudder. A girl within the group fainted from fright. "All right, we agree to the exchange." Sha Moli's display effectively extinguished any lingering thoughts of resistance. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan and the others, aside from their revulsion, were filled with excitement. Just how many tricks did their sister Sha possess? Zhuo Yi, thoroughly shaken, felt a reassuring pat on her back from Dan Lang. Turning to Sha Moli, she asserted, "We accept the exchange, but I wish to personally select the supplies." Sha Moli smiled, then with a flick of her wrist, the area before the storage unit was completely filled with supplies. My goodness, how does she have so many supplies? Wait, how can her space be so vast? Chang Hui blurted out. Zhuo Yi nearly fainted. Grateful for the support of those beside her. Her space is so expansive. No wonder the warehouse is devoid of anything. Sha Moli's display left Dan Lang and his group utterly astounded. As long as you do not become greedy, you may choose freely. All right, little E, produce half of the vegetables and fruits. Zhuo Yi glanced at her elder brother, then at Sha Moli, and produced a quarter of her fruits and vegetables. Sha Moli fixed a cold gaze upon Zhuo Yi. "I have stated it clearly. I can see the items within your space. Zui Yi's heart sank, and she turned to her brother, seeking his approval before retrieving another quarter. Sha Amoli smiled slightly. Continue. You have lost your mind. This constitutes half of the fruits and vegetables from my space. Did you not claim to possess the ability to see? It appears you are merely deceiving us. Zui could no longer contain her frustration and erupted. Sha Amoli let out a cold laugh, beckoning with her finger towards Chang Hui at the rear of the group. That I mentioned earlier that half of the fruits and vegetables from your space have been presented. What of his? Dan Lang wore an expression of disbelief. You truly can see our space? How is that possible? At this moment Jiang Wan stepped forward, regarding them with a frosty demeanor. With our sister Sha's prowess, annihilating all of you and seizing the resources within your space would be a trivial task. However, she recognizes the difficulty of your team's formation and acknowledges your value as a force against the zombies in this apocalypse. Hence, she has proposed an exchange. Should you harbor any ulterior motives, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Dan Lang sighed. Chang Hui, please present your share. Chang Hui stepped forward, revealing half of his fruits and vegetables. Before the apocalypse, his family operated a large fruit and vegetable supermarket, and upon the outbreak of the zombie virus, he was among the first to awaken his spatial abilities. Consequently, these fruits and vegetables were remarkably fresh. As they exchanged the produce, many swallowed hard. Although they possessed some, the uncertainty of how long this apocalypse would last left them hesitant to indulge, having only tasted delicacies during particularly tempting moments over the past 10 months. Observing the bountiful array of fruits and vegetables before them, Sha Amoli's smile widened. Boss, please indulge yourself. These are grapes and their flavor is exquisite. Nan Menyi promptly offered a bunch of grapes. Sha Amoli plucked one and popped it into her mouth, her teeth effortlessly breaking the skin. Releasing a burst of juice that filled her mouth, her eyes sparkled with delight. Nan Menyi rubbed his hands together. Boss C, shall we begin distributing the fruits and vegetables? I still have room in my space. Sha Amoli remained silent, unable to stop eating the grapes. Nan Menyi chuckled. Boss, if you don't speak, I shall take it as your tacit approval. Chi Shui and the others burst into laughter. Nan Menyi then collapsed onto the ground, rolling and lamenting. Boss, you are far too inconsiderate. You devour the meat without leaving us even a drop of broth. Chapter 37. The emergence of firearms. Just as Nan Menyi finished his lament, he felt something damp in his hand. His face lit up, momentarily believing the boss had shown benevolence, only to discover it was indeed a bunch of grapes, merely the remnants after the grapes had been devoured. Pouting, he sulked to the side. Meanwhile, Dan Lang selected several supplies, and after Sha Amoli reviewed them, she nodded approvingly. Great leader, we shall take our leave for now, until we meet again. For Shan Lang, this exchange was not deemed a loss. Although vegetables and fruits were relatively scarce, they served as delightful treats. Their space was already filled with ample sustenance, and from the formidable figure, they had significantly acquired many resources that were currently in short supply, including warm clothing and some weaponry. Sha Amoli nodded as the group departed and was about to merge onto the highway. They suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing the vehicle behind them to collide due to insufficient stopping distance. Shan Lang took a couple of deep breaths, gradually suppressing the astonishment in his eyes. He then remarked, the voice of that formidable individual just echoed in my mind. She instructed us to take a detour. Zui was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a wry smile, who exactly is she? Zui had been rendered exasperated by Sha Amoli's relentless teasing. However, Shan Lang seemed somewhat indecisive at that moment. Chang Hui from the back seat suddenly interjected. Captain, let us indeed take the detour. That woman gives me an extraordinary impression. Shan Lang made up his mind. Very well. The group opted for an alternate route. They soon spotted 3 modified military jeeps, followed by an open-top small truck carrying around a dozen individuals, each wielding a firearm, heading towards the recently vacated storage base. One man suddenly exclaimed, was that a grenade launcher on the jeep? That SA military vehicle. Are those armed individual soldiers? Zui furrowed her brow. Let us not forget this is an apocalypse. The military can also fall victim to zombies, and in such times, there are no rules. Shan Lang suddenly froze. Although Liang City was merely a small 6th or 7th tier city, it boasted a modest military base. Zui gazed in the direction the group was departing. So, they must have raided the military base and have now set their sights on the storage base. Shan Lang suddenly spoke again. Didn't you find those individuals in the vehicle behind us somewhat familiar? Captain, are they not the ones who escaped from the storage base earlier? A chilling thought gripped everyone's hearts. Had it not been for that formidable individual's warning, they would have encountered that group on the highway, and those individuals would surely have recognized them, regardless of their previous conflict. Those emerging from the storage base would not let them go easily. It was that formidable figure who had saved them. In truth, she wasn't so bad. Despite coercing them into exchanging supplies, those supplies were indeed what they needed. The group stood frozen in place, hesitating to proceed. Returning to provide assistance would mean facing advanced firearms. Even though many among them were second-level abilities users, they would stand no chance against guns. Going back would be tantamount to walking into the jaws of death. Meanwhile, at the storage base, Sha Li and the others were just about to leave. Jiangwan curiously asked Sister Sha, since you've seen the supplies in their space, could you teach me? Sha Li lightly cleared her throat. I can't see. I was just speaking nonsense. The group was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. It was rare to see Sha Li blush slightly. If she were to elevate her prowess to that of a celestial demon, perhaps it would be worth a try. However, at present, with only the cultivation of an earth demon, she can merely sense the presence of the opposing space through her own spatial awareness. Qifeng, too, could not help but smile. Those few individuals were indeed pitiable, revealing everything under Sister Sha's bluff. Yet, at that moment, Sister Sha seemed genuinely convincing. Even bang! Suddenly, a gunshot reverberated through the air, and Qifeng collapsed, a crimson dot of blood appearing at his brow. Qishui let out a startled cry. Elder brother? In this regard, Nan Menyi possessed considerable insight during his studies abroad. He had encountered a variety of firearms, and his father, in an effort to fortify their base's strength, had rather emptied several military armories. Upon witnessing the muzzle of Qifeng's weapon, Nan Menyi trembled uncontrollably. This was a sniper rifle, a single shot striking true at his brow. Qishui fell to the ground, her mind blank, even if she had never seen a gun. Surely she had watched enough television to know that a shot to the brow meant instant death. Sister Sha's brow furrowed as she spoke coldly. Nan Menyi regained his composure, while Qishui remained frozen. Her face ashen. Jiangwan, concerned for Sister Sha, stayed close by. Indeed, Sister Sha was formidable, but now they were faced with real firearms. Jiangwan, take Qishui inside. I will be fine. Once everyone had entered, Sister Sha squinted her eyes. The weapons of the human world were quite intriguing. It seemed I have underestimated you all. The atmosphere in the warehouse was eerily quiet, each face etched with sorrow, though they had only known each other for a few days. There was an inexplicable bond that seemed to connect them by blood. With Qifeng's demise, even Nan Menyi discreetly wiped away tears. At that moment, Sister Sha stepped inside. Nan Menyi rushed forward once more, weeping openly, and the others could no longer contain their tears. Suddenly, a sigh broke the silence. You never take my words to heart. Nan Menyi sniffed and asked, Boss, what do you mean? Sister Sha knelt before Qifeng, speaking softly, from the moment you became my subordinate, your life is mine to govern, and your death likewise. My people, should they wish to perish, even the King of Hell must think twice. Chapter 38. Sister Sha. That cannot be pulled. At this moment, an overwhelming aura of dominance surged from Sister Sha, causing Nan Menyi's eyes to sparkle with countless stars. Qishui finally reacted, kneeling before Sister Sha and fervently bowing her head. Oblivious to the blood trickling from her forehead, Sister Sha made no move to assist her, instead stating coolly, in this apocalypse, if you were to suppress your worthless compassion, your brother would find things much easier. Qishui was taken aback, tears streaming down her face like a spring. Sister Sha could not afford to dally in conversation. If she did not act soon, Qifeng would truly meet the King of Hell. With that, she formed a series of hand seals, and a multitude of black mist enveloped her and Qifeng. Those outside could not see what transpired within, their faces a portrait of anxiety as they waited. Do not worry, I trust Sister Sha. Jiangwan, the elder sister of the group, gently embraced Qishui and whispered words of comfort. Luo Xiu sighed as he gazed into the black mist, with lives already lost. The hope of revival was far from a simple endeavor. This time one could only wonder how much vital energy would be consumed in the process of saving the sister. However, the scene within the black mist was a chaotic array of medicine bottles. Sha Li scratched her head, murmuring to herself, which bottle of the 9-yang revitalizing pill did we snatch from the cultivation realm last time? Randomly, Sha Li picked out a vial, poured out a dark pill, and directly shoved it into Qifeng's mouth. Within seconds, Qifeng's entire being turned a deep shade of black and purple. No, this must be the deadly 100 poisons pill. Could it truly be this? Sha Li once again retrieved a red pill and forced it into Qifeng's mouth. Almost immediately, Qifeng transformed, becoming a translucent red, with even the blood vessels visible. A small insect wriggling within. Sha Li, with an expression of realization, exclaimed, "Oh, so this is the bloodthirsty heart-murdering bug?" Minutes passed, and suddenly the black mist dissipated. Sha Li stood up, her expression unreadable. Sister Sha? Jiang Wan's voice trembled while Qi Shui was already in tears, unable to utter a single word. Do not worry. All will be well. He will awaken shortly, and if all goes as anticipated, his supernatural abilities should advance, turning misfortune into fortune. Despite consuming numerous poisons, Sha Emoli had also administered quite a few miraculous pills. If he did not level up, she would be the one to end his life. Suddenly, Nan Menyi shouted from the doorway that a convoy was rapidly approaching. As soon as Nan Menyi finished his shout, vehicles barreled towards them. Nan Menyi felt utterly paralyzed. That was a grenade launcher. With one grenade we would all be doomed. The group gazed outside, their faces etched with despair. Luo Xiao, trembling, inquired, how on earth did we provoke them? At that moment, the vehicles had come to a halt, the barrel of the grenade launcher aimed squarely at the warehouse. Were they truly still inside? A cold voice from a middle-aged man queried, are they in there? Yes, Brother Chong, rest assured, with so many supplies inside they cannot have moved them so swiftly. Jiang Wan remarked, puzzled. That voice sounds like Zhao Buju? Immediately, a woman's sycophantic voice followed. If the supplies are still there, I can spare you. If they are gone, you know the consequences of deceiving me. How could we, Brother Chong? We would never dare to fool you. Individuals with a lifetime of wrongdoing would not change their ways due to a single incident or statement. After leaving here, several of them sought out the largest underground gang in Shiyuan City. They intended to leave a message regarding the stored supplies with Brother Chong while also seizing their resources and avenging themselves against that group. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Qi Shui felt a wave of numbness wash over her as she peered outside. It was indeed the very group she had once spared. Qi Shui immediately attempted to rush out. Hey Qi Shui, are you mad? There are gun barrels all around. If you go out now, won't you be shot to pieces? Tears streamed down Qi Shui's face as she slapped herself several times. It is entirely my fault. I have not only harmed my brother but have also implicated everyone else. At that moment, the woman outside began to shout once more. Chonggu, there are people inside. That young girl was Qi Shui, the sister of the man you just killed, an exceptionally powerful ability user now deceased. Inside there remained 3 women, an elderly couple and a blonde man. The lady spoke swiftly, relaying the situation at hand. Zhao Buju, who had been about to speak, suddenly scoffed, this woman is quite the chatterbox. I was hoping to make an impression myself. The man seized a large megaphone and shouted toward the interior, to those inside, I will count to 3. Come out and surrender your supplies, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise, with a swift wave of his hand, gunfire erupted and spent shell casings littered the ground at the warehouse entrance. I do not care how powerful your abilities may be. They are of no use here. As he shouted 1, 2, 3, the figure of Sha Mei slowly emerged from the doorway, followed cautiously by a group of others. Sister Sha, is it really safe for us to come out like this? Xiao Li inquired. Luo Xiao, unfazed, replied, in the days I have spent with Sister Sha, I have witnessed more than I have in my entire life. Even if death were to be my fate, it would be worthwhile. However, as they stepped outside, they were taken aback to find that all those outside remained frozen, their faces etched with terror, their eyes darting about. What is happening to them? Jiang Wan asked curiously. It is undoubtedly the prowess of our leader. When I first encountered her, she dealt with the ability users at our base in the same manner. Nan Menyi remarked with evident excitement, kicking one and then another, seizing the gun from the man's hand and pressing it against his head. Observing the man's expression of sheer horror. Why the sudden change? Weren't you the one counting to 3 just now? Shall I count for you as well? Uncle Luo, Aunt Xiao, let us swiftly disarm them. Even if they regain their mobility, they pose no threat to us. At that moment, Qi Shui joined in the fray and Jiang Wan, concerned, asked, Xiao Shui, are you all right? Qi Shui managed a faint smile and apologized. Sister Wan, I am sorry. I previously misunderstood your intentions. Sister Sha was right. In this apocalyptic world, my notion of kindness holds no value. Jiang Wan suddenly glanced around. Have you seen Sister Sha? Indeed, where has our leader gone? Nan Menyi looked up to see Sha Mei fiddling with a grenade launcher atop a jeep, its barrel aimed directly at their direction. His eyes widened in alarm. Leader, please do not move. That is not something to pull. Sha Mei paused. Are you referring to this? Bang. Oh my heavens. Nan Menyi threw himself to the ground, clutching his head as a violent explosion resounded behind him, a beautiful mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. Chapter 39. The corpse with the aroma of flesh. Sha Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, brother, have they encountered trouble? Zoe's expression grew grave. Dan Lang pressed the brake once more, causing the vehicles behind to collide again. Zoe glanced at her brother, fear reflecting in her eyes, and inquired, brother, shall we proceed? After a prolonged silence, Dan Lang took a deep breath. Yes, we must go. Having crossed paths, We owe it to them to reclaim their bodies. That he closed his eyes, the image of the exquisitely beautiful face of Jasmine haunting his mind. Along with her extraordinarily pure gaze, however, upon their arrival, they were met with a shocking sight. They saw individuals being embraced, dragged, lifted, pulled, and heaved into the warehouse. Their weapons lay piled to the side. Meanwhile, the young girl responsible for releasing them was crouched beside an elderly woman, repeatedly slicing her with a small knife, only to heal her using her extraordinary abilities. Curiously, while the woman remained silent during the girl's cuts, her cries of agony erupted when she was treated. It was not until the blonde pulled the woman away and tossed her into the warehouse that the girl finally stood up, her eyes now icy and terrifying. What were they doing? Just as Zoe's question escaped her lips, a barrage of grenades was launched towards the warehouse. Zoe widened her eyes. A series of explosions transformed the warehouse into a fiery inferno. Dan Lang and his companions swallowed hard, watching the woman in the jeep open fire, their attempts at laughter failing miserably, leaving them with grins more grotesque than tears. "Thank you," they murmured. Nan Menyi, equally astonished, approached and patted Zoe on the shoulder. "I hadn't anticipated your loyalty. If things go awry at Base S, come to Base A. I'll look after you." "Quickly, gather your belongings," Jasmine commanded, prompting everyone to fall silent and hastily collect their scattered items. She stored the jeep in her spatial area, along with most of the firearms on the ground, pointing at the remaining items as she declared, "These are quite valuable. Each of you shall receive 2. "Thank you, boss." "Thank you, Sister Jasmine." Jiang Wan and the others joyfully stored their weapons in their spatial areas, while Nan Menyi hung both guns on himself, eager for everyone to notice his conspicuousness. Meanwhile, the members of Dan Lang's team stood in stunned silence. Zoe gulped. It seemed as though they all possessed spatial abilities. Once the distribution was complete, 5 rifles remained on the ground. Jiang Wan, puzzled, asked Sister Jasmine, "Did you take extra?" Jasmine turned her gaze towards Dan Lang and his companions, waving her hand, causing the rifles to drop at Dan Lang's feet. "Everyone shall share." Dan Lang and his team were momentarily dumbfounded. In the early days of the apocalypse, only official personnel from major bases wielded firearms. Take Base S for instance. Despite their current status as an SS-level abilities team, they still lacked weapons. Dan Lang couldn't shake the feeling of being praised. As he watched the group depart, Zoe seized the last straggler, Nan Menyi. "Hey, what are you up to? Does everyone in your team possess spatial abilities?" Nan Menyi nodded. Zoe's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "How did you manage that? Why has everyone awakened their spatial powers?" The spatial abilities of these individuals are rarer than pandas prior to the apocalypse. However, it is astonishing that every member of their team possesses such abilities. Yet, something feels amiss. During the battle, they clearly displayed various powers at that moment. A remarkable thought surged within Zuiyi's mind. Could it be that every member of their team is a dual elemental adept? Just then, she heard the somewhat irritating voice of Nan Menyi. "What spatial abilities? This is merely the storage ring bestowed upon us by our leader." Zuiyi was left utterly perplexed. What exactly is a storage ring? By the time she considered inquiring further, the group had already departed. "Big brother, do you know what a storage ring is?" Zuiyi pouted. "The big brother has already left. What are you still looking at?" Zuiyi. Dan Lang. Gazing at the charred remains on the ground. The group turned their attention back to Sha Moli. Chi Feng had been unconscious inside, and during the barrage, no one thought to pull him out. Qi Shui sniffled, intending to try her healing abilities. As the green light entered Qi Feng's body, the once motionless, charred figure began to convulse. Jiang Wan tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Xiao Shui. Perhaps we should let Sister Sha take a look. Don't worry, he's fine. Xiao Li, wash him off with water." Xiao Li unleashed her abilities, and a powerful jet of water began to cascade over Qi Feng's body. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a coughing sound emerged from amidst the splashes, prompting Sha Moli to look up, causing Xiao Li to cease her abilities. Qi Feng's eyes sparkled with an alarming brightness. Although he had been in a state of feigned death, he had remained aware of his surroundings. Sister Sha had consumed a medicinal pill, not only reviving him but also promoting his wind abilities to level 3, while simultaneously awakening his fire abilities amidst the inferno. "Sister Sha, thank you!" Qi Feng exclaimed, rushing forward to kneel before Sha Moli. Sha Moli responded with a swift kick, sending Qi Feng soaring into the air, where he became a mere black dot before vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, Sha Moli's irate voice echoed. Jiang Wan and Qi Shui both flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Nan Menyi, however, laughed heartily without restraint. Chapter 40. The red rain falls from the sky. The leader has gone mad. Surprisingly, a few individuals were sporadically entering and exiting the community. Xiao Li glanced at their appearances and remarked, "They must be out of food at home and can no longer hide. They've ventured out in search of sustenance." Luo Xiu spoke solemnly, "Indeed." Nan Menyi waved his hand dismissively, "Old Luo, with Sister Sha stationed here, we need not worry about anything. You can rest assured." Luo Xiu's expression visibly relaxed. "Haha, well said. Aligning with Sister Sha was indeed my wisest choice. Not only do we possess a space filled with resources, but we have also progressed in our training and medical skills." Suddenly, Xiao Li rushed in, breathless. "Old man, it's bad. Our home has been robbed." "What?" The group hastily rose to assess the situation as they walked. Xiao Li continued, "Those bastards. They could have taken our things, but why did they have to destroy our home?" Jiang Wan glanced at the doorway. "Aunt Xiao, is there truly no sign of damage?" Xiao Li led the group to the back garden, where they found that half of the villa's rear wall had collapsed. The group entered through the breach, discovering a scene of utter disarray within the house, as if it had been violently ransacked. "That if I ever catch the scoundrel responsible for this, I shall not hesitate to end their life," Xiao Li exclaimed at the entrance, brandishing her large spoon. Suddenly, Jiang Wan recalled a previous flash of light. It seemed that they had been targeted even then. After Xiao Li had vented her frustrations, she looked up at the sky and inquired, "What time is it? Why has it turned so dark?" Jiang Wan glanced at her watch. It was only 12 o'clock. How could it be dark inside this house? Could it possibly rain? Since the onset of the apocalypse, the weather had remained unchanged. While the sun shone, the days were perpetually clear and stifling, but after its disappearance, the sky had been persistently murky and dim. Sha Mei also emerged, gazing up at the pitch-black sky. Suddenly, she twitched her nose. "We must leave immediately, Sister Sha. Is something about to happen?" Just as Jiang Wan's words left her lips, raindrops began to splatter on the ground, hissing as they struck. Sha Mei reached out to catch a few drops. Red rain. Since the apocalypse began, many phenomena could no longer be understood through the lens of reason. Upon seeing the red rain in Sha Mei's palm, Nan Menyi, curious, stepped to the entrance and extended his hand. "That hurts?" Qi Feng glanced at Nan Menya's hand, then at the hissing ground, his expression darkening. "This red rain is corrosive. We absolutely cannot go outside now. The consequences would be unimaginable." The thought of being corroded by the downpour sent a chill down Nan Menya's spine. "Help me!" Not far away, a scream for help suddenly pierced the air. In the blink of an eye, a woman appeared before them, stumbling a few steps before collapsing to the ground. The red rain slowly eroded her clothes and flesh, and within half an hour, only a pile of bones remained where she had fallen. Jiang Wan, Qi Feng, and the others wore grave expressions given the circumstances. With the relentless downpour, it was clear that escape was impossible, Jiang Wan remarked. To which Qi Feng nodded in agreement. Jiang Wan continued, "You have already become a level 3 ability user. We must strive to catch up with you." Qi Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I owe it all to Sister Sha. I cannot even fathom how many wonderful things she fed me that day." Upon waking, not only had my physical strength changed, but I also found my energy reserves overflowing, allowing my abilities to break through to level 3.11 months into the apocalypse. The heavens unleashed red rain, corroding all in its path. Not only humans but also plants and animals underwent mutations beneath this red deluge. The red rain had persisted for a week, during which everyone's strength had notably increased. Aside from Qi Feng's level 3 wind ability and level 1 fire ability, the rest had all reached level 2. Among them, the fastest progress was made by Qi Shui, whose previous experiences seemed to have opened her channels, allowing her to advance significantly in her training within a week, elevating her abilities by 2 levels. At that moment, she was diligently recording her training progress in a small notebook. "I have discovered a shortcut. Everyone can combine the cultivation methods taught by Sister Sha with their supernatural abilities, and the results will be exponentially enhanced." Nan Menyi furrowed his brows and inquired, "What about those of us who lack supernatural powers?" "Those endowed with such abilities can seek out Sister Sha for the corresponding cultivation techniques. But what are we to do?" Jiang Wan also turned her gaze towards Qi Shui, feeling a pang of envy as she watched Qi Feng directly ascend to the 3rd level. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Shui responded, "Crystals. One can consume the corresponding crystals to aid in cultivation. For instance, Nan Men Gu, since you practice fire element techniques, you may appropriately ingest fire element crystals." Nan Menyi curled his lip. "It sounds simple when you say it, but given Sister Sha's miserly nature, I doubt she would part with even a single crystal." Upon hearing this, the others could not help but burst into laughter. They then all turned their attention to the busy Sister Sha outside. However, what exactly was Sister Sha engaged in? Jiang Wan felt a twinge of concern. Yet they had no means to step outside and ascertain the situation. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Sha Amoli appeared before them. Brimming with excitement, "Sister Sha? Boss!" A bucket of rainwater was unceremoniously placed on the ground, and the slight splashes of water began to corrode the wooden floor. Nanmenyi, startled, took several steps back and exclaimed, "Boss, what are you planning to do?" Sha Amoli flashed a sweet smile, then squatted down to drink from the bucket. "Oh my goodness, the boss has lost her mind!" Nanmenyi shouted in alarm. Jiangwan hurried forward. "Sister Sha, are you all right?" Chapter 41. The energy of red rain. This rainwater is immensely beneficial for cultivation. You should all try drinking a little, Sha Amoli declared, waving her hand to reveal another bucket of water. Inside the iron bucket, the red rain resembled blood. "Sister Sha, we cannot withstand its corrosive properties. Just contact with our skin is harmful. If we were to ingest it, wouldn't our internal organs be corroded as well?" Sha Amoli glanced at Jiangwan's finger. So that's why such a wondrous substance remains untouched. She took Jiangwan's hand, gently swiped it, and the rotting area instantly regenerated new skin. Then, she pulled Jiangwan's hand directly into the bucket. Jiangwan's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing. How could one describe that sensation? With focused calmness, she sought to break through using the energy within the red rain. Hearing Sister Sha's voice, Jiangwan promptly shut her eyes. Moments later, she opened them and exclaimed, "Sister Sha, I did it!" Sha Amoli released Jiangwan, and the once red rainwater had now transformed into a clear, transparent liquid. Observing this transformation, Luo Xiu remarked in astonishment, "This single bucket of red rain is sufficient to elevate a first-level supernatural being directly to second level." Qi Feng stepped forward to inspect the bucket of clear water and glanced at Sha Amoli. "Now it is merely ordinary water." He extended his hand into it, feeling no corrosive sensation, and sensed no supernatural energy within the water. Nanmenyi's eyes sparkled as he looked at Sha Amoli, once again employing his sliding technique to glide over to her side, clutching her calf. "Boss!" Shamli cast a glance at the crowd and remarked, "Except for Jiangwan, all of you come over here. The energy contained in this rain is immense. I fear that after it ceases, the little darling's levels will soar dramatically. I will assist you in eliminating the corrosive effects of the red rain. And once you have leveled up, I shall require your help in collecting rainwater on a grand scale." Luo Xiu, Qiaoli, and the others stood up in excitement. "Yes, Sister Sha." Shamli waved her hand, and several buckets filled with red rain reappeared in the living room. She formed a spell with her fingers and then closed her eyes. "All right, place your hands inside." Qi Shui took a deep breath and submerged her hands into the bucket. Meanwhile, Shamli absorbed the corrosive substances from the red rain into her own body, leaving behind only the energy matter. Observing everyone meditating to break through, Shamli settled cross-legged beside them. After gathering the red rain for 7 days, her body had significantly strengthened under its influence. Moreover, after consuming so many little darlings recently, she was ready to level up as well. Qi Shui's eyes brightened as she withdrew her hand. "I have reached level 3 in healing." At that moment, everyone had completed their upgrades. Aside from Qi Shui, the one who progressed the fastest was Nanmenyi, whose Qiangju had advanced a notch, elevating him to level 3 in fire abilities. Both Luo Xiu and Qiaoli successfully reached level 2. Qi Feng's wind abilities remained at level 3, but his fire abilities surged to level 2. Nanmenyi laughed heartily, eager for everyone to know of his ability level. Shu Jiangwan shot a glare at Nanmenyi and pointed at Sister Sha. "Be quiet. Can't you see Sister Sha is cultivating?" Although Jiangwan was only at level 2, due to the differing cultivation methods, even the combined efforts of level 3 Nanmenyi and level 3 Qi Feng would not be able to best Jiangwan. After all, Jiangwan practiced a supreme path-level technique revered in both the demon and divine realms. Qi Shui, resting her chin on her hand, curiously inquired, "Why is Sister Sha's cultivation different from ours?" At that moment, Shamli was enveloped in a shroud of black mist, with faint red flames swirling around her. The group gathered around her in curiosity, watching in silence. Jiangwan chuckled, "Sister Sha is the little princess of the demon domain. Naturally, she is unlike us." Half an hour later, the black mist dissipated, and Shamli opened her eyes, a flicker of joy crossing her gaze. "I've done it. I never expected cultivation to be this effortless here. When I was in the demon domain, the transition from earth demon to sky demon took a full decade. I only broke through to the sky demon realm at the age of 10. To think I've achieved this in just over 10 days here. Truly, this is a remarkable place. If only I could bring my parents and brothers here to cultivate together, the strength of the demon domain would undoubtedly surge. And unifying the 4 realms would be a breeze. Ha ha ha." Shamli laughed heartily, and in her excitement 2 small horns sprouted from her head. "Wow! Sister Cha, you've grown horns. Nan Minyi exclaimed in thrill, just as he reached out to touch them, only to be swiftly kicked away by Shamalida in the demon domain. Only noble demons grew horns, and having horns signified maturity. Shamali was overjoyed. She had finally grown horns. She noticed Jiang Wan's curious gaze. In a buoyant mood, Sha Moli declared, "You are an exception. I, the great monarch, shall grant you the privilege to touch. A most exalted honor indeed." Amidst the envious gazes of others, Jiang Wan hurried forth to caress Sha Moli's petite horns. To her astonishment, they were remarkably soft and delightfully bouncy, eliciting an involuntary moan of pleasure from her lips. How captivating! Suddenly Sha Moli froze, then touched her own little horns, her expression darkening instantly. Her father's horns were nearly half a meter long. Formidable and imposing. Why had her genes mutated to this? Jiang Wan was taken aback. Where had the horns gone? She then noticed Sha Moli's sulky demeanor. "Sister Sha, did I do something wrong?" "No," Sha Moli replied curtly, casting a glance at the crowd. "Since you have all successfully cultivated, follow me outside to gather the red rain." As Sha Moli turned to leave, Qi Shui approached with concern. "Jiang Wan, I am utterly perplexed. I merely touched them lightly, it felt wonderful, and I couldn't help but squeeze a bit. Could that be why Sister Sha is upset?" Qi Shui's face was filled with confusion. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up!" Sha Moli's impatient voice rang out from outside, prompting the two to quickly hush and rush out. As Nan Minyi stepped outside, a few raindrops fell upon his head, eroding it and leaving him with a patchy baldness. Chapter 42. Gathering the red rain. Sister Sha, although we can harness the red rain for cultivation with your assistance, we still cannot resist its corrosive effects, Luo Xiao pondered aloud. Each individual held a small black pill in their hands, which they kept on their person. Sha Moli then distributed small water bottles to everyone. "I don't care how you do it, but fill these before the rain ceases." And no sooner had she spoken than Sha Moli vanished, heading toward the rain-soaked Mount Liang. Atop the mountain, she summoned her magical power to create a vortex, drawing in the torrential rain from 1,000 meters around and slowly channeling it into the water bottles. Meanwhile, Sha Moli was left alone at the summit, absent-mindedly touching her own little horns. After Sha Moli departed, Nan Minyi glanced at the water bottle in his hand and chuckled. "Jiang Wan, Sister Sha specifically emphasized the need to fill them before the rain stops. Can you guess why?" Nan Minyi appeared puzzled. "Why?" Luo Xiao and Xiao Li exchanged knowing smiles. "Oh dear child, that simply means this task isn't as easy as it seems. We'll head out first." Jiang Wan smiled and also stepped outside. "I'm going toward the square. Who wishes to accompany me?" Qi Shui immediately raised her hand. "I possess wind-based abilities, making it easier for me to gather rain than for others. I'll venture further out." With that, Qi Feng swiftly maneuvered through the rain and departed. Only Nan Minyi was left at the entrance. "What am I to do? My powers are fire-based. Wouldn't I just evaporate the rain?" Jiang Wan's voice echoed from a distance. "There's a swimming pool on the east side of the villa area, 100 meters wide. The saying goes, a crying child gets the milk, and this holds true even in the apocalypse. Nan Minyi seldom conceals his emotions. When in pain, he cries out loudly, and when joyous, he laughs heartily. Although he often appears carefree and self-indulgent, Jiang Wan and others take great care of him. Take this instance. For example, Jiang Wan, Luo Xiao, and the others were fully aware that the swimming pool in the villa area would undoubtedly be filled with red rain. Yet they chose not to venture there. Leaving that space at the doorstep for Nan Minyi, he noticed that everyone else had departed. Nan Minyi glanced outside, tentatively extending his hand to test the waters, discovering that he truly feared no red rain. He located the swimming pool, which had not seen rain since the apocalypse. The original water had long since evaporated. Now it brimmed with a vibrant crimson hue, nearly overflowing. "Wow, fantastic! Haha." Nan Minyi confidently produced a small water bottle, believing it would be a matter of moments to fill it. However, half an hour later, his hands had grown numb, and the water level in the pool had decreased by a small fraction. Yet the bottle remained stubbornly unfilled. Lifting the water bottle, he noted it weighed about the same as before. Peering into its depths, which were pitch black and unfathomable. Indeed, Jiang Wan was right. There were plenty of good things to be had. 3 hours later, gazing at the now empty swimming pool and the seemingly bottomless water bottle, Nan Minyi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Goodness, you can hold an astonishing amount, can't you?" Although the pool could continue to collect water, relying solely on it would likely not suffice to fill the bottle. Inspired by the pool, he realized there must be numerous other containers filled with water outside. Thus, during the time he spent filling the pool and the water bucket, he wandered through the villa area with his water bottle, searching for receptacles to collect rainwater, and to his surprise, he discovered quite a few from the grand fountain at the entrance of the community to the humble foam boxes used for fresh deliveries and plastic containers from takeout. Meanwhile, inside a villa, 7 or 8 men huddled together, engaged in heated discussion, while in the corner cowered a trembling mother and daughter. Beside them lay a pile of bones. One man with dyed blonde hair remarked, "Big brother, once this rain ceases, what kind of woman do you desire outside?" Casting a glance at the mother and daughter in the corner, the blonde man continued, "Moreover, if you are reluctant, just take the younger one. The brothers are truly starving. Wu Jiang, have you lost your mind? Nini is your own daughter. Even a tiger wouldn't harm its young," protested another. The little girl seemed to sense her father's intentions, her large eyes brimming with tears. Seeing the man soften, a bespectacled man with a buzz cut interjected, "The food we obtained from that old man. If these two don't eat, we might last another day." Indeed, upon hearing this, the other men erupted in discontent once more. As the apocalypse commenced, they banded together to form a small team, led by the formidable Wu Jiang, the most powerful among them. Initially, their ability to secure abundant resources seemed fortunate. However, as months passed, supplies dwindled. Ordinary individuals who had accompanied them were gradually cast aside, and eventually, several men's partners, lacking any supernatural abilities, were also expelled. Wu Jiang, leveraging his status as the leader and the sole secondary ability user in the group, ensured that his wife and daughter remained. The earlier remark made by one of the men sparked discontent among the others. "Brother, this apocalypse is no place for sentiment. Lu Yu is still a supernatural user. She has fought alongside us for 10 months, and we have yet to see you show any leniency. That if you cannot take action, do not blame your brothers." With that, the man strode toward the mother and daughter. Just as he was about to strike, someone suddenly shouted, "Hey look! There's a person outside, and they are carrying a water bottle outside." Nan Minyu was determined not to let a single drop of rain go to waste. Observing several bottles filled with rainwater, he was bent over, pouring the water into his own container. The gate of the villa swung open, and a man's voice rang out, "Kid, why aren't you afraid of the red rain?" Nan Minyu glanced at him. "Why should I care about your concerns?" The man was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression turned to one of anger. "You bald-headed brat, are you tired of living? How dare you speak to me like that?" A smirk crept across Nan Menyu's lips as he approached the man, casually flicking his sleeve and splattering raindrops onto his face. "That hurts. My face." The anguished cries from the man behind him brought Nan Menyu great amusement as he hummed a little tune and departed. The following morning, upon seeing their filled water bottles, Nan Menyu was utterly astonished. "So this is how it looks when it's full." Xiao Li chuckled and replied, "I cultivate water-type abilities, and I just advanced to level 2, allowing me to control water. In just a day and a night, these 2 bottles filled up." "Nan Men, how much do you still need?" Chapter 43. The peculiar aroma of meat. Nan Menyu scratched his head, uncertain. "I'm not sure. I should be getting close to being full." "How could you all be so quick?" Chi Feng remarked with a smile, "That I possess level 3 wind abilities, so I just used the wind to gather it all in one spot. It took just over a day to fill up." Nan Menyu turned to Jiang Wan and her companion. "You both lack wind and water abilities. How did you manage it?" Chi Shui pointed at Jiang Wan with a grin. "It's all thanks to Sister Wan Wan's cleverness. She devised a method where we place the bottles at the drainage outlet, allowing all the rainwater from the street to flow into them. In half a day's time they were filled." Nan Menyu genuinely gave a thumbs up. Chi Feng, intrigued, asked, "What's your secret?" Jiang Wan mysteriously smiled and produced a bag. The group leaned in to see it contained an array of purple crystals. Luo Xiao exclaimed, "There must be over 100 secondary crystals here." Chi Shui chimed in, "And that's not all. Sister Wan Wan has something impressive to show." Jiang Wan opened her palm to reveal 2 blue crystals. "Are these level 3 crystals?" Jiang Wan nodded, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "During our outing we discovered something significant. This crimson rain may spell catastrophe for us, yet to the zombies it serves as their sustenance. When we first ventured out, not a single zombie was in sight around the villa, leading us to believe that these creatures also harbored a fear of the red rain. However, upon reaching the city square, we were confronted with a massive congregation of zombies, numbering in the thousands, and a significant increase in the presence of Tier 3 zombies, with Tier 2 zombies multiplying several-fold." Chi Feng wore an expression of astonishment. Could they truly engage in collective cultivation? At this moment, Luo Xiao remarked, "No wonder we saw no zombies around the villa when we set out. Have you all stocked up?" The voice of Sha Moli suddenly resonated from behind. The group brightened at the sound. Just as Sha Moli was about to speak, a loud belch escaped her. Jiang Wan hastily offered her a bag filled with Tier 2 and Tier 3 crystal nuclei. Sha Moli glanced at it, Somewhat taken aback, "Not bad," she raised her hand, producing a crimson pill. "This is energy extracted from the red rain, equivalent to the energy contained in 10 barrels of it." Jiang Wan and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. "Sister Sha, these crystal nuclei were obtained through the combined efforts of Qi Shui and myself. Without Qi Shui, we wouldn't have been able to defeat those 2 Tier 3 zombies." A chuckle escaped Jiang Wan as she recalled their encounter with the zombies, where Qi Shui's healing abilities had left the creatures wailing in agony. Qi Shui quickly waved her hands. No, I didn't do much. The Tier 3 zombies we faced were incredibly agile. Had it not been for Sister Wan's enchanting melodies that managed to restrain them, we wouldn't have gathered so many crystal nuclei." Sha Moli cast a glance at the two of them. Truly foolish humans, deflecting credit for their accomplishments. She tossed out another pill. "1 for each of you." The two received them with delight. "Thank you, Sister Sha. For now, hold off on consuming them. You've only just ascended and need to acclimate to your abilities and solidify your foundation. When the time is right, taking it will allow you to advance a level directly." Upon hearing this, Nanmenye's eyes sparkled with desire. "Boss, I want one too." Sha Moli shot him a cold glance at his clattering water bottle. I'll go fetch the red rain now. Farewell, boss." Sha Moli half squinted. "Feeling drowsy from her overindulgence. I've eaten too much. I'm going to rest upstairs." After hastily relaying her instructions, Sha Moli quickly ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Nanmenyi continued to wander outside, gathering rainwater as he walked. He muttered to himself when suddenly, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Nanmenyi inhaled deeply. So fragrant. Following the scent, he approached a villa. Not only was there the delicious smell of barbecued meat, but the sounds of laughter and merriment also emanated from within, suggesting a lively scene. Initially, Nanmenyi merely smacked his lips in temptation, but as he turned to leave, he suddenly detected a whimper mingling with the joyous sounds. Sensing something amiss, he stealthily crouched by the window to observe inside. 7 or 8 men were grilling meat, large chunks skewered on metal rods, sizzling and dripping with oil as they cooked over the flames. Nanmenyi could not suppress the urge to swallow hard. His gaze shifted beyond a few individuals, landing on a small girl bound and carelessly discarded on the ground, her mouth stuffed with something. The previous whimpers had emanated from this very child. As Nanmenyi's focus moved further, his pupils suddenly dilated, disbelief flickering in his eyes before being overtaken by a tempest of fury upon realization. Beside the girl lay a lifeless body, that of a woman. Meanwhile, the men inside the room were reveling in their feast, utterly unconcerned. "Boss, if you had acted like this sooner, wouldn't it have been better?" It's been ages since the brothers had a full meal. At this moment, Wu Jiang joined in with hearty laughter. As though the demise of a wife were but a trivial matter, the silent man with glasses suddenly interjected. "Indeed, boss, with our strength, what kind of woman could you not pursue? How many children could you not father?" As he spoke, his gaze turned icy upon the bound girl on the ground. Wu Jiang remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the situation. Just then, the villa's door was forcefully kicked open. Nanmenyi appeared at the entrance, seething with rage, surrounded by gruesome remnants of blood and bone. Yet this group remained unfazed, continuing their revelry. Nanmenyi strode forward, kicking over the items in a few hands. "You truly are inhumane." One man, bearing signs of burns on his face, shot a cold glare, the very same who had been doused with rainwater by Nanmenyi earlier. Wu Jiang, eyeing the delicate and tender Nanmenyi, harbored malevolent intentions, ordering the villa's door to be shut. "You came barging in. Don't blame us now." With a wave of his hand, several individuals swiftly encircled Nanmenyi. "Ha ha ha!" As the laughter echoed around him, veins bulged on Nanmenyi's forehead as he bellowed, "Are you even human? I will make it my mission to end you today." It marked the first time since the apocalypse that Nanmenyi felt a murderous intent towards another. Chapter 44. A 7-year-old human cub is not appetizing. Nanmenyi had not awakened any supernatural abilities. The techniques bestowed upon him by his leader were imperceptible to ordinary practitioners. Gazing at the corpse on the ground, the piles of bones in the corner, and the small girl desperately struggling, Nanmenyi's eyes turned crimson with unbridled rage. This was the first time he wished to forego words and simply take action. Bang! Bang! The sound of explosions shattered the eerie silence of the crimson rain day, resonating harshly in the villa area. Jiangwan suddenly stood up. "It seems something has gone awry. Let me investigate." As the group exited the villa, they beheld Nanmenyi bursting forth from the inferno, cradling a child in his arms. Cloaked in an aura of menace, Nanmenyi addressed Jiangwan and the others in a solemn tone. Return to the villa. Upon their return, Nanmenyi recounted the harrowing events that had transpired. Jiangwan's forehead throbbed with anger, while Qiao Li vehemently cursed. Are they even human? They spare neither wife nor child. To kill them would be too merciful. I say they should be subjected to 1,000 tortures. After venting their frustrations, a profound silence enveloped the group. In the face of the apocalypse, the brutality and bloodlust of zombies seemed to render humanity itself almost endearing. Jiangwan turned her gaze towards the small girl quietly seated on the sofa and smiled as she asked, "Little sister, what is your name?" The girl remained silent, trembling uncontrollably. Upon noticing this, Qi Shui felt a pang of compassion as she observed the raw areas on the girl's hands and feet where the ropes had chafed her skin. She stepped forward, intending to offer her care. However, upon making contact, the girl abruptly recoiled, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at Qi Shui. Taken aback, Qi Shui gently reassured her, "Do not be afraid. Little sister, you are safe now." Yet, the girl's expression continued to reflect fear. Suddenly, she let out a scream, frantically tugging at her hair, helplessly scanning her surroundings until her gaze landed on Nan Menyi. After which she dashed towards him, gripping his arm tightly and refusing to let go. Qi Shui turned to the others, pondering what to do. Qiao Li sighed. Having witnessed her mother's murder, even an adult would struggle to bear such a trauma. She continued, "Nan Men, this child is your responsibility now. She seems to feel secure only by your side. Please comfort her." Nan Menyi nodded. Nevertheless, even as he spoke to her, she exhibited no response, merely remaining by his side as the terror in her eyes gradually lessened. Throughout the morning, the little girl sat there quietly motionless. Killing Jasmine descended the stairs. "Boss, you finally made it down." Upon seeing Killing Jasmine, Nan Menyi felt as though he had spotted a savior. Killing Jasmine furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who is she?" Nan Menyi recounted the events of the morning. After listening, Killing Jasmine's frown deepened. While she sometimes lost her temper during hunger and might nibble on her own people, she would never descend into madness by harming her own kin. Qiao Li looked at Killing Jasmine and said, "Sister Killing, this child seems to be in shock. She hasn't moved or spoken. What should we do?" Killing Jasmine approached the small girl, lifting her from the sofa and bringing her before her eyes. The others gasped, their hearts racing. Nan Menyi cried out, "Boss, this is a human child. She is not fit for consumption. Please show some mercy." Startled by being lifted, the girl first reacted with surprise, but then her gaze locked onto the eyes of Killing Jasmine. Leaving her mesmerized, Killing Jasmine blinked, and her pupils suddenly turned jet black under the girl's focused stare. It was as if she glimpsed an abyss of torment within Killing Jasmine's eyes, which sent her into a scream of terror. Killing Jasmine cleared her throat, her expression slightly embarrassed at my mistake. "Let's try that again." The girl's eyes widened once more, but this time the vision of hell had vanished, replaced instead by the gentle visage of her mother. The little girl burst into tears, flailing her arms in a desperate search for her mother's embrace. Observing the child's tear-streaked face, Killing Jasmine distanced her a bit, then tossed her into Nan Menyi's arms. "Calm her down and it will be all right. Qiao Li, please prepare some food. Once she has eaten, we will send her away." The group was momentarily stunned, and the girl's cries abruptly ceased. "Sister Killing, this." Nan Menyi interjected. "Boss, the outside world is perilous right now. If she steps out, she may inevitably encounter the same misfortunes as before." Shajiali cast a glance at the little girl's painted face and languidly remarked, "I do not harbor voiceless little mutes here." The girl wiped her tears and in a sudden whisper said, "I can talk." Shajiali raised an eyebrow, settled into the sofa and crossed her legs, a trick she learned from Nan Menyi. It was quite comfortable. "Oh. What's your name, age, and what are your plans for the future?" The little girl tugged at the corners of her mouth. "My name is Ruo Cha Sea and I am 7 years old." And what are your plans for the future?" Shajiali nonchalantly fiddled with her newly grown fingernails. While napping that morning, she had succumbed to her old habit of sucking her fingers, and upon waking, half of one had already been consumed. Now the new flesh was freshly sprouted and needed protection. Su and I fell silent. Before the apocalypse, she had a happy and fulfilling home, but after the world fell apart, joy transformed into something unrecognizable. Her father seemed to have turned into a malevolent spirit, extending his claws not only to others but also to her and her mother. As love waned, hatred burgeoned. Suni's large eyes suddenly turned crimson, her expression contorted with rage. Her mind was filled with horrifying images of those who devoured her mother. Qiao Li observed the girl's suffering and anxiously remarked, "I truly wonder how this girl will survive. Will it be through hatred? But all her enemies are dead." Nan Menyi suddenly paused. "Have I made a mistake? I should have left one alive." However, Shajiali merely clicked her tongue and lifted Su and I once more. Just because someone is dead doesn't mean revenge is unattainable. The crowd looked on in confusion, while Su and I widened her eyes. "I want revenge, to take matters into my own hands." The little girl's eyes suddenly radiated intense animosity. Good, Shajiali nodded with a swift wave of her hand. She led the group outside to be why the time morning had passed. The crimson rain had extinguished the flames, leaving the entire villa shrouded in darkness. Xiao Li adjusted her damp hair. Perplexed and quietly inquired, "But if they are all dead, how can we seek revenge?" Chapter 45. The futility of rage. Luo Xiao and the others wore expressions of bewilderment at that moment. Su and I stood before the ruins, her small body drenched by the crimson rain, with her dry hair clinging to her face. Memories of past events flooded her large eyes with helplessness and fear. Suddenly, she screamed and charged into the debris. Pounding on the collapsed half of a large door with her tiny fists, "I'll kill you, you wicked bunch, for what you did to my mother. You humans love impotent rage, but it is utterly useless. It merely wastes breath. Fear, helplessness, hatred. If you possessed enough power, you would not experience such emotions. Since I have promised to bring you to exact revenge, I shall not go back on my word." As her words fell, Shajiali extended her left hand, and a wisp of black mist entered Suanaya's forehead. The others stood with bated breath, intently watching. Nan Menyi suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, have you all noticed? The boss seems to be left-handed." A multitude gathered, and Shi Shui cast a helpless glance at Nan Menyi. "Brother Nanmen, is this truly the right time for such discussions?" Suddenly, Nan Menyi's eyes widened in fear as he swallowed hard. Indeed, this was not the moment for idle chatter. A tremor rippled through the ground, and figures, charred and resembling coal, abruptly rose from the ruins, roaring towards the crowd. "Roar!" Nan Menyi shouted in alarm, hastily retreating. Su and I, equally terrified, let out a series of shrieks, only to be unceremoniously kicked into the debris by Sha Moli. "Did I have endowed you with power? Why do you continue to wail? Should you not seek vengeance?" Initially trembling, Su Ni's gaze ignited with an overwhelming hatred upon spotting the foremost figure among the charred remains. Even in its ashen state, she recognized it. Her father Wu Jiang. Memories of her mother being brutally slain before her eyes by this so-called father, dismembered and reduced to flesh that was slowly roasted amidst laughter, flooded her mind. Su and I clenched her small fists and charged at the man, pummeling him in a frenzy. Sha Moli appeared at an opportune moment, presenting her with a hammer. "If you find your fists lacking in strength, utilize a tool." Su Ni's eyes brightened as she accepted the hammer and nodded at Sha Moli. She then raised the hammer and struck fiercely at the figure below. One blow, 2, 3. As the charred form gradually morphed into a pulpy mass, blood and flesh splattered in all directions. Sha Moli, standing at a slight distance, spoke again. "Murder must possess an element of artistry. Your method is far too messy. Do not rely solely on brute force. Control your focus and breath, and the blood will not splatter erratically." Su and I nodded, adhering to Sha Moli's teachings, and struck a few more times, successfully containing the splatter. "Well done. The head over there is not yet fully crushed. Deliver a few more blows." Su Ni's gaze shifted to a nearby head that had rolled aside, and with a swift motion, she brought the hammer down, brains splattering forth. The onlookers couldn't help but smirk at the sight. Xiao Li covered her eyes and remarked, "Sister Sha is instructing this young girl." Nan Menyi twitched at the corners of his mouth, about to speak, but the image of the splattered brains made him feel nauseous. Among them, Jiang Wan remained relatively composed. After a moment of contemplation, she voiced, however, "Would it not be inappropriate to teach a child to reduce someone to a pulp?" The crowd nodded in agreement, murmuring that children, being the flowers of the nation and the sun of the morning, should not learn such things. Yet, before anyone could further express their thoughts, Jiang Wan's voice rang out once more. "Would it be better to teach her to stab with a knife or to shoot a gun instead?" Upon finishing, she surveyed the crowd, her gaze inquiring. "What do you think?" The crowd responded with a chorus of disbelief. At that moment, the 8 charred figures lay completely reduced to a pulpy mass, and Su and I set down the hammer, panting heavily. Sha Moli's enticing voice echoed, "Isn't it exhilarating?" Su and I exclaimed loudly, "Exhilarating." Su Ni's large eyes were utterly devoid of fear. Had she possessed sufficient strength, her mother would not have perished in her efforts to protect her. Initially, those individuals had targeted Su and I, yet how could her mother bear to witness her daughter being slain before her very eyes? In a valiant act of selflessness, Su and I's mother threw herself upon their blades to shield her beloved child. Su Ni's eyes brimmed with tears once more, cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Mother," she wept, her heart wrenched with sorrow. Xiao Li wiped her eyes, lamenting, "At my age, I can hardly bear such sights." Qi Shui sniffled, adding, "I am still young and cannot endure this either." Sha Moli frowned, disliking tears, for they represented weakness. "Remember, this is your last opportunity to weep. Do not let me witness your worthless tears again." Su and I nodded, drawing in a deep breath. The little girl suddenly felt her strength wane. and she sank to the ground, her hammer rolling away beside her as the sensation of helplessness engulfed her once more. Sue and I looked desperately at Sha-Amoli, kneeling before her sister. I desire the power I had just now. The girl's gaze was resolute. Have you not avenged your grievances? Why seek more power? Sha-Amoli inquired that Sue and I was momentarily taken aback, her expression turning icy as she replied, I wish to eradicate this. Just as she began to voice her formidable ambitions, Sha-Amoli interrupted her. This question exceeds your current understanding. There is no need to elaborate. Sue and I fell silent, swallowing hard as she rubbed her small heart, feeling discomfort in suppressing her thoughts. Observing this, Xiaoli remarked, Have you noticed? Sister Sha seems to find this little girl somewhat pitiable. Today she has shown remarkable patience in coaxing her subordinates. Jiangwan adjusted her bangs, adding, however, it appears that her patience has worn thin after such an extended discourse. Indeed, Sha-Amoli had lost her patience, for she could not even muster the energy for pleasantries. Instead, she formed a blood pact and bestowed upon the little girl a tome of assassination techniques. From the outset, Sha-Amoli had recognized the girl's exceptional constitution. Had she been in the demon realm, she would undoubtedly be a prodigy in the art of assassination. Nevertheless, human children lacked the overwhelming aura of malice found in their demon realm counterparts. To master assassination techniques, one must possess a profound intent to kill, enabling them to achieve results with greater efficacy. Thus, Sha-Amoli orchestrated this encounter. Chapter 46. Mapo tofu. As the techniques resonated within her mind, Sue and I earnestly declared, Thank you, boss, for granting me this knowledge that I shall diligently cultivate it and strive to eradicate all in this world. Just as she was about to express the words she had withheld, she was once again interrupted by a gesture from Sha-Amoli. Spare me the pleasantries. Speak as little as possible. Sue and I swallowed again, her heart feeling even heavier. Sha-Amoli yawned, fatigue overtaking her once more. These supplies are for you. Your space is lacking in resources. She tossed some food and 2 handguns onto the ground. Everyone stood in stunned silence, Sue and I included. To everyone's astonishment, Sue and I had yet to commence her cultivation and was thus unable to activate the storage ring bestowed upon her by her sister. With such a multitude of items strewn upon the ground, what was she to do? However, Sue and I was equally astonished to discover that her leader was aware of her spatial abilities. This was a secret shared only between her and her mother. From the onset of the apocalypse, Sue and I had awakened her spatial powers, and her mother would discreetly hand over the food she acquired, allowing Sue and I to conceal it within her space. This time Wu Jiang had revealed his murderous intent towards the mother-daughter duo. Suni's mother had intended to flee with her daughter, but unexpectedly. You are my subordinate. There is nothing that can remain hidden beneath my watchful gaze. These individuals are preoccupied with their cultivation and may not be able to look after you. Store away this food to avoid the risk of starvation. Sue and I nodded and waved her hand to collect the items. She then raised her gaze towards Sha-Amoli and the others present. At such a tender age amidst the apocalypse, this was the first act of kindness she had received, aside from her mother. Thank you all, the young girl choked out. Thank you for what? We are to become comrades fighting side by side from now on. Nan Menyi stepped forward intending to pat the little girl on the shoulder, only to find her too diminutive, so he settled for a gentle pat on her head. Xiaoli chimed in with a smile, if you wish to express your gratitude, let it be directed towards Sister Sha. It is thanks to her that we can lead such a stable life in this chaotic world. The group was visibly moved as they turned their gazes towards Sister Sha. However, at that moment, Sha-Amoli had already vanished. Upon returning to the villa, Sha-Amoli had already begun her meal at the dining table. Before stepping out, Xiaoli had prepared the dishes. Today's meal was somewhat luxurious. During their last exchange of supplies with Shan Lang and the others, in addition to fruits, they had acquired a modest quantity of vegetables and soy products. Xiaoli had specifically set aside several blocks of tofu, preparing a large plate of mapo tofu. The tender white tofu glistened with vibrant red chili oil as Sha-Amoli picked up a piece, causing the tofu to tremble slightly. Nan Menyi felt a tightness in his chest, nearly retching. It resembled the brain matter that the girl had smashed earlier. Ugh! Others shared in this sentiment. Qi Shui was the first to dash to the doorway to vomit. Observing the two, Xiaoli couldn't help but purse her lips. What's this? Are you both dissatisfied with my cooking? Grumbling to herself, Xiaoli seated Sue and I at the dining table. She served the child a generous bowl of rice, fearing that Sue and I might feel shy on her first try, and added a few spoonfuls of tofu atop the rice. Following this, Xiaoli began to eat as well. Though my mapo tofu may not be entirely authentic, I assure you it tastes delightful. After taking a bite, a proud expression spread across Xiaoli's face. Sue and I nodded in affirmation from the side. Sha-Amoli glanced up and remarked casually, They don't think your cooking is poor. They merely find that this dish resembles the brain matter from earlier, which is somewhat off-putting. Xiaoli choked on a piece of tofu, caught between chewing and swallowing. Upon hearing Xiaomoli's comment, Su and I nodded in agreement once more. Leader, the texture of tofu is actually quite similar to that of brain matter. Xiaomoli's eyes brightened. You've tasted it. Su and I shook her head. No, I have previously consumed pig brain, but my father and others have tasted the brain of Lu Yu's sister before. They claimed that by consuming the brain of an ability user, one's own strength would be enhanced. I observed them chewing, and it likely isn't too different from this. Xiaoli could no longer restrain herself and rushed to the restroom to vomit. Xiaomoli sneered in disdain. Human brain matter is akin to paste. What is there to savor? It pales in comparison to the delightful sweetness of the little cutie. Xiaomoli spoke earnestly while Su and I listened intently. If one were to discuss enhancing strength, the flesh and blood of an ability user should suffice. However, once cooked, the energy dissipates significantly. Consuming it raw is optimal, yet the current ability users possess low strength and are few in number. If you wish to rapidly enhance your power through this means, it is unfeasible. Su and I nodded earnestly, her face a picture of earnestness. Thank you, boss, for your guidance. Jiangwan observed the two adorable beings, one large and one small, gathered around a plate of brain matter. Around a plate of mapo tofu, engaged in discussions about brain matter, and she felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Moreover, Su and I is still so young. Is it appropriate for Sister Sha to instruct her in this manner? While eating, Su and I suddenly recalled something and looked up, her expression serious as she asked, Boss, will eating brain matter raw make a person smarter? Xiaomoli contemplated for a moment. I have not tried that. If you wish to know the outcome, perhaps you should experiment yourself. Jiangwan's eyes widened. She resolutely could not allow the conversation to continue. Boss, I have another question. Su and I blinked, gazing at her delicate fingers covering her mouth. Jiangwan gently replied, Nini, you are still young, and knowing such things is of little use. It's best to focus on eating. You must fill your belly to grow quickly. If there is nothing else, concentrate on cultivating the technique Sister Sha has given you. Understood. Su and I obediently nodded. Only then did Jiangwan release her hand. If this girl continued to inquire, who knows what else they might discuss. Those few individuals would have no hope of finishing their lunch after the meal. Xiaomoli ascended the stairs to sleep. For her, slumber was the most effective form of cultivation at present. Meanwhile, Su and I sat cross-legged downstairs, beginning her practice of the assassination technique imparted by Xiaomoli. She closed her eyes and started to mimic the moves of the technique in her mind. Being the youngest and weakest, she was merely an inconspicuous little figure in the eyes of her boss. She yearned to swiftly enhance her strength to protect herself and safeguard those who cared for her. However, these esoteric and ancient formulas posed significant challenges for a mere 7-year-old. Half an hour passed, and a thin sheen of sweat appeared on her small forehead. She still had not grasped the essence of the first layer of the technique. Just then, a melodious sound of a guqin wafted through the air. At times elegant, at times cold, at times desolate, and at times imbued with killing intent. Chapter 47. I have heard of a creature that can be milked thrice a day. The music seemed to open the meridians throughout Su and I's body, startling her into a sudden enlightenment. She swiftly entered a state of cultivation. The piece concluded. A smile graced Jiangwan's lips. The first note of the demon sound of 9 heavens, Dream of Shadows, she had now fully mastered, and the second note, Abyss, was also showing signs of progress. The energy encapsulated within the crimson rain is indeed astonishing. During these past few days of collecting the red rain outside, the raindrops merely dampen my body, yet my physical strength and energy have significantly increased. Jiangwan was just preparing to don her attire and practice in the rain for a while when she suddenly felt an icy chill envelop her. Why has it turned so cold all of a sudden? Stepping out of the room, she encountered Xiaoli and the others descending as well. Oh dear, the temperature has dropped. The room has become quite chilly. Qi Shui, touching the nape of her neck, remarked. As the group made their way downstairs, they were greeted by the sight of Su and I, who had been practicing, suddenly frozen in place. A murderous intent. Who would have thought she possessed such talent? In just one afternoon, she had cultivated her killing intent to a minor degree. Upon sensing the unusual atmosphere, Xiaomoli descended and addressed the group. Killing intent. This is quite remarkable. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Su and I concluded her practice and stood up. Boss. Xiaomoli nodded and presented her with a dagger. This blade should align well with your cultivation technique. Thank you, boss. Despite her tender age, Su and I spoke and acted with the poise of a little adult, which instantly amused everyone. Xiaoli, with a look of endearment, gently patted her small head. feeling the warmth emanating from Chow Nai Nai's hand. Su and I became somewhat bashful, her little face flushing a deep crimson. This adorable display prompted Qi Shui and Jiang Wan to approach and pinch her cheek playfully. Xiao Li smiled softly. Though young and having experienced significant changes, she possessed a maturity beyond that of most children. Yet, at heart, she remained a charming 7-year-old girl. Xiao Li beamed with a maternal affection, envisioning the kind and gentle young woman Su and I would become. Would she grow to embody the innocence of Qi Shui, or the maturity and discernment of Jiang Wan? At that moment, Xiao Li was unaware that her hopes would soon be dashed. Having achieved a minor success in her training, Su and I was eager to venture out and test her newfound abilities. "Boss, may I go outside to try my strength?" Sha Amoli regarded her with caution to be careful. With unwavering resolve, Su and I stepped out of the villa, sparking a twinge of concern among the others. "Sister Sha, should I accompany her? After all, she is merely a 7-year-old child, and I fear she may encounter danger," Jiang Wan suggested. Sha Amoli shook her head, observing Su and I gradually disappearing into the rain. True killers tread upon the corpses left behind. Cultivation and strength have never been dictated by age. Remember, genuine power often resides within those who appear deceptively weak. Turning her gaze to the group, Sha Amoli added, "Do not think I am jesting. Although Su and I has only trained for one afternoon, her killing intent has reached a minor level. If she so desires, she could swiftly eliminate any one of you at a moment's notice." Upon hearing this, Nan Menyi rubbed his neck, skepticism etched on his face. "Boss, are you pulling our leg? She's just a little kid who has only practiced for an afternoon." Sha Amoli scoffed at a third-level ability user thinks themselves formidable. In the demon realm, such a level is merely scratching the surface. While they are both novice practitioners, Suni's experience with cultivating killing intent and assassination techniques sets her apart. Jiang Wan was utterly convinced by the words of Sha Amoli, and not without reason. Just recalling the chill that had enveloped her moments ago still left her arms covered in goosebumps. "Prepare yourselves, for once the rain ceases we shall depart for Baisadut." Really. The one most elated was Nan Menyi, who, brimming with excitement, inquired eagerly. Sha Amoli turned to him. "Did you not mention that your family possesses an abundance of vegetables and fruits?" Nan Menyi was momentarily taken aback, then with a sudden surge of alarm exclaimed, "Boss, you can't possibly intend to raid your little brother's home, can you? Exchange?" Sha Amoli corrected him upon hearing this, rather than feeling reassured. Nan Menyi's concern only deepened. Was the boss contemplating coercion? He furtively glanced at Sha Amoli, apprehensive that the boss might become unhinged, disregarding familial ties and seizing the entire base. That if that were to happen, the Southgate base, painstakingly established by his father, would be irrevocably destroyed. After considerable deliberation, drawing on past experiences, Nan Menyi deemed the likelihood of the boss's madness to be alarmingly high. The Southgate base was still in its nascent stages of development and could scarcely withstand the boss's onslaught. "Boss, I have a suggestion, though I'm unsure if I should voice it," he ventured. At that moment, Sha Amoli was seated on the sofa, munching on crispy xiaozi, the delightful crunch prompting Nan Menyi to swallow involuntarily. "Say it," Sha Amoli permitted, as Nan Menyi edged closer, settling beside her. "Our Southgate base was recently established, and our resources are rather limited. Moreover, it's quite a distance away. I propose we raid Base S instead. Though their territory is not as expansive as ours, they boast a wealth of resources. Before the apocalypse, Base S was the largest fruit-producing region in the country." Sha Amoli turned to Nan Menyi, her voice calm yet firm. "It is an exchange, not a raid." Nan Menyi nodded vigorously. Yes, we shall go to Base S to exchange for supplies." As Sha Amoli contemplated her response, Luo Xiao and his wife, who had remained silent thus far, suddenly interjected, "Sister Sha, we too suggest a journey to Base S." The couple exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting their concerns. They had a son named Luo Shida, who had engaged in fruit and vegetable trade in Base S before the apocalypse. Noticing Sha Amoli's indecision, the couple knelt before her. Xiao Li, with evident worry, implored, "Sister Sha, my son is in Base S since the onset of the apocalypse. We have had no word from him, under the crimson rain. We are left in the dark regarding his well-being. If we venture to Base S, we might also seize the opportunity to seek news of his whereabouts." Sha Amoli maintained her stoic demeanor. Suddenly, Luo Xiao's eyes lit up, and he spoke up, "Sister Sha, my son previously monopolized a significant portion of the fruit market in Base S, and before the apocalypse I advised him to stockpile ample resources. He has always been obedient." Sha Amoli's eyes brightened. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Our first destination will be Base S." The couple's faces illuminated with joy. Then Sha Amoli rose to her feet. "However, before we set off, let us first ensure we are well fed." You two old codgers along with Jiangwan shall attend to my dining needs before we venture out. The three individuals bore pallid expressions, helplessly responding. It is Nanmenyi. He had initially been basking in self-satisfaction, believing he had narrowly escaped calamity this time, however. Boss, can't we just allow me a moment to rest? Who can endure bleeding day after day? Lamented Nanmenyi, drenched and resembling a drowned rat. A faint voice from ahead interrupted. Belonging to Sha Molid, I have heard that there exists an animal here known as a dairy cow, capable of yielding milk 3 times a day. Chapter 48. A bountiful harvest amidst the gentle patter of crimson rain. Sha Moli and her entourage traversed the once bustling streets. Behind them, the incessant wails of Nanmenyi echoed. Boss, I am not a dairy cow. Moreover, cows are female while I am male. I do not give birth, nor do I bleed. Beneath the crimson deluge, the strength of the zombie surged rapidly. Most congregated in the prosperous city center, making this hunt undeniably successful. Including the entire central district, over 10,000 zombies met their end at the hands of Sha Moli. That moment, Sha Moli stood atop the tallest building in Shiyuan City, surveying the situation below. Shiyuan City, being merely a 3rd or 4th tier small city, paled in comparison to the opulence of City S or City A. Since the apocalypse, the number of zombies here had been relatively low, and with Sha Moli's monstrous appetite, tens of thousands had already been consumed. Now the entire urban area of Shiyuan City contained no more than 5,000 zombies. After ascending to the realm of the celestial demon, Sha Moli's appetite had grown considerably. Even without exchanging for supplies, there was scarcely enough here for a single hearty meal. She muttered quietly to herself. Meanwhile, Jiangwan and the others approached with smiles, presenting the bags in their hands to Sha Moli's sister Sha. Today's harvest was quite impressive. Over 23rd grade crystals, more than 200 second grade crystals, and over 3,000 first grade crystals. Sha Moli was not taken aback by these figures. She nodded and then casually tossed the crystals from the bags onto the ground. Jiangwan exclaimed in surprise, Sister Sha, what are you doing? You all have worked hard alongside me. Each of you may take 2 3rd grade crystals, 20 second grade crystals, and as for the first grade crystals, feel free to take as many as you wish. They are of no use to me. Jiangwan and the others were momentarily stunned. Nanmenyi, however, cheered joyously and dove towards the crystals. Long live the boss. Jiangwan did not immediately rush to select the crystals. Instead, she felt a surge of emotion as she approached Sha Moli's sister Sha. We can cultivate without relying on crystals. You have already imparted such profound cultivation techniques to us. Sha Moli raised her hand, halting Jiangwan's further discourse. My realm has ascended. Crystals below the 3rd grade hold no value for me. Jiangwan was taken aback. Your cultivation is not bound by fixed abilities. Any type of crystal suffices. However, the melodies of your lute are likely to consume your mental energy easily. It would be ideal to find crystals that enhance spiritual power. But I have yet to discover any here. As she thought of spiritual power, a woman appeared in Sha Moli's mind, the only individual she had encountered thus far who practiced the art of spiritual cultivation. It seemed that even in this realm, the mastery of spiritual power was no simple feat. After carefully selecting the precious crystal cores, Nanmenyi placed the remaining ones into the spatial pocket. Holding 2 blue 3rd-level crystal cores in his hands, gazing at them with a sense of rarity. At that moment, he suddenly felt that drawing a little blood each day might not be such a bad idea. In a daze, Nanmenyi descended the stairs to the restroom, using the faint glow from his fingertips to glimpse at the doorway, only to be startled by a bloodied face. A gasp escaped him. A few minutes later, everyone gathered downstairs. Su'anai was covered from head to toe in blood. Just how severely had she been injured? Did it hurt? Xiao Li, her heart aching, quickly pulled the child to the restroom to clean up. The heavy rain had persisted for half a month, and now the water supply had largely ceased. Water-type ability users had suddenly become highly sought after. As Xiao Li cleaned the blood off Su'anai, she discovered numerous wounds on the child's body. Although none were severe, it still pained someone of Xiao Li's age to witness Anai. Does it hurt? Su'anai shook her head. Suni's resilience and maturity tugged at Xiao Li's heartstrings. Children of this age before the apocalypse would be nestled in their parents' arms, but now in this harsh world, they were forced to fight fiercely to grow stronger. After giving Su'anai a bath, Xiao Li intended to head upstairs to ask Sister Sha for some medicinal powder to apply on the child, but was unexpectedly tugged by Suni's sleeve. Grandma Qiao, don't go. Just sleep for one night and it will be fine. The young girl's gaze was resolute. Seeing Grandma Qiao stop in her tracks, she softly added, I don't want the leader to think I am useless. Little Suni's efforts were acknowledged by everyone, and that night was destined to be sleepless. Even the usually pampered Nanmenyi practiced diligently throughout the night. The only one who likely slept soundly was Sha Moli. Early the next morning, she came downstairs to find everyone waiting in the living room. Sha and Molly distinctly sensed that many things were missing from the house. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Jiangwan smiled and explained. Xiaoli chimed in, yes, after we leave who knows what might happen. If someone with ill intentions comes in, won't these precious items fall into their hands? Sha and Molly nodded. Their thoughts were indeed valid. However, even if left here, it would be fine. This place was her first foothold in this world, and she would never allow filthy humans to tarnish it. Sister Sha, when are we setting off? Sha and Molly rotated her neck and replied nonchalantly, there's no rush. We can't go empty-handed to exchange for supplies, can we? Upon hearing this, Nan Menyi instantly perked up. Leader, are you planning to take us to search for supplies again? Sha and Molly nodded. Stepping outside, she waved her hand, and the 2 jeeps previously acquired from the storage area appeared on the street. The 2 elderly individuals, along with a child and 4 adults, took their seats in the 2 vehicles. Jiangwan occupied the driver's seat of the first car, while Sha and Molly settled into the passenger seat. Quick on his feet, Nan Menyi hurriedly climbed into the first vehicle. Being with Sister Sha brought only benefits, never drawbacks. Observing Nan Menyi's enthusiasm, Xiaoli smiled and said, Qifeng, I'll ride with the old man in your car. Little Shui, you should also sit in the front and chat with Sister Sha, and little Wan. Qi Shui nodded and climbed into the first car. Both vehicles started moving, and Nan Menyi curiously watched the path ahead. Boss, where are we heading this time? Are we going to the storage again? Sha Molly was utterly oblivious to what Nan Menyi was saying, her gaze fixated intently on Jiangwan's maneuvers. Jiangwan, indifferent to Nan Menyi's inquiries, concentrated on driving while simultaneously instructing Sha Molly. Prior to embarking, Sha Molly had already provided Jiangwan with the route and had commanded her to teach her how to drive. Sha Molly was quite intrigued by the various high-tech marvels of the human world, particularly this 4-wheeled contraption, which was not only comfortable but also remarkably swift. In the demon realm, she could only soar at high speeds, which, although exponentially faster than this vehicle, often led to unforeseen mishaps. Whether colliding with a flying beast or unexpectedly dozing off mid-flight, plummeting to the ground was a frequent occurrence. Noticing her lack of attention, Nan Menyi decided to close his eyes and take a nap. Suddenly, the car came to an abrupt halt. Caught off guard, Nan Menyi found himself in an intimate embrace with the seat in front of him. Ah! Rubbing his sore nose, he exclaimed in terror, Boss, what just happened? Are we under attack? Chapter 49. Concerning the matter of learning to drive. As he regained his composure and glanced out the window, Nan Menyi realized there wasn't a single zombie in sight. Sha Molly exited the vehicle to swap places with Jiangwan. Yawning nonchalantly, Nan Menyi remarked, Phew, I thought we had encountered zombies. Turns out you merely wanted to take the wheel yourself. Boss, finding a new spot, he prepared to resume his slumber. Just as he closed his eyes, the boss's voice cut through the air, Jiangwan, which foot is the brake? Jiangwan patiently leaned down to explain to Sha Molly. Sister Sha, the left one is the brake, and the right one is the accelerator. Unintentionally, the speaker's words resonated with the listener. Nan Menyi's eyes widened in realization. Boss, you mean you can't drive? Qi Shui rolled her eyes in exasperation. Did Sister Sha not just mention that? Why the fuss? After speaking, Qi Shui tightly gripped the overhead handle, her expression tense. Observing this, Nan Menyi couldn't help but chuckle. You say I'm overreacting, yet you seem even more anxious than I am. Ha ha ha. Before Nan Menyi could finish his sentence, the car roared to life, with Sha Molly flooring the accelerator. Qifeng stared at the car that suddenly sped away. Momentarily stunned after a long pause, he murmured. Sister Sha's driving skills are exceptional. She can make this mountainous road feel like a breeze. His face lit up with excitement, tinged with a hint of admiration. It was essential to note that they were not on a highway, but rather over 100 kilometers away from the outskirts of Shiyuan City, deep within the mountains. Qifeng was already being exceedingly cautious at a speed of 40 here, watching the swiftly departing vehicle, leaving only a cloud of dust in its wake. Qifeng's eyes sparkled with determination as he shouted, Sister Sha, I'm coming. In that moment, his competitive spirit ignited. Qifeng accelerated to pursue. 3 minutes later, Qifeng caught up, and in front of him was a scene ablaze with light. Sister Sha stood amidst the flames, flanked by Jiangwan and Qi Shui, who were supporting each other. Nan Menyi sat on the ground, frantically rubbing and slapping at his flaming backside. Upon seeing Qifeng approach, he hurriedly sprang to his feet and dashed to his side. Sister Sha, Wanjun, Xiaoxue, are you all unharmed? Jiang Wanjun managed to suppress her laughter and replied, We are all fine, it's just that the car is totaled. After saying this, Jiang Wanjun glanced at Sister Sha's profile. Her exquisite face bearing an expression of seriousness that it was the first time she had witnessed Sister Cha struggling in an unfamiliar domain. In that fleeting moment of memory, as the car soared through the air, Jiang Wanjun realized it was over. She shouted for Sister Cha to gradually ease off the accelerator. Sister Cha, quickly release the accelerator. Nan Menyi joined in the frantic cries from behind. Boss, I don't want to die. We're in the mountains. If we fall, there will be nothing left. Boss, step on the brakes. Initially, Sha Moli managed to maintain her composure, but as everyone chimed in, she became utterly bewildered. Looking at Jiang Wanjun beside her, she widened her eyes and asked, which one is the accelerator? Sister Cha, it's the one you're pressing down on, quickly let go. Sha Moli released the accelerator, but inadvertently slammed on the brakes. Just as the car began to decelerate, she suddenly hit the brakes hard again, causing Nan Menyi to crash against the windshield. In a panic, he resumed his shouting. Boss, please don't brake so hard. In a moment of desperation, Sha Moli pressed the accelerator to the floor, plowing straight into the mountain. Cough, cough, let's continue on our way. Jiang Wanjun, you take the wheel, Sha Moli said. Clearing her throat lightly, she maneuvered around the mangled vehicle and retrieved another jeep. Climbing in with a stoic expression, the car resumed its journey along the mountainous road. Jiang Wanjun glanced at the expressionless Sha Moli and smiled. Qi Shui in the back is quick to agree, saying, Yes, Sister Cha, driving is not something one can master in an instant. Today, none of you are allowed to speak of this incident. Yes, Sister Cha. After traversing the mountains for 2 hours, the car finally halted in a valley-like area. Ahead lay a checkpoint, marked by 2 corpses whose flesh had been eroded by the crimson rain, leaving only their skeletal remains, weapons scattered nearby. Sha Moli gestured to collect the weapons while her consciousness spread through the mountains, pinpointing their gathering place within a cave. She etched the route into Jiang Wanjun's mind. Jiang Wanjun drove through the tunnel ahead, arriving directly at the cave's entrance, where numerous defensive installations adorned the ground. Aside from a few skeletal remains, the area was devoid of life. As per usual, Sha Moli retrieved their weapons and Jiang Wanjun remarked, This crimson rain has indeed proven advantageous for us. We haven't encountered a single soul along the way. The group led by Qi Feng also disembarked to inspect their surroundings, with Qi Feng approaching the cave's entrance. This door appeared even sturdier than the previous storage facility, and Qi Feng surmised that even a cannonball might struggle to breach it. Nan Menyi stepped forward for a closer examination and then shrugged, saying they truly found an excellent spot. This place is easy to defend but hard to attack, boss. What should we do? Should we devise a meticulous plan before proceeding? This place, after all, was once a significant stronghold. Even Nan Menyi appeared to be taking things seriously. Sha Majia approached the entrance and rapped her fingers against it. The sound of her knocks echoed, thud. Thud, thud, startling Qi Feng momentarily. Sister Cha, this will surely draw the attention of those inside. He cautioned. Sha Majia raised an eyebrow. What does it matter? As her words fell, she forcefully kicked open the grand door. Within the cavern, flames flickered wildly. At the forefront stood a man bare-chested, indulging in copious amounts of wine and meat. This individual was none other than the notorious Zhan Hu, leader of the largest underground gang in Xi'an City. Upon awakening his earth-based powers at the onset of the apocalypse, he had led his subordinates in an assault on this very location. The terrain was concealed, armed with advanced weaponry, and as a military supply base, it boasted an abundance of resources. Ever since the onset of the Crimson Rain, unable to venture outside, they had remained comfortably within the cave, enjoying food and drink, occasionally seeking the company of a couple of ordinary women, leading a rather delightful existence. Suddenly, a man clad in camouflage brandishing a weapon burst in, trembling with fear. Boss, it's bad news. Something's happened. Chapter 50. Exchange your lives for your supplies. Zhan Hu furrowed his brow and inquired. What has transpired? Boss Zhan, we've heard of your plentiful resources and wish to come here to exchange for some supplies. We hope you might consider our request. Sha Majia and her companions gradually stepped into Zhan Hu's line of sight. Jiang Wan smiled at Zhan Hu, observing him intently. Zhan Hu scrutinized the group before him, narrowing his eyes. Their ability to arrive here amidst the crimson rain should not be underestimated. Yet, undeniably, this band appeared rather weak in combat prowess. At the forefront was a charming young girl, seemingly harmless, flanked by two beautiful women whose delicate waists suggested fragility. Following them were four individuals, two elderly men partially buried in the earth and one who resembled a lowly thug, sporting a disheveled mop of yellow hair. The only one who seemed to possess any combat potential emitted no trace of extraordinary energy. The closest among them, a sharp-faced man, spoke rudely, with the strength of just a few of you. What could you possibly offer? As he spoke, he caressed the weapon in his hands. The man beside him leered at Sha Majia and her companions. Come now, brother, don't be so harsh. These ladies are quite appealing. Especially the lovely one at the forefront. She looks barely of age, just the type our big boss favors. Jean, who observed coldly, refraining from silencing his brother's jeers. He too was curious to gauge the strength of this group that dared to confront the Crimson Rain. Were they genuinely formidable or merely riding on borrowed power? Noticing that Sha Majia and her companions remained silent, the man grew bolder, tossing a can of food from the table at Sha Majia's feet. Little lady, you and your friends can stay and entertain our boss. This can is yours. As for those two young men, they can remain as well, but the two elderly fellows should just get lost. We don't keep freeloaders here. How dare you insult our leader? You are courting death. Suddenly, a clear, youthful voice chimed in as Xiao Li and another individual ambled forth. A small child emerged from behind them. The men, upon witnessing this scene, erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha, brothers, did you see that? There's a little one here. I jested. Hey little one, have you weaned yet, daring to come out and threaten your elders? Upon spotting Su and I, the men laughed even more raucously. Suddenly, a flash of silver cut through the air. The man's mouth fell agape. The hand clutching his wine glass suspended midair. A crimson spray erupted from his neck, his eyes wide with terror as he collapsed to the ground. The man beside him, splattered with blood, let out no scream and soon followed suit, crumpling to the floor. Killing Emily glanced at the bloodstains on her sleeve, a hint of displeasure crossing her face. The warmth of human blood was repulsive. She tore the sleeve off and tossed it to the ground, her expression stern as she remarked, "The speed is commendable, yet the technique leaves much to be desired." After uttering this, Killing Emily reached for the man beside her. What are you doing? Let me go! The man screamed in terror. The remaining individuals finally reacted, hurriedly aiming their guns directly at Killing Emily and her companions. Release him or we shall open fire. The man being held captive happened to be her brother-in-law, and Jean, who could no longer remain a passive observer, he spoke in a deep tone. Gentlemen, we're merely here to exchange supplies. Is it truly wise to resort to such violence? He implored, consider this a favor to me. Release him and let us sit down and discuss over ample provisions. However, Killing Emily offered him not even a glance, fixating instead on Su and I as she continued, watch closely. I shall teach this only once. Though merely 7 years of age, Su and I had never experienced the chaos of battle, yet she stood undaunted before the ominous muzzles of the guns, her small face intently observing Killing Emily's hands. With a swift motion of her left hand, the man still struggling in her grip widened his eyes in shock, his pupils dilating rapidly before fading away entirely. His head lolled and he ceased to breathe. Killing Emily disdainfully tossed the man into the crowd. Did you learn? Su and I nodded hesitantly before shaking her head. Boss, your movements are too swift. I only grasped a fragment, but I will practice diligently. A sudden scream pierced the air. Brother! A woman beside Jean, who dashed forward like a madwoman, cradling the fallen man in her arms. Jean, who, filled with fury, was momentarily stunned upon seeing the man's injury. A mere shallow red line graced his neck, the result of a severed carotid artery, yet not a drop of blood seeped forth. A chill crept up Jean, whose spine. Who are you people? What is your purpose here? Finally, Killing Emily lifted her gaze to Jean, who, offering only a fleeting glance, devoid of interest, perceiving that Killing Emily seemed somewhat fatigued, Jiangwan hastily retrieved various daily necessities from their space, arranging a sofa for her to sit upon. Xiao Li quickly approached, producing some delightful snacks and pouring a cup of hot tea. Witnessing the nonchalance of Killing Emily and her group in the face of firearms ignited Jean Hu's fury. Even if one possesses immense strength, what does it matter when confronted with the barrel of a gun? Jean Lauda, I advise you not to squander our ammunition meant for killing sister. Jean, who was momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, what do you mean? Jiang Wan continued with a smile, we have come here with the intention of exchanging for your weapons, along with some essential supplies. Jean, who snorted coldly in response. To exchange our weapons? Such audacity! I am eager to see what you intend to offer in return. Jiang Wan glanced at the time and stated, our sister has never been one to take advantage of others. Since we are seeking such precious materials, we certainly cannot offer anything ordinary in exchange. We shall offer our lives. A hush fell over everyone present. Even the woman clinging to the man was momentarily stunned. Lives? Then they heard Jiang Wan's enchanting voice continue, we will exchange our lives, the lives of all of you, for your resources, including weapons. As soon as Jiang Wan finished speaking, Jean Hu's expression shifted dramatically, and he leveled his shotgun at Sha Moli. How dare you play games with me, you bastard? Bang! The dull sound of gunfire echoed, accompanied by the acrid scent of gunpowder. It jolted everyone in the cave. Gunfire erupted chaotically, wildly spraying toward Sha Moli and her companions. Chapter 51. Who will meet their demise? The entire cavern was instantly enveloped in flames and smoke. A multitude of spent shells clattered to the ground, creating a cacophony. Jean, who wore a menacing expression. Those who dared to cause chaos here must be prepared to pay with their lives. You should cease this nonsense. Remember, you are wasting my bullets. Amid the relentless gunfire, Sha Moli's clear voice resonated in everyone's ears. Jean, who was momentarily stunned, disbelief clouding his eyes. How is this possible? Sha Moli waved her hand, and the smoke dissipated. She remained poised on the sofa, her teacup steady in hand. Have you had enough? No, it can't be. Jean, who staggered backward, suddenly feeling his grip loosen as his shotgun was snatched away by Sha Moli. The others gradually began to comprehend, their eyes filled with terror. Who was this person that could not be killed? Many began to retreat, seeking an escape. Jiang Wan and Qi Feng positioned themselves firmly behind them. A man suddenly raised his gun, aiming at the pair. Yet, the individuals before him seemed impervious to harm. Realizing this, the man, in despair, lowered his weapon and knelt, pleading, "Please, spare me." As one person begged for mercy, panic spread among the others. Sha Moli disregarded their pleas. Her weapon in hand, she turned to Jean, who, "Come here. Teach me." Jean, who was taken aback. Then his body seemed to move of its own accord towards Sha Moli. Sha Moli placed the gun into Jean, whose hands, the muzzle pointed directly at her forehead. "Teach me," she reiterated. Jean, whose hand trembled as he held the gun, staring at the barrel pressed against Sha Moli's brow, swallowing hard before suddenly steeling himself. Bang! The gun fired, and the fragmented pellets rained down. Yet Sha Moli's forehead remained as pristine as jade. At this moment, Jean, who was utterly terrified, casting aside his weapon and kneeling on the ground, "Spare me, I will give you anything you desire. I beg for my life." Nan Menyi, standing behind Emoli, couldn't help but mock him. "Oh, weren't you just brandishing your gun at us? You seemed quite formidable then." Jean, who repeatedly bowed his head in desperation. "I was wrong, it was my fault. It is our honor that you wish to take my supplies. The provisions are all with that woman." He then turned to his wife behind him and shouted, "What are you staring at? Hurry and bring out the supplies. Do you want to see me die?" The woman was not Jean Hu's original wife. She was merely a hostess from a nightclub he frequented. Unexpectedly, she awakened a spatial ability during the apocalypse, which led to her being favored by Jean Hu. The woman scrambled over, ready to present the supplies, but was abruptly halted by Emoli. Upon ascending to the realm of the celestial demon, Emoli could claim the spaces of lower-level ability users as her own. She placed a hand on the woman's head. The woman trembled in fear as she gazed at the beautiful young girl. "Ah!" Suddenly, the woman's face turned pale and she began to scream in agony. Moments later, her eyes widened in terror, her body shaking uncontrollably. You've taken my space." With that, she collapsed lifeless. "Boss, we have given you the supplies, can we not be spared?" Jean Hu spoke with trepidation. The woman's space was small, containing only fresh meat, while the warehouse behind held a substantial stockpile of compressed biscuits and canned goods sufficient for their sustenance. The immediate priority was to ensure the safe departure of the killing deity. Preserving their strength, Emoli's expression remained impassive as she extended her hand, and the large shotgun on the ground instantly appeared in her grasp. "This is not theft. It is an exchange, your lives for your supplies." Emoli caressed the shotgun. "I am a person of my word." The barrel was aimed at Jean Hu's head. "Boss, spare my life, I beg you. There are still canned goods in the warehouse, they are all yours. Just let me live." Jean Hu's desperate pleas were abruptly silenced by the sound of a gunshot. With Jean Hu's demise, chaos erupted within the cave as the remaining individuals began to flee in panic. "Su and I, Nan Men, you are responsible for these people. Qishue, Qiao Li and Luo Xiu, the three of you go inside and eliminate the remnants." "Understood, Sister Sha." Nan Menyi picked up a shotgun, charging into the crowd like a madman. Su and I followed closely behind, wielding a small knife with a cautious demeanor. "You little bastards, I have allowed you to wreak havoc, and today I shall enact justice." Bang! 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 Nan Menyi, invigorated, fired wildly but then suddenly froze. "Boss. No way. Brothers, let's go. They no longer have their protective shield." "Third brother, what is a protective shield?" A man slapped him. "It means they are now afraid of bullets, you fool." With the protective shield, Nan Menyi felt like a god of war, brimming with fighting spirit. Without the shield, however, Nan Menyi was considering fleeing. However, at this moment, they were completely surrounded. Goodness, the extraordinary powers were recklessly unleashed, opening a path of flames for themselves. Su and I, leveraging her agility, weaved through the chaotic crowd. Wherever she passed, blood erupted forth, and a multitude of people collapsed instantaneously. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan and Qi Feng, having received instructions from the killer's sister, proceeded towards the back in search of the so-called warehouse. At the end of the cave lay the warehouse, not only filled with provisions but also a substantial cache of unopened armaments. Their eyes brightened, and Jiang Wan immediately began to collect them. She turned to Qi Feng. "Shall we take a look?" Qi Feng nodded and moved ahead. Upon reaching the other side, they were taken aback. Jiang Wan couldn't help but exclaim, "These bastards, killing them would be too lenient." Here too was a small warehouse which had presumably once been used to store munitions. However, after the armaments were taken, the room was filled to capacity with people. Nearly 100 individuals, comprising men, women and children of all ages, were crammed inside. The men bore various injuries, but that was not what incited the greatest anger in the two. What truly infuriated them was the mound of corpses piled in the corner. Some of the bodies were recently discarded women, completely unclothed, while others were even pregnant. It was unclear how long the corpses had been there, already decomposing and emitting a terrible stench. Chapter 52. Nanmenyi. Why am I always the one getting injured? Qi Feng closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight, and hurled a fireball into the pile. Jiang Wan and Qi Feng approached the warehouse. Qi Feng forcefully kicked open the large door, and an immediate wave of wailing erupted from the crowd. "No, please don't. Don't let me out to attract the zombies." The cries, shouts, and pleas melded into a cacophony. They had fallen for the lies of Jean who, believing he intended to establish a base, and had followed him here. The beautiful girls were meant for venting frustrations, while the others were merely bait to lure the zombies. The appearance of zombie crystal cores had gradually transformed into currency in this apocalyptic world, a notion that had sprouted in John Hu's mind. Feeding them every 2 days, keeping these ordinary people alive, when it came time for missions, he would select 2 who were of no use, sever their arteries and bind explosives to their bodies. Their fresh blood would irresistibly attract the zombies. Once a sufficient number had gathered, he would trigger an explosion. At that point, they would simply need to collect the crystal cores. In John Hu's eyes, ordinary people were not truly human. They were merely livestock he raised. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Wan's eyes. Missed. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged. It was an elderly lady cradling a young girl in her arms. Jiang Wan concealed her murderous intent and smiled gently. "Madam, do you need assistance? You all must leave quickly. Jean Hu is exceedingly ruthless. If he discovers you, such a beautiful girl as yourself would undoubtedly fall victim to his vile intentions." Looking at the elderly lady, Jiang Wan spoke softly. "He is already dead." When Jiang Wan and Qi Feng emerged from the warehouse with the ordinary people, Qi Shui and Luo Xiao, an elderly man and a young boy, were already busy gathering supplies from the corpses. Xiao Li was tending to Su and I, cleaning the blood off her face. "You must be more careful next time. How did you get yourself so dirty again?" As for Nanmenyi, he lay sprawled on the ground, groaning softly. 2 bloody holes marred his posterior. "What happened to you?" Qi Feng inquired. Su and I explained. "Brother Nanmen accidentally got shot." Upon witnessing the pitiable state of Nanmenye's rear end, Qi Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Xiaoxue, I'll handle this. You hurry over and treat him." Upon hearing her elder brother's words, Qi Shui let out a cold snort. "He doesn't need me." Upon hearing this, Nanmenyi shouted loudly, "Your ability hurts more than my injury." Qi Shui tugged at the corner of her mouth, quietly retorting, "Although it hurts, the treatment effect is still quite good." Lying on the ground, Nanmenyi, realizing that he was the only one injured and that it was his backside that suffered, was suddenly overwhelmed with sorrow and began to weep. Jiahua took a deep breath, rose and promptly kicked him. "Woo-woo boss, I'm in this state and you still kick me." "Lie still. I'm going to treat you and your whining is quite bothersome," she replied. Instantly Nanmenyi perked up. "Thank you, boss." He quickly lay down obediently. Then, a ripping sound resonated, and a draft met his backside. Nanmenye's face flushed crimson instantly, and he quickly clasped his hands behind his back to cover his rear. "Boss, you can't do this. I'm still a virgin." Suddenly laughter erupted behind him. Confused, Nanmenyi turned to look, realizing that the boss had long since vanished, leaving him with Qi Feng and Luo Xiao. "What are you two doing here? Where's the boss?" Luo Xiao chuckled. "Kid, what are you dreaming about? Lie still." Feeling a surge of anxiety, Nanmenyi complied, mumbling, "Old man, please be gentle. It would be best to give me a couple of shots of anesthetic." Luo Xiao patted Nanmenye's backside twice and put away the surgical knife he had just taken out. "Wife, lend me your kitchen knife for a moment." Nanmenyi was taken aback and quickly flattered. "Dr. Luo, you're the best. Our friendship is quite good. After all, a kitchen knife is for cooking. If it gets stained with blood, it won't be good." Luo Xiao gave a cold laugh. "You brat, you don't learn your lesson when it doesn't hurt." Qifeng hold him down. As he watched the large kitchen knife being handed over by Qiaoli, Nan Menyi began to struggle wildly. Old man, no. After receiving the kitchen knife, Luo Xiu smirked and set it aside, opting instead for his surgical knife, intending merely to frighten this fellow. However, there was no anesthetic available, and the pain of extracting the bullet from his backside was far more excruciating than a mere knife cutting into an arm. With the bullet still lodged in his left buttock, Nan Menyi promptly fainted from the pain. After extracting the bullet, Luo Xiu patted Nan Menyi's backside again and remarked to Qifeng, "This guy is not your match." Qifeng wore an embarrassed expression, recalling when he had his arm broken by Jiehua and needed Luo Xiu's treatment. A chill ran down his spine, remembering the tears and wails he had emitted during that ordeal. He felt it was not something to be proud of. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Luo Xiu's voice rang out again, "At least you, kid, are tough with your words." When Nan Menyi awoke once more, the group was already prepared to embark on their journey. He strangely touched his own backside and muttered, "I must say, that old man's medical skills are quite remarkable." Beside him, Qi Shui chuckled and remarked, "After Dr. Luo extracted the bullet, it was Sister Sha who treated you." Nan Menyi was momentarily taken aback, a wave of emotion suddenly washing over him. Although Sister Sha appeared cold and indifferent towards him, she was, in fact, quite attentive to his needs. Lost in his own feelings for a moment, he was just about to rise when Qi Shui pressed him back down. "Wait a moment, I will figure this out shortly." "Figure out what?" A sense of unease surged within Nan Menyi as Qi Shui held him down. He patted his backside again. "Am I naked?" "Qi Shui, I'm not wearing any clothes," he shouted, struggling to get up. Qi Shui playfully slapped his rear twice. "Can you be quiet? I just lost track of the acupoint Sister Sha taught me." She pressed down a couple of times, causing Nan Menyi's face to flush a deep crimson. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. "Has Xiao Shui not found it yet?" Qi Shui nodded. Jiang Wan pondered for a moment, and Nan Menyi felt another hand pressing on his backside. "Did I remember Sister Sha pressing this spot? Why don't you give it another try? But be quick, we've finished sorting out the supplies and are about to set off." At that moment, another set of footsteps passed by. Qiaoli laughed. "Oh, I must say this lad has quite the fair bottom." Nan Menyi immediately buried his entire face in the ground, remaining utterly still. Finally, after a few minutes, Qi Shui's excited voice rang out, "Found it! It's right here." As the footsteps receded, Qi Shui's cheerful voice echoed, "Sister Sha, I've learned it." Chapter 53, Children Shouldn't Look. Too much exposure will lead to needle eyes. After Qi Shui left, Nan Menyi finally exhaled in relief. "Phew, what is wrong with them? They don't even regard me as a man." He grumbled a few words before standing up and patting his slightly numb legs. He selected an outfit from the space and placed it beside him. As he removed his clothes, he suddenly froze. Behind him stood a crowd of people, men, women, and children, numbering over 100. Ha ha ha. At that moment, everyone could no longer contain their laughter. They erupted into fits of giggles. Among the older women, a few unabashedly pointed at Nan Menyi's body and began to comment, "If you ask me, compared to my old man, he has still got a long way to go." Nan Menyi immediately covered his lower half and dashed outside. An elderly lady chased him to the door, calling out loudly, "Hey there, young man, at least put some clothes on." Just as Sha Mei and the others were preparing to set off, they saw Nan Menyi sprinting out in his birthday suit, his speed rivaling that of a wind-based superhuman. Qiaoli hurriedly covered Suani's eyes. "Children shouldn't look. Too much exposure will lead to needle eyes." Before their departure, Jiang Wan hesitated and said, "Sister Sha, what about those people inside?" With a wave of her hand, a pile of compressed biscuits appeared on the ground, the size of a small mountain. "These will be enough for you to eat for half a month." Killing Jasmine cast a disdainful glance at the silver-wrapped biscuits, finding them excessively dry for her taste, observing the abundance of food. A group of individuals gazed with envious eyes, their gratitude prompting them to kneel. "Thank you, benefactor." Looking at these battle-scarred ordinary people, Killing Jasmine could not help but impart a few more words. "Remember, in this era, relying on the favor of others is less advisable than depending on oneself. To survive is to be strong. If you perish, ensure that in your next life, you are reborn as a formidable being." After delivering her words, Killing Jasmine departed with her companions. A month and a half into the apocalypse, the crimson rain finally ceased. Killing Jasmine and her group set forth on the journey to City S. Jiang Wan perused the map, reporting their travel details to Killing Jasmine. "Sister Killing, at our current pace, once we exit this mountainous region and continue along Highway 312, we are expected to reach City S by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. As for the location of the base in City S, it lies to the northwest, where a university once stood before being transformed into a base in the wake of the apocalypse." Chi Feng circled the base's location on Jiang Wan's map with a red pen. Killing Jasmine frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the scant information. As that all? What about supplies, personnel and Shaolan? Since the emergence of third-tier zombies, second-tier Shaozi had fallen out of favor completely. She turned her gaze to Nan Menyi, who had initially suggested heading to the S-base. Noting her look, Nan Menyi averted his gaze. Boss, I don't know much about the S-base either. I only heard that their base leader has a penchant for beautiful women, and their cook is quite talented. Chi Shui sighed. Brother Nanmen, how is this information of any use to us? Seeing Killing Jasmine's eyes seemingly ready to devour him, Nan Menyi suddenly brightened, slapping his thigh. Oh, there's one particularly explosive piece of news. The group quickly focused their attention. Even Killing Jasmine appeared earnest as Nan Menyi enthusiastically relayed his information. He noticed everyone staring at him with wide eyes. Hey, what kind of looks are those? Is this news not astounding enough? Just think, that's the leader of the S-base. Jiang Wan looked exasperated, addressing Nan Menyi. Seeking help for hemorrhoids from your base is indeed explosive. But this information offers us no assistance whatsoever. Luo Xiao stepped forward, patting Nan Menyi on the shoulder. Kid, where did you hear all this? Nan Menyi's expression turned slightly smug. Rest assured, this news is absolutely true. My father told me himself. Luo Xiao paused, then stroked his smooth chin, reflecting, no wonder, a tiger father begets no dog. Thank you for the compliment. My father is indeed quite remarkable. After a moment, Nan Menyi finally grasped the implication. Hey old man, what do you mean by that? Jiang Wan turned to Killing Jasmine, inquiring, Sister Killing, should I scout for specific information about City S first? Killing Jasmine tossed 2 small blue pills into her mouth, glancing at Luo Xiao and his companion, who were engrossed in examining a photograph. Killing Jasmine shook her head. There is no need. First go to City S and seek out Luo Shida. Jiang Wan was taken aback, feeling a surge of emotion, and promptly conveyed this news to the elderly Luo couple. Luo Xiao sighed deeply, while Chao Li nodded, equally moved. Sha Jia felt a warmth in her heart. Meanwhile, Sha Amoli gazed at the meager assortment of fresh fruits in the space, swallowing hard. When she left, only her elder brother had gotten married. Alas! Observing Sha Jia sighing beside her, the couple was once again touched. Surely, Sha Jia was troubled over our son's matters, Luo Xiao remarked. Chao Li, with reddened eyes, nodded in agreement. I shall prepare some of Sha Jia's favorite dishes. Halfway through their journey, the group came to a halt due to the vehicle running out of fuel. Sha Amoli, with a puzzled expression, listened as Jiang Wan explained. Gasoline. Where can we possibly procure that kind of energy? In this post-apocalyptic world, gasoline is indeed a scarce resource, and many factions had turned their gaze toward petroleum from the very onset of the calamity. Chi Feng had already visited several gas stations, all of which had been completely drained of fuel. Sha Jia, the gasoline at the 3 stations ahead has been exhausted. It is likely that the same fate awaits further down the road. Chapter 54. The black energy sphere as a substitute for gasoline. Sha Amoli bent down, examining the car's fuel inlet. Must it be the gasoline you speak of? Are there no alternatives? Nan Menyi replied, curling his lip. What options do we have now? Jiang Wan suggested. Sha Jia, I recall that you still have another vehicle in your space. Let us extract the gasoline from there to continue our journey. Currently, there are no other solutions as gasoline lacks substitutes. Sha Amoli remained still, merely concentrating and conjuring a small black sphere in her palm, which she then slowly inserted into the car's fuel inlet. Jiang Wan, give it a try and see if it will start. Jiang Wan nodded and climbed into the car, which indeed roared to life. Watching the fuel gauge indicate a full tank, Jiang Wan joyfully called out to the outside. Sha Jia, what on earth is that? The car shows it is fully fueled. Is that true? You are incredible, boss. You managed to produce gasoline. Nan Menyi exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he leaned over the fuel inlet, squinting one eye to peer inside. This is truly astonishing. Is that black sphere not a gas? How can it function like gasoline? How does the car operate? Chi Feng and the others were equally curious, clamoring to take a look. However, before long Jiang Wan sensed something amiss. The gauge continued to spin madly without stopping. Sha Jia, come and take a look. Something seems off. No sooner had Jiang Wan spoken than a deafening explosion resonated. A torrent of hot oil suddenly erupted from the fuel inlet, splattering Nan Menyi's face, while Chi Feng and the others nearby were not spared either. Ugh! Boss, this is rather unreliable. Nan Menyi wiped his face with his sleeve, revealing a mouthful of dark teeth. Turning around, he noticed that the boss was no longer beside him. Looking up, he discovered that Sha Amoli had somehow floated into the air. Boss? Cough, cough, coughed. At that moment, Jiang Wan descended from the driver's seat, her face enveloped in black smoke, Crowned with a wild mane of hair with a cough, she expelled a plume of dark smoke from her mouth, eliciting hearty laughter from Chi Feng and the others. Even Sha Emoli in the sky couldn't help but twitch her lips in amusement. "Boss, it seems the energy was too intense," she remarked, narrowing her eyes. She had merely gathered a bit of magical energy casually. Yet it appeared to have been excessive. That vehicle was undoubtedly rendered inoperable. Not only had the fuel tank exploded, but the central console at the front had also been utterly obliterated. Sha Emoli once again conjured a small black orb in her hand and approached the second vehicle behind them. The others tensed at her actions. Jiang Wan, disregarding her disheveled hair, hurried over. "Sister Sha, if this car blows up too, we will be left with only one vehicle." The others nodded in agreement. Sha Emoli's expression instantly soured. Jiang Wan forced a smile. "Sister Sha, please, do as you wish." Sha Emoli's demeanor brightened at this, and she divided the black energy ball into hundreds of smaller orbs, injecting one into the car. She then cast an eager gaze towards the group. Jiang Wan's smile stiffened. Sha Emoli glanced at Jiang Wan, her expression pitying. Her gaze shifted to the couple, Luo Xiao and his wife, too old. She mused, then to Su and I, too young. Sha Emoli's gaze skipped over the Chi siblings, finally landing on Nan Menye's face. Nan Menye immediately protested. "Boss, that's not fair. Why did you overlook those two?" He pointed at Chi Feng and Chi Shui. Chi Shui quickly waved her hands. "Nan Mengu, I can't drive." Chi Feng chuckled. "Brother, everyone is counting on you. Get in the car." As Nan Menye took the driver's seat, he glanced outside, pouting. Sha Emoli and her group had retreated to a distance of 10 meters. "Boss, if I get blown up, you mustn't tell my father how I died. You must say I perished in battle." "Shut up." Sha Emoli's sharp reprimand finally silenced Nan Menye, who obediently started the engine and covered his head. After a few minutes, aside from the sound of the engine starting, the car showed no signs of trouble. Nan Menye checked the fuel gauge, which indicated full. "Boss, we did it." Sha Emoli distributed the hundreds of energy balls she had just split among the group. "These energy orbs take up no space. Each of you can store a few. When you run out, remember to ask me." "Understood. Thank you, Sister Sha." "Boss, thank you." Among the group, only Nan Menye consistently referred to Sha Emoli with that title. She allocated 5 to 6 dozen energy orbs to each person, ensuring even the youngest, Su and I, received her share. With the vehicle now energized, they continued their journey. As dusk fell, Jiang Wan couldn't help but yawn. Sha Emoli's stomach growled in response. Jiang Wan suggested, "Sister Sha, there's an abandoned gas station ahead. Why don't we rest there for the night?" Sha Emoli nodded in agreement. By the time they arrived at the gas station, several small groups were already gathered outside. Upon witnessing the arrival of Sha Emoli and her entourage at the gas station, the onlookers exhibited little reaction. Within a radius of 100 miles, this establishment stood as the sole refueling station, a common resting point for travelers passing through. However, the sight of Sha Emoli's group sparked hushed discussions among those present, for their assemblage appeared remarkably feeble, and moreover, exceedingly perilous. After all, the 3 enchanting young ladies within the group could easily provoke unsavory thoughts in others. Inside and outside the gas station, there were approximately 7 or 8 small teams, predominantly composed of men. Following a relentless red rain that persisted for a month and a half, many ordinary individuals, including ability users, had perished from starvation due to dwindling food supplies. Those fortunate enough to have stored provisions found their reserves severely depleted over the course of this ordeal. Once the rain ceased, numerous individuals promptly emerged in search of sustenance. Among the more conspicuous groups, aside from Sha Emoli's, was another team that drew attention, comprising merely 4 individuals, tall, exquisitely beautiful women who bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Intrigued, Sha Emoli's gaze lingered upon them. Chapter 55. A brief respite at the gas station. Encountering the 4 ladies of the Yen family with a hint of curiosity amidst her innocence, Yen Meihua inquired, "Elder sister, what captures your attention?" Shaking her head with a smile, Yen Meihua replied, "Oh, nothing of significance. The day is waning. Let us have a simple meal and rest for a while." The sisters glanced around before producing some biscuits to nibble on and sipping a bit of water, thus resolving the matter of their evening repast. Being out in the world, especially with their striking appearances, the 4 sisters endeavored to maintain a low profile to avoid attracting trouble. "You all should rest first. I will keep watch tonight," Yen Meihua stated. "Elder sister, you were on watch last night. Allow me to take the shift this evening." Yen Yuehua, the 4th sister, insisted that there's no need for concern. "You all should go to sleep. Tomorrow you can take turns driving while I rest in the vehicle," Yen Meihua reassured them. The Yen family was regarded as a legendary household in the capital, not due to the magnitude of their business, but rather because of the 4 daughters. The Yen family had prospered through the production of women's goods, characterized by a deep affection between the husband and wife. However, they remained childless until the family patriarch turned 50 and the matriarch 47, when unexpectedly she became pregnant with quadruplets. The 4 daughters grew up, each possessing distinct personalities, yet all exhibiting remarkable intelligence. Following the passing of their parents, the family business flourished under the stewardship of the 4 heiresses. The eldest, Yan Meihua, was poised and composed, embodying the grace of an elder sister as she tended to her younger siblings. The second, Yan Jinghua, was fiery and impulsive, easily provoked. Just 2 hours prior, upon their arrival, she had incapacitated a man for his lewd remarks, her fierce temperament and formidable strength ensuring that the sisters could rest undisturbed. The third sister, Yan Shuahua, was her polar opposite, possessing a tranquil disposition. However, to underestimate her would be a grave error. Though quiet, she was the most astute among the sisters, orchestrating all business strategies for the Yan family. The youngest, Yan Yuehua, shared a gentle nature akin to that of Yan Shuehua, marked by her inherent kindness. Before the apocalypse, the fourth sister was the only one who did not work in her family business. Instead, she founded her own pharmaceutical company, being a psychiatrist by training. With a keen interest in pharmaceuticals, the gas station was already modest in size, and at this moment it had 7 or 8 small teams bustling about, each with considerable numbers. The commotion from the group led by Sha Moli was just 5 meters away from the 4 sisters. As the 3 sisters settled down to rest, the activity near Sha Moli intensified. Eldest sister, where shall I place this bed? Sister Sha, would you prefer the floral bedding or the striped one? Sister Sha, would you like dumplings or pork-filled pastries for dinner? Yan Jinghua had barely closed her eyes before reopening them, taking a deep breath and preparing to rise, only to be firmly restrained by the 4th sister. Yan Yuehua, second sister, they haven't done anything wrong. They merely arrived late, and it's natural for them to make some noise while tidying up. Yan Jinghua shot a glance at her sister, her face taut, and sat back down once more. The sisters found themselves wide awake, scrutinizing the last team to arrive. A delicate and lovely young girl clutched a bag, her pale hands incessantly retrieving items from it to put into her mouth. This girl was none other than the slightly hungry Sha Moli. Nan Manai had just extracted a beautifully crafted French bed, while Jiang Wan held 2 sets of bedding, inquiring with Sha Moli, and Xiao Li, burdened with a heap of food, was preparing to cook. After a moment's thought, Sha Moli replied, "Let us have pastries, and I also want that seaweed egg drop soup you make." "All right," Xiao Li responded with delight, pulling out her cooking utensils. Once Luo Xiao had everything prepared, he shouted, "Nan Men, ignite the fire." The pastries were semi-finished products that Xiao Li had prepared at home previously. The space provided by Sister Sha was far superior to a refrigerator, preserving the semi-finished products in their original state. The group enthusiastically dove into their tasks, instantly enlivening the entire gas station. Yan Jinghua cast a casual glance around and disdainfully remarked, "What time is it? Out here in the world, and they still fuss over such trivialities. Their family clearly indulges that little girl too much. In this dog-eat-dog apocalypse, it's not a good thing." Hearing her sister's words, Yan Meihua glanced over at the group and chuckled. Yan Jinghua's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted, "Eldest sister, you are just afraid of trouble, so what if there are disputes? 1 comes, I'll take 1 down. 2 come, I'll take 2 down." With that, Yan Jinghua's body surged with fiery energy, revealing her status as a level 2 fire element ability user. Yan Shuahua placed a hand on her sister, and under the influence of her water element abilities, Yan Jinghua's fiery temper gradually subsided. "Second sister, are we truly incapable of dealing with that group?" Yan Jinghua glared. "Third sister, what do you mean by that? All 4 of us are formidable level 2 ability users," she asserted. Yan Shuahua cast a casual glance in their direction and replied coolly, "Second sister, I've already told you before, one must not judge a situation by its surface. You need to observe closely." Yan Jinghua, growing impatient, responded, "What is there to observe? Isn't it obvious?" Yan Shuahua merely shook her head gently. The one who controls the flames is an individual endowed with fire-based abilities, possessing at least a secondary level of mastery over fire. The one preparing the meal is a secondary water elementalist, while the elderly man chopping wood, despite appearing to lack any remarkable power, exudes an undeniable strength and vigor that suggests he is far from ordinary. As for the 2 young women engaged in leg massages and shoulder rubs, they may seem delicate, yet they emanate an aura of inscrutability that instills in me a sense of foreboding. Should I encounter them, my chances of victory would be slim. Yan Shuahua's remark left her sisters momentarily stunned. Even Yan Jinghua, who had consistently looked down upon others, began to scrutinize Ishamel and her companions with newfound seriousness. Among the sisters, only Yan Shuahua is a psychic elementalist, a secondary level practitioner of mental powers, rendering her invincible amongst her peers of the same rank. Furthermore, take note of the man currently setting up a mosquito net. His abilities are formidable, to the extent that even I cannot discern his true strength, leading me to speculate that he may be a third-level elementalist. As for the little girl in the corner peeling an apple, she appears devoid of any combat capability, yet pay close attention to her knife skills and speed. She is evidently not an ordinary individual. Chapter 56. Zhongwan, I do not consume my kind. Su Nini, seeing that everyone had their tasks, busied herself peeling apples for the others during a moment of boredom. The silver fruit knife gleamed coldly as it danced in Su and Aya's small hands, and within mere breaths, an apple was deftly peeled. A plate of neatly peeled apple slices was set before them, while Su Nini made sure not to waste the peels, consuming some herself and placing the rest into a nearby stainless steel basin. She then meticulously cut the peeled apples into pieces, presenting them with an elegant fork before it. As for the basin filled with apple peels, she eagerly offered it to the fire-tending Nanmenyi. Nanmenyi smirked slightly. Brother, you should eat. Su Nini always remembered how Nanmenyi had rescued her from the depths of despair. Xiaoli, noticing Nanmenyi's slight disdain, remarked with a smile, that child certainly cares for you. Look at us, we can't even indulge in apple peels. Nanmenyi shrugged, grabbing a handful of apple peels and munching on them. His eyes lit up in surprise. I must admit, these are rather tasty. As Yan Shuahua had pointed out, this group was indeed formidable and not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, Yan Jinghua remained somewhat skeptical. I fail to comprehend why, with such strength, they choose to linger around a mere young girl. With their caliber, and especially this composition, they would surely be revered as esteemed guests at any base. Hearing her elder sister's words, Yan Shuahua rolled her eyes in response. Sister, do you have any insights you'd care to share? Sister, observe that young girl closely, and do not be deceived by her appearance. Yan Jinghua listened to her sister, scrutinizing Mel intently, yet no matter her perspective, she appeared to be nothing more than an excessively beautiful young heiress well protected by her family. With a sigh of exasperation, Yan Shuahua remarked, Sister, look at what she is consuming. Isn't that just candy beans? Yan Jinghua had only noticed that Isam was continuously munching on something, subconsciously assuming it was candy meant for a child. Those are not candy beans. If my eyes do not deceive me, those are the cores of third-level zombies. Upon the utterance of those words, the remaining Yen sisters were taken aback. A third-level zombie crystal core? Prior to their arrival at the gas station, the sisters had encountered a formidable third-level zombie, and it had taken considerable effort for the four of them to vanquish Itai in this apocalyptic world. The strong abound, and neither age nor appearance can truly represent one's strength. It appears that the girl in question is likely the most powerful member of her team, which is precisely why such strong individuals willingly serve her. Yan Shuahua concentrated her mental energy, attempting to gauge the strength of Sha Mei Li. However, she found herself utterly unable to penetrate the depths of the girl's power. Her once invincible mental force was thwarted merely 1 meter from the girl, leaving her immobilized. Just then, while indulging in a snack, Sha Mei Li suddenly offered a smile in their direction, an act of goodwill to convey that they bore no ill intentions. Yan Shuahua's unusual reaction instantly aroused the concern of her other sisters. Second sister, what is the matter with you? Yan Shuahua hurriedly shook her head. It's nothing. That person is simply too powerful. I attempted to probe her with my mental energy, but was met with a backlash from her formidable force. I am unharmed, just need a moment to recover. A faint smile graced her lips as she thought, another practitioner of mental energy has appeared. Jiang Wan, intrigued, turned her gaze towards the direction where Sha Mei Li had been looking and remarked, This is my first encounter with quadruplets who are identical beauties. Observing Jiang Wan, Sha Mei Li pointed at Yan Shuahua and said, The woman wearing the purple earrings, she is a significant enhancement. Consuming her will greatly augment your power. Initially delighted by Sha Mei Li's words, Jiang Wan's smile abruptly froze upon hearing such audacious claims. Sister Sha, I cannot consume my own kind. I believe my own practice is quite sufficient. Sha Mei Li, rarely in agreement, nodded in understanding. Indeed, human blood is exceedingly foul. It is not palatable. How about this? In the future, should I encounter a zombie that practices mental energy, I shall save it for you. Imagining the sight of Sha Mei Li consuming a zombie made Jiang Wan's throat constrict, and her stomach churned after suppressing the nauseating sensation. She quickly shook her head. Sister Sha, I would rather not. My own practice is truly quite satisfactory. Sha Mei Li's brows furrowed instantly. You refuse this, and you refuse that. Jiang Wan, you are quite the picky one. This was where Jiang Wan differed from Ling Yin. Ling Yin possessed a gentle disposition and was amenable to all, be it the celestial Linglong fruit from the immortal realm, the Joyo Ming fruit from the demonic domain, or the Bienan flower fruit from the ghost realm. She would consume anything brought to her with delight, regardless of her preferences. Sister Sha, dear leader, although I have not traveled to many places, the treasures you speak of are all legendary. Only a fool would be unhappy or refuse to partake. Noticing Sha Meili's evident pout, Jiang Wan, suppressing her own discomfort, smiled and coaxed, Sister Sha, my cultivation through the power of Hong Yu is already sufficient. As for delicacies such as those from zombies, I shall leave them for you. That I am simply unworthy. Sha Meili raised an eyebrow, finding some merit in Jiang Wan's reasoning. Seeing that Sha Meili was no longer upset, Jiang Wan felt a great sense of relief. It seems that the kindness shown by Sister Sha is, in fact, a burden as well. Jiang Wan was taken aback. Realizing that the bag was empty, she picked up the bag that had contained the remains of the slain Jasmine and turned it over, pouring out its contents to confirm its emptiness. Sister Sha, you truly have quite the appetite. When they had emerged from the mountains, the group had vanquished all the Tier 3 zombies they encountered, obtaining nearly several dozen zombie cores, which when combined with those previously in the bag, amounted to almost 100. Yet, in a mere moment, Sister Sha had consumed every last one, leaving none behind. I am hungry. Attend to my dining needs, she declared, preparing to rise. Jiang Wan swallowed hard and pressed her down. Sister Sha, it is already late. It would be best for you to wait here. While she would have preferred to accompany Sister Sha in her meal preparations, Jiang Wan was far more inclined to venture out and hunt zombies, undeterred even by Tier 3 ones. Qifeng, Nan Menyi, accompany me to hunt zombies. Upon hearing Jiang Wan's words, the two immediately set aside their tasks and followed her. The Yen sisters nearby, particularly Yen Jinghua, froze at the mention of Nan Menye's name, staring incredulously at the individual sporting a disheveled hairstyle. Chapter 57. The impulsive tongue and the unkind heart. Noticing her sister's unwavering gaze fixed on the yellow-haired man, Yen Jia's fourth sister, Yen Yuehua, chuckled. Sister, are you perhaps interested in that man? Yen Jinghua snorted disdainfully. Fourth sister, can you not see who that man is? Hearing Yen Jinghua's words, not only Yen Yuehua but the others also turned their attention to Nan Menye's retreating figure. That yellow-haired fellow? With his hair partially eroded by the red rain, Nan Menye's head resembled a chicken coop, complete with a nest for laying eggs. Xiao Li found the sight distressing and contemplated giving him a haircut. But Nan Menyi stubbornly refused to comply, clutching his head in protest. Yen Jinghua nodded. Nan Menyi, the debauched scion of the Nan Men family. As she uttered his name, her face contorted with rage. Her teeth clenched. The other sisters of the Yen family were taken aback. Yen Meihua furrowed her brows and remarked, how could he possibly be here? Given his nature and the protection from the Nan Men family, shouldn't he be enjoying a lavish life at the Nan Men base? Having wandered through the apocalypse for over 10 months, the arrival of the Red Rain had made the four Yen sisters acutely aware that the might of the apocalypse was beyond their capacity to withstand. After much contemplation, they resolved to seek the protection of a base. Considering their strengths, they would be regarded as formidable within the base, and with their striking appearances and sharp intellects, they anticipated a comfortable existence there. In reality, for the Yen sisters residing in the capital city, the nearby Nanmen base would be their optimal choice. Yet, why would they choose to seek something farther away? The answer lies with Nan Menyi, the debauched young master. He was of similar age to the Yen sisters and moved within the same aristocratic circles of the capital, making their acquaintance unsurprising. Nan Menyi is notorious for his debauchery, and once set his sights on the eldest of the Yen family's four beauties. Yen Meihua, after several fruitless days of pursuit, in a fit of rage, he boldly declared at a gathering that he would undoubtedly win Yen Meihua's heart, vowing to embrace all four of the Yen sisters simultaneously. Such audacious words reached the ears of the volatile Yen Jinghua that on a dark and windswept night, she single-handedly invited Nan Menyi to join her for a night of revelry. However, upon arrival, she brutally assaulted him, nearly rendering him incapable of fatherhood. Yet, the Yen sisters did not emerge unscathed either, ultimately spending close to 200 million to settle the matter. Had it not been for Nan Menye's initial indiscretion and his disgraceful behavior, the protective Nanmen would have undoubtedly sought to dismantle the Yen family's enterprises in the capital. In any case, since that incident, neither party has wished to encounter the other. Reminiscing about the events of the past, Yen Laosi couldn't help but chuckle. Second sister, you were indeed ruthless back then. I heard that Nan Menyi spent almost half a year in the hospital, with his father summoning renowned doctors from both domestic and international spheres for consultations. However, I wonder if it has any bearing now. The sisters exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Shajia Moli, munching on an apple, eavesdropped with great interest, while Yen Shuahua furrowed her brow in contemplation. Third sister, what are you pondering? Yen Jinghua inquired. Second sister, I find it rather strange. Since the onset of the apocalypse, hasn't it been said that Nan Menyi had yet to awaken any supernatural abilities, living under his father's protection. The Yen sisters were momentarily taken aback. They had witnessed Nan Menyi effortlessly manifest his fire-related powers, which were of no low caliber. Yen Shuahua narrowed her eyes. It seems we have underestimated both Nan Menyi and the Nanmen family. Observing her sisters with furrowed brows, Yen Meihua smiled and said, "All right, enough of that. We won't be heading to the Nanmen base, so let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Everyone should rest for now." Just as Yen Jinghua lay down, a delightful aroma wafted towards her. "Shajia, the pies are ready. Please eat them while they're hot. I'll continue cooking over here." Shajia Moli glanced at the towering pile of pies on the plate, nodding in satisfaction. She divided 2 pies for the eagerly awaiting Shuni and Chishua. "Shajia, you eat first." The principle of Shajia Moli's team was that good things were meant for her to enjoy first, after which they would partake. As Shajia Moli savored her meal, the two watched with anticipation. Meanwhile, Yen Jinghua, unable to resist the enticing scent of the pies, sat up and gazed at the golden oily mountain of pies, which was particularly eye-catching as it necessary to flaunt food so ostentatiously. Yen Jinghua murmured, pulling out a small piece of compressed biscuit from her backpack. The sisters appeared to carry little luggage, yet their bags were brimming with compressed biscuits, enough to sustain them for 2 months. Nevertheless, no matter how good the biscuits were, they could not compete with the alluring aroma of the pies. Yen Jinghua inhaled deeply, taking a bite of her biscuit infused with the scent of the pies. Yen Laosan and Yen Laosi were similarly affected, their mouths watering at the delicious aroma. Once, the sisters feared gaining weight and dared not touch these sugary, oily concoctions, yet now as desire beckons they can only savor the aroma. Yen Jinghua, in a fit of indignation, took a bite of a cookie. "That if there is a next life, I shall not diet. I shall indulge in whatever I wish." Yen Meihua chuckled, "All right, no more dawdling here. I will inquire if they can sell us some." Yen Jinghua hastily called out, "Eldest sister." However, the subsequent words, "You needn't go," remained unspoken, for the pastries were simply too enticing. "Eldest sister, if possible, let us buy several." Yen Meihua nodded, "Rest assured, I understand." Yet, as soon as Yen Meihua rose, someone could no longer resist the delightful scent and boldly approached Shamoli and her companions. "Wow, ladies, your food smells absolutely divine." A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, strode directly to Shamoli, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the platter of pastries, reaching out to grab one. Chi Shui, swift as lightning, smacked his hand away. Her speed, as a level 2 wind elementalist, was not something an ordinary ability user could hope to match. Chi Shui's quick reflexes led Chan Jiang to reassess the strength of this small team before him. Chan Jiang pointed at his own squad, where 5 burly men stared eagerly in his direction. Chapter 58. Selling pastries, miss. We can exchange materials or purchase with crystal cores. Upon hearing the mention of crystal cores, Shamoli's eyes sparkled. Though the pastries were delectable, the allure of crystal cores was evidently greater. 1 small blue core for 10 pastries. Chan Jiang scratched his head, puzzled. What currency is this small blue? Chi Shui cleared her throat. A small blue refers to a level 3 crystal core. Chan Jiang's expression turned incredulous. A level 3 crystal core. One of those could buy 100 jin of flour at the base. Isn't that rather exorbitant? Observing Shamoli chewing with gusto, Chan Jiang felt a pang of envy. After Chan Jiang departed, Shamoli set down her pastry and addressed Suanai and Chi Shui. "I've had my fill. You all can eat now, sell the rest." Chi Shui's eyes lit up as she nodded. After they finished, a large platter remained, while Chowli continued to fry more pastries. Seizing the opportunity, Chi Shui resolved to prepare all of them, making future transactions easier. If there were buyers, that would be even better. Pork pastries, 10 for 1 level 3 crystal core, limited quantity, hurry to purchase. Chi Shui set down the loudspeaker and glanced at Shamoli. "Sister Sha, is this acceptable?" Shamoli nodded, "Excellent." The aroma of the pastries wafted throughout the gas station. Everyone was tempted, yet few rose to make a purchase. Most of these individuals were preparing to head to Base S, where crystal cores served as universal currency, and level 3 cores were considered high-grade currency. Presently, 1 level 3 crystal core could buy 100 jin of rice or flour, enough to sustain a single person for half a year with careful rationing. In other words, following the Red Rain, the level of zombies has significantly increased, with the emergence of third-tier zombies. However, on the side of the ability users, at least aside from the team led by Sha Amoli, no third-tier ability user has yet appeared. A third-tier zombie can only be hunted down through the combined efforts of several second-tier ability users. Among the teams at the gas station, aside from Chan Jiang's group and the 4 sisters of the Yen family, the remaining second-tier ability users are few and far between, not to mention those possessing third-tier crystal cores. Chan Jiang glanced at the crowd, and several men exchanged glances. The difficulty of hunting a third-tier zombie seemed imminent, and spending a third-tier crystal core on a pie felt utterly unworthy. One of the men, clearly tempted, still shook his head and said, "Never mind, it's too expensive, I won't have any." After Qi Shui finished speaking, not a single person stood up at that moment. Yan Meihua suddenly smiled and took out a third-tier crystal core as she approached Sha Mo and her group dialed by 10. Qi Shui's eyes lit up. "All right." Qi Shui promptly retrieved 10 pies. Sha Mo glanced at Yan Meihua and suddenly said, as the first customer, "I'll throw in an extra one." Qi Shui quickly grabbed another pie from the tray. Yan Meihua also produced a plate from her backpack and received the pies. "Thank you," she said, while Qi Shui placed the acquired third-tier crystal core into Sha Mo's bag. Sha Mo looked at it, licked her lips but did not eat. One is too few. It's not satisfying. Yan Meihua distributed a pie to each of her sisters, while she herself took only a small piece to savor. As the first bite of the pie entered her mouth, Yan Jinghua nearly burst into tears. "This is so delicious." Even Yan Shuihua, who rarely spoke, nodded in agreement. The taste was indeed exquisite. It seemed that the expenditure of one third-tier crystal core was well justified. With a smile, she said, all right, seeing all of you looking so unambitious, haven't you already eaten something this evening?" "No more eating. Save the rest for breakfast tomorrow." Adults understand restraint but children do not. The team beside Yan Meihua appeared somewhat chaotic, with 7 or 8 adults accompanying a small child. Upon catching a whiff of the pie's aroma, the little boy began to cry and fuss, but fortunately his mother managed to calm him down. Wah, I want to eat pie. Grandma, I want to eat pie." The little boy rolled on the ground in distress. Yan Meihua and her companions frowned. The crowd's attention quickly turned toward them. The boy's mother, feeling somewhat embarrassed, was just about to pull her child up when she was suddenly pushed aside by an elderly woman behind her. "Are you dead? My precious grandson wants to eat pie, and you just stand there watching?" The elderly woman, with distinctive triangular eyes, glared fiercely at the woman while clutching the little boy. The woman wore a helpless expression. "Mom, it takes a third-tier crystal core to buy those. We barely have a few second-tier crystal cores at home. How can we afford it? Besides, we are about to move to S-Base and we have no idea what the situation will be like there. It's better to save the crystal cores." Though the elderly woman was harsh, she recognized the validity of her daughter-in-law's words. "Useless? Why do we have to buy them? Adults don't eat them. How much can a child eat?" The elderly woman tenderly picked up her grandson and made her way towards Yan Meihua. Noticing her mother-in-law's departure, the woman hurried to her husband's side and whispered, "You should pay more attention to Mom. Constantly indulging Xiaojun is not a good thing." The man, in his 40s and wearing glasses, wore an expression of resignation. Glancing at the others, he leaned closer to his wife and said, "We have very little food left. Mother and Xiaojun, one old and one young, will always receive something to eat from others." Although the man's mother's incessant meddling was far from ideal, he thought that as long as they could fill their stomachs, it would suffice. This group of men consisted of neighbors who had persevered in the community. 3 or 4 families banded together to seek refuge at the base in S City. The elderly woman approached the Yan sisters, and upon seeing the unfinished pie in Yan Shuihua's hand, her throat constricted. With a quick glance, she patted her grandson's bottom and set him down on the ground. "Dear young lady, I implore you. My grandson hasn't eaten much all day. Would you be so kind as to spare half a pie for him to savor?" The elderly woman smiled as she made her request to the sisters, while the little boy, under his grandmother's encouragement, lunged directly for the pie in Yan Shuihua's grasp. Bang! Ouch, Grandma, that hurts! Yan Shuihua had been vigilant, and as the little boy lunged towards her, she swiftly stood up, causing him to miss and tumble to the ground. Having failed to secure the pie and now having fallen, the boy threw a tantrum, wailing loudly. The elderly woman was distressed, preparing to unleash a torrent of reprimands. Yan Jinghua stood up and smashed a nearby pillar with a punch, silencing the scene instantly, leaving only the boy's cries echoing. The elderly woman was momentarily stunned. "Old lady, if you wish to avoid having your grandson end up like that man over there with a broken hand, refrain from plotting against us, sisters, do you understand?" The elderly woman appeared flustered, quickly nodding before hastily taking her grandson away. Shamili and Qi Shui, who had been observing the commotion, noted how the elderly woman's encounter ended before it truly began. Shamili scoffed, "How boring!" No sooner had she spoken than the elderly woman approached Shamili and her companions. Qi Shui smirked slightly. The elderly woman scrutinized the group, relieved to find that apart from the children, there were only elderly individuals present. Having been separated by the Yan sisters, she had not fully grasped the situation. Now, upon closer inspection, she beamed with delight. The plush bed, accompanied by a sofa and a dining table laden with an abundance of food, not merely pies, captured her attention. The little boy instantly forgot his tears, tugging at his grandmother's clothing. "Grandma, I don't want to sleep on the floor tonight. I want to sleep in that bed. I want pie and I want cola." The elderly woman looked at her grandson with tender affection. After a brief cough, she continued, "I see there's only one little girl sleeping on this bed, and there's plenty of space. Would it be possible for my little grandson to sleep here for the night? Additionally, you have so many pies left that you won't be able to sell. Why not let us have them?" Not long ago, at the Yen family's establishment, the elderly lady at least displayed a modicum of courtesy. However, upon arriving at the abode of the elder named Sha Amoli, she immediately assumed the demeanor of a hostess, issuing commands with an air of authority. After speaking, her grimy hand reached out towards the pie. Quick-witted Xiao Li swiftly stashed the pie away into her spatial pocket, while Qi Shui collected the items from the table. Upon witnessing the disappearance of all possessions, the young boy erupted into a fit of wailing. He lunged at Xiao Li, raising his tiny fist in an attempt to strike the elderly woman who had claimed the pie. This was the first time Xiao Li encountered such an unruly child. Though she felt inclined to scold him, she refrained due to his tender. As an elder herself, she found it difficult to take action. And reasoning with such a child proved futile. Casting a glance at the equally unreasonable elderly woman, Xiao Li could only manage a wry smile. Just then, Su and I emerged from behind with an expression of fierce determination. "Grandma Xiao, this is a matter among children. Allow me to handle it." Su and I stepped forward, grasped the boy by his collar, and hoisted him up. In that moment, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Ni's eyes. She often watched Sha Jie lift people effortlessly, but being petite, she had never been able to do so with an adult. Today, however, she finally managed to lift someone, and it felt exhilarating. "You little brat. What do you think you're doing? Put our Xiao Jun down this instant." The elderly woman exploded in outrage upon seeing her grandson being lifted. Nevertheless, Su and I said not a word and simply carried the child to the front of the gas station. In the most innocent of tones, she uttered the harshest of words. "Oh dear, is there no sense of justice left in this world? Is there no law at all to bully us, a grandmother and grandson?" The elderly lady collapsed onto the ground, rolling about and wailing. Yen Meihua kindly reminded her, "Ever since the apocalypse began, the law has long ceased to exist. That if you wish to spare your grandson any harm, perhaps you should temper your ambitions." As for the boy's parents, they lowered their heads in embarrassment as the small farce concluded. Chen Jiang suddenly stood up. "Chen Jiang, where are you going?" he was asked with a sheepish grin. He replied, "To buy some pies." He approached the vendor and exchanged a crystal core for 10 pies. Upon returning, he distributed 5 among his brothers. "Chen Jiang, what has gotten into you?" The others, upon receiving their pies, were not focused on eating but rather gazed at Chen Jiang in astonishment. "Could it be that the earlier incident with the grandmother and grandson has inspired some revelation in you?" All 5 brothers turned their worried eyes toward him. Under their scrutiny, Chen Jiang unexpectedly felt a flush of shyness. "No, I simply couldn't resist the temptation." The group exchanged glances. Initially, it was presumed that the pie business would meet a dismal end, resulting in each person consuming only 1 pie. For a man towering over 6 feet, abstaining from food was one thing, but after tasting the delightful flavor, their stomachs began to growl in unison. "I'm going to buy another 10. Wait for me. I will join you." Such cravings were unbearable for everyone, and soon all 5 individuals rose to purchase another 10 pies, sharing the feast. Each person managed to devour 6 pies, though it did not fully satisfy their hunger. It certainly quelled their cravings. The actions of the 6 individuals quickly drew the envy of those around them. Pork-filled pies, a delicacy they yearned to savor, yet their lack of means left them merely swallowing their saliva as they gazed longingly. At that moment, however, nefarious thoughts began to brew. Night descended, shrouding the sky in darkness devoid of the moon, where black and white blurred into a fleeting notion. Numerous supernatural squads succumbed to slumber in the inky night, when suddenly, a flicker of fire ignited at the camp of Jasmine. Qi Shui kindled the bonfire, upon which water was also simmering, reserved for Qi Feng and his companions to prepare a midnight meal. In the depths of night, everyone endeavored to avoid illumination. The mobility of zombies surged in darkness, far more vigorous than during the day, and any light could easily attract their attention. Thus, the glow from Jasmine's camp quickly incited discontent among the majority. Chapter 60. A needle pricks the rear upon witnessing the bonfire lit by the pie vendors. Those who had been envious after missing out on the pies grew increasingly vocal. Do you even realize that lighting a bonfire at night is a suicidal act? If you seek death, we do not share your desire. A man spoke up, his anger palpable. Not only the crowd, but even the Yen sisters were perplexed by Jasmine's group's actions. The gas station was an open expanse, devoid of even a single hiding spot. Should a horde of zombies be attracted, they would have no choice but to fight. A small number might be manageable, but a significant influx could spell doom for the entire group. Jasmine cast a glance at the crowd. How noisy. Hey, what's with your attitude, young lady? Everyone is advising you, yet you refuse to listen. It seems you wish for us all to accompany you to the grave. The elderly woman, who had previously failed to snatch a pie, interjected vehemently beside her. Yen Meihua offered a kind-hearted warning. Miss, this is not mere nitpicking. Following the red rain, the zombies have become more formidable. Not only has their mobility increased significantly, but some have also gradually regained their ability to see, becoming highly sensitive to light. This place is desolate with no means of concealment. Should we be encircled by zombies, we may not even have the opportunity to retreat. Jasmine remained unfazed. Observing her elder sister being disregarded, Yen Jinghua leapt up in protest. It's about to escalate into an argument. At that moment, Xiaoli interjected with a smile. Everyone, please remain calm. As you know, 3 members of our team have ventured out in this darkness, devoid of any light. We fear they might become lost. Furthermore, our decision to ignite the bonfire signifies that we are unafraid of the zombies. Rest assured, regardless of their numbers, we shall handle it. Just as Xiaoli finished speaking, she abruptly sneezed. Achoo! Such bravado! I fear that when the zombies arrive, you will all scurry behind us for shelter. Surrounding murmurs of discussion and reproach ensued until a deep voice resonated through the air. Jasmine cast a glance at the man. His face was notably square, adorned with black-rimmed glasses. Xiaoli nodded at him in gratitude. With the man leading the charge, the chatter gradually subsided. Jasmine then proclaimed, "We did not ignite the bonfire to await anyone, but rather to ward off the cold." Upon her declaration, Yen Meihua instinctively adjusted her coat. Indeed, after the red rain ceased, I feel the temperature has plummeted considerably. Among the sisters, only Yen Jinghua was clad in short sleeves. She touched her arm and with a hint of confusion remarked, "Is it really that cold?" "I don't feel particularly chilly." Yen Laosi chuckled and teased. "Second sister, you resemble a powder keg, ready to ignite at any moment. How could you possibly feel cold?" Yen Jinghua instantly widened her eyes in disbelief. "You little rascal, are you courting death?" In contrast to the playful banter of the 2 sisters, Yen Shuohua wore a serious expression. "Third sister, what is your take on this matter?" She lifted her gaze towards Shamoli and spoke earnestly. "Eldest sister, second sister, when we set out this morning, we were still in short sleeves. By the time we took our midday break, we had donned our jackets. Now, even in our jackets, we are starting to feel the chill. Given the rate at which the temperature is dropping, I fear it may freeze by dawn." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged incredulous glances. Surely it cannot be that drastic. How could the temperature plummet so rapidly? Yen Meihua retrieved a small flashlight from her bag, and as the light illuminated their surroundings, they noticed their breath misting in the air. A sudden chill ran through them, and their expression shifted dramatically. If the temperature were indeed plummeting so swiftly, it would be dire. They had no means to ward off the cold. While many of the sisters possessed dual abilities, none had awakened spatial powers, and all they carried were compressed biscuits and weapons. The 3 sisters turned their attention to Yen Meihua, who, after a moment of contemplation, declared, "Second sister, let us ignite a bonfire. Third and fourth sisters, you 2 go to the car and fetch the blankets." As time passed, the gas station began to echo with murmurs. Shamoli lay asleep on the bed, while Qi Shui sat on the ground beside her, guarding her and gradually closing her eyes. Xiaoli and Luo Xiu, the elderly couple, casually made a makeshift bed by the bonfire. In the tranquil gas station, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly broke the silence. The man named Fang Zheng, who had previously spoken up for Shamoli, was now stealthily approaching her bed. His eyes gleamed with greed as he fixated on the cloth bag in Shamoli's arms. Within that bag lay several third-level crystal nuclei. To his dismay, there was a mosquito net in the way. Just as he was about to reach for the bag, he felt a sharp pain in his backside. Ignoring the discomfort, he thrust his hand toward the cloth bag, and the moment he grasped it, an expression of exhilaration spread across his face. He had struck gold, at least 10 third-level crystal nuclei. He would never have to worry about food and drink at any base. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he locked eyes with Shamoli's icy gaze. Momentarily stunned, his first instinct was to yank the bag and flee. As he instinctively recoiled, the glinting needle punctured deeply into his rear. His scream jolted everyone awake. In a reflexive panic, they initially assumed a zombie attack and hastily grabbed their weapons, only to discover the true nature of the commotion. Even without words, they all understood what had transpired. Caught red-handed, the man's hand remained trapped within the mosquito net, still clutching Shamoli's bag. frozen in that position. Alas! Wasn't that man just advocating for them not long ago? Indeed, it appears that his newfound brightness merely facilitated his thievery. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, the man was drenched in cold sweat, and what troubled him further was the pain radiating from his rear. "You little scoundrel, why must you fidget so? You made my needle stain with blood." Chapter 61. Time imprisoned. The man let out another wretched scream. Only then did the others discern that the old man wielded a steel needle over a meter in length, which seemed to emanate a chilling aura under the glow of the campfire. Luo Xiao produced a handkerchief, carefully wiped it, and then took out some alcohol for a rudimentary sterilization. Ever since the last battle, the half-meter steel needle had proven its worth, leading Luo Xiao to craft another one exceeding a meter in length. This longer variant was far more suitable as a weapon. Luo Xiao sheathed the steel needle and rose to his feet, casting a sharp gaze over the various teams. What he had done should need no further explanation, right? His eyes bore down on the team to which the man belonged. Qi Shui and Xiao Li stood beside him. Their expressions graved. Su and I crawled out from beneath the bed of Sha Amoli, brandishing her small knife in readiness. The captain of the man's team was a middle-aged man who, under Luo Xiao's scrutinizing gaze, had no choice but to step forward. "Brother, we were unaware of this situation. We were all asleep until we were roused by his screams." The middle-aged man wore an expression of urgency as he glared at the bespectacled man, wishing he could slap himself. This man had only joined their team that very morning. His scholarly appearance and ability had led the captain to accept his application without much thought. When they saw him speak up for their group that evening, they had thought him to be a commendable individual, utterly unaware that he was merely plotting to steal from them. Luo Xiao was clearly skeptical. The man's companions hastily interjected, "We speak the truth. If you don't believe us, ask him yourself." We encountered him this morning, all en route to the city base, and set off together. Had we known his true nature, we would never have permitted him to join our team. Luo Xiao glanced at Sha Amoli, who sat on the bed. "Sister Sha, what shall we do now?" With a wave of her hand, Sha Amoli restored the man's ability to move, and he promptly collapsed onto the ground. The pressure from the injury on his rear caused him to emit a scream of agony. He scrambled to his feet, eyes pleading as they locked onto Sha Amoli. "Forgive me. I was blinded by greed. Please spare me." The man lowered his gaze, finding himself utterly alone. He feigned terror, trembling in fear, and as the group's vigilance waned, he seized the opportunity to escape swiftly using his wind-based abilities. This habitual thief had successfully fled this way more than 5 times before. However, he did not anticipate that today he would face none other than Sha Amoli. In that moment, despair enveloped him, and he gazed at the little girl before him with utter terror. That instant, all present widened their eyes in shock. Yan Jinghua opened her eyes wide, her face a portrait of astonishment as she inquired, "What exactly is this extraordinary ability?" At that moment, Yan Shuahua struggled to maintain her composure. Could it be the legendary power of time? As soon as the words left her lips, the gazes of those around her were instantly drawn to the Yan sisters. Yan Shuahua swallowed hard, striving to remain calm amidst her shock, and spoke in a low voice, "Since the apocalypse, ordinary individuals have awakened various kinds of extraordinary abilities. Water, wind, earth and fire abilities are quite common, while spatial and healing powers are relatively rare. Beyond these, it is said that there are also time abilities and mental powers. What I just witnessed resembled a technique from the realm of time abilities known as time confinement." No sooner had Yan Shuahua concluded her analysis than a crisp round of applause resonated. Killing Jasmine turned to her and asked, "Are you finished?" Yan Shuahua paused momentarily before nodding. "This is merely my analysis." With no intention to offend, a hint of impatience flickered in Killing Jasmine's eyes. "Are you done?" Yan Shuahua hesitated, somewhat perplexed by the girl's intent. Her mental abilities failed to detect any of Killing Jasmine's thoughts. After a moment's reflection, Yan Shuahua decisively replied, "I am finished." Killing Jasmine nodded in acknowledgement. "That's all I needed." Yan Shuahua, her mind swirling with questions, turned to her elder sister. Yan Meihua wore a similarly bewildered expression. "Third sister, it seems she merely asked if you were done speaking." Yan Shuahua's gaze returned to Killing Jasmine. "What kind of person is this little girl?" Killing Jasmine's 3 cardinal rules. Family is off limits. The bell cannot be touched. Food cannot be taken. At that moment, she regarded the man before her, who was pilfering her food, with utmost seriousness. "Why are you stealing my food?" "Little sister, I did not steal your food. I merely wished to borrow a couple of crystal cores." Gazing upon Killing Jasmine's innocent visage, the man's fear gradually diminished, and he responded with a somewhat cheeky grin. Luo Xiao, observing from behind, frowned deeply and brandished a needle, thrusting it directly towards the man's backside. "You young man, behave yourself. If you dare to smile at our sister Jasmine again, I'll puncture you. Suddenly pricked, the man let out a desperate scream. Luo Xiu's expression turned fierce as he recalled how the man had just looked at sister Jasmine. One prick was not enough. He followed up with a flurry of 3 rapid jabs. The onlookers, witnessing the lengthy steel needle plunging in and out, instinctively clutched their own posteriors. The pain they imagined was on an entirely different level. The man, clutching his backside, hastily pleaded for mercy. That I'm sorry. Please let me go, don't stab me again. Tears streamed down his face from the agony. The problem was that the elderly man did not stop at a single jab. He drove the needle further in, pushing against the man's innards, making him feel as if it had reached his coccyx. The man lowered his gaze, shooting Luo Xiu a malevolent look. Once he managed to escape, he vowed to turn this old man to ashes and feed them to the zombies. Killing Jasmine glanced at the pouch on her chest and remarked nonchalantly, I am quite soft-hearted and cannot bear to see others in pain before me. Moreover, I recall that you assisted us earlier. I shall let you go this time. Depart. The man was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of utter disbelief. The onlookers were more incredulous than the men, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is this it? What does it mean when the thunder is loud but the rain is scant? Qi Shui and Luo Xiu, along with a few others, wore expressions of astonishment. Luo Xiu spoke directly. Sister Sha, this individual is clearly a habitual offender, his shifty eyes revealing his nefarious nature. The mere fact that he dared to offend you warrants the severing of a hand as a light punishment. Sha Emoli cast a sidelong glance at Luo Xiu. Did you not hear what I just said? Chapter 62. The unweaned demonic youngling Sha Emoli. Luo Xiu was taken aback, falling silent, and directed an indignant glare at the man. The man in turn tentatively inquired, Little sister, are you truly going to let me go? Sha Emoli nodded earnestly, then turned her head away, lying down on the bed as if preparing to sleep. The man instantly felt a surge of excitement, as though the pain in his backside had diminished significantly. Luo Xiu, however, growled under his breath, Sister Sha has let you go. Why are you not hastening to leave? As the man passed by Luo Xiu, he shot him a disdainful glare and contemptuously raised his middle finger. Nearby, the Yan sisters were taken aback, with Yan Jinghua exclaiming, Is that it? After all the fuss, she's just a bleeding heart? Yan Shuahua shook her head in a wry smile. The crowd around them erupted in a chorus of boos. Yet, just as the man had walked a few meters away, 3 figures sprinted towards him at breakneck speed. It was Nan Menyi and his companions. Sha Emoli, still reclining on the bed, softly uttered, Explode! Boom! With a slight explosion, the man who had just fled was instantly enveloped in a mist of blood, evaporating into the air. The scene fell into a profound silence, every gaze unerringly directed at the origin of that explosive command. Even the Yen sisters ceased their discussions. This woman was not to be trifled with. In the stillness of the night, shouts suddenly pierced the air. Boss, what is happening? Ugh! Nan Menyi and his companions found themselves splattered with blood. Only Nan Menyi remained rooted to the spot. Shouting in dismay, Jiang Wan, having cleaned her hands, handed a crystal core to Sha Emoli. Sister Sha, our outing was a resounding success. We secured a total of 17 third-tier crystal cores. This revelation? Everyone was once again astonished. Yan Shuhua widened her eyes, looking at her sisters. It turned out that their earlier excursion had involved hunting zombies, specifically third-tier ones, and just a few hours, they had amassed 17 third-tier crystal cores. For the sisters, hunting third-tier zombies was not particularly challenging. However, given their current strength after confronting 2 third-tier zombies, their abilities would be nearly depleted, requiring a lengthy rest to recuperate before continuing to fight. At that moment, the Yen sisters turned their gazes simultaneously towards the third sister, Yan Shuahua. Her previous analysis had proved entirely accurate. Sha Emoli accepted the crystal cores, a glimmer of delight flashing in her eyes. She then produced 3 pills and handed them to Jiang Wan. Thank you, Sister Sha. This was one of the primary reasons Jiang Wan and her companions were eager to assist Sha Emoli in hunting zombies. Upon completing each mission, they were rewarded with energy pills distilled from the red rain. The energy pills obtained last time had allowed Jiang Wan to solidify her mental realm, causing the energy within her body to surge dramatically, elevating her cultivation to the pinnacle of the first layer of the demonic sound 9 heavens. Jiang Wan gazed at the orb in her hand, a fleeting glimmer of joy crossing her face. With the consumption of this orb, her cultivation would ascend, reaching the second layer of the devil's melody of 9 heavens, and her extraordinary abilities would surge to level 3. Just as Jiang Wan reveled in her anticipation, the voice of Sha Emoli suddenly echoed in her mind. The devil's melody of 9 heavens, centered upon the cultivation of demonic sound. Once a note is perfected, It can shatter all. Jiangwan was momentarily taken aback. But soon comprehension dawned upon her. Lowering her gaze, she recalled that after the Crimson Rain, Qi Feng, Qi Shui, and the others had all advanced to level 3, even Nan Menyi, the half-hearted cultivator, had become a level 3 extraordinary being. Though she feigned indifference on the surface, deep down she was indeed concerned. As the first subordinate of Sister Sha, her cultivation method was also superior amongst her peers. Sister Sha had always cared for her. Yet she felt she had not lived up to expectations, lagging behind in levels compared to the other two. With this thought, Jiangwan glanced at Sha Meili, who had reclined back onto the bed, casually stating 9 notes. Jiangwan nodded, her mind untroubled by the bloodstains on her body, as she settled into a meditative posture on the ground and produced her guqin. The melodious strains of the guqin resonated, its enchanting melody gently flowing through the air of the gas station and the late hours. Who would be playing the guqin instead of sleeping? Indeed, how could one possibly rest with such music? A female voice chimed in. Do you not find this music delightful? The crowd was momentarily stunned until they realized the player was Sha Meili, causing them to fall silent in an instant. Yan Shuahua's expression froze, her eyes suddenly brightening. This music was unexpectedly conducive to her cultivation of mental strength. Although the apocalypse had awakened such a formidable and domineering ability as mental powers, the number of those who had awakened such abilities was exceedingly scarce. At present, aside from herself, Yan Shuahua was unaware of anyone else who possessed such extraordinary powers. Thus, on this path of cultivation, she could only proceed by feeling her way forward, inching along through her own explorations. Cultivating mental strength was immensely challenging, and this was Yan Shuahua's first encounter with something that could aid her in her practice. Immediately, she focused her mind and sat cross-legged in meditation. Noticing Yan Shuahua's unusual demeanor, Yan Meihua and the others quickly quieted and entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, the rest of the group gradually succumbed to slumber. Lulled by the enchanting melodies as the tune came to an end, Sha Meili had already drifted off to sleep. Clutching her crystal nucleus pouch tightly, Jiangwan smiled, covering her with a blanket before moving aside to cleanse herself. The moment Jiangwan departed, Sha Meili's hand stirred swiftly. She rummaged through the pouch, extracting a crystal nucleus and popping it into her mouth, savoring it leisurely as more and more crystal nuclei filled her mouth. The pouch soon reached its bottom. For the final time, she reached into the pouch, feeling around for an eternity. With her eyes closed, Sha Meili pouted slightly, slipping her fingers into her mouth. After a brief moment of sucking, she finally succumbed to deep slumber. And the demon realm. The fearsome little princess harbored a long-hidden secret, known only to her family, including the fairy Ling and to the outside world. She was a bloodthirsty demoness, a figure that instilled dread in all. In reality, within the confines of her home, she remained an infant, as the demon royal family only considered one an adult once the pair of horns atop their head had fully matured. Despite having lived for centuries, Sha Meili was still but an unweaned demon child in the demon realm. Although she had arrived in this other world, she was much like many modern infants who have yet to wean, unable to sleep without nourishment. For Shamoli, this pure crystal core was akin to milk, while the red rain could suffice as well, albeit it contained an overwhelming amount of energy. A few days prior, Shamoli had tried it, and after indulging throughout the night, she had inadvertently overindulged, leaving her bloated for several days, persistently hiccuping. Chapter 63. A drop in temperature. The sudden snowfall greeted the morning. The fire pit beside Shamoli had already extinguished. Nan Menyi and Su and I had taken refuge beneath Shamoli's bed, while the others were gathered around the campfire. Achoo! Nan Menyi was roused from his slumber by the cold. Achoo, achoo, achoo! After sneezing thrice, he finally awoke, rubbing his reddened nose. Su and I, whom he had been cradling, was also stirred by the sound of his sneezing. So cold, Nan Menyi muttered as he rose, only to bump his head against the bed frame. Suddenly realizing he had slept beneath Shamoli's bed as they crawled out from their hiding place, they were utterly captivated by the spectacle before them. Snowflakes danced in the sky, and the ground outside the gas station had already frozen over. Goodness! Nan Menyi gaped in astonishment at this enchanting scene. Just days earlier, it had been raining red, and they had been clad in short sleeves, with temperatures hovering around 30 degrees, and now without warning it was snowing. A chill swept through him, prompting him to rub his arms vigorously before scooping up Su and I and rousing everyone. Wake up, everyone! It's snowing. Without exception, the expressions of the others upon waking were filled with astonishment. What is happening? Has Sister Sha awakened? A small hand emerged from the mosquito net, as Shamoli signaled that she was indeed awake. She then cleared her throat softly. I'm still a bit sleepy. I'll rest for a little while longer. Inside the mosquito net, Shamoli lay on the bed, pondering her slowly growing thumb. Feeling somewhat troubled last night, she had unintentionally overindulged again, having nibbled on her own finger. While her flesh could regenerate infinitely, the act of consuming her own fingers to sleep was undeniably peculiar. Lying on the bed, shammily appeared rather listless. Jiang Wan tugged at the corner of her mouth. The temperature outside was approximately -4 or 5 degrees, yet Sister Sha was still able to sleep soundly. She then glanced around at the scenery and hastily urged everyone to awaken all those inside the gas station. Hurry and wake up. The temperature has dropped. Wake up quickly. Even the youngest Sue and I joined in with the others. The sudden drop in temperature caught many unprepared, still clad in the flimsy garments of summer. Those with higher abilities fared better, much like Chen Jiang's team. Achoo! After being roused by Jiang Wan, a few individuals merely felt stiff, sneezing a few times before easing into movement, releasing some of their abilities to feel their bodies gradually coming to life. Chen Jiang clasped his hands in gratitude towards Jiang Wan for her timely assistance. When we are out in the world, it is only right to look out for one another. If you are all well now, swiftly ignite the campfires around us. Chen Jiang nodded solemnly, leading his comrades to kindle the flames. Sister Jiang, what should we do if many cannot be awakened? Jiang Wan gazed at the woman on the ground. Her body already stiffening yet still exhibiting faint signs of life, she attempted to channel a thread of her extraordinary power, and gradually, the woman began to respond, her eyes slowly fluttering open. What has happened to me? I feel so cold. The temperature had plummeted sharply. Snow was falling and the surroundings had already frozen over. You must rise quickly and unleash your abilities to invigorate your body, then join me in rescuing our team members, Jiang Wan urged. The woman, part of a 7-member team of rank 1 ability users, found themselves unprepared for this sudden drop in temperature and had succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon surveying her surroundings, astonishment washed over her face as she beheld her teammates. Their fates uncertain, her eyes reddened, and she staggered to her feet, her body having been frozen for so long that it took her a moment to regain her mobility. Thank you for saving me. The woman expressed her gratitude to Jiang Wan before promptly joining the efforts to rescue others. Nan Menyi had just regained his composure and turned to glance at the 4 women lying nearby. Although they were covered with blankets, their alluring figures were still discernible. A connoisseur of beauty, Nan Menyi mused, ah, for exquisite beauties. He straightened his clothing and approached to rouse them. Ladies, awaken! Yan Jinghua felt as though she had slept exceptionally deeply that day. She sensed a hand caressing her face and attempted to swat it away with her arm, but found herself unable to lift it, just as she felt that hand begin to wander lower. She suddenly opened her eyes. You pervert! Nan Menyi was taken aback. His hand still lingering beneath her clothing, he swore to the heavens that he had merely intended to check for her pulse. Although this justification was somewhat flimsy, it had indeed been his genuine thought. Once Yan Jinghua registered the situation, her eyes widened, flames of fury igniting within them. Nan Menyi, how dare you? She seethed through gritted teeth. Nan Menyi swallowed hard, leaping to his feet and instinctively covering himself. It seems you have not learned your lesson from the past. You dare to assault me again. If I do not put an end to you this time, I shall no longer be Yan Jinghua. A fireball was hurled straight at Nan Menyi's head. The flames ignited upon contact with his hair. Yan Jinghua, you madwoman! He exclaimed as he scrambled to evade her onslaught. Desperately searching for a way to extinguish the fire suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted a mound of snow by the roadside near a gas station. Without hesitation, he leaped and plunged his head into the snow. The sudden impact caused Yan Jinghua to instinctively touch her own head, a smirk creeping onto her lips that looked painful. Nan Menyi rolled over and staggered to his feet, blinking furiously as stars danced in his vision. Why do I see so many golden specks? Huh? Yan Jinghua, when did you learn to perform the art of duplication? As Yan Jinghua observed the swaying figure of Nan Menyi mumbling to himself, she tugged at the corners of her mouth. Just then, she saw him lurch towards her, and as she prepared to defend herself, he collapsed straight to the ground, his bald head sporting a red bump the size of a fist. Yan Jinghua could not contain her laughter any longer, erupting into a hearty guffaw. Ha ha ha! She then approached the spot where Nan Menyi had plunged in moments before, crouching down to inspect the situation. With a gentle shove, she cleared the snow from either side, revealing a smooth, large stone beneath. Ha ha ha! Yan Jinghua's laughter revealed her gleaming eyes and exposed teeth. Suddenly, she focused intently on her surroundings, scooping up a handful of snow, and an icy chill coursed through her. Achoo! In the throes of her earlier anger, she had been oblivious to the cold, but now in the quietude, she felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her. Looking around, she saw an expanse of white all around. Yan Jinghua gasped in surprise. It had truly grown colder. Chapter 64. Awakening from pain. Concurrently, the rescue efforts at the gas station were unfolding with utmost urgency. The gas station was now surrounded by bonfires, encircling the individuals inside. Wake up! You must not succumb to sleep. The cries of the rescuers were tinged with desperation, even breaking into sobs. Those who had quarreled the night before now appeared remarkably united in the face of mortality. Regardless of whether they belonged to the same team, anyone who had regained consciousness was channeling their unique abilities to assist those in a state of unconsciousness, fervently hoping for their swift revival. The snow continued to fall heavily, while the temperature gradually dipped. Most individuals had been frozen stiff. If they did not awaken now, they would likely remain in eternal slumber. Each face bore an expression of profound anxiety. Aside from Yan Jinghua, the remaining 3 sisters of the Yan family were also roused. Thanks to the warning from Shui Moli the previous day, they had not only kindled a bonfire but had also covered themselves with blankets. Faring significantly better than others, after a brief moment of recuperation, they too joined in the rescue efforts. And in the midst of everyone's mounting urgency, Qi Shui suddenly exclaimed with delight, "My healing abilities are working." On the ground lay a man, frozen and stiff, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of blue. Qi Shui directed her healing powers toward his wrist. Moments later, the man sprang to his feet, running frantically, his hands roving over his body. "Goodness, it hurts so much." Jiang Wan and the others exchanged knowing glances. "He must have awakened in pain," Jiang Wan remarked softly. Qiao Li nodded in agreement, regardless of whether they were healed or awakened in agony. The inclusion of Qi Shui's healing abilities expedited the rescue efforts. However, some lives were still lost. The deceased was an elderly woman they recognized, the irritable and unreasonable matriarch from the previous day. She lay on her side, clad only in a snug tank top, her body curled as if cradling something. Just moments ago, her grandson had been rescued from her embrace, still wearing her floral shirt. Fortunately, the child had not suffered much from the cold, having been held tightly by his grandmother and bundled up now. He was in his mother's arms, his eyes swollen and red from crying. While the elderly woman's son and daughter-in-law wore expressions of profound grief, the daughter-in-law suddenly handed the child to her husband and removed her coat to drape it over the elderly woman. Though the matriarch had lived a life of harshness, her actions had ultimately stemmed from a desire to protect her family. In her final moments, she deserved to depart with dignity. The elderly Qiao Li could scarcely bear such a scene. Turning away to wipe her tears, the image of the old woman, hands on her hips and eyes blazing with indignation, was still vivid in her mind. It was hard for Qiao Li to comprehend how such a vibrant life could come to an end in just a single night. This apocalyptic world was truly ruthless. The atmosphere was profoundly silent, broken only by the soft sobs of the old woman's family. Suddenly, a petite figure appeared, crouching beside the old woman. Xiao Li carefully pried open the old woman's eyelids to examine her closely. She then placed her hand on the old woman's chest and pressed down twice. "She is not yet completely gone. I can save her." This proclamation sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. The old woman had not only ceased to breathe but her body had also grown rigid with the chill of death. Could it be true? With a body in such a state, could salvation still be possible? Despite the terror Xiao Li had instilled in them the previous night, some still voiced their skepticism. Xiao Li nodded earnestly. "That I can save her. There is still warmth in her heart. Although I do not understand why the rest of her body is frozen, there remains heat here, and I can indeed revive her. Isn't that where she was holding the child just now?" Yan Meihua interjected. The old woman cradled the child in her embrace, shielding him from the bitter cold, while the child's warmth continued to radiate against the old woman's chest. "You claim you can save her. Why not do so?" Xiao Li's expression was impassive as she replied coolly, "I merely stated that I can save her. I did not say I would you." The individual clearly wished to say more, but recollecting how he had been awakened by this very group that morning, he swallowed his reproaches. The old woman's son and daughter-in-law exchanged glances, kneeling on the ground as they unfastened their backpacks. "Miss, our family has little food left. Please take this and save my mother." Xiao Li shook her head. "I do not want food. Once she is revived, you may give her to me." This statement left the crowd in stunned silence. Even Jiang Wan and the others wore expressions of bewilderment. The Yan sisters exchanged skeptical glances. In this dire world, one could encounter all sorts of individuals. Choosing to forego precious food in favor of that cantankerous old woman seemed absurd. Was the old woman truly a treasure? Based on her behavior the previous night, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about her. If anything, she was unparalleled in her meanness and cunning. The couple was taken aback by Xiao Li's demand. After a moment of hesitation, the man asked, "What do you intend to do with my mother?" I observe that she possesses commendable innate talent. The crowd was once again taken aback. Was this girl perhaps unhinged? Shua, lower your voice. After all, she is our savior, a woman cautioned. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, you won't do anything dangerous to my mother, will you? Shamoli blinked. No, I will only have her do things that are dangerous to others. The couple exchanged a knowing glance and nodded. Shamoli approached once more, crouching beside the old woman. The onlookers too took a few steps closer, intent on witnessing how this young girl would attempt to revive a lifeless body. Killing Jasmine first laid the elderly woman flat, placing her small hand upon the woman's chest, infusing her with a trace of her magical energy. Those nearby were rendered utterly perplexed. What was she doing? Was she performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation? In a moment of confusion, someone voiced, but that's not how CPR is done. Amidst the collective bewilderment, the old lady suddenly began to cough. As she sat up, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Even the couple stared in disbelief. The young girl merely rubbed her mother's chest, and now her mother was revived? Coughing and clearing her throat, the elderly woman remarked, why are you all gathered around me? She patted her chest twice, feeling her breath ease somewhat, then noticed the group encircling her and exclaimed, what are you two doing, kneeling before me? Are you wishing me dead? At that moment, her gaze shifted to her little grandson nearby, and her expression softened into a smile. Oh, my dear grandson, come here and let Grandma hold you. Chapter 65. The exceptional elderly woman initially engulfed in sorrow over the old lady's passing. The crowd erupted into laughter as she transformed her demeanor 3 times within a minute of awakening. While astonished by Killing Jasmine's remarkable medical skills, they remained puzzled as to why this beautiful young girl would be so attached to such an extraordinary elderly woman. Just then, commotion from outside drew some attention. Yan Jinghua was pulling Nan Menyi towards them with a steady pace. Upon seeing the man her younger sister was dragging, Yan Meihua stood frozen in shock. When she realized who it was, she gasped in alarm. Second sister, you didn't actually kill him, did you? As this remark escaped her lips, Zhang Wan and the others swiftly surrounded Yan Jinghua. Noticing that Zhang Wan and the others had summoned their supernatural abilities, Yan Jinghua quickly waved her hands, pushing Nan Menyi forward on the snow. Nan Menyi lay sprawled out, a swelling the size of a fist evident on his bald head. Shi Shui approached to check his breathing and, once assured he had merely fainted, she relaxed. Su and I, also worried, rushed over and, upon confirming Nan Menyi was all right, breathed a sigh of relief. The young girl then squatted down to examine his smooth head and the prominent bump. Its bright red hue appeared somewhat endearing. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she poked it with her finger. Nan Menyi let out a sharp cry, jolted awake upon seeing Yan Jinghua. He instinctively covered his groin in sheer panic, as if she had done something to him moments before. Yan Jinghua smirked, moving to join her sisters. However, Nan Menyi's bizarre reaction sparked evident gossip among Zhang Wan and the nearby onlookers. Xiao Li chuckled and remarked, I must say, ever since you became a little bald boy, you look rather dashing. Nan Menyi froze, then instinctively reached for his head. Smooth and with a large bump. Yan Jinghua, you crazy woman. Just as Yan Jinghua believed that Nan Menyi would pounce towards her, she suddenly embraced Shamo Li's thigh like a little pug. Boss, you must avenge me. Look at my once handsome visage, what has it devolved into? Nan Menyi rubbed his head vigorously against Shamo Li's leg, weeping profusely with snot and tears. Observing the bump on Nan Menyi's forehead, Shamo Li's eyes sparkled with curiosity, prompting her to poke it with her finger. Much like Su and I had done. A howl of agony escaped his lips. Nan Menyi clasped his head with both hands, casting a resentful glance at Shamo L. That moment, the elderly lady from earlier could no longer refrain from commenting, I say, you big man, why are you weeping and wailing after shaving your head? You look like a woman, aren't you ashamed? Nan Menyi glared at the elderly woman with disdain. What does my shame have to do with you? I ascend to your shamelessness and audacity far more embarrassing. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady immediately placed her hands on her hips, ready to engage in a discussion with the little bald man. Not one to back down, Nan Menyi mimicked her stance, placing his hands on his own hips. Meanwhile, the couple hastily stepped forward to grasp the elderly lady's arms, pulling her back. What are you doing? Am I to be bullied by a shameless old hag? Zhang Wan remarked helplessly, you can't let that old lady push you around, but it seems she will likely become our ally. While Sister Sha is still calm, perhaps you should keep a low profile? For a moment Nan Menyi appeared somewhat bewildered, blinking twice. What are you saying? That old lady from just now. Goodness, how could the boss have such a peculiar preference? Does she fancy the old lady due to her age and unkempt hygiene? As Nan Menyi expressed his astonishment, the elderly lady's son and daughter-in-law recounted the events that had transpired. Understanding that she was to go to Shamo Li's side, The elderly lady did not react as dramatically as Nan Manai had. Instead, it was her son, daughter-in-law, and young grandson who were in tears. The elderly lady glared at her triangular eyes and pouted. "Why are you wailing? Am I not alive now?" Her daughter-in-law immediately ceased her sobbing and produced a small bundle containing the elderly lady's clothes. "Mom, I've packed your things, and I included some biscuits." The elderly lady shot a sidelong glance at her daughter-in-law. "You certainly packed quickly. Are you so eager for me to leave?" The woman quickly shook her head. All right, stop pretending. My departure is for the best. It saves a meal that if you two truly go to the base, work hard there and be sure to raise my grandson well. If I manage to thrive over there, I will find time to support you. And what's this for? With my silver tongue, I'll manage just fine wherever I go." The woman tugged at the corners of her mouth, fearing her mother-in-law's sharp tongue. The elderly lady pondered for a moment and then decided to strip off her clothes, leaving her clad only in a pair of patterned shorts and a tank top. Achoo! The temperature outside has plummeted to a chilling -8 or 9 degrees. Despite the nearby bonfire, the frigid air has compelled the old woman to draw her arms tightly around herself. "Mother, what are you doing?" In times past, these garments would have been discarded without a second thought. But in this apocalyptic world, they have become valuable treasures. Alter them for little June to wear. The weather has turned unexpectedly cold, and we have no warm clothing that I shall simply request 2 pieces from them over there. Hiss! The expression of disdain on her face became even more pronounced. All right, I shall go at once lest I freeze to death, grandmother." The child, though young and somewhat naive, possesses an innate understanding of who truly cares for him within the household. Although the old woman may not be regarded as a virtuous individual by outsiders, to little June, she is the epitome of a loving grandmother. The utterance of grandmother caused her steps to falter momentarily, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Little June, grandmother must go out to work. You must listen to your parents, and if you see others with delicious food, do not be tempted to take any. For when grandmother is not home, there will be no one to protect you from harm." Little June nodded earnestly in response. After speaking, the old woman, undeterred by the child's tearful protests, wiped her nose and made her way toward Shajuli and the others. Truly, this old woman is quite a character. Chapter 66. The snow falls relentlessly. The old woman approached Shajuli. "I am Hidayah, 68 this year. I am capable of any chores." Hidayah glanced at the little girl beside Shajuli and added, "I can also care for children." Jiang Wan and her companions exchanged glances at the sight of Hidayah clad in her scant attire, their lips curling in a smirk. Ultimately, it was Xiaoli who could not bear to see such a sight. She retrieved some of her old clothes and handed them to her. Hidayah's face lit up with joy. She had known it. This group would not forsake her. "These garments were mine. Please do not disdain them." "Disdain them? Why would I? Such fine clothing is to be cherished," Hidayah exclaimed, her happiness evident. Xiaoli had offered her some cotton clothing without hesitation. Hidayah donned them right in front of everyone. Given Xiaoli's height of 160 centimeters and weight of 120 jin, the clothes were oversized on Hidayah, who stood at a mere 150 centimeters and weighed less than 80 jin. Yet, Hidayah showed no signs of discontent. Once clad in the cotton attire, warmth enveloped her, and she exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Noticing Shajuli's continued silence, Hidayah's gaze shifted toward her son and daughter-in-law, who were huddled with others from their community around the bonfire. Shivering in the cold, Hidayah cleared her throat softly, as if to muster her courage. "That young lady address her as Sister Shah." Xiaoli interjected. Hidayah smirked. The little girl appeared barely of age, and yet she was expected to call her sister. After contemplating her predicament and realizing she needed the young woman's assistance, she humbled herself, saying, "Sister Shah, I shall serve you faithfully from now on. Might you spare some cotton clothing or blankets for my son and his family? My grandson is still so young. In this frigid weather, a cold could be disastrous." "You old woman, your worth is questionable, yet your expectations are rather lofty, are they not?" Nan Menyi disdainfully remarked. "However, it is rare for Sha Moli to lift her head. Are you certain you wish to serve me like a beast of burden?" Hidayah was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Sha Moli and earnestly added, "I am certain that my son, daughter-in-law, and little grandson each require 2 sets of cotton clothing, as well as provisions and 2 thick quilts." "Very well." Sha Moli waved her hand, and cotton garments and quilts materialized upon the ground, alongside a substantial quantity of compressed biscuits. The elderly lady, upon witnessing Sha Moli's gesture that conjured forth an array of items, felt her eyes instantly brighten. She bent down to gather the items, only to be halted by Sha Moli. "Slow down. I do not place my trust in promises. Consume this pill, and should you show me any disrespect in the future, may thunder strike you and your soul scattered." Hidayah, without the slightest hesitation, accepted the pill from Sha Moli and promptly swallowed it, muttering, "Is that all? When I return, I will bring my son to collect the compressed biscuits. Son, these biscuits are a fine treasure. Offer some to your wife and keep the rest hidden away. Do not reveal them unless absolutely necessary, lest your wife bring misfortune upon you, understand?" The man glanced at Sha Moli and the others, feeling somewhat awkward. "Mother, please stop. We are all family here." Hidaya shot him a glare. "Nonsense. She is merely an outsider. Had she not borne me a grandson, I would have expelled her long ago." Sha Moli had provided an ample supply of compressed biscuits, enough to fill a climbing backpack. With a small pile remaining on the ground, Sha Moli exchanged a glance with Jiang Wan, who nodded and produced a black duffel bag. Handing it to the man, "Oh, thank you," Hidaya exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she squatted down and began to fill the bag with biscuits, incessantly chattering to her son. The man, busy packing the biscuits, suddenly felt his eyes redden and knelt before Sha Moli and the others. My mother may speak harshly, but she harbors no ill intentions. I hope you can be understanding. Rest assured, we shall not make things difficult for her. Thank you, Hidaya called out happily from behind. "Son, live well from now on." She was indeed elated. Her frail old bones should have perished from the cold, yet now she had not only survived by sheer luck but had also secured cotton garments and provisions for her son, ensuring she would no longer be a burden to him, and had found a place to be cared for. "Sister Sha, what should I do now?" Sha Moli glanced at Hidaya and tossed her a book on cultivation techniques. Shadowless kicked. Hidaya blinked in surprise, then suddenly burst into laughter, slapping her thigh. "Haha, isn't this the trickery they talk about on television?" Sha Moli swiftly smacked her on the head, and in an instant Hidaya's eyes widened in disbelief. "Within 3 days I expect you to reach the entry level, or you shall not survive." Jiang Wan and the others were left in stunned silence. "Sister Sha, what does this mean? Could it be that the old lady possesses some hidden talent?" Sha Moli not only provided for her family but also gifted her a cultivation technique. The snow continued to fall and even intensified when morning arrived. The snow on the ground had just barely surpassed the height of their feet. In less than 2 hours, the heavy snowfall had already reached the ankles. Chan Jiang looked up, sensing something amiss with the weather. "We should make haste while we can," he urged. The S-base was still a mere 500 kilometers away, and given the current road conditions, they could reach it in less than a day. Chan Jiang was apprehensive about further delays, fearing that the intensifying snow would trap them here. The group hastily gathered their belongings to depart. "Captain, the car is out of fuel." Although they were situated at a gas station, the petroleum resources had long been depleted. As they anxiously pondered their predicament, Jiang Wan placed a large sign at the entrance of the gas station. "Selling gasoline substitutes. Fill your tank for 1 level 3 crystal core. Selling winter coats for 1 level 2 crystal core, with a complimentary hat and gloves." Though the prices were steep, for Chan Jiang and his companions, it was a lifeline. As the first customer, Sha Moli received an additional black energy orb as a bonus. Staring at the black coal-like orb in his hand, Chan Jiang momentarily found himself at a loss. It wasn't until he saw Qi Feng inserting the orb into the fuel tank that realization dawned upon him. "What is this for?" he inquired. "This is a gasoline substitute," Qi Feng explained. "Captain, the car is refueled." A voice of surprise erupted from the driver in front. At that moment, Chan Jiang's expression was inscrutable. He suddenly rushed to Sha Moli, his demeanor grave, and implored, "Boss, please accept us." Chapter 67. You are not qualified. Chan Jiang was utterly convinced by Sha Moli's team that it seemed that in this apocalyptic world, there was nothing they couldn't resolve. The research institute within the base was also exploring various new energy sources, yet none had been developed to replace gasoline. The seemingly trivial black orb they had produced, no larger than a fist, was capable of completely refueling a vehicle. What truly solidified Chen Jiang's resolve, however, was a remark made by Sha Moli the previous night. She had mentioned that the campfire was meant for warmth. While most had brushed off her words, Chan Jiang took them to heart. Thankfully, they had ignited a campfire nearby. Otherwise, with their scant clothing, they would undoubtedly have succumbed to the cold by morning. This indicated that the young girl possessed an uncanny ability to foresee the changes of the apocalypse, an invaluable trait for survival in such dire circumstances. Upon expressing his sentiments, Chan Jiang noticed the looks of joy on the faces of Nan Manai, Qi Feng, and the others nearby. Not to mention, within the small groups at the gas station, his team ranked highest in combat capability. Chan Jiang felt a surge of confidence about potentially joining this formidable group. After all, they were powerful and united, and many larger teams at the S-base had extended invitations to them. However, they had hesitated, knowing that joining another team would come with restrictions. Yet now the overwhelming strength of Sha Moli compelled them to reconsider their previous stance. being part of such a robust team, even with limitations, seemed worth the sacrifice. However, one sentence from Sha Moli left Chanjiang standing dumbfounded. "You are unworthy." As soon as this declaration escaped Chanjiang's lips, not only did he freeze in astonishment, but the Yen sisters were equally taken aback. Chanjiang's team consisted of 6 members, including 3 second-tier ability users and 3 first-tier ability users. Such a formidable team would be coveted by any other group, yet the audacious Moli had the audacity to label them insufficient. The expressions of the men in Chanjiang's team darkened instantaneously. Meanwhile, Hidaya, who was engrossed in studying the elusive Shadowfoot manual, blinked in surprise. Why did she suddenly feel a flicker of joy? At that moment, noticing the gazes of those around him, Chanjiang's dark complexion flushed with embarrassment. He glanced at the elderly lady beside him, who was flipping through the book with fervor, feeling a sense of injustice. How could an extraordinarily harsh ordinary old woman gain entry, while they could not? Moli, perceptive to his thoughts, pointed at the bald man, Nan Menyi, and said, "Do you see him? If all 6 of you can defeat him, I shall accept you." Chanjiang was taken aback, recalling how Nan Menyi had been running in circles, pursued by a woman. If it were just him, he could manage it alone. Chanjiang felt a swell of confidence. Nan Menyi, on the other hand, exploded with indignation. "You big guy dare to look down on me?" Before Chanjiang could respond, a cold scoff emanated from Yan Jinghuayu. Worthy of anyone's respect? Casting a glance at Yan Jinghua, Nan Menyi merely smirked, choosing not to retort. Faced with the Yen sisters, he felt a twinge of guilt for his youthful arrogance in proclaiming such bold claims. Reflecting on it now, it seemed utterly ludicrous. How could his slight frame withstand the strength of 4 women? Lost in thought, a lewd grin crept onto Nan Menyi's face. "Kid, what are you thinking? I'm about to strike." Chanjiang could no longer tolerate the lascivious expression on Nan Menyi's face, which clearly suggested he was not contemplating anything virtuous. Without hesitation, he launched himself at Nan Menyi. As Nan Menyi had stated, Chanjiang was indeed a hulking figure, an ability user of the strength type, with muscles rippling across his physique. With a mighty roar, he charged towards Nan Menyi. "What are you really thinking, kid?" Seeing the boy dismiss his attack with such indifference, Chanjiang felt deeply insulted. He seized Nan Menyi by the shoulder and hurled him away. In midair, Nan Menyi finally realized what was happening, crashing to the ground amidst swirling snowflakes. "You dare to ambush me, big guy!" Laughter erupted from the surrounding onlookers. Even the Yen sisters wore expressions of mockery, with Yan Jinghua nearly applauding in delight. Yan Meihua shook her head with a chuckle. That young girl is indeed formidable, but her judgment leaves much to be desired. Her gaze shifted from Nan Menyi to the extraordinary old lady beside him. Shaking her head once more, Nan Menyi picked himself up, spitting out the snow he had just swallowed, and glared furiously at Chanjiang. "Big guy, very well, you have thoroughly enraged me." With both hands forming seals before his chest, a burst of flame surged towards Chanjiang with great ferocity. Flame wave. The temperature of the flames was exceedingly high, causing the onlookers to hastily retreat several steps. When they turned their gaze back to Nan Menyi, astonishment was etched upon their faces. Chanjiang sensed the impending danger and promptly summoned his secondary ability's protective shield. However, before the flames of Nan Menyi, he proved to be utterly defenseless, as he was forcefully knocked to the ground. "Captain?" Cough cough. "Captain, are you all right?" The remaining team members rushed over, positioning themselves in front of Chanjiang and invoking their own abilities. "Today we shall teach you a lesson. Otherwise you might truly believe that I am easy to bully." With a thunderous shout, 2 fireballs suddenly materialized in the hands of Nan Menyi, growing larger by the moment. "Brothers, charge! We cannot allow him to unleash his abilities." The fierce battle commenced. The crowd retreated another dozen steps. This time, even the Yen sisters rose to their feet, fixated on the scene of the 6 combatants. Unbeknownst to them, Nan Menyi's fireballs ascended into the air in an instant. Boom! With another resounding roar from Nan Menyi, a rain of fire descended from the heavens, transforming the battleground into a sea of flames. That was my self-created technique called explosive fire rain. Impressive, isn't it? Nan Menyi crossed his arms and leaned against a pillar, his left leg shaking incessantly. Noticing the lack of reaction from the crowd, he quickly turned to Shamoli. "Boss, praise me quickly." Shamoli cast him a glance and rolled her eyes. "The power is substantial, but the name is rather kitsch and the energy consumption is excessive. But it looks quite decent." Chapter 68. To leave now is to embrace death. The inferno subsided, gradually revealing the figures of several individuals. The 5 men lay on the ground, coughing incessantly, their clothes singed and tattered by the flames. Chanjiang turned his gaze towards Nan Menyi. his expression shifting to one of astonishment. I never imagined you were a level 3 fire ability user. Nan Minyu wore a smug grin. What did you expect? I'm the most useless one in our team. Chanjiang's eyes dimmed. To think the weakest in their ranks was actually a level 3 fire ability user. They were indeed unworthy. Meanwhile, the spectators, who were observing from the sidelines, were equally stunned, their eyes shifting as they regarded Shamoli and her companions. They had anticipated the strength of Shamoli's team, but they had not expected it to be this formidable. At the very least, none among them possessed a level 3 ability. However, the most astonished were the Yen sisters. While others might be unaware of Nan Minye's character and past, they were fully cognizant, a level 3 fire ability user. Nan Minyu was surprisingly powerful. Yen Meihua murmured, while Yen Jinghua, though shocked, retorted, "What's so impressive? Wasn't he just being chased by me?" Smiling at her sister, Yen Meihua replied, "He was merely allowing you to strike. He didn't engage you." Yen Jinghua scoffed, "He wouldn't dare, unless he wishes to forfeit his very life." Just as she finished speaking, Yen Jinghua sneezed. The temperature continued to drop, and with their scant attire, the sisters would have been frozen stiff had they not been beside the campfire. Yen Meihua removed her clothing and draped it over Yen Jinghua. "Elder sister, please wear it yourself. I am not cold." Yen Jinghua tossed the garment back to her elder sister. Yen Shuahua cast a glance towards Shamoli. "Elder sister, the heavy rain has persisted for a month and a half. I fear this snowfall will not cease anytime soon. That we must procure a supply of winter provisions." The fourth member of the Yen family nodded in agreement. "Moreover, elder sister, our supply of gasoline is dwindling. I believe we should also consider purchasing some of those energy orbs." Yen Meihua nodded in response, then glanced into her backpack. "I still have plenty of secondary crystal nuclei, but only 3 tertiary ones remain." Yen Jinghua rummaged through her pocket and retrieved 3 tertiary crystal nuclei, handing them over. The remaining siblings also contributed their crystal nuclei to their elder sister. Yen Meihua produced 10 crystal nuclei to procure the energy orbs, reserving the last 3 for emergencies as they had another objective at the S-base, to locate someone. Yen Meihua approached, stating, "I require 10 substitutes for gasoline, and an additional 10 winter coats." She handed over the crystal nuclei. Jianghua nodded and set down some winter coats on the ground. "Choose the coats as you wish. 10 energy orbs come with an additional 1 free." After donning the winter coat, Yen Jinghua took a deep breath. "At last, we can breathe again. However, elder sister, are we to remain here indefinitely?" Watching the continuous stream of departing individuals, Yen Jinghua felt a sense of urgency. Yen Meihua glanced at Shamoli and the others, who showed no intention of leaving. "Let us wait a while longer." Most people shared the initial sentiment of Chunjiang. As the snowfall intensified, the roads ahead would likely become more treacherous. Taking advantage of the current conditions where vehicles could still move, they hurried to their respective destinations. Aside from Chanjiang and Yen Jinghua, 2 other groups also purchased energy orbs from Shamoli. For the precious tertiary crystal nuclei, the secondary ones had become commonplace, with almost everyone equipped with at least a winter coat and hat. Observing the crowd as they departed, Jiangwan approached Shamoli and inquired, "Sister Sha, when shall we set off?" Shamoli glanced up at the dim sky. "We wait. Departing now would be tantamount to courting death." Upon hearing this, Chanjiang, who had just regained his powers and was preparing to leave, immediately halted. Like Shamoli, he too looked up, but aside from the overcast sky and the flurry of falling snowflakes, he discerned nothing else. "Unload the vehicle and light the bonfire." Hearing the captain's orders, the team members appeared perplexed. "Captain, are we not leaving?" Chanjiang cast a glance towards Shamoli's direction. "We wait. We will travel with them." The team members recalled previous events and nodded in agreement. "However, Captain, we do not know their destination." Chanjiang surveyed the distant S-base. "The nearest location along this route is S-City. Even if they are not headed to the S-City base, we can still accompany them for part of the journey." Chanjiang understood that following this group would ensure their safety. An hour later, the snow began to lessen, and individuals within the gas station began to leave in succession. Hideye's son and daughter-in-law were also setting off. Hideye did not approach to greet them but merely cast a glance. However, when no one was paying attention, she discreetly wiped away her tears. As noon approached, only Yen Meihua and Chanjiang's teams remained, standing guard beside Sha Moli and her group. Yen Jinghua could hardly contain herself, rising to exclaim, "Sister, when shall we depart? If we had followed everyone this morning, we would have made considerable progress by now. Just look at the snow. It's falling heavier by the minute, and the accumulation has reached our knees. Even if we wanted to leave now, we would be unable to." Yen Shuehua, however, was unhurried, leisurely tending to the wood in her hands. Yen Meihua glanced at the snow outside, furrowing her brow, and then made her way over to Sha Moli. Thanks to the harvest of crystal cores, Sha Moli was in high spirits. With her elevated mood, the others, including Jiang Wan, felt a lift in their spirits as well. When it came time for lunch, they decided to gather around the campfire for a barbecue feast. Jiang Wan and the others had a very favorable impression of the Yan sisters, and upon seeing Yan Meihua approach, Qi Shui willingly offered her a seat. Thank you. After sitting down, Yan Meihua looked at the roasted chicken wings and lamb skewers on the fire, swallowing hard as she listened to their cheerful banter. She sat there somewhat awkwardly, pondering how to initiate conversation, when a lovely girl beside her enthusiastically offered a roasted chicken wing. Jiang Wan smiled and said, "It's fate that we've met. Let us share a meal together." Yan Meihua initially intended to decline, but upon seeing the golden brown chicken wing, she couldn't help but accept it. "Thank you. May I ask where you all are headed?" Xiao Li, putting down her skewer, inquired with curiosity. Yan Meihua smiled and replied, "In this world fraught with crises, my sisters and I intend to seek refuge in the S-City base." Chapter 69. Red hail the size of ping-pong balls. Observing the poised and graceful Yan Meihua, Xiao Li genuinely felt a fondness for her. With a deep sigh, Xiao Li's emotions were evident. Jiang Wan noticed Xiao Li's unusual demeanor and asked with concern, "Aunt Xiao, what's the matter?" Xiao Li shook her head. "It's nothing, I just admire how beautiful Yan is." Seizing this opportunity, Yan Meihua endeavored to cultivate a rapport with Xiao Li. "You are surnamed Xiao? Then I shall call you Aunt Xiao as well. My name is Yan Meihua. You may call me Xiao Yan or Meihua." Xiao Li's smile broadened. She felt that not only was this girl beautiful and intelligent, but her voice was melodious, and even her name was delightful. "Meihua, are you married?" Yan Meihua was taken aback, not expecting such a question from Xiao Li. "I am not married." Xiao Li felt a surge of joy, only to hear Yan Meihua continue, "However, I am already engaged. This trip to the S-City base is not only to seek a stable living environment but also for my fiancé." Xiao Li's smile instantly faltered. "Aunt Xiao, where are you all planning to go?" Xiao Li no longer radiated the excitement she had earlier. Instead, she replied softly, "We plan to visit the S-City base to exchange some supplies with the base leader and also to search for my son." After some contemplation, Xiao Li continued, "My son is neither married nor does he have a girlfriend. He is also in S-City. I had initially considered introducing you to." A hint of regret graced Xiao Li's expression as she spoke. Yan Meihua smiled softly but remained silent, already aware that their destination was also S-City, so there was no urgency for herself. The four sisters expressed their desire to accompany them, assuring that they would not intrude. Merely following behind, Xiao Li, unable to make a decision in this matter, turned her gaze towards Jiang Wan, who nodded in agreement. "Of course, it's prudent to look out for one another in these dire times." Yan Meihua inquired further, "May I ask when we are scheduled to depart? The snowfall seems to be intensifying. If it continues, the roads will soon be completely impassable." Jiang Wan glanced at the accumulating snow on the ground and chuckled nonchalantly. "It's all right. We are uncertain of the exact departure time. We will follow Sister Sha's instructions." Yan Meihua observed the little girl beside her, who was thoroughly enjoying her meal, and nodded in understanding. On their way back, Yan Meihua had brought an abundance of food, causing the eyes of Yan Jinghua and the others to widen with envy. "It was a gift from them," Yan Meihua clarified with a shake of her head. The sisters relished their meal, yet Yan Shuahua, clutching a chicken wing, seemed to have made little progress in consuming it. "Third sister, what's wrong? This is our first taste of meat in this apocalypse." Yan Jinghua mumbled a question with her mouth full, to which Yan Shuahua merely shook her head. Looking up at the sky, the feeling within Yan Shuahua intensified. Yan Jinghua, indifferent to her sister's mood, remarked, "Don't worry. It's just snowed. Isn't it much better than the previous red rain? At least this heavy snowfall isn't corrosive." While Yan Jinghua's reasoning held merit, the unsettling feeling within Yan Shuahua did not dissipate. It only grew stronger. A few minutes later, Chan Jiang and the others began to pack their belongings, as time was of the essence. The afternoon had already slipped away, and further delays would plunge them into darkness. Given the current road conditions, vehicles could no longer pass, and after nightfall, progress would be even more arduous. If they delayed another day, who could predict the outcome? The group decided to carry all their supplies on their backs and proceed on foot. "Captain, perhaps we should have set off with everyone this morning. Not only could we have driven, but we could also have looked out for each other," one suggested. The group had made significant gains during this outing, each burdened with nearly 200 pounds of supplies. Despite their close bonds, complaints were inevitable under such circumstances. "Enough of this. The captain is only concerned for our safety. Let us keep our grievances to a minimum." At that moment, Chan Jiang bore a look of guilt. The man who had first voiced his complaint sighed, "Captain, I don't mean to place blame. It's just that I feel anxious." Bottling up my thoughts is uncomfortable. Now that I've voiced them, it feels better that we are all single. Why divide the supplies so much? Let's adhere to the original distribution plan. Hearing his brother's words, Chan Jiang felt a wave of gratitude wash over him and patted the man's shoulder. You are all my brothers for life with supplies in tow. The group exchanged brief farewells with Sha Moli and Yen Meihua before preparing to embark on their journey. That a sudden resounding roar echoed through the sky. Thunder? Chan Jiang expressed his bewilderment, asking, does it thunder when it snows? His companions shared his confusion, their gazes fixed intently upwards. Just then, a warning cry from Jasmine pierced the air. The thunder intensified abruptly, and the snowfall came to an unexpected halt. Nan Menyi, with a look of sheer delight, exclaimed, Boss, the snow has stopped. I'm going out to take a look at it. No sooner had he stepped outside than a hailstone the size of a ping-pong ball struck him squarely on the head. Nan Menyi rolled his eyes and promptly fainted. Jiang Wan urgently declared, hail has suddenly begun to fall from the sky. Each hailstone is the size of a ping-pong ball and remarkably red. The steel canopy of the gas station rattled with the relentless assault of the hail. In mere seconds, all the ice and snow on the ground melted away. The Yen sisters widened their eyes in astonishment, as everyone gathered beneath the gas station to observe the unfolding chaos. One hailstone fell to the ground and bounced into the gas station. Curiously, Chan Jiang picked it up. He shrieked in pain, tossing the hailstone away. Within a mere 3 seconds, he opened his palm to reveal a circular burn mark. Yen Meihua gasped in shock. Just like that corrosive red rain from before. The ferocity and corrosive nature of this hailstorm raised alarming concerns for those on the road. Yen Meihua gazed anxiously at the highway ahead. A sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Chapter 70. The ready-made energy sphere. Meanwhile, the highway lay in utter disarray. A traveling vehicle was overturned by the sudden hailstorm, and as the occupants attempted to assess the situation, they were struck down by the hail, succumbing to unconsciousness and corrosion, their bodies reduced to mere skeletons within minutes. Reminiscent of the earlier red rain, Hidaya rushed to the gas station's edge. Murmuring to herself, they should have arrived by now. Her son and their neighbors were mostly ordinary individuals. The harrowing events at the gas station had starkly illuminated the chasm between them and the ability wielders. Particularly after consulting with Chan Jiang, who had emerged from the base on a mission, they had altered their plans, abandoning their journey to the S-City base in favor of heading to Zhujiazwang, 100 kilometers from the gas station that was Hidaya's hometown, which had flourished in recent years, leaving the village sparsely populated, thus reducing the likelihood of encountering zombies. Moreover, finding sustenance in rural areas proved less challenging than in urban settings. Xiaoli stood beside Hidaya, both mothers consumed by thoughts of their children amid the escalating urgency of the post-apocalyptic world. Chan Jiang and his companions watched the scene outside, a flicker of relief washing over them. Captain, we owe you our gratitude. If we had encountered this hailstorm on the road, our chances of survival would have been minimal. Gazing at the hail outside, Jasmine's eyes glimmered with excitement. This is a ready-made energy sphere. We must seize the opportunity. The group became acutely alert. Suddenly, a petite figure dashed out, fervently gathering the hailstones. Chan Jiang could hardly believe his eyes, his astonishment palpable. Not only was the corrosive nature of the crimson hail entirely ineffective against her, but it also seemed to inflict no pain upon her when it struck her body. He glanced over at Qi Feng. What manner of person is your leader? A figure of divine caliber. Recalling the previous effects of the red rain, Qi Feng understood that Sha Jia was now gathering the hail for a purpose. Thus he called out loudly, Sha Jia, do you require our assistance? Sha Emoli, her gaze fixed intently on her task, did not lift her eyes but replied directly, unless you fear being struck. Although Sha Emoli's current strength was at the initial stage of the heavenly demon realm, it is essential to note that she had once been at the pinnacle of the great demon, possessing an extraordinarily formidable physical prowess, impervious even to artillery fire, rendering this hail trivial in comparison. However, the process of collection was indeed slow. Sha Emoli rolled her eyes twice, formed seals with her hands, and a tempest suddenly erupted around the gas station, sweeping the hail within a radius of several dozen meters beneath the structure. The individuals inside quickly retreated a few steps. Following this, Sha Emoli's voice rang out, "You are responsible for collecting these." Yes, Jiang Wan and the others hastily retrieved the small iron buckets they had previously used for gathering the red rain, diligently collecting the crimson hail. The Yen sisters were left astonished, and Chan Jiang's group was utterly bewildered. "Brother, I must ask, who exactly are you? Not only is your leader unperturbed by this hail, but you all seem unfazed as well?" Qi Feng chuckled. "Sha Jia has augmented our bodies during the red rain period, so we are not susceptible to its corrosive effects. Even the smallest among us, Su and I, remains unafraid. The petite figure lifted a pile of hail from the ground and placed it into a bucket. Apart from Chanjiang and the Yen sisters, only Hideya was observing. Suddenly, a metal rod was thrust into her hands. Xiaoli smiled and said, "Shajie disdains those who do not contribute. You may use this small iron rod." Hideya glanced at the nearby iron buckets and nodded. She began to collect the hail one by one into her own bucket using the small rod. Although Hideya was known for her stingy and unpleasant demeanor, she proved to be quite adept at work. Despite using a metal rod, she collected even more than Qishui and Jiangwan combined. Before long, Nan Menyi also awoke and joined the effort to gather the hail. Yan Meihua observed the chaotic scene of Sha Moli and her crew collecting hail while they stood aside, feeling somewhat out of place. "Excuse me, do you require our help?" Upon receiving Sha Jie's consent, Jiangwan produced a stack of iron buckets and some metal tongs used for barbecuing, handing them over to Yan Meihua and the others. "Once you have gathered enough, set them aside. If Sha Jie is pleased, there may be rewards." Just as Jiangwan turned to leave, she paused, expressing concern. "Be careful and thank you." Yan Meihua replied with a smile. "It's nothing. You have always been there to assist us, and besides, that barbecue at noon was delicious." Jiangwan smiled and continued collecting the hail, while Chanjiang and the others joined in the effort. "Captain, you mentioned that this hail is rather frightening. What could they possibly want with these things?" Chanjiang shook his head uncertain. "Yet although this object appears exceedingly perilous to us, observe them. They exhibit no fear whatsoever. With such formidable corrosiveness, it is bound to have some effect. At this moment, all the individuals at the gas station are preoccupied with gathering hailstones as they complete one batch. Jasmine promptly sends over more. Bucket after bucket. Nan Menyi glanced upward. "When will this hail cease?" "It cannot possibly last as long as the red rain, enduring for a month and a half, can it?" No sooner had Nan Menyi spoken than a chilling voice echoed from behind him. "Have you no sense of reality? Hail cannot persist for such an extended duration. At most, it lasts just over an hour." Despite his current strength surpassing that of Yan Jinghua, the fear from years past still lingered. "This woman is truly ruthless." Nan Menyi stepped forward, increasing the distance between himself and Yan Jinghua, and was about to continue collecting hail when he suddenly felt a liquid dripping onto his head. He reached up, sniffed it, and it seemed to be rainwater, mingled with a hint of rust. Drip. Another drop of rain fell, landing on Nan Menyi's smooth forehead, splashing water droplets, one of which struck Yan Jinghua's face not far behind him. Hiss! Yan Jinghua touched her slightly stinging face. "Nan Menyi, be careful. The red rain has splashed onto my face." Nan Menyi turned to Yan Jinghua, noticing a small red mark on her delicate features. "Do not slander me. I did not do anything. It was the rainwater that fell on my head and splashed out." Yan Jinghua took a deep breath. "You should reconsider your lies. Look where we are. How could water possibly drip from above in a gas station?" Upon finishing her words, the two exchanged a glance, both struck momentarily dumb, and looked up. On the steel canopy of the gas station, there was a hole the size of a soybean, from which water was steadily seeping, and the area of seepage was expanding. "Oh no, we must flee." Chapter 71. "Goodness, you are truly ungrateful." With a crash, the canopy could no longer bear the weight of the hail and collapsed instantaneously, bringing down tons of hail with it. The scene before them utterly terrified the others who were collecting hail on the opposite side. "Second sister. Second brother." The collapse of the canopy was instantaneous. In a mere moment, the two were struck beneath it. "Second brother?" Yan Meihua and the others were instantly paralyzed with fear, rushing toward the site, but were timely intercepted by Jiangwan and others. "If you go over there, not only is there no guarantee of saving anyone, but you will also be unable to withstand the corrosive effects of the hail." Xiaoli added, "Leave it to us." At this juncture, Yan Meihua had no choice but to nod with reddened eyes. Qi Feng and the others donned several safety helmets found in the space and charged over. Although they were not afraid of the hail's corrosiveness, being struck by such large hailstones on their heads would be quite severe. Just as they arrived to offer assistance, a smooth head suddenly emerged from the section of the canopy that had been corroded. It was none other than Nan Menyi. "Spit, spit! Yan Jinghua, you are not only a madwoman but also a harbinger of doom. Are you just standing there waiting for death? Do you not know to run?" "Alas, my goodness. Nan Menyi, how are you all? Is everything all right?" Beneath the canopy, the resonant voice of Nan Menyi echoed with vigor. "We are fine." However, Yan Jinghua finds herself unable to withstand the corrosive assault of the hail and must devise a solution. Under the shelter, Nan Menyi steadfastly shielded Yan Jinghua with his own body, protecting her from the falling hail. Initially, this might have been a splendid heroic rescue, an opportunity to mend the rift between them. Alas, one could only blame Nan Menyi for his incessant chatter. his words flowing ceaselessly. Yan Jinghua, are you a tiger? Why didn't you run just now? Had you fled, we would have long escaped this predicament instead of lingering here. You appear fierce ordinarily, yet you lack wisdom in critical moments. Whatever happened to the vigor you displayed when pursuing me? Yan Jinghua inhaled deeply, clenching her fists. Nan Menyi glanced down at her. Goodness, Yan Jinghua. You're not seriously contemplating striking me at this moment, are you? I just saved you. Were it not for my desire to protect you from the hail, I would have already made my exit. Why are you glaring at me? I am your savior. It would suffice for you to express gratitude rather than hostility. Quickly, hold on to me tightly. I shall lead you to safety. Yan Jinghua could endure no longer. She would rather perish here than owe this scoundrel any debt of gratitude. Be quiet. Did I request you to rescue me? Nan Menyi was taken aback, then narrowed his eyes in disbelief. How ungrateful can you be? Just as Qi Feng and the others located a suitable rescue tool, a 3-meter square steel plate, to shield Yan Jinghua, preparing to extract the two individuals, a commotion ensued beneath. Yan Jinghua, how dare you set fire beneath me? I will not let this go unpunished. The group above was abruptly startled by Nan Menyi's furious roar. Suddenly, a fiery figure emerged from the shelter. It was none other than Nan Menyi himself. Yan Jinghua was not faring much better. Half of her hair was singed, and her face was blackened from the smoke. She turned to the group that had rescued her, managing a faint smile. Thank you. Jiang Wan also attempted a smile, glancing at Nan Menyi, who was frantically stuffing hail into his pants. It's nothing. You should hurry over. Your sisters are quite worried. Shortly after the canopy collapsed, the hail ceased. Although the outside temperature had dipped below freezing, the corrosive nature of the hail had melted a considerable amount of snow. The melted snow water diluted the hail, taking on a faint pink hue before gradually refreezing. Yan Meihua approached with her sisters, expressing gratitude to the group led by Emoli. Jiang Wan waved dismissively. It's no trouble at all. Merely a small act of kindness. Jiang Wan then glanced at the turned-away Nan Menyi. Her curiosity piqued. Reflecting on the earlier events, Yan Meihua chuckled awkwardly. We previously resided in the capital, and there were some misunderstandings, but they are of little consequence. Jiang Wan nodded in understanding. Yan's third and fourth sisters exchanged glances. Sister, your second sister has broken someone's vital part. Does that not qualify as a significant matter? By the way, Miss Jiang, now that the hail has ceased, may I inquire when we shall set out? We shall prepare and depart shortly. In 10 minutes, snow will fall again, accompanied by a significant drop in temperature, Sha Moli gently remarked, as she collected the hail gathered by Jiang Wan and others. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wan said, Sister Sha, this time Chanjiang and the Yen sisters have assisted us greatly. The dozens of barrels over there were all gathered by them. Sha Moli nodded and produced 10 red energy pills, handing them to Jiang Wan as a reward. Although Sha Moli appeared indifferent to the situation at hand, every conversation among the individuals was vividly etched in her mind. She picked up a piece of hail and addressed Jiang Wan, who looked astonished at the hail on the ground, unable to believe its significant utility. Meanwhile, the Yen sisters and Chanjiang were also prepared, standing by the vehicle ready to depart. Jiang Wan approached them directly, distributing the energy pills she held to Chanjiang and Yan Meihua. These energy pills contained energy more refined than crystal nuclei. An ordinary level 1 ability user consuming one would immediately ascend to level 2. As Jiang Wan's words fell, a few gasps were heard. Yan Meihua cautiously placed her energy pill away, sincerely thanking Jiang Wan. It's no trouble. You have also assisted us immensely. Furthermore, this hail is highly beneficial for the cultivation of ability users. If it's convenient for you, feel free to store some. Yan Meihua and Chanjiang's groups had indeed contemplated this, yet they lacked the space and suitable storage tools to carry it. Chapter 72. Astonishment. 4 types of ability users. Moreover, this hail possesses a corrosive strength even greater than that of the red rain. Just as Jiang Wan turned to leave, she suddenly paused, glancing at Sha Moli, and then turned back to say, additionally, Sister Sha mentioned that this red energy pill is particularly advantageous for mental type ability users. With adequate preparation, it could potentially enable a breakthrough to level 3. Though Jiang Wan's statement seemed somewhat abrupt to Chanjiang and the others, the Yen sisters were taken aback. After Jiang Wan departed, they turned their attention to the third sister, Yan Shuahua. Yan Meihua expressed her concern. Third sister, they may have discovered your secret as a mental type ability user. Yan Jinghua stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across her face. How could that be? Third sister has never utilized her abilities. How could they possibly discern it? The fourth sister of the Yan family appeared equally puzzled at that moment. Yan Shuahua, gazing at the red energy pill in her hand, spoke solemnly. Actually, I had initially used my mental ability to probe Sister Sha. But she detected it. Although she seemed unconcerned, I was nonetheless hurt by her immense mental strength. This revelation. The Yen sisters recalled Yen Shuahua's unusual demeanor at that time. Yen Meihua, still worried, asked third sister, "Are you all right?" Yen Jinghua shook her head. Eldest sister, I am fine. However, I suspect that Sister Sha is also a mental type ability user, and at the very least she is at level 3. What? Yen Meihua's eyes widened in shock. Shamili is undoubtedly a spatial ability user. According to the conjectures of the third sister, she is also the rarest of time ability users, possessing the skill of time confinement. To everyone's astonishment, she is also a formidable level 3 psychic ability user. The 4 sisters of the Yen family simultaneously turned their gazes towards Shamali. At that moment, Shamili was crouched on the ground, meticulously cleansing her small hands, which had become soiled while picking up hailstones. She is also a water ability user. Yen Meihua murmured. Yen Jinghua, equally stunned, was rendered almost speechless. 4 types of abilities. Such overwhelming strength, capable of developing alternatives to gasoline, unafraid of the corrosive red rain. Have you heard of any major base possessing such a powerful individual? Yen Shuahua suddenly spoke again. Moreover, did you notice that it seems every member of their team is a spatial ability user? Jiang Wan and others were busy tidying up their belongings, while Su and I, being too young to be of much assistance, was searching the open ground for fallen hailstones. Upon spotting one, she promptly placed it into her spatial pocket. Yen Meihua was so shocked she had become stiff, her head frozen in the direction of Chanjiang, swallowing hard, and no wonder, she said Chanjiang was unworthy. Yen Jinghua swallowed nervously and suddenly asked, "Eldest sister, do you think we are worthy?" Upon uttering this, the Yen sisters fell into silence, each contemplating Yen Jinghua's words. In the past, all 4 sisters of the Yen family were level 2 ability users, with some among them possessing dual abilities. The third sister, Yen Shuahua, was an exceptionally rare psychic ability user. Their collective prowess undoubtedly placed them at the pinnacle, and they had always taken great pride in their abilities. However, today, upon observing Shamili and her companions, the 4 sisters began to question their own strength for the first time. Are they truly qualified? Once Shamili and her group were prepared, Qi Feng signaled the departure. Chanjiang, Yen Meihua, and others each entered their respective vehicles, ready to set off. Large flurries of snow began to fall once more from the sky. The heavy snow on the ground, after being eroded, had formed a thick layer of red ice, the smooth surface occasionally punctuated by protruding red hailstones. Chanjiang personally took the driver's seat, gazing at the distant highway, gripping the steering wheel tightly. This was undoubtedly the greatest challenge they had faced since the apocalypse began. Although they had evaded the heavy snow and hail, the exceedingly treacherous road conditions were a daunting obstacle they must confront. Shamili's group, consisting of 2 modified jeeps, slowly exited the gas station. Chanjiang gestured to the Yen sisters behind him, who followed closely in their vehicle. The road was surprisingly slippery, and even seasoned drivers like Qi Feng and Jiang Wan had to reduce their speed to around 40 kilometers per hour. Chanjiang and Yen Meihua remained intensely focused, tailing Shamili's vehicle without a moment's relaxation. After approximately 100 miles, Nan Manai could no longer hold back a sneeze. Achoo. He removed his hat, knocked it against the vehicle to ensure all the snow had fallen off, and then placed it back atop his head. Meanwhile, Su and I was inside the car rolling a snowball, and when it had grown sufficiently large, Qi Shui launched it into the air. Now only the 2 modified jeeps, initially acquired from Zhao Buju, remained. In the beginning, this convertible jeep appeared quite imposing, even adorned with a grenade launcher. However, during this heavy snowfall, the once mighty vehicle proved to be utterly useless. With no roof overhead and wind whistling through every crevice, the snow whipped mercilessly inside. The few passengers seated in the back fared somewhat better, managing to occasionally clear the snow off themselves. Yet, for Jiang Wan, who was at the helm, the situation was dire. The road demanded her undivided attention, as a thick layer of snow blanketed her body, and icicles formed around her eyes and nostrils, rendering her a pitiful sight indeed. In an even graver predicament was Qi Feng, who, due to his towering height, 2 heads taller than Jiang Wan, found the windshield utterly inadequate against the relentless onslaught of wind and snow. Fortunately, Luo Xiao in the passenger seat managed to assist him from time to time. In stark contrast, Jiang Wan cast a glance at the snow-covered figure of Sha Moli, who remained blissfully asleep, unrecognizable beneath the white shroud, and let out a resigned sigh. However, the most unfortunate among them was not the 2 drivers, but Hidaya. She had lost count of the number of sneezes and the time she had woken up to wipe her runny nose. Lacking any special abilities and trapped in this drafty convertible, she felt as though she was on the verge of freezing solid. Achoo! I say, young man, could we perhaps stop and stretch a bit? Qifeng glanced back at Hidayah, nearly buried beneath the snow, and shook his head. No, we must heed Sister Sha's instructions. Hidayah, with her arms stiffened, painstakingly scooped snow out of the vehicle, one handful at a time. Compared to Hidayah, Xiaoli beside her was slightly better off. She had nearly cleared her own pile of snow and was able to help Hidayah with hers. After pondering for a moment, she retrieved a military coat from her space and draped it over Hidayah. Feeling a hint of warmth, Hidayah sniffled and remarked, I mean, you all are quite well off, powerful even. How come you don't have a non-drafty vehicle? Qifeng blinked hard, dislodging the small icicles from his eyelashes. Chapter 73. Tank on the road. After enduring for a grueling 3 hours, the automobile had barely covered 150 kilometers. Jiang Wan was compelled to bring the vehicle to a halt. Sha Moli also broke free from her snowy cocoon. Stretching languidly, Sister Sha, the road ahead is blocked by snow. We cannot pass. Sha Moli exited the vehicle, the snow rising to her thighs. The car came to an unavoidable stop at this juncture. One by one, the others disembarked to assess the situation. Sister Sha, what do we do next? Faced with this predicament, Chen Jiang and Yen Meihua found themselves at a loss, having to place their hopes in Sha Moli and her team. Sha Moli's consciousness scanned the area ahead. The seemingly endless road was nearly engulfed by a foot of snow, without exception. That if it were just her, things might have been manageable, but with so many burdens to consider, the task grew daunting. After contemplating for a moment, a spark of inspiration lit up her eyes. What if we change vehicles? Jiang Wan looked on, somewhat puzzled. However, at that moment, Qifeng's eyes gleamed with realization, and his breathing grew somewhat labored. Sister Sha, are you suggesting that? Chen Jiang stood to the side, arms crossed, observing the two individuals with a serious demeanor. At this moment, the only vehicles capable of traversing this terrain are either loaders or those with significant horsepower, though such machinery is rather rare in our city. As he witnessed Sha Moli stow away the two preceding jeeps, Qifeng, with an air of mystery, remarked, Brother Chen Jiang, your experience is rather limited. Taken aback, Chen Jiang turned to his companions. Apart from these, what other vehicles can possibly navigate through this heavy snow? The group of robust men exchanged glances, pondering the possibility of a snowplow. Just as speculation ran rampant, Sha Moli unveiled the mystery. With a wave of her hand, 2 military green tanks emerged at the location where the jeeps had been parked. What the heck? Goodness gracious! The astonishment among those present was palpable, and Chen Jiang immediately edged closer to Sha Moli. Boss, although we may not qualify to be your team members, would you consider accepting us as auxiliary personnel? Sha Moli blinked twice, puzzled by the term auxiliary personnel, and glanced at Jiang Wan for clarification. Meanwhile, as Nan Manai and Qifeng excitedly examined how to operate the tanks, Jiang Wan inquired, Brother Chen, what do you mean by that? Chen Jiang, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, Boss, you need not take us under your wing, but we would unquestionably obey your commands. At your slightest beckon, we shall brave any danger without hesitation. Jiang Wan regarded Chen Jiang intently. Brother Chen, what is it that we must do? Naturally, there are no free lunches in this world. It is implausible for Chen Jiang and his companions to simply submit without offering something in return. Feeling a bit bashful, Chen Jiang adjusted his hat and said, Boss, we require your assistance in enhancing our strength. Regarding that red pill from earlier, 1 per month would suffice. Additionally, should we encounter peril, we hope you might lend us your support. Sha Moli grasped their intentions clearly. They sought to become her subordinate force. Chen Jiang's message was unambiguous, and Jiang Wan looked to Sha Moli, awaiting her verdict. Slowly, Sha Moli nodded. Very well, I can provide you with energy pills for your cultivation. Furthermore, you may exchange crystal cores with me. 1 energy pill for a tier 3 crystal core. I can also assure your safety in this apocalyptic world, barring any self-destructive actions on your part. Chen Jiang was taken aback by Sha Moli's swift agreement, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Thank you, boss. Sha Moli then produced 6 pills identical to the one Hidayah had consumed previously. Upon ingesting this pill, if you harbor any disloyal thoughts, you shall face dire consequences. Observing Sha Moli produce the pill, Hidayah rolled her eyes dismissively, unconvinced. Those are just deceptive trinkets. How could they possibly hold such power? To think a single pill could dictate life and death is merely preying on the naivety of the young. Chen Jiang glanced at his team, and the 6 men nodded in agreement. Consuming the pills after swallowing, they felt no particularly unusual sensations. They then clasped their fists and respectfully called out, Sister Sha. Killing Jasmine's delicate face was taut as she produced 12 energy pills and handed them to Chen Jiang. I shall never allow my own to suffer, she declared. Each month, 2 pills per person. Considering your solid foundation and abilities, And accounting for the previous one, after consuming these 3 energy pills, barring any unforeseen circumstances, your power should advance by 1 level. Upon hearing this, Chan Jiang and his companions were instantly exhilarated. Were it not for the harsh environment, they would have eagerly seated themselves to undergo their advancement right then and there. Thank you, Sister Sha. Killing Jasmine produced a small jade slip and passed it to several of them. This is a communication jade. Should you encounter any perilous situations, channel your energy into it to send a distress signal, and I shall come to your aid upon receiving it. Chan Jiang and the others received it with expressions of excitement. Thank you, Sister Sha. Meanwhile, the Yan sisters looked on with envy. Yan Meihua exchanged a glance with Yan Shuahua, and after a brief exchange of unspoken understanding, Yan Meihua nodded. Yan Jinghua observed her elder sister and then her younger sister, incredulous as she remarked, "Elder sister, third sister, you don't intend for us to become their lapdogs, do you?" Yan Meihua gave Yan Jinghua a playful smack on the back. "What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Lapdogs are for auxiliary personnel." Yan Jinghua glanced at the ostentatious Nanmenyi atop a tank and scoffed. "They may call it auxiliary personnel, but in truth, aren't they just lapdogs?" Yan Shuahua rolled her eyes in exasperation. She understood that the reason for her second sister's disapproval was not due to the prospect of becoming auxiliary personnel. Second sister, Nanmenyi is merely Nanmenyi. Even if we were to become their auxiliary personnel, we would not have excessive interactions with them in the future. There's no need for such a strong reaction. Upon hearing this, Yan Meihua comprehended the reason for her second sister's discomfort and sighed. "Second sister, your mindset seems off lately. Although Nanmenyi has had a rather flamboyant past, he has proven to be quite reliable recently. Did he not just save you?" Yan Jinghua felt a lump in her chest as she recalled the events of the past few days. The youngest Yan sister tugged at Yan Jinghua's sleeve. Laughing, "Second sister, I actually think you got your money's worth this time. Not only did you singe his hair, but you also didn't spare him below Datha. I reckon the one suffering the most this time is Nanmenyi." Reflecting on Nanmenyi's misfortunes in the past few days, Yan Meihua couldn't help but laugh along. Chapter 74. The Yan sisters' decision. As Yan Jinghua pondered, she too broke into laughter. Thinking of it this way, her heart felt considerably lighter. Yan Meihua approached Killing Jasmine and articulated her thoughts. Compared to Chan Jiang and his group, Killing Jasmine seemed distinctly more intrigued by the Yan sisters. In fact, she was inclined to have these 4 as her subordinates. "You may choose between auxiliary personnel and my subordinates." Chan Jiang and his companions had been denied entry into Killing Jasmine's team, which led them to create their own auxiliary personnel. In the current circumstances, any rational person would know how to choose. Yet, Yan Meihua remained somewhat hesitant. What is the difference between a subordinate and auxiliary personnel? Killing Jasmine cast a glance at her. "Become my subordinate, your fates lie in my hands. Not in the heavens. As an extraneous member, should you meet your demise, I shall bear no responsibility." The words of Sha Moli left Yan Meihua in a deeper quandary. For her the choice was stark. Joining her ranks meant life or death was at her mercy. At that moment the Yan sisters approached, and after some deliberation, Yan Shuahua's resolve was unwavering. Aligning with the strong was the only judicious choice. Yet for Yan Meihua, the strength of the powerful was not her primary concern. Her foremost consideration was the safety of her sisters. Sha Moli's earlier statement weighed heavily on her. Once they joined her ranks, their lives would be subject to her will, and this was a matter of great importance to Yan Meihua. Observing their hesitation, Nanmenyi smirked and remarked, "What are you all pondering? Our leader has shown you considerable leniency. Even Chun Dage had to plead shamelessly to join our extraneous ranks. Why are you not hastening to agree? What is there to deliberate?" Beside him, Chan Jiang and the others, who were desperately seeking acceptance as extraneous members, fidgeted awkwardly with their fingers. For the first time, Yan Jinghua ignored Nanmenyi, clearly indicating that this decision was fraught with difficulty for the sisters. Before the apocalypse, the Yan family held a respectable status in the capital, and the 4 sisters were prominent figures among the youth. Now, they were not only compelled to submit but also had their very lives held in another's grasp, a daunting predicament for the once proud quartet. The concerns etched on Yan Meihua's face were palpable. Sha Moli, disinterested in further discourse, turned her attention to Qi Feng and others as they examined a tank. Jiang Wan approached the sisters with a smile, saying, "Yan ladies, you need not harbor excessive worries. I once shared your apprehensions." Reflecting on her initial encounter with Sha Moli, Jiang Wan felt a wave of nostalgia. "That was the darkest period of my life. I had contemplated ending it all. It was in that moment of despair that I met Sha Jia and became her subordinate. Initially, I too was beset by doubts, yet look at our current lives. We thrive even more than before the apocalypse." Sha Jie is not one to indiscriminately harm the innocent. Take Qifeng for instance. Jiang Wan gestured towards Qifeng, who was engrossed in the tank. She then pointed to Hidaya, who was studying a manual. You all witnessed Hidama's state. She was frozen and breathless. Sha Jie saved her life. The extent of her abilities is beyond our comprehension. The only condition she imposes on her subordinates is that they do not betray her. If you remain loyal, death will never touch you. In this apocalypse, having a powerful and secure ally is invaluable. You know this without my saying so. Having conveyed her thoughts, Jiang Wan smiled and took her leave. Yan Meihua took a deep breath and turned to her sisters. Yan Shuahua's choice had always been resolute. Eldest sister, I agree. Rather than being constrained within a base, it is better to follow her. Yan Yuehua contemplated before adding, Eldest sister, I have no strong opinions. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Yan Meihua then looked towards Yan Jinghua, who let out a sigh. Sister, although I harbor a disdain for that Nan Menyi, the young lady who spoke moments ago was indeed correct. In the face of an impending apocalypse, having a formidable and secure backing is undeniably crucial. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to avoid any conflicts with Nan Menyi. Yan Meihua inhaled deeply. I understand, she proclaimed. After uttering these words, Yan Meihua approached Sha Jiamoli alongside her sisters. After much hesitation, she finally spoke. Sister Sha, we have made our decision. We wish to become your subordinates. Sha Jiamoli turned around, casting a smile towards the four sisters. Relax. I shall forge a contract for you. With a gentle motion, her small hand glided over the foreheads of the four sisters. 4 droplets of blood entwined in the air, seemingly forming a unique pattern. Sha Jiamoli's eyes sparkled, and with another wave of her hand, the blood vanished into the atmosphere. She then regarded the Yan sisters. Yan Meihua, a level 2 water and ice dual element ability wielder. Yan Jinghua, a level 2 fire ability wielder. Yan Shuahua, a level 2 psychic and lightning dual element ability wielder. Yan Yuehua, a level 2 fire ability wielder. Upon hearing this, the Yan sisters were momentarily taken aback. They were aware of Sha Jiamoli's formidable prowess, yet to have their abilities articulated so precisely, including Yan Meihua's ice powers and the third sister's psychic and lightning capabilities, was astonishing. What magnitude of strength could facilitate such knowledge? The others shared expressions of disbelief. Tio think that the seemingly weakest among the sisters, Yan Shuehua, was actually the most powerful. When Chan Jiang and the others gazed at the Yan sisters, envy washed over their faces, but now they lowered their heads, realizing that the gap in strength was far more significant than they had previously contemplated. Boss, it's time. We can set off now. Meanwhile, Nan Menyi and Qifeng had nearly mastered the tank's driving techniques. The group resumed their journey. Nan Menyi, brimming with excitement, entered the driver's cabin. Despite being from the prestigious Nanmen family, he had never imagined he would one day operate a tank. Father, your son has achieved greatness. Nan Menyi suddenly exclaimed that if only his father could witness this moment, how proud he would be. Smack! Sha Jiamoli delivered a sharp slap to the back of Nan Menyi's head. Enough with the nonsense. Start driving. Chapter 75. The S-City base. At this moment, Qifeng had already driven over 100 meters ahead. All right. Nan Menyi activated the tank, relishing the powerful roar of the engine, feeling a surge of adrenaline rush to his head. The two tanks in front cleared the path, pushing aside some of the heavy snow while compacting the rest beneath them. The two SUVs closely followed behind, though he hadn't personally driven a tank. Experiencing such a scenario was unprecedented in his life. Chan Jiang and the crew were filled with exuberance. Chan Jiang nodded repeatedly, lamenting that his phone had long since run out of battery. Capturing this moment for social media would have been incredibly cool. With the tank leading the way, the vehicle's pace quickened up. By approximately 8 o'clock in the evening, the group arrived at the entrance of the S-City base. In the midst of an inky darkness, the illuminated area of S-City base stood out conspicuously, observing the city wall, which was barely half the height of the Southgate base. Nan Menyi curled his lips in disdain and remarked, Brother Chan Jiang, I must say you would be better off at the Southgate base. It is far more impressive than this place. Sha Meili, having disembarked, was also surveying S-base. It appeared smaller than the Southgate base, and its defensive measures seemed considerably weaker. As Sha Meili and her companion scrutinized S-base, the guards at the entrance were equally astonished by the sight of their tank. What on earth? Who are those people arriving in a tank? Could they possibly be coming to our S-City base? One guard exclaimed with excitement, Brother, you're thinking too much. I haven't seen a tank in our entire base. Even the base leader travels in a powerful vehicle, another guard replied. While several individuals were observing intently, familiar figures suddenly appeared nearby. Look, isn't that Chan Jiang's squad? The guards at the entrance recognized Chan Jiang and his companions. and their faces lit up with surprise as they saw Chan Jiang and the others disembarking from the vehicle. After exchanging greetings with Xia Meili and her group, Chan Jiang proceeded towards the base. The area from the base entrance to the highway had already been cleared of snow. Although it was night, some individuals were still busy shoveling snow from the roads. Xia Meili took a closer look. Most of the snow removers were ordinary people, while numerous ability users stood guard nearby to prevent any zombie ambushes. Jiang Wan peered through the small window of the tank and, with a hint of puzzlement, remarked, "Sister Xia, have you noticed that since the heavy snowfall began, the number of zombies has diminished?" Xia Meili nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Wan continued, "I can't shake this unsettling feeling. It reminds me of the time during the Red Rain. After it ended, zombies not only appeared in droves but also advanced by an entire level. Do you think we might see 4th-tier zombies once this heavy snowfall concludes?" In her hand, Xia Meili held a red hailstone, continuously absorbing the energy within for cultivation. The energy contained within the hailstone was even purer than that of the Red Rain, allowing Xia Meili to absorb it directly without conversion into magical energy. After just an afternoon, she felt her cultivation level once again loosening. "Once we locate Xiao Li's son, you all must enter seclusion and diligently cultivate, aiming for the next level." "Understood, Sister Xia." The 8 members of Xia Meili's group were divided between 2 tanks, with ample space inside. Jiang Wan, play the qin. "Yes, Sister Xia." Taking out the guqin and placing it on her lap, Jiang Wan began to play softly. She had now mastered the second melody, Dream of Shadows, of the magical melodies of 9 heavens quite well. The tank slowly made its way through city base. "Make way quickly!" At the sound of the call, the ordinary people clearing snow on the street hurriedly stepped aside. Gazing enviously at the passing tank among them, one man stood out, approximately 1.8 meters tall with a somewhat slender build. His cheeks were sunken from prolonged hunger, and his large eyes were particularly striking. He held a snow-clearing tool, a shovel, and fixed his gaze intently on the tank that had just rolled by. A diminutive man beside the larger one curled his lip in disdain and remarked, "Ruo Cha, don't waste your time staring. Get back to work. Such sights are not meant for us, the likes of ordinary folk." Ruo Cha paused momentarily, then turned away and resumed his task of clearing the snow. The base in S-City currently housed over 4,000 individuals with extraordinary abilities, while the ordinary populace numbered around 10,000. Yet, life was exceedingly arduous for these commoners. They relied on their labor within the base to exchange for crystal cores, which they used to procure supplies necessary for survival. Ruo Cha typically worked alongside 4 others, primarily responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of their residential area. Earning merely 10 level 1 crystal cores per month allowed him to purchase only 10 pounds of flour, an insufficient amount to satiate the hunger of a grown man. He reminisced about the time he first entered the base when a single level 1 crystal core could buy 10 pounds of flour. Now it barely afforded him 1 pound, leaving him to ponder the uncertain future that lay ahead. With a heavy sigh, Ruo Cha continued his work. At 6 in the evening, his shift concluded, yet the task of snow removal persisted as the next team took over his shovel and station, continuing the labor. Hastily, Ruo Cha made his way to the supervising ability user to exchange for his earnings of the day, 1 level 1 crystal core. The heavy snowfall presented both advantages and disadvantages for these ordinary people. The benefit was the daily acquisition of a crystal core, significantly exceeding their monthly wages, allowing them to gradually stockpile supplies sufficient to stave off hunger. However, the downside was that, as the temperatures continued to plummet, survival in such frigid conditions became increasingly difficult for those without abilities. After receiving the crystal core, Ruo Cha tightened his jacket around him, the thickest garment he possessed. While engaged in work, he had not felt the chill as acutely. But once he halted, the snowflakes landing upon him elicited an involuntary shiver. How cold it was! The outdoor temperature had already dipped to -12 degrees Celsius. He jogged into the base, which, in comparison to the outside, offered a modicum of warmth, though only slightly. The first thing Ruo Cha did upon receiving his crystal core was to head to the hall to exchange it for food. In recent days, due to the snow-clearing efforts, the ordinary people had accumulated more crystal cores, causing the exchange windows in the hall to swell with crowds, necessitating a queue. Chapter 76. Ruo Cha. The cacophony of voices abruptly fell silent. Curiously, Ruo Cha glanced towards the entrance, noticing a contingent of ability users entering. The ordinary folk instinctively parted, clearing a path in the center. Leading the group was none other than Chan Jiang and a few others. Within the confines of the base, those with extraordinary powers enjoyed undeniable privileges. They hunted zombies to acquire crystal cores and safeguard the base's security. Even the supplies exchanged were those they had scavenged from the outside. In the eyes of the ordinary citizens, Ability users occupied a lofty pedestal as they approached. Ruo Cha quickly stepped back a few paces. Generally, the temperaments of ability users were not the most amiable, and in some bases they regarded ordinary folk with contempt in various unseen corners. Instances of arbitrary violence were not uncommon. Ruo Cha's principle was to avoid confrontation whenever possible, striving to maintain a distance from the ability users. Chan Jiang strode forward with purpose, completely oblivious to the ordinary man who slouched with his head bowed. For him, life revolved around diligently cultivating his abilities, undertaking missions and exchanging resources. In Chan Jiang's world, the category of ordinary people scarcely existed beyond his beloved wife and children. He bypassed a line of common folk and approached the counter directly, spilling forth several hundred first-level crystal nuclei. The clattering sound of the nuclei on the counter drew envious glances from the surrounding ordinary individuals. Take Ruo Cha as an example. A single crystal nucleus represented his entire day's wages. However, for Chan Jiang, a second-level ability user, hunting first-level zombies was a task so effortlessly simple that obtaining first-level crystal nuclei was a trivial matter. This time he returned with hundreds of first-level nuclei, dozens of second-level nuclei, and even a few third-level ones. Generally, ability users reserve the higher-grade nuclei for enhancing their powers, seldom exchanging them for resources. I would like to purchase 200 pounds of rice, 200 pounds of flour, some oil and various seasonings, he requested. The staff behind the counter were predominantly ordinary people, mostly young women. Compared to Ruo Cha and his peers, this job was indeed a coveted position in the post-apocalyptic world, offering opportunities that most ordinary individuals could only dream of. For someone like Chan Jiang, the staff naturally adopted an entirely different demeanor. After confirming the quantity of crystal nuclei, a beautiful attendant gestured to the back, and a man promptly brought forth the requested items. Brother Chan, you still have over 20 crystal nuclei remaining. Is there anything else you wish to acquire? Chan Jiang glanced towards the snack section and, thinking of his mischievous little monkey, smiled as he replied, please fetch me 3 packets of snacks. The attendant nodded with a smile, retrieving 3 small packets, one of spicy strips, one of jelly, and one of potato chips. The crisp sound of the snack packaging colliding caused the surrounding ability users to swallow hard. Such coveted delicacies were far more expensive than basic food supplies. A mere 80-gram bag of potato chips cost 5 first-level crystal nuclei, enough to purchase 5 pounds of flour, an expense no ordinary person could afford. In fact, it was not merely a matter of affordability. Ordinary folk simply could not sustain such indulgences. Chan Jiang packed the items into his backpack. The attendant, eyeing the 7 crystal nuclei remaining on the counter, cheerfully remarked, Brother Chan, you still have 7 nuclei left. Please keep them. Chan Jiang smiled and replied, no need, you may keep them as a tip. The attendant's face lit up with joy as she pocketed the nuclei. Thank you, Brother Chan. She then lowered her voice, adding, Brother Chan, there will be a batch of eggs for sale the day after tomorrow. I'll set some aside for you if you come early. Chan Jiang nodded, gathered his belongings and left. Unlike others, he was generous with his spending, aiming to foster a good rapport with the woman. The resource exchange hall offered rare food items weekly, such as fruits and dairy, with occasional fresh meat. The supplies were limited, often disappearing in an instant, and establishing a good connection with the staff ensured that some would be reserved for him. It is not merely Chan Jiang's craving that compels him. The presence of a small child at home is a significant factor in this apocalyptic world. Adults are not particularly finicky about their meals. As long as they can satiate their hunger, they are content. However, children, being in a crucial phase of growth, require proper nutrition. Especially during these tumultuous times, the frailty of a child's constitution makes it imperative that they receive adequate nourishment to bolster their immune systems. After completing his purchases, Chan Jiang emerged from the market, burdened with an array of bags, eliciting envious glances from those around him. Ruo Cha observed the man effortlessly shouldering several hundred pounds of supplies, then glanced at his own pale wrists, letting out a resigned sigh. They resided in a tent erected at the base of the fortified city wall, an enclosure scarcely 6 meters long, accommodating 12 grown men. The speaker was an elderly gentleman who, alongside Chan Jiang, was responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the lodging area. Mr. Zhang, have you not gone to exchange for supplies? The old man sighed, replying, inside the tent, there are 12 bedding rolls laid directly upon grass mats. The remaining space serves as a communal resting area. Most of the men have stepped out for their shifts, leaving only the old man and Ruo Cha within the tent. After placing his belongings down, Ruo Cha retrieved his small pot from beneath his bedding, preparing to kindle a fire for cooking. For reasons unknown, he found himself yearning for the dumpling soup his mother used to make. Setting the pot over the flames, he pulled out a water bottle from under his bedding and poured a little water into the pot, since the water and electricity supply had ceased. Water had become a scarce commodity for ordinary people, necessitating purchase. Although they shared the same tent, everyone was meticulously mindful of their resources. While waiting for the water to boil, Luo Shida noticed something amiss with the old gentleman and approached him, inquiring, "Mr. Zhang, what seems to be troubling you?" Mr. Zhang sighed heavily. "Alas, our neighbor, old Su, just passed away. Luo Shida was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just this morning, while clearing the snow, he had exchanged greetings with old Su. How could such a sudden death occur? How did old Su die? Mr. Zhang sighed once more, taking a sip from his teacup, feeling warmth spread through his body before he continued. He succumbed to the cold. His entire family was gathered, but with so many children and so few adults to tend to them. Alas, in the adjacent tent resided the Su family, comprising old Su, his 2 sons, daughters-in-law, 3 granddaughters, and a grandson. With the children being so young and the sons and daughters-in-law out working, old Su had been left to care for the 4 kids alone. With the increased earnings from snow clearing, they could exchange surplus crystal cores for some warm clothing, but most of it had been allocated for the children. Mr. Zhang cast another glance towards the neighboring tent, prompting Luo Shida to feel a pang of unease. Stirring his spoon in the pot of dumpling soup as he worried for his distant parents with a sigh, he realized that the soup was ready. Noticing Mr. Zhang's gaze, Luo Shida served him a bowl before settling down to enjoy his meal. Aside from salt, there were no additional seasonings, yet Luo Shida felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he relished his meal. Before he could fully satiate his hunger, the pot was already empty. Gazing at the impeccably scrubbed bottom of the pot, Luo Shida couldn't help but let out a wry smile. At least it spared him the trouble of scrubbing. The tent soon erupted with lively chatter. However, upon learning that the elderly Su next door had departed this world, a solemn quietude enveloped the space, and a bid to conserve warmth, despite it not being bedtime yet, everyone had already nestled into their blankets. The man sleeping beside Luo Shida sighed heavily. This apocalyptic era offers no respite for ordinary folk like us. I've been rationing my food these past few days. Once I manage to earn some more crystal cores, I must purchase a warm coat, or I shall surely freeze to death sooner or later. Luo Shida added some firewood to the small stove within the tent and crawled in himself. Well then, let us take advantage of the warmth and sleep promptly, for if the stove extinguishes later, we will shiver and struggle to find slumber. The light within the tent dimmed, and the flames in the stove gradually flickered out. Outside, temperatures plummeted to a frigid -10 degrees. In such a simple tent, even warmth was a fleeting luxury. Luo Shida was roused from his slumber by hunger, and the moment he extended his hands outside the tent, he let out a sneeze. The temperature inside the tent hovered near freezing. The confined space meant that when sleeping, bodies were nearly stacked upon one another. Luo Shida's movements inadvertently stirred the man beside him. Sleepily, the man inquired, "Luo Shida, where are you off to?" Luo Shida paused momentarily before replying, "I drank too much water before bed. I need to relieve myself." As Luo Shida rose, the man found himself with a bit more space and comfortably rolled over, drifting back into slumber. Cautiously, Luo Shida donned his clothing and stepped outside. The public restrooms for ordinary people within the base were a 15-minute walk from his lodging area. Though it was night, the accommodation area remained brightly illuminated. Wrapping himself tightly in his garments, Luo Shida made his way to the restroom. Noticing the lights were on inside, he slowed his pace. "Achoo! It's truly cold tonight," he muttered to himself. He stood still until a man exited the restroom, extinguishing the light inside. Only then did he hasten into the restroom. Taking a deep breath, Luo Shida glanced around, ensuring no one was present, before retrieving a banana from his pocket and devouring it in a few swift bites. With the banana settled in his stomach, his rumbling belly felt somewhat satisfied. Just as he prepared to extract a second banana, he suddenly heard voices outside, prompting him to quickly switch off the light and scurry out. After Luo Shida left, 2 men entered the restroom. As one squatted down, he caught a whiff of the banana scent lingering in the air. "Hey, do you smell that? It's the scent of bananas," one man exclaimed, bursting into laughter. "You must be starving. All I can smell is the restroom." Upon returning to the tent, Luo Shida found his previous spot occupied and had no choice but to wrap himself in the blanket and drift into a deep sleep beside the stove. Meanwhile, the adjacent area of the tent encampment presented a stark contrast. The dormitories for the ability users stood as towering buildings right next to the tent area. On the 3rd floor, Chanjiang's home was ablaze with light. "Dad, you actually bought me snacks!" exclaimed a small boy, barely reaching the height of a man's thigh. His face alight with unbridled joy as he examined the treats in his hands. The woman beside him looked on with a radiant smile, then reproachfully remarked, "You just indulge him. Snacks are so expensive." Chan Jiang, unperturbed, replied, "Don't worry, this outing yielded substantial profits, and moreover, I encountered some influential figures. Providing for you both in the future will undoubtedly pose no challenge." His wife, Lu Xiaoman, was not the kind of breathtaking beauty one might expect at first glance. Yet her gentle demeanor and emotional stability rendered her an invaluable partner in the apocalypse, despite lacking any special abilities. Lu Xiaoman took the snacks from their son's hands, saying, "You can't eat these right now. We'll save them for when you perform well at school." The little boy's expression instantly soured. Observing this, Chan Jiang quickly retrieved a pie he had purchased earlier from Xia Meili and handed it to his wife. "Dear, heat this up and share it with the child." Although the pie had long since frozen, its enticing aroma lingered. Lu Xiaoman initially beamed with joy but then inquired with a hint of confusion, "Where did you acquire this pie?" Chan Jiang chuckled and explained, "I bought it from Sister Xia. I've already shared a meal with my comrades outside, and the remainder is for you and our child. Hurry, warm it up before it spoils." Knowing it was obtained through legitimate means, Lu Xiaoman smiled. In this weather, what could possibly spoil? Chapter 78. Happiness in the apocalypse. Considering the late hour, Lu Xiaoman only heated one pie. Setting the rest aside, she broke the pie in half, offering one portion to their son and keeping the other for Chan Jiang. "I used to find them greasy and unappealing, and I still do. You can have this half." Chan Jiang and his wife had known each other for over 30 years, and he was well aware of her preferences. In such dire times, who could afford to be picky about food? Chan Jiang refrained from eating, forcibly placing the half pie in Lu Xiaoman's mouth. "Look what you've done. Now I have crumbs everywhere." Though Lu Xiaoman feigned annoyance, the blissful expression on her face betrayed her true feelings. While his wife and child enjoyed their meal, Chan Jiang produced the winter coat he had exchanged at Xia Meili's. Although it was pricier than those available at the base, this coat was of superior quality, more accurately described as a down jacket. Upon seeing it, Lu Xiaoman's face lit up with joy. She placed their child in the bedroom and, from an unknown source, produced a bottle of ergotu. Chan Jiang's eyes brightened, and he embraced his wife. "Where did you get this?" Lu Xiaoman replied with a smile, "On the day you left, I managed to snag a bottle from the hall where they were selling it." In the base, while eggs and meat were scarce commodities, tobacco and alcohol were exceedingly rare luxuries. A standard cotton coat cost 10 crystal cores, while a 500 milliliters bottle of ergotu was priced at 20 crystal cores. Looking at his wife, Chan Jiang could not help but chuckle. "You wouldn't spare the expense for our son's winter coat, yet you splurge on alcohol?" Lu Xiaoman smiled, snuggling into Chan Jiang's embrace, and said, "You are the pillar of our family, bravely battling zombies outside. I and our son can offer you no assistance. My dear husband, you've worked so hard." Chan Jiang indeed craved a drink. He had enjoyed alcohol even before the apocalypse. After the world fell into chaos, the tension and thrill of life only intensified his desire for a sip. Chan Jiang smacked his lips a couple of times before hastily twisting open the bottle and taking a swig. Under the stimulating effects of the alcohol, he felt the fatigue from his recent outings dissipate in an instant. Feeling the warmth of his wife's care, Chan Jiang experienced a rare moment of beauty amidst the apocalypse for the first time. Simultaneously, in the adjacent tent, Ruo Cha Sea awakened just before succumbing to the cold. The others inside the tent had already prepared to venture out to clear the snow. One man patted his shoulder and remarked, "You should probably check yourself. Why do you keep getting up at night?" Ruo Cha Sea wore an awkward expression. "I've grown accustomed to it. Even in the apocalypse, this habit is hard to shake." As the group stepped outside, they all shivered in unison. "It felt colder today, and the weather seemed reluctant to warm up." Ruo Cha Sea tightened his clothing, rubbed his hands together, and hurried to his post for the shift change. Once engaged in work, the cold would cease to bother him. Meanwhile, Shamoli and her group arrived at the once bustling commercial center of City Est. After casually dispatching the last zombie, Shamoli licked her lips and turned to the elderly couple, Xiao Li and her husband. "Are you certain this is the place?" Xiao Li nodded vigorously. "Sister Xia, this is indeed the location. My son's company is on the 6th floor of this building, and his residence is on the 23rd. Before the apocalypse, we spoke on the phone, and his father advised him to stockpile supplies. I believe he wouldn't have left this place." Shamoli's consciousness swept through the building, yet she detected no living souls, only a considerable number of zombies. There were approximately 500 zombies inside, devoid of any humans. Xiao Li was suddenly taken aback, collapsing into Luo Xiao's arms. "Aunt Xiao? Perhaps Luo Gu has already left." Zhang Wan comforted her. After a moment of recovery in Luo Xiao's embrace, Xiao Li nodded. "Yes, Shida is clever. He will surely be safe." Although they found no trace of Luo Shida nearby, the abundance of zombies presented a feast for Shamoli. Zhang Wan immediately smirked. "Sister Xia, I'll prepare some snacks for you." Shamoli nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Wan promptly whisked away with Qi Shui. Meanwhile, the sorrow on Xiao Li and Luo Xiu's faces lingered, prompting Shamoli to direct her attention to Nan Menyi and Qi Feng. Nan Menyi glanced around and suddenly spotted Hidaya idly sitting nearby. An idea sparked in his mind and he smiled. Boss, I think we should have Hidama serve you during your meal. It would also give the newcomers a chance. Shamoli agreed with a nod. Finding the suggestion reasonable, Hidaya, who had been sitting on the ground, perked up upon hearing her name, dusting off her clothes as she approached Sister Sha. Are you going to eat? I'll accompany you. Her face beamed with delight. It was a splendid opportunity, after all. If she got to eat meat, she might as well save some broth for herself. Excellent, Aunt He, this task will be entrusted to you from now on. Hidaya promptly patted her chest and declared, rest assured, you all go out to hunt the zombies. I shall accompany Sister Sha to dine. Off you go now. Nan Menyi and Qi Feng turned around, unable to contain their laughter. Just as they were chuckling, Nan Menyi suddenly felt a chill creep up from behind him. Before he could react, he found himself being dragged out by Sha Moli by the collar. Boss, put me down, I can walk myself. Nan Menyi recalled that he was merely a bait for Sister Sha in the square before the building. A cry of anguish escaped Nan Menyi. A fountain of blood erupted, splattering directly onto Hidaya's face. Oh my, Sister Sha, you. Hidaya's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Sha Moli, her mouth agape in terror, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She never anticipated that this seemingly adorable girl could kill without a flicker of an eyelash. Nan Menyi glanced at Hidaya and scolded, Auntie, what are you shouting about? You startled me. Hurry and attend to the boss's meal. Otherwise I might bleed to death. Hidaya looked at Nan Menyi, quivering as she asked, you're not dead? Dead my foot. If you keep stalling I might really die. Nan Menyi retorted with irritation as the horde of zombies surged toward them. Hidaya was paralyzed with fear. She wanted to flee, but her legs refused to obey her commands. Just then, the previously frenzied zombies suddenly quieted down, lining up in an orderly fashion with a pale countenance. Nan Menyi assessed the number of zombies. It should suffice for the boss. He hastily retrieved the pills prepared by the boss, swallowed them and stood up, leaning against the concrete ground. He looked at Hidaya, who wore a disgruntled expression, and said, I say, Auntie, you usually seem quite formidable. Why are you cowering now? Hidaya forced a smile, swallowing hard. Hurry up, the boss is all set. She glanced toward Sha Moli, her legs still shaking, rooted in place. Sha Moli, evidently impatient, cast a glance in their direction, her eyes gleaming with an inexplicable bloodlust. Nan Menyi froze momentarily, battling the dizziness from blood loss as he pushed Hidaya toward Sha Moli, instructing her on how to serve Sister Sha's meal. As he watched Sister Sha enjoy her lunch, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and plopped down onto the ground, observing the numerous lifeless corpses. Nan Menyi grimaced and turned his head away. 2 hours later, after Sha Moli let out a contented burp, the central square lay silent, devoid of any zombie presence. Hidaya, having finally completed her task, could no longer hold back. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. 60 years old. It was the first time Hidaya had witnessed such barbarity. Suddenly Sister Sha paused, glancing at the mound of corpses beside her. After a moment of contemplation, she waved her hand, summoning the corpses into her own space. Nan Menyi inquired with a face full of curiosity, Boss, what are you doing? Could it be that these corpses serve some purpose? Killing Emoli nodded. Indeed, they are to be used as fuel for cooking. Nan Menyi smirked slightly. Boss, we have quite a few fire elemental abilities in our team. Is this really necessary? Suddenly, Killing Emoli turned her head sharply, gazing intently at Nan Menyi. Burning corpses results in delicious food. Nan Menyi was momentarily taken aback, quickly nodding in agreement. Yes, yes, delicious. Almost immediately vivid images flooded his mind, causing him to involuntarily retch a couple of times. In the parking garage of the building, Xiaoli and Luo Xiu were busy gathering the remaining hundreds of cars into their space. Luo Xiu jested, it seems I wish to lift my partner's spirits. However, concern was etched across Xiaoli's face. She had hoped that S-City would fare better than Shiyuan City. At least the residential areas in Shiyuan City still had inhabitants. Yet, the once bustling edifice of S-City now stood desolate, devoid of any life. As she spoke, a sigh escaped her lips once more. Xiaoi, do not fret excessively. The current state of S-City's downtown may not solely be attributed to the zombies. In comparison to Shiyuan City, S-City has established a base, and perhaps most ordinary citizens and ability users have sought refuge there. We might consider visiting the S-City base in search of Brother Luo. He could very well be there. Xiaoli paused, glancing toward the entrance of the underground garage. The one speaking was Jiang Wan. Xiaoli's expression softened slightly, Acknowledging Jiang Wan's reasonable words, however, just as Qiao Li's demeanor lightened, someone else's expression darkened. The four sisters of the Yan family, having recently joined the team, were determined to make a good impression on their first mission. Accompanying Jiang Wan on their inaugural hunt for zombies, they managed to secure 7 third-tier crystal cores and dozens of second-tier crystal cores, despite not possessing the same formidable combat strength. Yet, at that moment, Yan Meihua stood at the entrance of the underground garage, hesitating to move. Yan Jinghua, noticing her sister's stillness, asked in confusion, "Eldest sister, what are you thinking? Hurry up and come here." Yan Meihua smiled faintly, her expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Luo Shida lives on the 23rd floor, and his company is on the 17th. Initially, Yan Jinghua was puzzled. "You mean brother-in-law is in this building too? Should we go up and take a look?" After speaking, Yan Jinghua suddenly realized, her eyes widening as she turned to Qiao Li and the others. "Wait, eldest sister, you don't mean to say that brother-in-law is the brother Luo we are searching for, do you?" Upon hearing this, the Yan sisters hurriedly gathered around. Could it really be such a coincidence? At that moment, Qiao Li and her companions also noticed the commotion. Yan Meihua glanced awkwardly at Qiao Li, who looked back at her in disbelief. Yan Jinghua, reveling in the unfolding drama, laughed heartily. "Haha, eldest sister. What a coincidence. I never imagined that Qiao Yi would be your future mother-in-law." Yan Meihua approached Qiao Li, gathering her emotions before smiling and asking, "Qiao Yi, is your son named Luo Shida?" Qiao Li nodded, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. Yan Meihua extracted a photograph of herself and Luo Shida from beneath her garments and presented it to Qiao Li. "Dio, take a look. Is it him?" The couple in the photograph wore radiant smiles, blissfully nestled against one another. For reasons unknown, Qiao Li's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. She passed the photograph to Luo Xiao. "Dear old man. Do have a look." Wiping her eyes, Qiao Li retrieved a family portrait from her attire, a snapshot taken when Luo Shida was in university, featuring the family. The man in the image bore a youthful countenance, yet it was unmistakably Luo Shida. Yan Meihua's eyes too became moist, and the two women embraced, weeping uncontrollably. Yan Jinghua furrowed her brows. Despite the apocalypse, her elder sister had never shed a tear, and she had spoken little of her missing brother-in-law. The expressions of Jiang Wan and the others mirrored the same bewilderment. Although Aunt Xiao was concerned, she had never cried like this before. Both parties found the situation inexplicable, and apart from offering soft words of consolation, there was little they could do. To outsiders, this coincidence might seem a sudden delight in the midst of despair. Yet for Qiao Li and Yan Meihua, united by their deep-seated worries for the same man, the emotions they had buried within erupted forth in resonance at that moment. When Sha Moli entered, the two had already composed themselves. Qiao Li was eagerly grasping Yan Meihua's hand, inquiring fervently. Chapter 80. She is truly fierce behind Sha Moli. Nan Manai tugged at Hidaya's leg as they entered together. Upon seeing Hidaya in such a state, Jiang Wan, Qi Feng, and others who had shared similar experiences erupted into laughter. However, the Yan sisters were left in a state of confusion. Yan Meihua, puzzled, turned to Qiao Li and asked, "Aunt Xiao, what is the matter with Hidaya? Why is everyone laughing?" Qiao Li stifled a smile and began to explain. "This situation, well, you will understand later. Sister Sha's dining preferences differ from what we might think. She has a penchant for consuming zombies." Qiao Li narrated the tale animatedly. The Yan sisters listened, grinning with a mix of horror and amusement. After hearing the account, they glanced at the pure and lovely Sha Moli, and recalling Qiao Li's words, they couldn't help but feel a chill. Meanwhile, Nan Manai noticed an oddity. "Old Qiao, something doesn't add up. How has your relationship with Yan Meihua become so amicable?" Grandma Qiao is the grandmother of Elder Yan. Su and I, still young, was taken aback as four strikingly similar elder sisters suddenly appeared in the group. Not only were their appearances indistinguishable, but even their names were difficult to recall. Yan Meihua devised a clever solution. The four sisters wrote numbers 1 through 4 on their sleeves to help others differentiate them. Following the order on their arms, Su and I directly referred to them as Elder Yan 1, Elder Yan 2. Upon her words, Nan Manai was instantly taken aback. His eyes wide with surprise. Sha Moli blinked in astonishment. "My goodness, Yan Meihua, weren't you in Jing City? And old Qiao SNT, your Luo brother, always in S City. How did you two end up together?" Nan Manai wore an expression of pure curiosity. Yan Jinghua, however, promptly delivered a kick to him. "Silence if you cannot speak. What do you mean by messing around?" Nan Menyi rubbed his rear end, which had been kicked, and closed his mouth. Perhaps due to the events of years past, the memory remained too vivid, and even though Nan Menyi's strength now surpassed Yan Jinghua's, he still felt a tinge of fear in her presence. The primary reason being, this woman is simply too formidable. Even more so than himself, Upon seeing Nan Menyi fall silent, Jiang Wan and the others wore expressions of curiosity. Since their first encounter, the two had been at odds, with Nan Menyi consistently emerging as the loser. Jiang Wan, intrigued, inquired, "Sister Meihua, did you two know each other before?" After Jiang Wan spoke, Shamoli leisurely moved her small stool to join the others. Recalling the events that had transpired, Yan Jinghua closed her mouth, her expression slightly awkward as she averted her gaze. Yan Meihua stifled a laugh as she glanced at Nan Menyi, who met her gaze with eyes pleading for mercy. He certainly did not want everyone to learn of the incident where Yan Jinghua had kicked him to pieces. "Sister Yan, I was wrong back then. I implore you to show some kindness." With a chuckle, Yan Meihua could not contain her amusement at Nan Menyi's predicament. However, out of consideration for his dignity, she refrained from divulging the details of that incident. "We are acquainted, having participated in several gatherings in Jing City together. There seems to be a misunderstanding between Nan Menyi and my sister," Yan Meihua explained, allowing Nan Menyi to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Shamoli smirked. "Not exciting, not interesting." With the addition of the Yan family's 4 sisters, the hunting expedition of Jiang Wan and her companions proved to be extraordinarily fruitful, yielding dozens of third-level crystal cores and over 100 second-level ones. Including Shamoli's own gains, they amassed more than 100 third-level crystal cores. "Sister Sha, after our outing we noticed an increase in the number of third-level zombies," Qi Feng pondered. "This heavy snowfall has stifled the growth of ability users. Yet akin to the red rain, it seems to serve as a natural nourishment for zombies. Within just a few days their levels have rapidly escalated, and they appear to have formed small groups. In the past, zombies roamed sporadically, while during the red rain, although they underwent mass evolution, they lacked any sense of group identity. However, during their recent expedition, they discovered numerous clusters of zombies, led by higher-level ones in the post-apocalyptic world. This development is not promising news for ability users. The emergence of cohesive groups among zombies, with a sense of teamwork, makes them far more challenging to deal with than when they were scattered. Yet, for Shamoli, this news was quite the opposite. The thought of food gathered in clusters made her salivate. After resting and regrouping in the underground garage for half an hour, Hidaya gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Shamoli, her eyes rolled back, nearly causing her to faint again, but fortunately, Qi Shui was quick to support her and even administered a bit of treatment. Hidaya exclaimed with a cry. Jumping up in alarm, her face a picture of panic as she looked at the others. Unlike Jiang Wan, Qi Feng, and the rest, this elderly lady held no gratitude towards Shamoli, viewing her only as a means to alleviate her family's burdens. Although Shamoli had previously saved her, in her heart, dying and being here were essentially the same. Both meant not being a burden to her son. "You have 8 hours remaining until your demise." The voice of Shamoli resonated, devoid of any emotion. Profoundly cold. It was then that everyone recalled Shamo's stipulations for Hidaya. The former Hidaya was unafraid of death, yet after the recent events, fear gripped her, an overwhelming dread that such a fate might preclude her from rebirth in the next life, that I shall go cultivate now. Perhaps it was this terror of death that propelled Hidaya to swiftly master the shadowless kick within half an hour. Emerging as a level 1 wind elemental, after inspecting her progress, Shamoli nodded with a smile. "Good. That is sufficient." Hidaya felt no exhilaration from awakening her powers. She swallowed hard and trembled, asking, "Sister Sha, I don't have to die, right?" Shamoli smiled and nodded. "Not for the time being." Hidaya was momentarily taken aback. What did that mean? Subsequently, Shamoli extended her hand, revealing 5 storage rings. Casting a glance at Yan Meihua and Hidaya, she spoke with a calm demeanor. "Regardless of your past reputations or abilities, here you must unconditionally obey my orders. Of course, I shall treat you all equally. Here are 5 storage rings." Upon her words, the 5 rings materialized in the hands of the 5 individuals. The Yen sisters were astonished. Storage rings? Hidaya stared at the ring in her hand, still in disbelief that she possessed one as well. "Jiang Wan, you are responsible for teaching Hidaya how to activate the storage ring. As for the Yen sisters, I will provide you with a set of cultivation techniques. Once you begin your training, you will be able to activate your storage rings." "Thank you, Sister Sha," the Yen sisters exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 81. Eating bananas in the lavatory at midnight. Jiang Wan glanced at her phone. "Sister Sha, shall we rest here for the night, or head directly to the city base?" Shamoli turned her gaze toward the photograph of Luo Shida in Qiao Li's possession. Just as Qiao Li was about to present the photo, she was halted by Yan Meihua. "This was taken last year." Shamoli took the photo, casting a brief glance at the man within. Her consciousness began to search inch by inch through the underground parking lot. That moment, Luo Shida, having stealthily risen again, was surreptitiously indulging in bananas in the restroom when he suddenly froze. Sensing someone watching him, a shiver coursed through him, and he hastily stuffed the entire banana into his mouth before bolting out of the restroom. Knowing that Sister Cha possessed extraordinary abilities, Xiao Li quickly inquired, "Sister Cha, do you have any news about my son?" Xiao Li nodded. Xiao Li exchanged an excited glance with Yan Meihua, their eyes alight with anticipation. "Sister Cha, how is he doing?" Xiao Li asked, her voice tinged with anxiety at the thought of hearing unfavorable news about her son from Xiao Li. However, Xiao Li frowned, an odd expression crossing her face as she asked, "Does your son have any peculiar habits?" "What?" Xiao Li replied, bewildered that he appears to have a peculiar fondness for consuming bananas in the restroom. The onlookers, however, it was merely a momentary pause before Yan Meihua chuckled and remarked, "Aunt Xiao, regardless of the circumstances, being able to enjoy a banana at this time signifies that he is faring quite well." Xiao Li nodded in agreement, feeling reassured. The S-City base is situated approximately 100 miles from the city center, and currently, Sha Mojili's cultivation of the heavenly demon phase places her limits just beyond that distance. After a brief respite, Sha Mojili's consciousness once again detected Ruo Cha. She remarked coolly, "He is currently residing in a tent with a dozen others, and there is a small stove inside. It seems they are quite cold. Is this truly considered a good life?" Xiao Li was taken aback. Yan Meihua's heart was a touch heavy with concern, prompting her to share what they had previously learned about the S-City base. "Initially, we intended to move to S-City, hence our inquiries." Yan Meihua glanced at everyone and continued, "At the S-City base, the awakened ones reside in buildings, while ordinary individuals live in the tent area. Relying on work within the base to exchange for crystal cores to make a living, their knowledge of ordinary people was limited, as they themselves were awakened ones. Thus, they had primarily focused on the lives of the awakened within the base." Yan Meihua's words indirectly confirmed that Ruo Cha was merely an unawakened ordinary person. As for Xiao Li, she harbored no significant concerns. Her son's lack of abilities did not trouble her. For with her and her husband's current capabilities, they could easily support him. Moreover, Xiao Li stole a glance at Sister Cha. With Sister Cha around, who could say that an ordinary person cannot cultivate? Yan Meihua, however, did not share Xiao Li's multitude of thoughts. Although Ruo Cha was an ordinary person, she was an awakened one, and having just one awakened individual in the couple sufficed. That night, as they attempted to rest, Yan Jinghua found herself unable to sleep. She tugged at her elder sister's sleeve. Yan Meihua, somewhat groggy, inquired, "Second sister, why are you still awake?" Yan Jinghua sighed and asked uncertainly, "Elder sister, Ruo Cha is just an ordinary person. You are not only beautiful but also an exceptional awakened one. Are you truly content to fulfill your engagement with him?" In the pitch-black night, it seemed that everyone was deep in slumber. Yet, in reality, many remained awake. Xiao Li and her husband were half awake, stirred by the news of their son in the S-City base, and anxious about his life as an ordinary person there. Yan Meihua fell silent for a moment, recalling the entire journey of their acquaintance and love. The continuous rise of the Yan family's business had rendered the four Yan sisters a coveted prize in the eyes of many affluent families in the capital. Marrying any one of them would imply acquiring a quarter of the Yan family's shares. Having witnessed too much ambition and malice, Yan Meihua had never intended to marry before encountering Ruo Cha. Their 2-year romance had seen Ruo Cha dismantle the formidable walls around her heart with his patience and sense of responsibility. She loved him and trusted him unconditionally. "Second sister, the foundation of marriage is not merely that both parties are awakened, but rather that I love him and he loves me." Yan Jinghua pouted in response. "Sister, did you not previously tell us that a love devoid of material substance is merely a fleeting distraction? You advised us to be discerning when choosing men, yet here you are, blindly surrendering to this so-called love without a care in the world." Yan Meihua let out a light laugh. "You seem to remember my admonitions well, but who says there is no material aspect between us? Do not forget, I am a remarkable level 2 ability user." Yan Jinghua evidently harbored numerous concerns. "Sister, you are a woman battling in the outside world, allowing a man to enjoy comfort at home. Over time you will inevitably grow weary of such a life. Before the apocalypse, were there not countless instances of strong women and weak men meeting unfortunate ends?" Yan Jinghua's words were not without merit, yet Yan Meihua continued to smile. "Has inequality between genders been advocated for long? If a strong woman and a weak man do not end well, does that mean a strong man and a weak woman fare any better? You must understand, dear sister, that the conclusion of any relationship in love does not hinge upon one party's strength or weakness, but rather on whether love and responsibility can be sustained amidst such dynamics. I believe in Shida. He is not a man devoid of responsibility. Even if he were an ordinary person without abilities, He would still contribute in his familiar realm. Yan Jinghua pouted and fell silent at as for Yan Meihua. The thought of soon reuniting with Lu Shida made her blush slightly, reflecting on the time since the apocalypse began. It had been nearly a year since the two had last met. She wondered how he was faring now. Meanwhile, Xiaoli lay beneath her covers, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her son was fortunate to have encountered such a woman. What was Lu Shida doing at that moment? Having returned late once more, his space had long been occupied by others. Luo Shida lit a small stove, leaning against his tent yet finding it impossible to sleep. Thoughts of his parents flitted through his mind, followed by memories of his fiancée. After a long while, he glanced at his pale, calloused hands, silently resolving that he could no longer wait idly. The apocalyptic environment grew more dire with each passing day, and he wondered what might befall Meihua and his parents. He needed to prepare to find them. Chapter 82. The base leader with hemorrhoids. City base. In the office of the base leader. Oh dear, Dan Lang, you must think of a solution quickly. I am in excruciating pain at that moment. A robust man lay sprawled on the office sofa, clutching his posterior and wailing in agony. Standing beside him, Dan Lang wore a pained expression, yet felt utterly helpless. I say, boss, all the doctors available at the base have seen you, and the limited medicine we have has been administered. What more can be done? The man who had been lying down suddenly turned his head to look at Dan Lang, his expression filled with resentment. Dan Lang, you are my best brother. You are not being sincere. Dan Lang waved his hand dismissively. Boss, am I not sincere? I have even abandoned my missions to be here groaning alongside you. At a loss for words, Dan Lang turned to leave. The man, in a fit of agitation, inadvertently shifted his position, causing him to cry out in pain once more. Dan Lang had no choice but to stop in his tracks. The man lay there, pallid, with beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The man lying prone possesses striking features, his countenance rivaling that of contemporary male celebrities. Beneath his pallid complexion lies an aura that evokes a sense of sympathy in those who gaze upon him. Unable to stand idly by, Shan Lang stepped forward, grasping a handkerchief from the side to wipe the man's brow. What can be done? We have also visited the southern gate base of City A, yet they too are at a loss. For now, the only option is to send someone to a more distant base to inquire if there are any medical savants capable of treating hemorrhoids. The man lying there sighed, falling silent. Just then, the office door swung open, and a woman with neatly styled short hair entered. Upon witnessing the interaction between Shan Lang and the man, she wore an expression of exasperation. Brother Lin Jin, can you two not exercise some restraint? It's no wonder the rumors outside say the base leader is A. It's all because of your antics. Shan Lang's hand, which was wiping away sweat, froze in place. He turned to his sister, exclaiming in anger, what nonsense are you spouting? Zui promptly seated herself on the opposite sofa, crossing her legs and declaring, the man you see lying down is Lin Jin, the leader of the base in City Est. Upon noticing Zui's arrival, Lin Jin's demeanor brightened instantly, casting flirtatious glances in her direction. You're here. The leader of the base in City Est has a penchant for beauty, not driven by ulterior motives but rather a simple admiration for aesthetics. One could say he suffers from a psychological condition akin to beauty obsession. Hearing Lin Jin's voice sent a shiver down Zui's spine. Lin Jin, how many times must I tell you? Do not address me like that. Simply call me Zui. Zui and Shan Lang are siblings sharing the same mother, while Shan Lang bears their father's surname and Zui their mother's. The trio Shan Lang, Zui and Lin Jin grew up together in a state of undress, fostering an intimate bond. Even now, with Lin Jin as the base leader, Zui remains utterly unreserved. Observing Lin Jin sprawled on the sofa, she rolled her eyes in exasperation, moving to the side of the sofa and nudging her brother Shan Lang aside. Lin Jin blinked, repeatedly casting flirtatious looks at Zui. It hurts quite a bit. Zui smirked, her gaze directed pointedly at Lin Jin's posterior. Noticing her scrutiny, Lin Jin's face flushed a rare shade of crimson. Zui extended her hand, delivering two playful slaps to Lin Jin's rear. It's just hemorrhoids for a grown man. Is it really that serious? Lin Jin froze momentarily, his face transforming to a deep shade of purple. Ouch! That hurts. Hearing his friend's lament, Shan Lang smirked and quickly pulled Zui away. Despite Lin Jin's current plight, he is the foremost expert of the base, a formidable level 3 lightning-based ability user. Once the siblings exited, tears began to trickle from the corners of Lin Jin's eyes. Soon after, a furious roar echoed through the office. Zui, just wait. I will make you pay for this. Following his outburst, Lin Jin lay despondently on the sofa, his eyes vacant. His hemorrhoids are no ordinary affliction. Their origins difficult to articulate. Before the apocalypse, he did not suffer from such ailments. However, after awakening his rare lightning-based powers, his extraordinary talent allowed for rapid cultivation. Yet, along with his abilities, he also became burdened with hemorrhoids. In the early stages of his powers, his condition was akin to that of an average person. Although painful, Lin Jin, being a grown man, managed to endure it. When Lin Jin reached the second level of his supernatural abilities, he sensed something amiss as his powers escalated. The intensity of his hemorrhoidal pain increased exponentially during that period. Apart from matters concerning the base, Lin Jin spent the remainder of his time lamenting in agony. He consulted numerous esteemed doctors within the base and tried countless internal and external remedies, yet none provided any relief. By the time his abilities advanced to the third level, the pain became exceedingly severe. It felt as though someone persistently wielded a small knife against his posterior. Even Lin Jin, a robust man standing at nearly 2 meters tall, could no longer endure it. After he and his sister ventured out, Lin Jin lay on the sofa, continuing to wail in distress. Dan Lang, with a sense of exasperation, remarked, "Zui, I wonder whose temperament you inherited. The torment Lin Jin endures is beyond our comprehension. Please be gentler with him next time." Aside from Lin Jin himself, only Dan Lang was privy to the origins of his affliction. Zui rolled her eyes. "It's just hemorrhoids that I had them when I was younger. You seem to forget. They aren't nearly as exaggerated as his pain." Dan Lang sighed and chose not to respond further. However, Zui's eyes suddenly sparkled with a thought, and she exclaimed dramatically, "Oh my big brother, could it be that Lin Jin is actually gay? His posterior couldn't possibly be, you don't really." Immediately, Zui began scrutinizing her brother's physique with a gleaming curiosity, her expression brimming with gossip. Dan Lang, exasperated, interjected, "Hold on, you're a young lady, and yet you incessantly speak of backsides. Can't you exhibit a bit of decorum? Lin Jin is a prime example of masculinity. Do not heed the rumors circulating outside. Besides, I have someone I fancy." "Which you already know." Zui's eyes darted around as if a revelation struck her, and she smirked. "Big brother, I think you might be better off with Lin Jin. As for that beautiful mogul, you might as well forget her. There's a chasm between you two." Her thoughts drifted to Sha Moli, and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Dan Lang paused, taken aback. "You insolent girl, who are you labeling as clouds and who as mud?" "I am your dear elder brother." Zui's lips curled into a smile. "Indeed, you are my dear brother, but that does not negate the undeniable disparity between you two." Chapter 83. Riding the powerful base commander in the outskirts of City S. The heavy snow had been largely cleared. Although the snow continued to fall, vehicles consistently traversed the roads nearby, preventing the accumulation from becoming too substantial, and the passage remained relatively unobstructed to the eyes of Nan Menyi and Chi Feng. This was an act of discretion. With just 100 meters left to the base, Nan Menyi brought the car to a halt. Observing the queue of people ahead, he turned to Sha Moli and said, "Boss, it appears the people in front are lining up to enter the base. What shall we do? Should we just drive straight in?" Sha Moli was contemplating the feasibility of the situation when Jiangwan rolled her eyes. "We didn't come here to stir up trouble. Wait here, I'll go inquire." With that, Jiangwan strode towards the entrance. "Jiangjia, what's the situation?" Jiangwan glanced at Nan Menyi and then at Sha Moli, saying with resignation, "Perhaps we should just charge in directly." "Nan Menyi, this moment," Sha Meli inquired. "Sister Sha, the guard just indicated that we should leave directly, mentioning that their base leader is currently very busy and cannot meet with guests." Sha Meli nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for Nan Menyi to charge straight in. Nan Menyi, filled with excitement, was ready to storm into the base to seek trouble for the very first time. Just as Nan Menyi was about to press the accelerator, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance. The queue of people parted to the sides, and a powerful tractor barreled forth. "No." Nan Menyi slammed on the brakes. Just as the two vehicles were about to collide, the tractor came to a sudden halt. Before Nan Menyi's group could exit the vehicle, the driver of the tractor leaped down, shouting furiously, "Who are you to dare create a ruckus at our city base?" The driver had intended to take the base leader out for a medical appointment and was taken aback by the audacity of another vehicle charging into the base. Meanwhile, Lin Jin, who had just experienced the abrupt stop, let out a pained groan. Dan Lang spoke up, "I'll go assess the situation." Lin Jin nodded in pain as Nan Menyi stepped out of the car. The ability users from Base S had already surrounded several vehicles, clearly regarding them as intruders. The earlier incident had startled Nan Menyi, and he did not exhibit a friendly demeanor toward the tractor driver. "What kind of attitude is that? We have come to assist your base, and your vehicle nearly collided with us. You should apologize at once." The tractor driver was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend how he felt as if he had intruded into their base. At that moment, Dan Lang jumped down from the tractor. Upon seeing Dan Lang, the driver looked as if he had seen a savior. Captain Dan. Dan Lang nodded toward the driver. All right, I'll handle this. Dan Lang's gaze turned to Nan Men Yi. And he was taken aback. Is it them? His expression brightened as he peered into the vehicle, and indeed, he spotted the figure he had been yearning for in the passenger seat. Nan Men Yi regarded the drooling fool before him and found him somewhat familiar. Oh, it's you. Dan Lang, regaining composure, clasped his hands together and remarked, Nan Men brother, it's been a while. Nan Men Yi blinked, noting that it hadn't been long, just a little over 2 months since their last encounter. But what is this about? Dan Lang pointed toward their approaching vehicles, a hint of confusion in his voice. You mean this? Our leader came to seek supplies from your base leader, but since your guards wouldn't let us in, we thought we'd de-enter ourselves so as not to disturb you. The driver behind Dan Lang twitched his lips, thinking how shameless this group was. However, upon hearing the mention of supplies, Dan Lang's eyes instantly lit up. He had not forgotten the abundance of valuable items at Sha Mei's place. Not only did they possess the most coveted cold weather supplies, but also a variety of modern weapons with significant destructive power. Nan Men brother, please wait a moment. I will report to our base leader right away. Meanwhile, Lin Jin, less than 2 meters away from Dan Lang, was groaning in discomfort. Base leader, they said. Lin Jin grimaced in pain. Dan Lang, I merely have a sore backside. I am not deaf, I assure you, I heard. Dan Lang leaned closer to Lin Jin's ear and whispered, They are the divine soldiers I previously mentioned. Encountered at the storage facility, Lin Jin was taken aback, his eyes sparkling with interest. Really? Dan Lang nodded affirmatively. An unanticipated heavy snowfall had arrived, and at this moment the S-City base was facing a severe shortage of winter supplies. While the ability users had their own channels to procure necessities, ordinary people living within the base, who relied on its resources, were at great risk of succumbing to the harsh cold. Aside from his own discomfort, Lin Jin's greatest concern was this predicament. Just 3 days into the drop in temperature, over 10 individuals had already perished from the cold within the base. The powerful vehicle executed a turn, bringing Sha Mei and her entourage into the S-City base. Their arrival instantly stirred quite a commotion. It was not due to their collision with the base leader's tractor, nor because they were welcomed in by him afterward, but rather because there were an overwhelming number of beautiful women in their ranks. The leading lady appeared as though she had stepped straight out of a comic book. Following her were 4 equally stunning women with captivating figures. Could it be true? Wasn't it said that the base leader favored men? For a moment the crowd fell silent, but then an elderly gentleman with a rather lewd expression remarked, Boys, do you think our base leader might be? His words trailed off, yet those around him instantly grasped the implication, their faces lighting up with mischievous grins. Ha. Dan Lang personally escorted them into the conference room. Miss Sha, our base leader is awaiting you. He pushed open the conference room door. By the window stood a tall young man, none other than Lin Jin. Upon seeing the newcomers, Lin Jin's admiration for beauty flared up once more, utterly entranced by Sha Mei. It wasn't until Dan Lang's cough broke the spell that he regained his composure. Good morning, everyone, please take a seat. Lin Jin smiled, every gesture reflecting the poise of a base leader. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice the skin near his mouth trembling slightly. Chapter 84. The Affliction of Admiring Beauty. Nan Men Yi seated himself without reservation, casting a glance at the impassive Sha Mei before promptly rising again. Boss, you sit first. Sha Mei maintained a stoic expression as she settled onto the sofa, while Nan Men Yi and his companions gathered around the circular table in the conference room. Once everyone was seated, Lin Jin remained standing by the window with his hands in his pockets. I understand you have come to exchange supplies. May I inquire what you require? Jiang Wan glanced at Sister Sha before standing and approaching Lin Jin, producing a list. We are particularly interested in fresh meat. Here is a detailed list for your perusal. Jiang Wan's beauty radiated warmth and grace, embodying the gentility of a Jiangnan woman, combined with the forthrightness of a northern lass. Her appearance was akin to the stunning beauties depicted in ancient textbooks, with willow-like eyebrows and soulful phoenix eyes. Lin Jin was so captivated by her presence that he hardly registered her words, instead fixating on her visage. Beautiful lady, might you be free later? I would be most honored to treat you to dinner. Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback. She turned to glance at Sha Jia and the others, then shifted her gaze to the side where Shan Lang stood. Wearing an expression of confusion, Shan Lang awkwardly scratched his head and coughed lightly. Miss Jiang, our base leader did not intend to offend. He is unwell. After speaking, Shan Lang quickly approached Lin Jin and nudged him, saying, Boss, you didn't take your medicine before stepping out, and now we are in the midst of serious business. However, Lin Jin maintained a serious demeanor as he patted his pocket, retrieving a bottle of pills and popping one into his mouth. Sha'amoli, intrigued, activated her spiritual awareness to examine the man's condition. After a few minutes, Lin Jin took a deep breath. When he looked back at Sha'amoli and the others, his eyes were noticeably clearer. I apologize, everyone. I may have been inappropriate earlier. I suffer from a form of psychological disorder known as aesthetic syndrome, which causes uncontrollable emotions in the presence of beautiful ladies. Jiang Wan smiled in understanding. Meanwhile, Nan Menyi chuckled and remarked. Lin Jin was taken aback, then scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, saying, "It seems my reputation has spread beyond our confines." Standing before Lin Jin, Jiang Wan helplessly handed him the list she was holding. Base leader, although you seem more composed after taking the medication, there remains an air of unreliability about you. Lin Jin cleared his throat twice and scrutinized the list. The items listed were all scarce within the base. Setting the list down, he turned his gaze towards Sha'amoli, who was seated on the sofa, idly playing with her fingers. According to Shan Lang, this group possessed a substantial supply of winter provisions and weapons that Lin Jin needed. Yet, those food supplies were equally essential for the base. After careful consideration, Lin Jin finally spoke. The items you require are also in short supply at our base. We do have them, but to ensure the normal operation of the base, I cannot exchange them with you. He continued. I heard from Shan Lang that you possess a considerable stockpile of winter supplies and weapons, and we wish to purchase them with crystal cores. I wonder how you feel about this. Lin Jin returned the list to Jiang Wan. Sha'amoli raised her eyes to Lin Jin, slowly voicing crystal cores. Lin Jin nodded. The base's reserves of crystal cores were relatively sufficient. Aside from what was needed for daily scientific research, he could deploy a significant amount. You have third-tier crystal cores. While third-tier crystal cores might be rare for ordinary ability users, they were reasonably available for a base. Lin Jin promptly nodded. Yes, but I am unsure how the exchange would work. Sha'amoli waved her hand, revealing a collection of supplies, which included the weapons and winter provisions Lin Jin needed. Each weapon costs 1 crystal core, while the winter supplies can be purchased with second-tier crystal cores at 1 core per item. Additionally, the energy balls are priced at 1 third-tier crystal core each. Upon hearing this, both Lin Jin and Shan Lang inhaled sharply, astonished by the exorbitant prices. Isn't that rather steep? Sha'amoli looked at Lin Jin, saying, value is determined by rarity. The implication was clear. This was a commodity they alone possessed, and he could choose to buy or not. Lin Jin cleared his throat. May I ask how to address you, miss? Sha'amoli lifted her gaze. Sha'amoli. Lin Jin was momentarily taken aback. Your surname is Sha. This surname is indeed rare within the country. He then chuckled and remarked, Miss Jasmine, you may not yet be fully aware of the current prices. Although resources are scarce in this apocalyptic world, each major base has established its own uniform pricing. Here in our base, a warm cotton coat is merely 10 level 1 crystal cores, and while weapons are indeed scarce, they are not exorbitantly priced at a single crystal core. The negotiations among merchants typically involve some back and forth. One does not simply settle on a fixed price. After recovering from his astonishment, Lin Jin also began to haggle. However, his gaze remained fixated on the clusters of black coal balls. What exactly were they that commanded such a high price? Shamay cast him a sidelong glance and directly stated, you are correct. There are indeed pricing standards. However, at this moment, I doubt anyone would be willing to sell such resources. With the weather being unpredictable and temperatures plummeting day by day, no amount of crystal cores would entice anyone to part with their winter supplies. That would be akin to valuing money over life. Lin Jin was taken aback and then offered an awkward smile. He glanced at the black coal balls on the ground and inquired, what are these that require a level 3 crystal core? As Lin Jin stood in place, Dan Lang picked one up from the ground and handed it to him. In that instant, Lin Jin felt a surge of energy within him. Is this an energy ball? As he held the black coal ball, a tremor ran through his hand, and he looked at Shamay with a hint of confusion. Shamay, uninterested in explaining, simply waved her hand towards Jiang Wan, who stepped forward to elucidate the function of the energy ball. Upon learning that this energy ball could serve as a substitute for gasoline, Lin Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. In that moment, he took a few eager steps forward, only to be abruptly reminded of his severe hemorrhoids, causing a sharp pain to shoot through him. Jiang Wan observed the man suddenly drenched in sweat and pale-faced, and curiously asked, are you feeling hot? Lin Jin instinctively clamped his legs together, supporting himself on the table, and gritted his teeth, declaring, I'll buy it. Jiang Wan and the others watched as beads of sweat fell from Lin Jin's forehead onto the table, prompting them to say, Director Lin, are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Chapter 85. Treatment of hemorrhoids. Noticing this, Nan Menyi approached with concern, intending to assist Lin Jin to the sofa for some respite. Upon seeing Nan Menyi extend his hands towards him, Lin Jin's face turned to one of horror. Brother Lin, you need not be so polite with me, and my father has some dealings with you. Come, let me help you to the sofa to rest a while. Have you been exhausted from last night? You seem rather frail. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from the office of the base leader. The guards outside exchanged glances before resuming their posts. As for the base leader's explanation to the outside world, he was merely practicing his skills. Lin Jin found today particularly painful and nearly unbearable. He suddenly bit down hard on his lip. Nan Menyi quickly retreated several paces. Boss, you all witnessed this. I did nothing at all, and his condition has no bearing on me, Nan Menyi asserted while waving his hands defensively. Lin Jin forced a smile towards Nan Menyi, wanting to express that it was not his fault. Yet when he opened his mouth, the pain prevented him from uttering a single word. The intensity of his suffering was evident, as even a powerful level 3 ability wielder was rendered speechless. If one were to attempt a comparison, it might be akin to a pregnant woman simultaneously giving birth to 8 children. Shan Lang initially intended to have Sha Amoli and her companions step outside, but upon turning, he was met with the sight of Lin Jin's rear. A vivid crimson. Boss, you're bleeding profusely. A great deal. The group of Sha Amoli quickly shifted their attention, fixated on Shan Lang's backside. Indeed, there was a considerable amount of blood, seeping from his rear and cascading down his thigh. Boss, don't hold back any longer. Hurry and lie down on the sofa. At this moment, Shan Lang could no longer concern himself with matters of pride and promptly lay down on the bed, raising his rear, which provided him with a semblance of relief. Jiang Wan wore a puzzled expression. Shan Lang, what on earth is happening? Shan Lang fetched some pain relief medication for Lin Jin and with a hint of exasperation explained, our boss suffers from hemorrhoids, a condition that accompanies the awakening of his abilities. As his power level increases, so does the intensity of his pain. We have consulted numerous esteemed doctors, yet none have been able to provide a solution. After speaking, Shan Lang suddenly turned to Sha Amoli. Big boss, you possess great capabilities. Is there any way you could assist? Earlier Sha Amoli had detected an anomaly within Lin Jin. Although he was clearly a dual-element wielder of lightning and spatial abilities, there resided within his dantian a blazing fire, relentlessly scorching him. Sha Amoli stepped forward and directly removed Lin Jin's trousers. Xiao Li swiftly covered Su Ni's eyes in an instant. Did I not tell you? Children must not look. Too much exposure leads to eye ailments. Lin Jin. For the first time, he encountered such an unusual affliction as a Dr. Luo Xiao, along with his apprentice Qi Shui. Both approached with curiosity to inspect the situation. In fact, Luo Xiao even donned medical gloves. Shan Lang smirked slightly. Sir, what are you intending to do? Luo Xiao gave Shan Lang an exasperated glance. What do you think? Of course I am here to examine the situation. Subsequently, Luo Xiao turned to Sha Amoli with a cheerful expression. Sister Sha, allow me to take a look first. Sha Amoli smiled and waved for Luo Xiao to proceed. The two guards at the entrance exchanged glances once more. In the past, such cries were intermittent, but today they rose to a crescendo, each scream more piercing than the last. Could it be that the group that entered earlier had perhaps? A flicker of unease passed through the guards, as they seemed to have surmised that the earlier group had indeed dealt with the base leader, and Captain Shan. One guard kicked open the office door, both of them aiming their weapons at the individuals inside. Don't move. The scene became eerily quiet. The focal point of the guards and was a delicate, fair backside. Luo Xiao hastily raised his gloved hands. Please don't be alarmed. I am merely treating your base leader. Suddenly, an inexplicable gust of cold wind swept through, chilling the guards to the core. Lin Jin buried his head in the sofa, veins bulging in his neck, and then bellowed in fury, "Get out!" The two guards were taken aback, quickly sheathing their weapons and offering a salute to the assembly. Yes, commander of the base. As the sound of the door closing echoed, Lin Jin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Suddenly, ha. At that moment, Jiang Wan and the others could no longer contain their laughter. A few minutes later, Luo Xiao removed his gloves and shook his head. Upon hearing Luo Xiao's words, Lin Jin instantly wilted. Could it be that even they were unable to remedy the situation? Sha Amoli interjected, this is not a medical condition. Thus, you naturally lack a solution. The people present were momentarily stunned. Given the unmistakable characteristics of hemorrhoids, how could it not be? Lin Jin, equally perplexed, turned to Sha Amoli for clarity. It is not an illness. Rather, it is an unawakened ability within you. After this statement, everyone fell silent. Jiang Wan and the others were puzzled, as abilities typically awaken during the early stages of the zombie outbreak. And now, after a year of apocalypse, How could there still be unawakened abilities within a person? Meanwhile, Shanlang was astonished by a different revelation. Outsiders knew that Lin Jin, the commander of S City base, was a level 3 lightning-type ability user, but as his childhood friend, Shanlang was aware that Lin Jin was not only a lightning user but also a rare level 3 space-type ability user, with spatial dimensions exceeding those of ordinary ability users. How could there still be unawakened abilities now? I say, boss, what on earth have you been hiding from me? Shanlang inquired, his expression filled with confusion as he addressed Lin Jin, who lay sprawled on the couch, silent. Sha-Moli then looked at Shanlang and remarked, if I am not mistaken, he must have directly ingested level 3 fire-type nuclei, and not just one. This revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Qifeng exclaimed, ingesting nuclei. Is he trying to throw his life away? Jiangwan wore an expression of disbelief. Furthermore, it was nuclei completely different from his original ability. Sha-Moli, however, appeared somewhat exhilarated. This human was indeed intriguing, reminiscent of the demon race. Lin Jin raised his head, astonished, gazing at Sha-Moli, who had effortlessly uncovered his secret. Indeed, I did consume fire-type nuclei. Not just one, but a total of 7. Shanlang's voice rang out. You've lost your mind, Lin Jin. Chapter 86. Shanlang, administer the medicine. Sha-Moli smacked her lips, producing a level 3 nucleus and tossing it into her mouth. Addressing Lin Jin, you are quite astute. Swallowing nuclei does carry a chance of awakening corresponding abilities, though the success rate is exceedingly low and fraught with risk. Lin Jin turned with difficulty to face Sha-Moli. Is there any hope for me? Upon hearing Lin Jin's words, Shanlang patted his shoulder. What nonsense are you spouting? What sort of ailment is this, speaking of life and death? Sha-Moli snorted coldly. The fireball in his dantian will, within 3 days, burn its way up to his heart. Shanlang looked at Sha-Moli, disbelief evident in his eyes. However, Lin Jin displayed little surprise. He was most aware of his own physical condition. Otherwise, he would not have ventured out with Shanlang in search of a remedy at this juncture. Big shot. Do you have a solution? Shanlang's expression grew increasingly anxious. Killing Jasmine nodded slightly. It is indeed curable, and moreover, it can awaken his fire-based abilities. Upon hearing this, both Lin Jin and Shanlang were taken aback with delight. Thank you, esteemed one, they exclaimed. Jasmine coughed lightly twice. Do not thank me yet. I have not stated my intention to treat him. Lin Jin and Shanlang were momentarily stunned, and the atmosphere grew tense in an instant, just as Lin Jin was about to inquire further. He noticed Jiangwan fidgeting with her fingers. Suddenly, Lin Jin grasped the situation and spoke up. I am unaware of how you calculate your fees, but please feel free to select anything you desire from our base. Take whatever you fancy. Jasmine's eyes gleamed with excitement. Really? She inquired. Lin Jin nodded vigorously. Jasmine blinked twice, locking her gaze on Lin Jin, and said directly, You, what? Lin Jin was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. You and your base belong to me. What? Jiangwan and the others blinked in disbelief. Jasmine's appetite was insatiable, treating a mere ailment yet aiming to claim the entire base. The base will still be yours. I shall not reside here nor interfere with its management. Conversely, should the base encounter difficulties, I can send assistance. Lin Jin felt perplexed. It seemed to benefit him greatly. What must I do? Jasmine produced a Tier 3 crystal core from her pouch. You are to provide me with a monthly tribute of 3,000 advanced crystal cores. Currently, the highest tier of crystal cores is Tier 3, thus amounting to 3,000 Tier 3 crystal cores each month. Upon hearing Jasmine's demands, Lin Jin readily agreed without hesitation to owe him. This arrangement was exceedingly favorable. A monthly tribute of 3,000 crystal cores would not only cure his ailment and enable him to awaken another ability, but more importantly, it would summon a guardian for the base. Jasmine rummaged through her space and handed a spirit-guiding pill to Shanlang. Furthermore, your body has reached the limit of its abilities. Henceforth, you must refrain from consuming any other crystal cores, lest you meet a dire fate. Even the greatest deities would be powerless to save you. Subsequently, Jiangwan and the others inquired further about Ruo Cha Sea from Shanlang as the captain of a second-tier power team. Shanlang typically paid little heed to ordinary lives and had no significant recollection of Ruo Cha Sea. He thus summoned a subordinate responsible for ordinary affairs to escort Jasmine and her companions. Once Jasmine and her party departed, Lin Jin's taut nerves finally relaxed, though the searing pain in his posterior elicited another groan from him. Shanlang, glancing at the pill in his hand, realized he had forgotten to ask Jasmine how to utilize it. Shanlang, why are you dawdling? Where's the medicine? Lin Jin chided, casting a glance at Shanlang, who appeared lost in thought. Shanlang crouched down and opened his palm beside the sofa. The medicine is right here. Lin Jin reached out to take the pill, but Shan Lang swiftly withdrew his hand. Shan Lang, what do you mean by that? Shan Lang replied helplessly. Why are you in such a rush, boss? Lin Jin inhaled deeply. Can he remain calm? He now feels as though his posterior is on the brink of explosion. That I forgot to inquire earlier. Is this medication meant for internal or external use? As Dan Lang spoke, he glanced at Lin Jin's backside. Need I even say it? This pill is undoubtedly intended to be swallowed whole, isn't it? Lin Jin replied, yet Dan Lang simply shook his head at him. Why, friend, if you were suffering from a different ailment, swallowing it directly would pose no issue. However, you are dealing with hemorrhoids, so perhaps it should be. Dan Lang waved the pill near Lin Jin's rear end. Lin Jin paused momentarily before retorting. Did they not say that my condition is not hemorrhoids? Although it is not hemorrhoids, there is still pain in that area. Besides, did not that esteemed individual mention that you have a fire in your lower dantian? The lower dantian should be located here. Right. Dan Lang touched Lin Jin's lower abdomen. If it is here, then medication should be administered from the back for a quicker effect, wouldn't you agree? The two engaged in a heated discussion for a while, after which Lin Jin fell silent, tacitly accepting Dan Lang's assertion. Dan Lang proceeded to lower Lin Jin's trousers, with his bare backside exposed. A gentle breeze swept past, feeling the coldness against his lower body. Lin Jin shut his eyes. Over the course of more than 30 years, he had never experienced such an embarrassing moment as today. Come on, he was eager to see if there could be anything more humiliating than this. Lin Jin wore an expression of resignation, prompting Dan Lang to exclaim, You little rascal, do you think I am willing to do this? After living for over 30 years, this is the first time I have faced a man's backside. If it weren't for our childhood bond, I wouldn't even contemplate this. After venting his frustrations, Dan Lang knelt behind Lin Jin holding the pill, ready to administer it. Suddenly they heard a commotion at the door. No, Sisters Wei, you cannot enter. The base leader is currently treating a patient inside. What do you mean? Who are you to prevent me from entering? Do you think I am not allowed in? Upon hearing Zui Yi's voice, both men felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Oh no. Just as Dan Lang was about to rise from the sofa, Lin Jin was about to endure the pain of pulling up his trousers. The door swung open with a loud bang, kicked open by Zui. Brother, where did you find this doctor? Have you confirmed he is not a fraud? Suddenly, Zui Yi's voice was cut off, followed by a shrill scream. Ah, you two shameless men. Zui Yi, her face flushed, turned and fled. The two guards stood there, awkward expressions plastered on their faces, before finally regaining their composure. My sincerest apologies, Captain Dan. Please continue with the treatment. They quickly shut the door. On the sofa, Lin Jin and Dan Lang. After a long pause, Lin Jin, feeling utterly despondent, said, Dan Lang, just give me the medication. Chapter 87. Reunions. In an instant, an explosion erupted within the base leader's office. Flames illuminating the window, the base's alarm sirens blared, and a multitude of superpowered individuals rushed to the scene, fearing that the base leader had come under attack. The office door suddenly swung open, and Dan Lang emerged, enveloped in a cloud of dark smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Becoming friends with you, Lin Jin, has been the gravest mistake of my life. Behind him, Lin Jin stood amidst torn clothing, yet he remained in place, laughing heartily. Indeed, this pill proves to be a remarkable remedy. After ingesting it, he felt an intensified warmth radiating from his lower abdomen, followed by a surge of heat that surged directly to his head. Not only did he awaken his fire-based abilities, but his discomfort also vanished entirely. How long had it been since Lin Jin experienced such a soothing sensation? Ha ha ha. Subsequently, clad in a fresh outfit, Lin Jin stepped out with a sense of rejuvenation. At that moment, he unexpectedly collided with Jiang Wan. Lin Jin, this is the pill that Sister Sha sent for you. Lin Jin was momentarily taken aback. Did I not just consume one? Jiang Wan replied with a smile. This one is essential for becoming one of Sister Sha's subordinates. Preoccupied with thoughts of Luo Shida, Sha Imoli had inadvertently forgotten this matter, prompting Jiang Wan to deliver it. Reflecting on Sha Imoli's formidable prowess, Lin Jin unhesitatingly consumed the pill. Observing Luo Shida take the pill, Jiang Wan smiled and departed. Meanwhile, Sha Imoli and her companions were making their way towards the tent area where ordinary people resided. Guided by a middle-aged woman, Luo Xiao and Yan Meihua wore expressions of both excitement and apprehension. Although Luo Shida was merely an ordinary person, he was quite capable, aside from maintaining cleanliness in the accommodation area. He also ventured outdoors to clear snow daily. As luck would have it, he had taken the day off today. Hearing about her son's numerous responsibilities, Xiaoli felt a pang of sympathy. Glancing around, she noticed the surroundings becoming increasingly rudimentary. Unable to contain herself, Yan Meihua inquired, Excuse me, how much longer until we arrive? Though they were unaware of the identities of this group, the respect with which Captain Dan treated them suggested their significance was far from ordinary. Do you see those tents ahead? That is where we are headed. Luo Shida's tent is just up ahead, not far now. Although they had known from the outset that ordinary people resided in the tent area, witnessing the flimsy structures firsthand left Yan Meihua with a heavy heart. Jiang Wan glanced over at the tents, noting that they were the most common and inexpensive variety available on the market, suitable for summer outings but woefully inadequate for winter's chill. They stood in stark contrast to the insulated tents made from special materials in her own space. The current temperature outside had plummeted to a frigid -17 degrees. With such low temperatures, wouldn't it be unbearably cold to sleep there at night? The middle-aged woman sighed and replied resignedly, naturally, it is cold. During this week of plummeting temperatures, over a dozen people have succumbed to the cold. Yet, as you can see, our base is limited to these few buildings, all occupied by ability users, leaving no room for ordinary people. As the group continued towards the tent area, Luo Shida was busy organizing his belongings inside his tent. A few ordinary workers from the night shift were resting within, and upon hearing Luo Shida's intentions, they expressed their disapproval. Luo Shida, having finally settled down, you should refrain from venturing out with the temperature dropping. We must contend not only with high-level zombies but also the harsh conditions. The man beside Luo Shida could not help but interject, moreover, I have heard that apart from the vicinity of our base in S-City, all other routes have been completely sealed off by the university. Furthermore, you remain oblivious to the current situation of your fiancée. What if? Upon hearing these words, Luo Shida's expression instantly darkened. The man sighed. Even if your fiancée has survived, should she awaken extraordinary abilities while you are merely an ordinary person, helpless and unprepared, would she still have eyes for you? While his roommate's words bore a degree of truth, at that moment Luo Shida remained deaf to their concerns. No matter what transpired, he felt compelled to investigate. Although remaining at the base was undoubtedly safer, he did not wish to drift through life aimlessly. Even if the worst outcome awaited him, with his parents and Meihua, then what meaning would his existence hold? Early in the morning, Luo Shida exchanged all the crystal cores he had accumulated for flour. Spending the entire morning cooking pancakes, he shared some with his roommates and packed the rest into his travel bag. After bundling up his bedding and securing it to his backpack, he strapped it to his back and slung a large black backpack across his chest. With everything prepared, Luo Shida bid farewell to his roommates and stepped out of the tent. However, as soon as he emerged, he found himself locking eyes with someone. Those were the eyes he had longed for day and night. Yan Meihua gazed at the man before her, who had lost considerable weight, his complexion darkened, and his beard and hair grown unruly, reflecting on how meticulously Luo Shida had previously maintained his appearance. Witnessing his current disheveled state, aged beyond his years by life's cruelties, brought tears streaming down Yan Meihua's face. Beside her, Xiaoli was also wiping away her tears. Son, Luo Shida stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the source of the voice. Mom? Son, just as Xiaoli and Luo Xiu, both overwhelmed with emotion and tears, rushed towards their son, everyone else remained rooted in place. Luo Shida, having hurried back into the tent, expressed his confusion. No, I must have been a bit faint from hunger. As soon as I stepped out, I experienced a hallucination, thinking I saw my parents and my fiancé. With that, Luo Shida pulled out a pancake and began to eat. Inside the tent, several men exchanged glances, seemingly having heard a voice just moments ago. Suddenly, the tent was opened from the outside, and an exceptionally beautiful woman entered. Wow, the men exclaimed in unison upon seeing Yan Meihua. Miss, are you sure you're in the right place? I am indeed in the right place. I am here to find my fiancé Luo Shida. Upon hearing this, the men gasped collectively. The pancake in Luo Shida's hand fell to the ground as he muttered in disbelief. Could it be that this is not a hallucination? Chapter 88. Luo Shida's resolve. Nan Manai glanced at the family embracing and weeping together, shaking his head in resignation. All right, I think it's time to wrap this up. You've all been crying together for an hour now. Since Luo Shida confirmed that it was not an illusion, both his fiancée and parents have come to him, and after awakening their extraordinary abilities, the entire family, under Lin Jin's arrangement, moved directly into the most luxurious room within the base. Upon entering, they embraced each other and wept for over an hour. Hearing Nan Menye's words, Xiaoli couldn't help but burst into laughter, producing a sputtering bubble from her nose. Stop crying, this is a joyous occasion. Luo Shida also wiped his eyes, alternating his gaze between his parents and Yan Meihua. Even now he still felt a bit incredulous. Son, why are you dressed like this? After crying for so long, Luo Shida had yet to remove the items clinging to him. With Yan Meihua's assistance, he gradually took off everything that was bound to him. Smiling as he said, I originally intended to come find you, but I didn't expect you all to come first. Yen Meihua and the others were deeply moved. Nam Menye's voice echoed again. Isn't it reckless to go out without any abilities? Luoshida turned to him stating, well, it's still better than worrying here. Alright, let's not dwell on that. Son, look at you, after all this time you hardly resemble a person. Let me tidy you up. With that, Xiao Li retrieved a razor and scissors from her spatial storage. Luoshida was taken aback. Mom, you awakened spatial abilities? Xiao Li chuckled, your mother is quite formidable now, she's a level 2 water ability user. This spatial power is a grand fortune bestowed by Sister Sha. Subsequently, Luoshida cast a surprised glance at the beautiful girl who had remained silent, when he learned that not only was his mother now powerful, but his father had also mastered the technique given by the girl, reaching the strength of a level 3 ability user, and especially that his fiancée was a level 2 fire ability user. He was utterly astonished. After his grooming, Luoshida appeared as if he had transformed entirely. Jiangwan smiled and said, Luoshida has just processed these astonishing revelations. He nodded towards Jiangwan. Xiaowan, thank you for taking care of my parents. Jiangwan quickly waved her hands. Brother Luo, don't mention it. I really haven't done much. If you must express gratitude, it should be directed towards Sister Sha. Without her, we wouldn't have our present circumstances, nor would we have found you. Luoshida looked earnestly at Sha Moli and deeply bowed. After a long separation, Yen Meihua nestled in Luoshida's embrace. Observing this, Yen Jinghua pursed her lips. Brother-in-law, what are your plans for the future? You can't expect to rely on my sister to support you forever. Yen Meihua's expression instantly stiffened. Seeing his eldest sister's anger, Yen Jinghua muttered, but what I said is the truth. Brother-in-law is just an ordinary person. Hearing Yen Jinghua's remark, Xiao Li's face turned slightly awkward. Jinghua, you needn't worry about this, we're not helpless. You can rest assured that we won't let your sister bear the burden alone. Upon hearing Xiao Li say this, Yen Jinghua's face bore a hint of embarrassment as she hurriedly explained. Just as Xiao Li was about to say something, she was abruptly interrupted by Luoshida. Confronted by Yen Jinghua's words, Luoshida maintained a serene expression, responding with a smile. Second sister, I understand your concerns. He then cast a cheerful glance at the Yen sisters, followed by his parents, ultimately resting his gaze on Shamoli. I am not an ordinary person. In fact, I possess spatial abilities. Upon uttering these words, all present were taken aback. A flicker of surprise appeared on Xiao Li and others' faces, while Shamoli showed no sign of astonishment, for she had already been aware of it when Luoshida had hidden away to eat a banana in the restroom. Yes, I know, she affirmed. Luoshida was momentarily taken aback and continued, Sister Sha, my spatial ability differs from that of typical ability users. The storage space within is vast. Shamoli nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I know. Luoshida was once again momentarily stunned, pondering whether Shamoli truly understood or if she was merely feigning calmness. Their exchange of questions and answers left Xiao Li anxious, prompting her to exclaim, Son, what exactly are you trying to convey? Luoshida directed his gaze towards Shamoli. I am willing to contribute a portion of resources and hope to formally join the team. In return, I seek your protection. Son, do you possess resources? Xiao Li inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Luoshida nodded affirmatively. With a wave of his hand, an array of fresh fruits and meats appeared on the living room floor. Mother, have you forgotten what business your son is in? Xiao Li's confusion deepened. Son, why didn't you mention this at the base? With these resources you could easily secure a position of authority. Luoshida shook his head. In this apocalyptic world, human intentions are unpredictable. Apart from my spatial abilities, I have not awakened any other powers. Should others harbor malicious intentions, I would be at their mercy. I do not trust everyone here. At the onset of the apocalypse, Luoshida was inspecting the transportation center, surveying warehouse after warehouse of fresh goods. It was during this time that the apocalypse began, with those around him either gradually falling into slumber or transforming directly into zombies. Luoshida, awakening to his spatial abilities at that instant, seized the opportunity to collect the majority of the goods from the warehouse while others were incapacitated, filling his space to the brim. Subsequently, he lived in an old residential community for 2 months. However, as the number of zombies increased, the true nature of some individuals began to surface. For his own safety, Luoshida had no choice but to join the larger group at the S-City base, remaining there for 10 months. The reason Luoshida had not disclosed his spatial abilities to his parents sooner was primarily due to his considerations regarding others. During their first meeting, he was unfamiliar with the relationships between these individuals, his parents and Yen Meihua. Over the course of 2 hours, he gleaned insights into Shamoli's remarkable abilities through the attitudes of those around her and the words of his parents, learning of the connections between Meihua, his parents and Shamoli. Since he could not detach himself from them, he chose to join. The abundance of fresh resources served as Ruo Cha's assurance. Chapter 89. Contribution of Resources. Once Ruo Cha finished speaking, everyone turned to Shamu Li with tense expressions as the son of Qiao Li and Luo Xiu, and the partner of Yan Mei Hua Luo Shida, possessing a substantial array of spatial resources, found his incorporation into Sister Sha's ranks to be a matter of course. However, a palpable tension hung in the air, for Sister Sha was known for her peculiarities and her propensity to eschew conventional norms. Indeed, as Sha Amoli fell into contemplation, Qiao Li's heart raced to her throat. Have I not made it clear what it entails to join my ranks and become my subordinate? Luo Shida nodded. Having already received instructions from his parents to be a subordinate of Sister Sha necessitated absolute obedience to her commands, with no room for rebellion. To become your subordinate means my life and death are in your hands. I shall not utter a word of dissent. Sister Sha nodded, her expression hardening. That if you comprehend this, why do you dare to negotiate terms with me? Luo Shida was momentarily taken aback, his composure shaken by Sha Amoli's imposing presence. Sister Sha, I am willing to offer all my resources. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Shida spoke up with fervor. Sister Sha, however, did not seize all of his resources but merely took half, leaving the remainder for him. After forging a pact with Luo Shida, she regarded him and said, You possess spatial capabilities. Hence, I shall bestow upon you a technique. With a mere touch of her finger to his forehead, Luo Shida was momentarily stunned, his pupils dilating in astonishment. This display of power from Sister Sha truly humbled him. No amount of praise from his parents could compare to the visceral experience he was undergoing at that moment. He felt as though even his thoughts were slipping from his control, beginning to align with Sha Amoli's will. Outside, the snow continued to fall, and the snow-clearing efforts at the S-City base remained unceasing. On the second day of her arrival, Lin Jin presented Sister Sha with 3,000 level 3 crystal cores for the month. Sister Sha beamed with delight. For at least the next 10 days, she would not have to scavenge for food. Although the food was delectable and satisfying, the thought of devouring thousands of zombies in one meal would leave even her feeling overwhelmed. As a reward, Sister Sha gifted Lin Jin 2 red energy pills. Lin Jin, holding the pills, wore an expression of astonishment. What are these? Nan Menyi glanced over and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, these are edible, not to be inserted elsewhere. The incident from the previous day had somehow reached Nan Menye's ears, and he often brought it up for amusement during idle moments. Lin Jin's face shifted from red to green. Well, these pills can take effect no matter which orifice they enter. Sister Sha then turned her gaze to Lin Jin. How you choose to consume them is entirely a matter of personal preference. Do not engage in baseless disputes. Upon hearing this, Lin Jin's face turned from red to purple as he could not help but vehemently defend himself. This is not my personal preference. It was all that bastard Shan Lang's decision. Nan Menyi and Qi Feng exchanged knowing glances, then chimed in. Oh. So it was that fellow Shan Lang, was it? Lin Jin's expression darkened considerably. Hasten to seal your lips. The more we elaborate on this matter, the darker it becomes. That if this continues, the only one to suffer humiliation will be oneself. However, Nan Menyi had no intention of letting Lin Jin off the hook, relentlessly engaging Qi Feng in conversation while also pulling in the newly joined Luo Shida. Brother Feng, Brother Shida, it seems you've fallen silent. Haven to you. I guess correctly. Quickly, each of you hand me 5 bags of spicy strips. Luo Shida could only smile helplessly as he retrieved 5 bags of spicy strips from his space and handed them to Nan Menyi. As for Qi Feng, he cast a somewhat disappointed glance at Lin Jin. What a shame for such a dashing young man to be in this predicament. Lin Jin could no longer contain himself. They actually placed bets on him, and the wager was none other than spicy strips. Especially that last glance from Qi Feng. What did it mean? Nan Menyi, how dare you bet on me? Don't think just because you hail from the Nanmen base that I won't dare to teach you a lesson. Just watch how I discipline you today. Well, who is afraid of you? Nan Menyi boasted as brazenly as ever. The two made their way outside the base, with the others following suit. Lin Jin, a triple elemental wielder, possessed the most lethal lightning abilities, having reached the apex of the powers at level 3. Nan Menyi, having cultivated the methods bestowed by Sister Sha, had now achieved a minor level of mastery. His strength rivaling that of a level 3 wielder. As both revealed their powers, the onlookers did not intervene. Rather, they distanced themselves by several meters, eagerly anticipating the clash. Observing the utter lack of concern from the others, Luo Shida grew anxious. Since the establishment of the S-City base, he had lived here, enduring 3 waves of zombie hordes and countless high-difficulty missions. Lin Jin's prowess as the base leader was well acknowledged. In a hushed tone, he leaned close to Qi Feng and cautioned, Do not be deceived by Lin, the base leader's seemingly unreliable demeanor. His strength is exceptionally formidable, especially after facing numerous battles. He is far superior to brother Nanmen. While Luo Shida spoke, the two combatants had already engaged in battle. Qifeng chuckled, brother, rest assured when it comes to unreliability, Nanmen takes the cake, but in terms of strength Lin Jin cannot surpass Nanmen. Luo Shida clearly did not believe Qifeng's words however. When he turned to observe the center of the arena once more, he realized the contest had concluded, and Lin Jin wore an expression of disbelief. Meanwhile, Nanmen was brimming with smugness. The outcome of this bout was unmistakably clear. How could this be possible? Luo Shida's eyes widened in astonishment. Qifeng laughed and remarked, you've just arrived and are unfamiliar with this kid's true capabilities. He primarily cultivates the techniques given by Sister Sha. Although he appears to possess the surface level of a level 3 wielder, his true strength far exceeds that. At that moment Yen Meihua approached, linking her arm with Luo Shida as she smiled and said, darling, when I first met Sister Sha, I was just as incredulous and astonished as you. To think, I have only joined Sister Sha's team for a few days. Yet in this brief time I have witnessed many of her miraculous qualities, and my own strength has soared rapidly. I am now on the brink of becoming a level 2 wielder. Luo Shida cast a glance at the young girl beside him, who was munching on a crystal core, and swallowed hard. As Qifeng strolled over towards Nanmen, he casually patted Luo Shida on the shoulder. Since Sister Sha has imparted her techniques to you, it is imperative that you dedicate yourself to diligent practice. Luo Shida found himself lost in thought, dazedly nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Jin observed Nanmen's smug demeanor and couldn't help but inquire, how on earth did you manage that? Humph, this is a technique bestowed upon me by my superior. How could you possibly compare? Lin Jin shot a glance at Sha Moli, who was clutching a cloth bag, narrowed his eyes, and a strange smile crept onto his face. Chapter 90. The flatterer Lin Jin, with a monthly income of 3,000 third-tier crystal cores, the S-City base had become an auxiliary base under Sha Moli's command. Furthermore, Lin Jin had expended 5,000 crystal cores to procure a substantial quantity of supplies from her, including weapons, winter provisions, and food. At this moment, S-City, albeit a small base, offered its own advantages. The combined number of supernatural beings and ordinary people was less than 10,000, resulting in a relatively modest demand for resources. Otherwise, after fulfilling his tribute, Lin Jin might not have been able to gather the necessary crystal cores to procure the supplies, with an income of 8,000 crystal cores per day. Sha Moli was elated, her eyes sparkling with joy. Having spent a day in each other's company, Lin Jin seemed to have discerned Sha Moli's preferences. After dinner, he approached her with a beaming smile. Sister Sha, are you busy? Sensing something peculiar about Lin Jin, Sha Moli cast him a curious glance. At that moment, Qi Shui was washing dishes alongside Qiao Li. She noticed Lin Jin's odd demeanor and inquisitively asked Qiao Li, Aunt Qiao, why is the base chief from S-City here again? Especially with that expression, it feels rather strange. Qiao Li saw through Lin Jin's intentions and chuckled, to become a base chief and manage the S-City base so efficiently. This lad is quite astute. Didn't he have a contest with Nanmen this afternoon? He knows that our Sister Sha possesses valuable resources, so he's here to ingratiate himself. Qi Shui couldn't help but smirk. Isn't his intent a bit too obvious? When they glanced back, they found Lin Jin had already begun to massage Sha Moli's thigh. Sha Moli was comfortably squinting her eyes in delight. It was no wonder that those formidable cultivators always had a couple of maidens nearby to attend to their needs. It was truly delightful. Sha Moli seemed to have discovered a newfound pleasure. Observing Sha Moli's satisfied expression, Lin Jin ventured to ask, Sister Sha, I specifically learned some massage techniques. Isn't it comfortable? Sha Moli replied softly. Sister Sha, do you possess many techniques? Sha Moli continued to nod in affirmation. Lin Jin's face lit up with joy. You see, I have just awakened my fire-based supernatural ability thanks to your guidance, but I lack an appropriate technique. Before Lin Jin could finish, Sha Moli suddenly opened her eyes wide. What does that have to do with me? Lin Jin was taken aback for a moment, then plastered a smile on his face. He retrieved a bag of crystal cores from his personal space, filled to the brim with third-tier cores, thousands of them. This was not the asset of the base, but rather Lin Jin's personal stash accumulated over a year in the apocalypse. Sister Sha, how could this possibly not concern you? Lin Jin placed the bag of crystal cores into Sha Moli's delicate hands. She gently shook it, and a smile instantly graced her face. After all, you are one of my subordinates. Your cultivation is rather inadequate, which reflects poorly on me. Take this Qiangju and cultivate with it. Since we are still here today, do not hesitate to ask me anything you do not understand. Observing the shift in Sister Sha's demeanor, Qi Shui blinked her large eyes twice and turned to the side to look at Xiaoli. Xiaoli, when did Sister Sha become so gentle? Xiaoli nearly choked on her own words. Upon seeing the bag of crystal cores, she could only manage a wry smile. At that moment, Lin Jin appeared to be akin to a mischievous uncle bribing a young girl with treats, and that young girl was none other than Sha Emoli. Yet, Sha Emoli shook her head this time upon arriving in S-City, effortlessly accepting a base leader as her subordinate and turning S-City into her own affiliated power. Sha Emoli had swiftly opened her meridians and discovered a new method for acquiring small blue resources. Initially, her sole intention for coming to S-City was to exchange materials with the base, but she had not anticipated such a bountiful harvest of high-level crystal cores, which proved far easier than hunting them herself. Sha Emoli's next plan was to expand her affiliated forces, much like the malevolent old demon of the demon realm, who for thousands of years had done nothing but rely on the flattery and offerings of the wicked forces beneath him, becoming an existence envied by many. The thought of one day living such a life brought a smile to Sha Emoli's face, revealing her small tiger teeth. After repeatedly inquiring until Sha Emoli grew impatient, Lin Jin finally confirmed that she and her companions would not be staying here. Upon learning that they would depart the next day, Lin Jin chose not to leave but instead began his cultivation right there with Sha Emoli. Before long, Dan Lang and Zui approached with expressions of excitement. Although Lin Jin had not yet made any breakthroughs during the night, he had certainly grasped the threshold, thanks in no small part to Nan Menye's occasionally irreverent guidance. On the following morning, under the watchful eyes of Lin Jin and the others, Sha Emoli and her entourage set off. Once they had left, Lin Jin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. How have you been managing the tasks I assigned you recently? Zui nodded gravely. The materials exchanged with Sister Sha this time will be sufficient for us to endure this harsh winter. Additionally, we have organized 500 ability users for special training. With the new weapons we acquire, we will undoubtedly possess a formidable advantage against the tide of corpses. Though Dan Lang and Zui may seem somewhat unreliable, they were, in truth, Lin Jin's right and left arms. Dan Lang primarily handled combat and mission-related tasks, while Zui was responsible for the administrative operations within the base. Lin Jin nodded in approval. With both of you on my side, I feel reassured. After saying this, he made his way directly to the accommodation area for ability users. Upon seeing this, Dan Lang's eyes widened in surprise. Are you really going to my house for a meal today? As the base leader, Lin Jin's residence was not in the accommodation area but rather in the luxurious villa district behind the office building. Without pausing, Lin Jin replied, who wants to go to your house? I'm simply going to see Chanjiang and get acquainted as an exceptional team within the base. They held a profound understanding of their captain, Chanjiang. Aware that Lin Jin was attempting to cultivate a favorable rapport with Chanjiang, he and Zui discreetly followed closely behind. Remarkably, the discerning eye of the formidable Sister Sha was indeed commendable, for Chanjiang's team was undeniably outstanding. At Chanjiang's residence, his wife remarked with a smile. Despite our base being modest, we are the very first to establish a school. It is said that many ability users with families are drawn to our community. Chanjiang had just returned from escorting their son to school. Within a month of the establishment of the S-City base, a school had been constructed, an institution that not only focused on academic subjects but also placed a significant emphasis on physical education for the children. Chanjiang chuckled as he retrieved a piece of pork in a brand new cotton coat from behind him. His wife was taken aback, exclaiming, "Today we have meat. Where did you acquire such a fine down jacket? I checked a few days ago and it wasn't available." Overcome with emotion, she instinctively lunged toward Chanjiang. However, at that moment, a knock echoed through the house. Who could it be? Chanjiang inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Upon opening the door, he was astonished to find base leader Lin Jin and Captain Dan Lang standing at his threshold. Chanjiang's eyes widened in disbelief. What could the base leader be doing at his home? The revelation that base leader Lin Jin was also a subordinate of Sister Sha left Chanjiang even more astounded, for it became evident that the entire S-City base was, in fact, a subordinate power to Sister Sha. Meanwhile, Sister Jasmine and her entourage continued their journey down the road, their next destination being H-City, located 1,300 kilometers west of S-City. According to Lin Jin, H-City possessed strength that lay between the Nanmen base and S-City, with an estimated population of ability users ranging from 5,000 to 10,000. Initially, Zhang Wan had planned to reach their destination within 4 days. However, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the road conditions here were even better than those around the S-City base. Given the favorable circumstances, they would likely arrive after just 2 days of driving. This highway primarily connected the S-City base to the H-City base, with numerous small towns dotting the landscape and considerable traffic flow. The main thoroughfare was largely free of snow accumulation. As Jiangwan drove, she commented, "The road conditions are excellent," and with the addition of the Yen sisters and Luo Shida, their group opted not to utilize tanks, instead taking 3 off-road vehicles that an experienced driver. Jiangwan maintained a steady pace, prioritizing safety above all else. Within a few minutes, 3 vehicles sped past them, but Jiangwan remained unperturbed by their rapid transit. However, the number of zombies in this area was significantly greater than in Shiyuan City and S-City, with scattered undead visible along the road. Suddenly, 3 zombies appeared ahead, and Jiangwan, unable to swerve in time, accelerated to collide with them. Blood splattered across the windshield, and Jiangwan activated the wipers to clear her view somewhat. Sister Jasmine, watching the blood wash away, felt a pang of regret. After 5 or 6 hours of driving, Jiangwan noticeably felt fatigued and exchanged seats with Nan Menyi. The 2 vehicles behind them had also switched drivers. Nan Menyi's driving style was markedly different from Jiangwan's. Were it not for the ever-present danger of zombies on these roads, he could have made the car soar. Approximately an hour later, Nan Menyi suddenly glanced back in surprise that a flamboyant red Ferrari had unexpectedly appeared in the rearview mirror, attempting to overtake them, trailed by 2 SUVs. "Impressive," Nan Menyi remarked. "I've never seen you drive such a flashy car before." He scoffed disdainfully. What did that person know? In this apocalyptic world, ostentation was of little use, survival was paramount, and driving a red car was a reckless invitation for a horde of zombies. Indeed, such ostentatious sports cars were a rarity in this post-apocalyptic landscape. Spacious, powerful, and safe SUVs had become the preferred choice for the populace deities for these extravagant luxury vehicles. They were often abandoned by the roadside, and in this new world, off-road vehicles were the only viable option. As Nan Menyi bragged, the red Ferrari caught up, racing alongside the SUVs. This ignited a competitive spirit within him, prompting him to slam the accelerator and push the Ferrari back to its previous position. However, the Ferrari seemed undeterred and quickly closed the gap once more. Thus, the 2 cars engaged in a race along the zombie-infested highway. Luo Shida, having replaced Qi Feng as the driver, observed Nan Menyi's reckless speed and inquired, "What is happening up there? How can they drive so fast in this snow?" Qi Feng glanced at the unfolding scene and chuckled helplessly. After more than 10 minutes, the speeding vehicle collided with a zombie, and the tremendous impact nearly caused the car to flip. Fortunately, despite his penchant for boasting, Nan Menyi was a competent driver, managing to stabilize the vehicle. This minor incident, however, reduced his speed. The Ferrari swiftly closed in. A window rolled down and a delicate hand, adorned with red nail polish, extended outward, giving Nan Menyi the middle finger. "Trash!" she exclaimed before the Ferrari sped away, followed by the 2 jeeps. Nan Menyi was momentarily stunned, then erupted in a fit of curses. "Damn it! If it weren't for those zombies just now, you think you could outrun me?" Unable to swallow his indignation, he pressed the accelerator, intent on chasing after them. Jiangwan furrowed her brow, massaging her temples, and advised, "Forget it. It's futile to pursue them now, just drive steadily." Her gaze shifted to the shotgun seat where Sha Majie sat, delivering a warning glance to Nan Menyi. Seeing Sha Majie's concerned expression, he finally tempered his anger. Jiangwan leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. That voice, why did it seem so familiar? Suddenly, the sky darkened, shrouding the world in near-complete darkness, rendering even the headlights insufficient to illuminate the road ahead. Reluctantly, Nan Menyi pulled the vehicle into the nearest service area, which was already filled to capacity with cars. Jasmine Shah cast a cursory glance, and the striking red sedan caught her eye. "Boss, let us rest here for the night. We should find a place to pitch our tents," she suggested softly, standing by the car alongside Su and I. The Yen sisters and Zhang Wanqi Shui positioned themselves behind Jasmine Shah. Although the heavy snow in S-City had lessened somewhat, the temperature was frightfully cold in just 3 short days. The temperature had plummeted by over 10 degrees, now reaching a bone-chilling -30 degrees outside. Chapter 92. Lin Sanyong deity. Such frigid temperatures, even a person clad in a down jacket would risk becoming frozen if exposed for too long. Nan Menyi surveyed the surroundings, noting that nearly all other spots had been claimed, with tents huddled closely together for warmth. Only one area, illuminated by flickering flames, remained largely vacant, as those nearby seemed reluctant to draw near. Nan Menyi took out the tent, intent on setting it up, only to be halted by Luo Shida. "Brother Nanmen, should we inquire over there?" Luo Shida suggested, to which Qi Feng readily concurred that it might be wise to ask. "What if there are any taboos or issues here?" Nan Menyi, dismissive, retorted, "Whatever it is, It must yield to our boss, and no sooner had he spoken than a sharp voice pierced the air. What audacity! I am most curious to see who your boss is, that they would raise such ill-mannered subordinates. Through the glow of the flames, Nan Menyi recognized the woman speaking. She was the very one he had raced against earlier on the road. Upon hearing the derogatory term used by the man, Jiang Fu's brows furrowed, and she promptly summoned her subordinates, preparing to teach these individuals a lesson. As the men in black approached, Luo Shida, Qi Feng, and the others positioned themselves beside Nan Menyi. With his comrades in place, Nan Menyi became even more arrogant, addressing the haughty woman with such lackluster subordinates. Perhaps it would be best to keep them hidden. Ha ha. Even if they all came at me together, they wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on my head. At Nan Menyi's brash proclamation, many turned their attention toward him, eager to discover what kind of fool would utter such words, especially considering the formidable prowess of the arrogant woman. She commanded a total of 8 men in black, 2 of whom were level 3 ability users, while the remaining 6 were level 2. Such strength indicated a significant figure from a large base, while their own motley crew's most powerful ability user barely reached level 2. One of the ability teams was from the same base as Jiang Fu, who was well aware of her notorious arrogance within the base. Given her father's and elder brother's status, few dared to provoke her. Today, these reckless youths had unwittingly crossed her, and the consequences could prove dire. Jiang Fu, hearing Nan Menyi's words, let out a cold laugh and issued an attack command to her 6 level 2 ability users. In an instant, they appeared before Nan Menyi and his companions, unleashing their abilities in a concerted assault against him. Meanwhile, Qi Feng swiftly retreated, and in doing so, he noticed Luo Shida, who was preparing for battle, and inadvertently pulled him along to the back. Are we not here to assist the young brothers of the South Gate? Are we just going to leave like this? Upon hearing this, Qi Feng nodded with a sense of inevitability and remarked, Brother Luo, did you not hear? That rascal Nan Menyi just declared he would stand there himself. We, on the other hand, can simply remain here and enjoy the spectacle. A mischievous grin adorned Qi Feng's face. Although Luo Shida wore an expression of concern, he nonetheless followed Qi Feng to the sidelines. Jiang Fu caught sight of this and burst into laughter, casting a malevolent glance at Nan Menyi as she declared, Young man, do you see? Your comrades refuse to assist you. Within 100 miles of here, no one dares to offend me. Jiang Fu. You are the first, and you shall be the last. With a cold smirk, the woman retreated to the back. The 6 second-level ability users in front instantly launched their assault on Nan Menyi. 6 orbs of varying colors hurtled toward him, creating a dazzling spectacle. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, many even shielding their eyes. No matter how formidable he was, it would be nearly impossible for him to evade the collective attack of 6 second-level ability users. What a pity for that lad. He indeed seems to be a master of abilities. An elderly man sighed, his expression tinged with regret beside the old man. Another man spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. This fellow appears to be a newcomer, utterly unaware of the Jiang family's influence in H City. Jiang Fu in particular is notorious. Even low-level ability users, when glancing at her, are met with severe consequences if she catches them. Not to mention, this young man had the audacity to publicly insult and provoke Jiang Fu. I deem him unworthy of sympathy. As the man's words faded, a sultry voice interjected, The lad is rather handsome. It would indeed be a waste if he were to die. The woman, around 30, possessed a charming visage, her eyes sparkling with allure. She was Lin Sanyang, a resident of the H-City base specializing in healing abilities, albeit with a unique twist. While Qi Shue's healing capabilities could leave one weeping and wailing, Lin Sanyang's powers bestowed a sensation of ethereal bliss. Though she disapproved of the Jiang family's usual conduct, her influence was limited, allowing her only to vent her frustrations through jest. However, as expressions varied among the crowd, the chaotic elements of the attacks began to dissipate, and Nan Menyi slowly emerged, exuding an air of triumph. He nonchalantly glanced at the onlookers, tousled his hair, brushed the dust from his clothing, and provocatively stated, It seems I may have overestimated you all. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Lin Sanyang, positioned at the forefront, regarded him with even greater fascination. A man of exceptional prowess and striking looks. Jiang Fu, on the other hand, grit her teeth in frustration as though he possesses some strength. No wonder he dares to oppose our H-City base. Nan Menyi was taken aback for a moment, then inquired, Have you lost your mind? When have I ever opposed your H-City base? With a puzzled expression adorning his face, he recalled that it was this woman who had instigated him first, followed by her disrespectful remarks towards his superior. How had the narrative shifted to portray him as arrogant before the H-City base? Just as Nan Menyi contemplated turning to his loyal brothers, Qi Feng and Luo Shida, for their opinions, He realized that the two were standing a considerable distance away. Engrossed in the spectacle, noticing Nanmenye's demeanor, Jiang Fu raised an eyebrow, mistakenly believing he was intimidated. Are you afraid? Chapter 93. Where did this monkey come from? Jiang Fu suddenly circled around Nanmenye twice. Her fair hand rested on her chin, and a mischievous grin spread across her face. Lin Sanyang focused intently on Jiang Fu, a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes. Jiang Fu, leveraging her family's formidable influence in the H-City base, was notoriously arrogant. Any man who caught her eye was usually ensnared without exception. At that moment Nanmenye was both infuriated and amused. As the sole heir of the Nanmen family, he had never been subjected to such mockery. Who do you think you are, jumping around here like a monkey? With your looks, even if you were naked, I wouldn't spare you a glance. That he spat dismissively, his gaze rife with contempt. Jiang Fu smirked at. You're taking a break here, and judging by your route, it seems you intend to head to the H-City base. Without my permission you won't even reach the gates. After uttering these words, Jiang Fu gestured to the two level 3 abilities users behind her. Nanmenye glanced towards his superior, pondering the woman as standing within the H-City base. Would her actions jeopardize his superior's upcoming exchange for crystal cores, potentially costing him his position? Wait a moment. Nanmenye interjected suddenly, his expression turning serious as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Fu. Who exactly are you, and what is your status at the H-City base? Jiang Fu was initially taken aback, but soon a confident smile graced her lips. Me. My father is the best friend of the base leader, and my elder brother is the head of the current defense team at the base. As for me, I am. Jiang Fu, brimming with pride, was abruptly interrupted by Nanmenye's voice. All right, no need to elaborate, I understand. With such an impressive background I almost mistook you for the base leader. Jiang Fu was momentarily speechless, nearly choking on her words. You little brat, are you seeking death? Feeling played, Jiang Fu's fury ignited, and she immediately commanded the two level 3 abilities users to attack Nanmenye. The duo, hired by the Jiang family to ensure Jiang Fu's safety, sprang into action upon receiving her command. The clash of level 3 abilities erupted in a blaze of flames, forcing the onlookers to retreat several meters. Meanwhile, Zhang Wan, having waited for a while, glanced at the time and remarked, killing Emoli. She cast a casual glance in that direction and added, oh, it's nothing, just a scuffle with someone else. Zhang Wan nodded in understanding. I see, so it's just a fight with others. Suddenly Zhang Wan and the others were taken aback. What? They're fighting with someone else? Qi Shui and her companions widened their eyes in astonishment. Zhang Wan forced a smile, feeling helpless at this moment. Only Sister Sha could remain so composed. Yan Jinghua cast a glance in that direction. Vaguely perceiving the flicker of flames and the billowing smoke, her fingers tingling with excitement, that Sister Sha? I shall go over and take a look. Suddenly Sha Mo glanced over there, shaking her head. No need. It should be over by now. Yan Jinghua expressed her surprise. Just as she was about to speak, a burst of flames flickered in front of their group, and a plume of black smoke swept through the sky as three figures, crackling with sparks, crashed heavily before them. Cough, cough, coughed out. A series of coughs erupted. Miss Jiang, are you all right? Jiang Fu coughed out a mouthful of blood, wiped her lips, her gaze fierce as she glared in that direction. Moments ago, she had seen two level 3 abilities users struggling, intending to ambush when that young man was complacent. However, she did not anticipate his strength, which had easily sent several flying. Jiang Fu staggered to her feet, while the two level 3 abilities users, disregarding their injuries, reached to support her. Sha Mo shrugged, expressing her disinterest. Jiang Wan, let us also make our way over. Little Sister Wan. Upon regaining her senses, Jiang Wan took a deep breath and managed a strained smile. Ah, Sister Sha, we shall head over right away. Sha Mo remained still, following Jiang Wan's gaze. Do you know her? Jiang Wan paused, her eyes unexpectedly reddening, her voice choking slightly. Sister Sha, do you remember the uncle I mentioned? The one who personally broke my father's legs, threatening my mother's life to seize the tens of millions of supplies our family had stored. That woman over there is his daughter, Jiang Fu. Although Jiang Wan was not particularly close to Jiang Fu, she had exerted considerable effort for the sake of familial ties towards this idle younger cousin. Jiang Wan had arranged work for her and frequently purchased clothing and cosmetics for her daily life. Upon realizing this was indeed the family of that scoundrel uncle, Qi Shui gritted her teeth, remarking, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Your sister doesn't seem like a good person either. Sha Mo retrieved a crystal core, rolling it between her lips thoughtfully. If what you say is true, then your sister must be quite wealthy. Jiang Wan was taken aback at first, then seemed to grasp Sister Sha's intent. Nodding in acknowledgement. With two level 3 abilities users for protection, Coupled with the supplies from our family's warehouses, their current living conditions should be rather comfortable. Reflecting on how those items were seized from her family's hands, especially as they had indirectly caused her parents' demise, Jiang Wan's fists clenched tightly. Sha Mo, understanding Jiang Wan's sentiments, remarked nonchalantly, "They clashed with Nanmen earlier and sustained considerable injuries. I doubt they will let this matter rest easily." Jiang Wan was momentarily stunned. Sha Mo patted her cloth bag, a mischievous smile directed at Hidayah. Hidayah, who had been listening to the commotion nearby, was taken aback, feeling a shiver down her spine at Sister Sha's gaze. Chapter 94. Hidayah takes action. Since accompanying Sha Moli for several meals of zombie cuisine, Hidayah's perception of Sha Moli had transformed entirely. The initially innocent and charming visage had been supplanted by that of a merciless demon, one who devoured without a second thought. "Sister Sha, why are you looking at this old fellow?" Hidayah chuckled foolishly. Since her arrival, Hidayah had been like a mere specter, often retreating into solitude to cultivate in a corner. Lost in her own thoughts, when matters arose, she would follow closely behind Xiaoli, observing the commotion. Typically, she would assist in the kitchen, cleaning dishes, and would seldom initiate conversation. Sha Moli's gaze remained fixed on Hidayah until, unexpectedly, she broke into a sweet smile and beckoned her with a finger. Hidayah instinctively shivered twice, swallowed hard, and then approached Sha Moli. The two exchanged hushed words, their lips moving discreetly, though the content remained a mystery. Hidayah's initial expression of bewilderment soon transformed into a gleeful nod. "Sister Sha, fret not. This task is my forte." Sha Moli patted Hidayah's shoulder. "Do your best, and you shall reap the rewards." Meanwhile, Jiang Wan and the others looked on, utterly perplexed. The recently imposing Nanmenyi stood nearby with Qi Feng and a few others, then turned to depart. With a scoff, Nanmenyi remarked, "Oh, the big shots of H City. Yet you don't even have a spatial ability user by your side. Kid, if you have the guts, just wait here for me." With a dismissive smirk, Nanmenyi rubbed his bald head, conjuring an insulated tent out of thin air. He smiled at Zhang Fu and said, "All right, we shall establish our camp right here and await your arrival." Seeing Nanmenyi's playful demeanor, Zhang Fu clenched her fists and glared at the useless companions trailing behind her, angrily commanding, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and move." As Zhang Fu strode away, Nanmenyi continued his taunts. Qi Feng chuckled and said, "Enough. You just stole the spotlight. Let us pack up quickly before Sister Sha grows impatient." The tent belonging to Nanmenyi was procured from the convenience store's warehouse by Sha Moli, a specialized oxygen-rich tent designed for extreme cold or mountain climbing, capable of sustaining life in temperatures as low as -40 to 50 degrees. Nanmenyi's earlier display, coupled with such luxurious equipment, had instantly drawn astonished glances from numerous onlookers, among whom Lin Sanyang stood out conspicuously. In the frigid apocalypse, mere survival was paramount. The distinctions between genders blurred significantly. Within the team, men and women alike rested in the same tent. As the biting cold rendered such separations trivial, those with better conditions nestled in sleeping bags, while others simply threw a blanket over themselves to sleep. Meanwhile, Zhang Fu and her group reached the parking lot in a fit of anger. She kicked her red Ferrari twice. The nearby ability users dared not speak further, merely nodding in agreement. Yet, this Zhang family elder was fiercely protective of his sister. Approximately half a year ago, due to the idle gossip of a secondary ability user within the base regarding Zhang Fu, Zhang Yu, upon hearing the news, seized the opportunity to abduct the individual. Initially, those persecuted by the Zhang family attempted to resist. However, it became evident that the base leader had a vested interest in protecting the Zhang clan. Gradually, it was observed that anyone who dared to oppose the Zhang family would mysteriously vanish from the H-City base shortly thereafter. Consequently, the inhabitants of the H-City base became numb to the situation, their spirits crushed, leaving them bereft of any inclination to resist the Zhang family. They understood that their own power was insignificant, and standing against the Zhang family would not only deny them justice and fairness, but could also lead to the loss of their entire family's lives. Zhang Fu's face was flushed with anger. Although she could no longer see the situation near Nanmenyi from the parking lot, her gaze remained viciously fixed in that direction for several minutes before she finally entered her car. 3 vehicles accompanied Zhang Fu, with 8 bodyguards distributed among the 2 rear cars, while she herself drove a Ferrari in front. Just as she started the engine and prepared to depart, an elderly woman suddenly darted out in front of her. Zhang Fu was taken aback and exited the vehicle. There lay an old woman on the ground, contorted in apparent agony. "Oh dear, you pretty young thing, why don't you pay more attention while driving? It seems my leg is broken." Hidayah, the elderly woman, moaned a couple of times, and noticing the distance between herself and the car's wheel was quite far, She inched closer until her foot was wedged under the tire. At which point she finally halted. Jiangfu couldn't help but smirk slightly. Madam, your technique for staging an accident is rather lacking, wouldn't you agree? Hearing the commotion, several bodyguards who had just entered the car hurried over, their expressions filled with disdain upon witnessing the old woman's blatant attempt at deception. Reflecting on the earlier events, the bodyguards preferred to handle the situation discreetly without drawing further attention. Dear lady, let us assist you to the side, one of the bodyguards offered, as two of them approached to help Hidaya, each taking one of her arms in an attempt to pull her away. However, the moment they touched her arm, the old woman screeched as if being slaughtered. Help! What are you doing? Not only have you run me over without compensation, but now you seek to silence me. In the brief moment of shock, Hidaya broke free from their grasp and began rolling on the ground, kicking her legs as she tumbled. The bodyguard stood frozen, having never encountered such a scene involving an elderly woman. The residents of the base, who typically greeted Jiangfu with utmost caution, would never dare to roll on the ground and throw a tantrum, let alone speak loudly. Meanwhile, a crowd of onlookers, curious about the unfolding drama, began to gather as they prepared to leave. Look, aren't those the folks who were causing a ruckus over there just moments ago? Due to the cover of night, many directed their powerful flashlights at Jiangfu. Chapter 95. I am staging an accident. What will you do about it? Jiangfu squinted her eyes, shielding her face with her hand. Suddenly, she recalled the words her father had once spoken to her. Jiangfu, lacking in strength and now of a certain age, was aware that her father, Jiangwan's despicable uncle, was preparing to arrange a favorable marriage for her, supposedly to the future heir of a significant base. Within the confines of the H-City base, regardless of Jiangfu's demeanor, the prowess of the Jiang family could undoubtedly suppress any situation. However, outside the H-City base, their influence was significantly diminished. Contemplating this, Jiangfu adjusted her hair and cast a radiant smile, one she believed to be dazzling, at the elderly woman who was throwing a tantrum in front of the car. Yet, to the eyes of others, this smile appeared exceedingly sinister. Hidaya paid no heed to Jiangfu's expression, steadfastly adhering to her meticulously crafted script. After enough fussing and posturing, Hidaya dusted off her clothes, leaned against Jiangfu's crimson Ferrari, and slowly seated herself. She then retrieved a prepared settlement document from her space and presented it. Hey kid, hand this settlement document to that flowery peacock. The bodyguard smirked as he took the document, glancing at the young lady with a stiff smile that barely suppressed his amusement. Today, Jiangfu was adorned in a colorful fur coat from a renowned brand, and under the illumination of the car's headlights at night, she indeed resembled a flamboyant peacock. As Hidaya produced the settlement document, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more. They were not merely shocked by the fact that Hidaya had prepared the document in advance, but rather that she possessed spatial abilities. This elderly woman who was throwing a fit on the ground was actually a spatial ability user. In any base, the recruitment conditions for spatial ability users were exceedingly generous, yet this woman had come out to cause a scene. Was it merely a hobby? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in confusion and rage. Jiangfu failed to notice any of this. Her gaze was fixed on the settlement document. Veins bulging on her forehead. It clearly stated the terms of the settlement. You old hag, a scammer like you actually dares to demand 1,000 level 3 crystal cores from me. As Jiangfu's words escaped her lips, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. 1,000 cores, and level 3 at that. Goodness, this old woman truly had the audacity to ask for such a sum. Hidaya remained unfazed by the murmurs of the crowd or Jiangfu's venomous glare, leaning comfortably against the Ferrari. If you don't wish to comply, then this old woman shall simply remain here. After all, I have all the time in the world. Hidaya leisurely leaned back, even pulling out a newspaper from a few years past, donning her reading glasses to peruse it. Growing more animated, she even took out some sunflower seeds and began to crack them open. Jiangfu could no longer contain herself, especially as she witnessed the elderly woman spitting out seed shells onto her beloved car. Stop! I will give you 100 level 3 crystal cores, that will suffice. But you must hand them over first. Taking a deep breath, Jiangfu turned to the 8 bodyguards and commanded, hand over all the level 3 crystal cores you possess. The 8 men were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances but remaining still. Although they were tasked with protecting Jiangfu, the crystal cores were private property. Moreover, level 3 crystal cores were of paramount importance, especially for the 6 ability users among them, as these cores were crucial for their ascension to level 3 ability users. Noticing their inaction, Jiangfu inhaled deeply once more. Though favored, she too lacked an abundance of crystal cores, possessing only a few dozen. Jiangfu gritted her teeth and said, Several ability users exchanged glances once more, and then each retrieved their respective crystal cores. Upon acquiring the cores, Jiang Fu unceremoniously tossed them upon Hidaya's form. Hidaya, unfazed, carefully picked them up one by one, even brushing off the snowflakes that adorned them with a cheerful demeanor. She rose, patted her backside, and departed, observing that there was no further excitement to behold. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Jiang Fu's bodyguards, having lost their third-tier crystal cores, bore grim expressions and silently entered the vehicle. Noticing the disdainful glances directed at her by the bodyguards, Jiang Fu's ire intensified, and she entered the car with a face as dark as thunder. As she started the engine, her gaze fell upon an elderly lady ahead, whose countenance was imbued with joy, and suddenly a murderous intent surged within her. She slammed the brakes down, hurtling towards Hidaya. At that moment, the spectators, engrossed in the spectacle, erupted in alarmed. Hidaya, get out of the way! The car accelerated to nearly 160, crushing Hidaya in the blink of an eye. Qi Shui and the others widened their eyes. Despite Hidaya's numerous faults, she was, after all, alive. However, as the vehicle passed and gradually came to a halt, Jiang Fu stepped out with a beaming expression, only to find the elderly woman patting her chest in relief. Thank goodness, Sister Sha taught me the spell. I ran fast enough or I would have met my end here. Qi Shui and the others exchanged glances with Sha Moli, their faces revealing smiles. Zhang Wan, observing the fortunate Hidaya, remarked with a grin, no wonder Sister Sha insisted on having Hidaya practice the shadowless foot. It was all for a swift escape. Jiang Fu's gaze remained fixed on the elderly woman, and after a moment of contemplation, she finally drove away, watching as 3 cars exited the parking lot. Only then did Hidaya run joyfully towards Sha Moli, presenting the 100 crystal cores she had just acquired, boasting, Sister Sha, did I do well? Sha Moli, rarely nodding in approval, replied, indeed, not bad. Hidaya's face instantly lit up with a smile as she rubbed her hands together. Then what do you think? Sha Moli chuckled and tossed a bag of 50 pounds of rice and flour, along with a dozen packs of snacks. Hidaya gleefully accepted the bounty. Thank you. Sister Sha, Jiang Wan and the others exchanged bemused glances, pondering, why does it feel as if Sister Sha has taken a turn for the worse? Chapter 96 H City Base. Hidaya, gleefully gathering her spoils, excitedly addressed Sha Moli. Sister Sha, if you have such good fortune again, count me in next time. Sha Moli nodded, patting Hidaya's shoulder. Rest assured, this responsibility will be entrusted to you from now on. Jiang Wan observed Hidaya, suddenly understanding why Sister Sha had insisted on taking her in. Presently, Sister Sha's team consisted of highly educated individuals, such as Luo Xiao and Xiao Li, while Nan Menyi was the heir of the Nanmen family, inherently prideful. The Yen sisters and Luo Shida were also cultured individuals. It seemed that only Hidaya was truly suited for the role of the mischievous troublemaker. With this thought, Jiang Wan couldn't help but chuckle. It was undeniable that Sister Sha's team was indeed composed of talents from various fields. Jiang Wan paused. Sister Sha, it has grown dark. Shall we not rest here? A sly smile crept upon Sha Moli's face. No, we shall accompany them to H City. Jiang Wan blinked twice, instantly comprehending Sha Moli's intentions. But what on earth is happening? We had just set up our tents, didn't we agree to spend the night here? Why the sudden departure? Jiang Wan, who was driving, had Sha Moli resting in the passenger seat. Qi Shui chuckled as she explained the situation to her. Nan Menyi wore a look of disbelief. Sister Jiang Wan, that woman is the daughter of your second uncle? Had I known it was her, I would have dealt with her directly earlier. Nan Menyi exclaimed with indignation. Jiang Wan smiled lightly. Thanks, brother, but I wish to handle this matter myself. Nan Menyi, recalling those who had once bullied him within the Nanmen base, nodded in agreement. Jiang Wan maintained a steady pace, trailing behind Jiang Fu and the others, her gaze sharpening as she caught sight of the faint glow of headlights ahead. To the H City base. A grand gathering was underway at the residence of the base leader. The villa was ablaze with lights, laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, and the women inside flaunted revealing attire, swaying to the booming music. To the center of the hall, a middle-aged man with a sinister gaze lounged on a genuine leather sofa, idly toying with several third-grade crystal cores. This man was none other than the leader of the H City base, Peng Dechong. Beside him sat another middle-aged man, fair-skinned and exuding an air of scholarly sophistication, donned in a well-tailored Zhongshan suit, appearing quite respectable. This man was none other than Jiang Wan's second uncle, Jiang Fu's father. Jiang Yin General, observing the swaying, alluring women below, Jiang Yinzhen lit a cigarette for Peng Dechong and inquired with a smile. Elder brother, there are a few newcomers among them, quite charming. Have you taken a liking to any? Peng Dechong glanced at Jiang Yinzhen with a smirk, casually gesturing towards the women below. The one in the red dress over there. and the one on the far left holding a tray both seem appealing. Jiang Yingzhen understood and promptly waved over a man, whispering a few instructions. Soon, 2 women were brought over and positioned next to Peng Dachong. Without regard for the numerous attendees, he began to grope the 2 women naturally. Those who attended such gatherings had their own agendas and did not resist, instead displaying expressions of enjoyment. It was understood that beauty was the criterion for joining such gatherings, and possessing any special abilities was of little importance. The 2 women selected for their beauty held no abilities. In other bases, they would merely secure respectable jobs to make ends meet, but at the H-City base, if fortunate enough to catch the base leader's eye and be taken into his inner circle, they could ascend the ranks with ease. However, these 2 women would soon find their aspirations dashed. Half an hour later, Peng Dachong grew bored and waved dismissively. 2 men in black swiftly appeared to drag the 2 women away. Base leader? The women, who had moments ago been dreaming of soaring to great heights, now faced an uncertain fate. The terrified cries of the 2 women were met with indifference by the other attendees, who had long grown accustomed to such scenes. The individual known as Peng Dachong harbors a peculiar penchant. Anything that he cherishes, even if discarded, shall never be subjected to the touch of another. Following the forceful removal of these 2 women by the black men, they were swiftly transported to a grand building situated behind the villa. The denizens of the H-City base, possessing supernatural abilities, remained oblivious to the true purpose of this edifice. Typically, those who have erred, be they gifted or ordinary individuals, are dispatched to this location, which is merely perceived as a prison for the incarcerated. As the pulsating rhythm of music intensified, the women writhing on the dance floor began to move with increasing fervor. However, as he surveyed the array of superficial and insipid women before him, Peng Dachong could only emit a disdainful snort. Jiang Yingzhen, with a glint of mischief in his eye, suddenly pivoted. Brother, are you still pondering over Luna? Her elder brother, Rudy, is not one to be trifled with. Jiang Yingzhen's comprehension was instantaneous, prompting him to erupt into laughter. Ha ha ha, fear not, brother. Leave this matter to me. Tomorrow evening, I assure you that Luna will grace your bed. A smile unexpectedly illuminated Peng Dachong's countenance as he patted Jiang Yingzhen on the shoulder, exclaiming, truly, you are a splendid brother. Prior to ascending to the position of leader of the H-City base, Peng Dachong was but a mere ruffian in Shiyuan City, thriving through clandestine gambling operations and amassing a cadre of loyal followers. Jiang Yingzhen, with a penchant for gambling, and a wealthy elder brother, Jiang Jinzhen, a renowned businessman in Shiyuan City, naturally captured Peng Dachong's attention. Initially, Peng Dachong orchestrated Jiang Yingzhen's entry into the gambling den, where, after several high-stakes games, Jiang Yingzhen amassed a considerable fortune. As the stakes escalated, Peng Dachong sensed the opportune moment to ensnare him, leading to Jiang Yingzhen not only losing his entire fortune but also accruing substantial debts from his elder brother. It was precisely because of his mounting debts that Jiang Yingzhen repeatedly sought financial assistance from Jiang Jinzhen. After a few instances, Jiang Jinzhen discerned something amiss and dispatched individuals to investigate, ultimately uncovering Jiang Yingzhen's clandestine gambling activities. Ironically, instead of expressing gratitude, Jiang Yingzhen harbored resentment towards his brother. Chapter 97. The square-faced Rudy. Subsequently, unable to repay his gambling debts, Jiang Yingzhen found himself compelled to join the casino. Becoming a henchman for Peng Dachong and engaging in deceitful schemes, friends and relatives within his circle were lured to the underground gambling den, where, employing the very tactics that had ensnared him, he led them to financial ruin. At the onset of the apocalypse, upon receiving intelligence regarding the accumulation of substantial resources, Jiang Jinzhen, concerned for his aimless brother, offered a well-meaning piece of advice. Little did he know, this momentary counsel would ultimately lead to his demise. As the apocalypse unfolded, Peng Dachong awakened his supernatural abilities and, leveraging his loyal subordinates and the resources from the underground gambling den, swiftly established his own dominion. In a bid to impress his elder brother, Jiang Yingzhen went so far as to betray him, personally orchestrating the plundering of his brother's wealth and the resources stored in several warehouses. However, Jiang Yingzhen was not devoid of cunning. He strategically presented portions of these resources to Peng Dachong, ensuring that the latter would not eliminate him once he had outlived his usefulness. Presently, Jiang Yingzhen's ability to maintain his position as the second-in-command at the H-City base is largely attributable to Peng Dachong's lingering interest in the resources he possesses. Behind the scenes, Peng Dachong discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate the whereabouts of these resources, yet they returned empty-handed. As for the whereabouts of those supplies, it seems that only Jiang Yingzhen himself is privy to that knowledge. The Villa district is awash in opulence, with the high-ranking officials within the base indulging in a life of excess. Conversely, The ordinary residential area on the other side of the base presents a starkly different scene. While both regions feature tent encampments, akin to those in City S, notable distinctions remained in City S's base. The tent encampments are entirely occupied by common folk, whereas the superhumans are allocated to the apartment buildings. Although this arrangement may appear unjust to the superhumans, at least the divisions are clearly defined. In contrast, when the base in City H was constructed, to create a grand and spacious atmosphere, Pang Daqiang ordered the demolition of dozens of buildings, giving rise to a vast square, at the center of which stands an imposing statue of himself, soaring several meters high, intended for the adoration of the masses prior to the onset of the bitter cold and the crimson rain. Conditions were tolerable. People could huddle together and make do. However, now, faced with frigid temperatures and devoid of a warm living environment, existence has become akin to awaiting death. Consequently, the buildings with excellent insulation have become a rare commodity. Yet, even superhumans may not necessarily gain entry. The residents of these buildings comprise primarily of the base's research personnel, along with Pang Daqiang's subordinates and over 100 concubines. The superhumans residing there are predominantly those of formidable strength. As for ordinary superhumans or common folk, such aspirations are far beyond their reach. This situation has led to a dire predicament. Ordinary individuals already struggling to survive in their tent accommodations find the superior insulated tents increasingly commandeered by the superhumans. Lacking abilities of their own, the common folk cannot hope to compete and must resign themselves to their fate. According to incomplete statistics, the number of ordinary individuals who succumb to the cold each day at the City H base exceeds 100. In the tent encampment, within a relatively well-insulated tent, a square-faced man sits by the stove, listening to his subordinates report. Digu, we just carried out 10 more people, 9 of whom froze to death. And one was killed by a superhuman. Upon hearing this, the square-faced man's face contorted with rage, and he slammed his fist down hard upon the table. After venting his frustration, he exclaimed, "Have we not already declared that superhumans are forbidden to harm ordinary people within the base?" A flicker of unease crossed his subordinate's face as he glanced outside the tent, whispering, "Digu, the assailants this time are none other than Zhang Yu's men." Zhang Yu, the leader of the superhuman defense squad at the City H base, self-styled as Commander Zhang, exercises ruthless authority within the base. Ludi suddenly scoffed derisively, just a few pitiful lackeys under a gambling den's boss, calling themselves commanders. Who do they think they are? Hearing Ludi's words, the subordinate nearly rushed forward to cover his mouth. Digu, there are eyes from the Zhang family everywhere outside. It would be wise to choose your words carefully. This warning was intended as a gesture of goodwill. Yet to Ludi's ears it sounded particularly grating. What, am I supposed to fear him? Which of the commanders of your wasn't a figure of great renown, clad in the accolades of countless battles? Zhang Yu is nothing in comparison. I dare to speak my mind. I have no fear of the Zhang family overhearing. They are all mere lackeys to that drunkard Pang Daqiang, deluding themselves into thinking they are significant. Rudy, feeling restless while seated, rose abruptly, growing increasingly agitated, and ultimately overturned his dining table as he watched the pristine white buns tumble to the floor. A fleeting pang of regret washed over him. He hastily picked them up, brushed off the dust, and bit down fiercely on 2 of them. It seemed as though these large white buns embodied the Zhang family. Each day, countless ordinary souls perished from hunger and cold within the base, while those contemptible gluttons indulged themselves without a care, destined to consume themselves into oblivion one day. Observing his elder brother in such a state, the subordinate could only sigh helplessly, satiating his frustration with a bun. Rudy felt a slight relief, yet one bun was hardly sufficient for a robust man's appetite. His stomach growled once more. Seeing this, the subordinate chuckled and presented a basin of white buns to him. Rudy, swallowing hard, waved his hand dismissively, prompting his subordinate's eyes to redden as he quietly withdrew the buns. Thank you, brother Diadati. That moment, a woman of breathtaking beauty, with a curvaceous figure, entered the room. The subordinate, taken aback, quickly averted his gaze. Even after witnessing the young lady's visage countless times, he still found her astonishing. The newcomer was none other than Rudy's younger sister, Luna, the unrivaled beauty of the H City base, and the very woman that the formidable Pang Daqiang had desperately sought to possess. Upon seeing his sister, the flames of Rudy's anger diminished significantly. It's nothing, Tang Hui, you may leave now, he instructed as the subordinate, still holding the buns, exited. Luna glanced at her elder brother and speculated, is it about the Zhang family again? Rudy nodded, then noticed the black form-fitting attire adorning his sister, causing his brow to furrow once more. How many times must I tell you not to wear such clothing? Did I not get you a down jacket? Why aren't you wearing it? Chapter 98. The Lu family of Mountain City Luna was a level 3 fire elemental ability user, and in the current temperature nearing -30 degrees, it posed no immediate threat to her. Unfazed by her brother's reprimand, she plopped down casually on the ground, observing her indifference. Rudy scratched his head and continued, "Do you have any idea how that scoundrel Pang Dachang is practically leering at you? And you still choose to dress this way. Do you wish to provoke him?" Luna pouted. "Brother, my choice of clothing is my freedom. I shall wear as I please. I'm not dressing for Pang Dachang. Besides, if he truly has the audacity, let him come. I, Luna, am no pushover." Seeing his sister's defiance, Rudy sighed in resignation. The two siblings were equally stubborn, each more obstinate than the other. After a moment, noticing that his brother's expression had softened slightly, Luna finally revealed her purpose. "Brother, the atmosphere at the H-City base is toxic. The brothers can no longer remain here. We must leave." She produced a document and handed it to Rudy. "I have conducted an investigation. Although the S-City base is smaller in scale, it is well managed, especially now that there is a significant shortage of ability users. If we relocate there, leveraging our influence, securing a position as the second-in-command should not be a problem." Before the apocalypse, the Lu family in the Mountain City was a prominent household, thriving for over 2 centuries through the establishment of martial arts schools. At its peak, Lu's martial arts academies were spread across the nation and the Mountain City. Beneath H-City alone, the number of students exceeded 1,000. When the apocalypse erupted, the Lu siblings awakened their extraordinary abilities and, alongside several hundred martial arts apprentices, eliminated a significant portion of the zombies in H-City during the initial outbreak, thereby saving numerous civilians. Responding to the people's will, the Lu siblings prepared to establish a base in H-City. Just as they were on the verge of construction, a group of individuals led by Pang Dachang arrived from seemingly nowhere. Armed with an array of firearms, they directly seized the base that the Lu siblings were about to develop, implementing sweeping changes. Due to the Lu siblings' high local reputation and their considerable strength as ability users, Pang Dachang reluctantly allowed them to become the third-in-command of the base. Lud, a person of singular focus, found the identity of the leader inconsequential. His primary concern was that the majority of the base's inhabitants could lead normal lives and survive safely amidst the apocalypse. Luna had broached the topic of moving to another base more than once, but each time Lud had firmly rejected the idea. This occasion was no exception. Luna sighed, expressing her frustration. "Elder brother, I truly fail to comprehend what you are thinking. The H-City base is in utter chaos, devoid of order. Pang Dachang and Jiang Yingzhen are solely preoccupied with their own indulgences, showing no regard for the lives of those within the base. Remaining here offers no future for our brothers." Stepping closer, Luna stood directly before her elder brother and continued, "Moreover, brother, the S-City base has already established a school. Many of our brothers have families. Here the children receive no education whatsoever. You must consider their future." Seemingly swayed, Lud abruptly turned to Luna and solemnly stated, "You are correct. It is indeed unsafe for our brothers to remain here, and Pang Dachang has been eyeing you with malice. Little Na, let us prepare our brother's belongings. You shall depart for the S-City base tonight." Furrowing her brow, Luna inquired, "We? Brother, what do you mean? Are you not coming with us?" Lud fixed his gaze outside the tent, observing several ordinary individuals who had succumbed to the cold being carried away. "I will not go. You may proceed. That if I leave, chaos will reign here, and it will fall under Pang Dachang's dominion, leaving these people with even less hope for survival." In the early days of the base's establishment, most had come drawn by the Lu family's martial arts reputation and the trust they had once placed in him, making it impossible for Lud to abandon them. He burst from the tent, surveying the frozen bodies on the ground, and in a grave tone, he demanded, "Tonight, I will personally ensure that everyone has proper accommodations, guaranteeing that every individual, whether an ability user or an ordinary person, can reside in a tent. Brother D, there are 5 new ability users who arrived tonight, and no other spaces remain. We have arranged for them to share with 3 ordinary individuals, but those 5 ability users, taking advantage of their status, have driven the 3 ordinary ones away." Lud's face contorted with anger. "Take me to see this." Luna followed closely behind as the group made their way to the far edge of the tent area. Upon learning that the 3 ordinary individuals had succumbed to the cold, the 5 extraordinary beings exhibited not a flicker of remorse, instead blissfully slumbering within their tent. Rudy, incensed by this sight, commanded his men to overturn their tent. The commotion naturally drew the attention of others in the tent area, and in the wake of the tragic deaths, a sense of bleakness had settled among many ordinary folks. Yet witnessing Rudy stand up for them reignited a spark of hope in their hearts. As the tent was upended, Rudy forcefully kicked over the smoldering stove, and a flurry of icy snow, carried by the biting wind, swiftly enveloped the faces of the 5 extraordinary beings. Startled, they jolted awake. And upon seeing the circle of ordinary people surrounding them, they were about to unleash their fury. However, upon noticing Rudy at the forefront, flanked by a cadre of extraordinary beings, their expressions shifted to forced smiles as they addressed him. "Oh, isn't this the third master? What brings you here at such a late hour?" Upon hearing this title, Rudy snorted disdainfully, retorting, "This is not some bandit stronghold, nor am I a third master, call me Rudy." The 5 men were momentarily taken aback, quickly nodding in compliance. Though they were unaware of the unfolding events, they recognized that Rudy was not someone to be trifled with. One of the men then asked with a feigned smile, "What brings you here at this late hour?" Rudy refrained from engaging in idle chatter. "Did you not read the base regulations upon entering our H-City stronghold? Are you unaware that extraordinary beings are prohibited from laying hands on ordinary individuals within the base?" One man's smile faltered, his expression hardening with a hint of coldness. "You must be here for those 3 ordinary folks, right? We did not harm them. They chose to venture out and freeze to death. Can you hold us accountable for their choices?" Rudy and his companions were momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for their denial. "You lie. It was you who drove them out. Many heard your quarrels." Suddenly, a man emerged from the adjacent tent, voicing his outrage for the 3 deceased ordinary individuals. Chapter 99. The Strange Vines. The man who stood forth bore a visage of fury, his fervor igniting a wave of indignation among the others, who recounted the events of the night. Yet, the 5 extraordinary beings remained unflustered, maintaining their composure as one of them retorted, "Our dispute was merely over sleeping arrangements. Who among you can prove that we expelled them?" The 5 extraordinary beings cast warning and threatening glances at the surrounding ordinary people. One man scoffed, declaring, "If it weren't for Commander Zhang promising us numerous benefits, we wouldn't even set foot in your humble base." This declaration, seemingly a complaint, subtly revealed their backing from the Zhang family. Indeed, upon hearing this, the others present fell silent. Most of them were ordinary individuals. To continue their lives in H-City, they could not afford to offend the Zhang family, nor did they dare to. After all, the Zhang family was formidable. Should one provoke them, they would disregard the base's rules and take matters into their own hands. If only they were superhumans, it would be a different story. After all, they could leave this base, but for ordinary individuals, the weather grows colder by the day, and the strength of the zombies outside the base continues to increase. For them, venturing out would mean certain death. Rudy took a deep breath. Once again, it was the Zhang family. In this apocalyptic world devoid of surveillance, the accounts of those around him revealed that these men had provided explanations based on the existing evidence. Rudy indeed could not hold these individuals accountable for their crimes. Not only could he not prosecute them, but he also had to repair the tent he had inadvertently damaged. With a grim expression, he repeatedly stroked the large iron hammer passed down through generations. Luna spoke up, "Brother, if you wish to remain here, I will accompany you. Our brothers are not afraid of death." "You are right. If this base falls into the hands of Pang Daqiang and his ilk, it will soon meet its end." Upon hearing Luna's words, Rudy looked up at his sister in astonishment. At that moment, several of the younger leaders among their brothers entered, expressing their solidarity. "Digu, we are brothers. We face life and death together." Rudy, a man with a square jaw, felt his eyes welling with tears as he gazed at his sister and his brothers. "Very well. Those scoundrels Pang Daqiang and his crew will one day meet their reckoning." Luna and several brothers raised their fists in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhang Wan and her group had been traveling in the car for over 3 hours. As they drew closer to the H-City base, the roads grew increasingly treacherous. It seemed that the leaders of the H-City base were not particularly proactive. Nan Menyi, utilizing the car's headlights, squinted into the distance and muttered, "How do you know?" Qi Shui inquired curiously. Nan Menyi pointed at the road ahead, boasting, "Isn't it obvious? Just look at the current state of the road. When we departed from the S-City base, the roads were impeccably cleared. Yet here, there are no signs of maintenance whatsoever. If this base weren't relatively large and situated on a main thoroughfare, this road would have likely been completely blocked off long ago." Just as Nan Menyi finished speaking, the car jolted violently on the road. Zhang Wan sensed something was amiss and hurriedly exited the vehicle to investigate, followed by the occupants of the 2 cars behind. "Zhang Jia, what's wrong?" Yan Meihua asked, her voice filled with concern. Although the Yan sisters were older than Zhang Wan, she held a position just below Shamoli in their team, and out of respect, they always referred to her as Jia. Zhang Wan switched on her flashlight and illuminated the area below, revealing a delicate green vine entangled around the car's tire. "What is this?" Zhang Wan exclaimed in surprise. Shamoli, initially disinterested, became excited after using her spiritual senses to examine it and promptly exited the vehicle. A peculiar creature. She had never before encountered a plant spirit in this world. Nan Menyi crawled under the car to investigate, observing what appeared to be the tendrils of some plant, looking both tender and appetizing. Yet, how could such a thing thrive in the depths of winter? Curiously, he poked at it with his finger. The vibrant green vine, about the thickness of a disposable chopstick, seemed as though it would snap with the lightest touch. Nan Menyi couldn't help but murmur, "This thing looks exceedingly fragile. How could it possibly ensnare a car?" As if to elucidate Nan Menyi's bewilderment, the emerald green vine suddenly unfurled and swiftly advanced towards him. "Oh my goodness!" Nan Menyi, who was beneath the car, let out a piercing scream, startled. He gazed at the vines that were now alarmingly close, and just as he attempted to rise and flee, he forgot that he was still under the vehicle. With a loud clang, his head struck the car's undercarriage, leaving him in pain and his eyes reddened. In that brief moment of distraction, the vines instantly ensnared his entire body. "Boss, help!" he cried out, but as he opened his mouth, several strands of vines even slithered into his mouth. In an instant, an overwhelmingly pungent earthy smell assaulted him. Beneath the car, Nan Menyi began retching uncontrollably as he howled in distress. Chi Feng and Luo Shi, along with a few others, moved the car aside when they finally discerned Nan Menyi's predicament. Their eyes widened in astonishment. "What on earth is happening?" "It's nothing to be overly concerned about," Sholmoli remarked nonchalantly. "It's merely a little grass that has gained sentience." Jiang Wan's mouth dropped open in disbelief. "Gained sentience?" Sholmoli nodded. "Given the emergence of so many zombies in your vicinity, it is hardly surprising that plants could also achieve sentience. Perhaps there are even animals that have transformed, though you simply have not observed them." Jiang Wan swallowed hard, forcibly steadying her nerves. Sholmoli was right. In these times nothing seemed impossible. Ugh! As everyone continued to discuss him, Nan Menyi, suppressing his nausea, shouted, "Boss, could you please save me first? This thing is unbearably foul." Nan Menyi did not perceive any real threat from the vines. It was merely the repulsive odor that was overwhelming. Observing the vine, Sholmoli chuckled softly and squatted down, extending her palm. "You clever little thing. By all rights, a tiny creature like you should not be permitted to linger at my side, but given your perceptiveness, you may accompany me from now on." No sooner had Sholmoli spoken than the small vine promptly released Nan Menyi and hurriedly climbed into her open hand. Sensing the powerful energy emanating from Sholmoli, the vine quivered with delight, and in its excitement 2 small green leaves sprouted atop its head. Jiang Wan, her face a picture of astonishment, remarked, "This little creature is quite spirited." Chapter 100. The grass spirit emerges. The little grass spirit seemed to sense Jiang Wan's praise, and the newly sprouted leaves swayed even more joyfully. The vine gradually retracted, extending itself from the ground until it formed a vibrant green tendril approximately 10 centimeters long. With only the 2 small leaves adorning its head and none elsewhere along its length, amused, Sholmoli gently tapped its small leaves with her finger. Perceiving its owner's affection, the little grass spirit nuzzled her fingertip with its leaves. As if it were invigorated, the grass spirit's fragrance intensified, and Sholmoli couldn't help but chuckle. "You delightful little creature. Your scent is rather pleasant." At this moment Nan Menyi, sensing the indescribable foul odor in the air, swiftly covered his mouth, fearing he might retch. In contrast, the others, including Jiang Wan and the Yen sisters, also covered their noses and mouths, clearly unable to tolerate the peculiar scent emanating from the little creature. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wan inquired, "Sister Sha, what species has evolved into this?" Upon hearing this, Sha Emoli furrowed her brows in contemplation before shaking her head. "I don't know. I've never encountered anything like this before. The demon realm does not possess such sweet and fragrant little treasures." Among the group, only Qi Shui was curiously leaning forward, sniffing intently. Noticing this, Yan Meihua couldn't help but ask, "Shui, don't you find this smell a bit off-putting?" Qi Shui, somewhat bashful, rubbed her head and awkwardly replied, "Not at all, Sister Mei Hui. In fact, I find it quite pleasant. It makes me think this little thing might be delicious, and I feel like this scent is somewhat familiar." As she spoke, Qi Shui couldn't suppress a swallow, prompting frowns from the others. However, upon hearing Qi Shui's words, Sha Emoli glanced at the little grass spirit and smacked her lips thoughtfully. The little grass spirit sensed its master's yearning and began to sway nervously. At that moment, Qi Feng suddenly exclaimed, "I remember where this scent comes from. Shui, isn't this just like the flavor of the foldable root you bought online?" Previously, Qi Shui had watched videos online of some adorable southerners enjoying cold mixed foldable root, which had made her salivate. Consequently, she had ordered some herself and became utterly addicted, purchasing at least 10 kilograms a month. Qi Feng had once tasted a small piece, and the flavor had made him retch for an entire morning. Even now, the memory left him feeling queasy. With Qi Feng's reminder, Qi Shui also recalled, Yes, this is the taste of foldable root, also known as fish mint. Its flavor is indeed unique, those who love it adore it, while those who dislike it can hardly bear the scent. Gazing at the tender green grass in Sha-Mo-Li's palm, Chi Shui suddenly frowned. But the stem of the foldable root isn't green. I once bought a batch with leaves and they look somewhat like this, but the stems I've consumed were always plump and white. Upon hearing this, Nan Menye's eyes lit up. Could it be that the foldable root has hybridized with something else? Ha! After all this, it turns out to be a little hybrid spirit. Just as Nan Menye was chuckling, he suddenly noticed the green leaves of the foldable root pointing directly at him. Though merely a plant, he could sense an unmistakable emotion emanating from it. Discontent. Nan Menye was taken aback suddenly. His eyes widened in disbelief as the tendrils of the little hybrid spirit rapidly grew, ensnaring him once more. This time, Nan Menye found himself in a far less fortunate predicament than before. Perhaps the little hybrid spirit had angered the foldable root, as the tendrils twisted around him, spinning him in the air for a full 5 minutes before finally releasing him. Nan Menye was utterly bewildered, shaking his head in an effort to calm himself, when suddenly a tumultuous wave surged within his stomach, compelling him to collapse to the ground and retch violently. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan and the others gazed at the vine with astonishment, incredulously exclaiming, "I never expected this vine to possess such formidable power." Although Nan Men may not be the most diligent in his training, he is still a level 3 ability user, having mastered the art of killing sister spells, making him significantly stronger than an average level 3 ability user. Yet, he displayed no capacity for resistance against this diminutive vine. Upon hearing their remarks, the small vine swelled with pride, excitedly swaying its slender form once more as the vine's enthusiasm grew. The pungent aroma intensified further. Chi Feng smirked. Little grass spirit, do you really need to be so fervent? This scent is quite overwhelming for us." The little grass spirit turned its gaze towards Sha-Mo-Li and then came to a halt, its 2 tiny leaves drooping. Sha-Mo-Li chuckled and said, "It claims its name is Xiaoyu, which translates to what you refer to as fish mint. However, due to absorbing an excess of energy from the crimson rain and hail, it has now achieved level 2 evolution, which is why its root has taken on a green hue." Jiang Wan nodded and then inquired, "Sister Sha, what is its current strength? Equivalent to a level 3 ability user among humans." Nan Menye pouted. "I perceive it as resembling a level 4 ability user." Recalling how Nan Menye had been suspended in midair, spinning like a top by the little grass spirit Xiaoyu, Sha-Mo-Li couldn't help but smile. In contrast to humans, animals and plants inherently rely on the earth and sky for survival, and thus the energy they absorb from the world is far purer. The energy contained within the crimson rain and hail is exceptionally abundant. Yet humans fear its corrosive nature. Even Jiang Wan, Chi Feng, and the others could only harness the energy from the crimson rain for their training with Sha-Mo-Li's assistance. After hearing Sha-Mo-Li's explanation, the group nodded, their expressions filled with curiosity as they turned their attention back to Xiao Weiyurai in the first year of the apocalypse, under the dual influence of crimson rain and hail. Both plants and animals underwent mutations. As for Sha-Mo-Li, she had successfully acquired her first spirit pet in this world, a sentient fish mint named Xiaoyu. Chi Feng continued to gaze at Xiaoyu, his face a mask of confusion. "Sister Sha, if that is the case, shouldn't we have encountered numerous mutated plants or animals by now? Yet throughout our journey there has been nothing unusual in our surroundings. Moreover, given that it is currently a harsh winter, this should not be a favorable environment for plant life, right? How did this little grass spirit, Xiaoyu manage to evolve into its current form?" At this moment, Chi Feng's puzzlement echoed the sentiments of the others. Chapter 101. Sun Miao. Sha-Mo-Li glanced at the small fish resting in her palm. The 2 leaves of Xiaoyu quivered rapidly, as if eager to convey just how formidable it truly was. Sha-Mo-Li chuckled, turning her gaze back to Chi Feng. "It asserts that it is quite powerful. Having just acquired a spirit pet, Sha-Mo-Li was delightfully engaging with Xiaoyu." Luo Shida cast a glance around the enveloping darkness, with the faint echoes of the zombies' wails lingering in his ears, and suddenly inquired, "What exactly are we here for? It feels as though we haven't accomplished anything." The group was momentarily taken aback and hastily boarded the vehicle. Over half an hour had elapsed, and Jiang Fu and her convoy had long since vanished from sight. In the pitch-black night where one could not see their own hand, they were oblivious to the precise location of H City. Once everyone was inside the car, Jiang Wan could only gaze at Sister Sha with hopeful eyes. Through her spiritual awareness, Sha-Mo-Li pinpointed Jiang Fu's exact location and transmitted it into Jiang Wan's mind. Only then did the group resume their journey. An hour later, Jiang Fu finally arrived at the base. Upon recognizing Jiang Fu's convoy, the guards at the entrance promptly granted them passage. Once inside the base, Jiang Fu stormed off in search of her elder brother. The Jiang family's villa, second only to the magnificent mansion of the Pang family, was constructed with unparalleled luxury, standing in stark contrast to the tented areas nearby. Especially on this dark night in the apocalypse, it was ablaze with light. Noticing the displeased expression on the young lady's face, the guards dared not utter a word and quickly opened the grand door to the villa for her. Jiang Fu strode inside with determination, disregarding whether her elder brother was in a suitable state. She barged into the bedroom. The scene within was one of spring's allure. Jiang Fu's abrupt intrusion caused the woman inside to gasp in shock. Sun Miao hastily pulled the covers around her to shield her exposed form. Casting a glance at the equally unclad Jiang Yu beside her, and draped a blanket over him as well upon recognizing the woman on the bed, Jiang Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. Sun Miao, is that you? The girl on the bed, her gaze flustered, greeted Jiang Fu in a hushed tone. Long time no see, Sister Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu glanced at her elder brother and then at Sun Miao. Her face contorted with anger as she shouted at her brother. Seeing my own sister behave so indiscreetly, Jiang Yu's expression darkened, and he spoke in a grave tone. Jiang Fu, you need to step outside. Jiang Fu, having been pampered since childhood, was taken aback. When had her brother ever spoken to her in such a manner? In an instant, her ire was directed at the woman on the bed. So Sun Miao, you climbed into bed with my brother and then tried to sow discord between us siblings. You truly are calculating. In the face of Jiang Fu's fury, the girl appeared visibly frightened, retreating slightly behind Jiang Yu before meekly defending herself. Sister Jiang Fu, I didn't mean to. Jiang Fu let out a cold laugh. You expect me to believe that? Spare me this faude of innocence in front of me. It is utterly nauseating. Jiang Fu scrutinized her brother's disheveled bed and sneered. So all your previous purity was merely an act, and behind the scenes you're nothing but a promiscuous wretch, worthless. Why don't you hurry up and leave? Sun Miao's eyes instantly turned red, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Clutching her clothes to cover herself, she attempted to leave, only to be seized by Jiang Yu, who glared at Jiang Fu. Jiang Fu, have you had enough of this commotion? Regardless of any past grievances, I am telling you now, Sun Miao is your sister-in-law and will henceforth be the matriarch of the Jiang family. Jiang Fu froze momentarily, her mind taking a while to process the revelation. With an expression of utmost agitation, he exclaimed, Brother, what on earth are you talking about? Sun Miao is nothing but a talentless wretch devoid of any abilities. It's one thing to toy with her, but this is absurd. Witnessing his sister's continuous denigration of Sun Miao, Jiang Yu could no longer contain his fury and bellowed, Jiang Fu, silence yourself and get out. Jiang Yu's voice, imbued with the weight of his powers, compelled Jiang Fu to instinctively cover her ears. She cast a disbelieving glance at her elder brother before shooting a glare at Sun Miao and storming out of Jiang Yu's bedroom. Jiang Yu then hastily donned his attire and turned to offer quiet solace to the visibly distressed Sun Miao. She sniffled, her eyes glistening with tears as she shook her head. Brother Yu, please do not blame Jiang Fu. We have been friends for many years, and I understand her temperament. We parted ways due to some misunderstandings, and I even publicly exposed her affair with our homeroom teacher. It comes as no surprise that she does not forgive me. Jiang Yu, oblivious to the events of the past, was momentarily taken aback by the revelation of their grievances. As Sun Miao dressed, her eyes red-rimmed, she gazed at him and lamented, Brother Yu, it is entirely my fault. Had I rejected you today, none of this would have transpired, nor would Jiang Fu have stumbled upon you. As she spoke, tears like large droplets cascaded down her cheeks, which she seemed intent on concealing from the man before her. Hastily lowering her head, however, her subtle actions did not escape the notice of Jiang Yu. A level 3 lightning elemental, he pulled her into his embrace, gently wiping away her tears. It is all right. Misunderstandings can be resolved. We are now in an apocalyptic world, so let the past remain in the past. Sun Miao, deeply touched, nestled against Jiang Yu's chest and choked out, Yes, Jiang Fu was right. My affections for you are genuine and not motivated by the Jiang family's current influence. Please refrain from mentioning that I am the mistress of the Jiang family in the future. With that, Sun Miao quickly wiped her eyes and dashed out. Outside, Jiang Fu's furious tirade echoed once more. You shameless wretch! Jiang Yu stood up, intending to follow, when his eyes caught a glimpse of a crimson stain on the bedsheet. Causing his eyelids to flutter, after adjusting his clothing, he stepped outside, where Jiang Fu hurried to meet him. Jiang Yu, with unwavering resolve, lit a cigarette and stated calmly, This time I am serious. Miao Miao has confided in me about your past issues. If there are misunderstandings, let us clear them. Jiang Fu appeared utterly exasperated. Brother, you are being deceived. That woman is akin to a dog that cannot bark. One day, she will surely bite you. Indifferent to Jiang Fu's words, Jiang Yu perceived Sun Miao as an innocent and charming young girl, particularly captivated by her bunny-like demeanor. Moreover, Sun Miao had made it abundantly clear that she held no interest in the Jiang family's power. Chapter 102. Old acquaintances. More than a decade ago, Jiang Wan's father was not yet well established in business. At that time, Jiang Yingzhen was merely an ordinary office worker in Shiyuan City. With the assistance of Jiang Wan's father, Jiang Fu was able to enroll in an elite private middle school with annual tuition exceeding 100,000 IT. It was during her middle school years that she first met Sun Miao. At that time, Jiang Fu felt a sense of inferiority due to her family's circumstances being less favorable than those of her classmates. She largely refrained from socializing with her peers and shunned participation in school-organized activities. Sun Miao, burdened by the psychological repercussions of her parents' divorce, had lost her vitality. Thus, the two invisible figures within their respective classes gradually formed a bond of friendship. Sun Miao regarded Jiang Fu as her salvation, confiding in her about the turmoil stemming from her parents' separation. In their private middle school, where students could afford exorbitant tuition fees, most hailed from affluent backgrounds. It was through Sun Miao that Jiang Fu first experienced a sense of superiority. She was willing to continue her friendship with Sun Miao, as in their school, Sun Miao was the only one who faced a fate more dismal than her own. However, Sun Miao remained oblivious to Jiang Fu's true sentiments. She believed their relationship was grounded in genuine friendship and shared many personal matters and emotional changes with Jiang Fu. Yet, as time passed, unfounded rumors about Sun Miao began to circulate within their class, rendering the already reticent Sun Miao even more withdrawn and increasingly reliant on Jiang Fu. After graduating from middle school, fate led the two to the same international high school. By then, Jiang Yinggen's career had begun to take shape. Having risen from humble beginnings, he understood the significance of social networks. To ensure Jiang Fu's future was more promising than his own, he spared no expense in enrolling her in an international high school with annual tuition fees in the hundreds of thousands. As for Sun Miao, her father, feeling a deep sense of guilt post-divorce, also spent a great deal of money to secure her admission through connections. However, at that point, Jiang Fu had long since shed her timid and fragile demeanor from middle school. Jiang Yingzhen had become a powerful ally of the formidable Peng Chong, and the family's improved financial status instilled a sense of pride in Jiang Fu. During high school, her attitude towards Sun Miao became dismissive. She found her uninteresting and would tease her, readily casting Sun Miao aside for the sons and daughters of wealthier families. Sun Miao was no fool. She recognized the shift in Jiang Fu's character. Nevertheless, recalling their shared moments of warmth during their bleak middle school days, and how Jiang Fu had supported her through her most challenging times, Sun Miao felt a sense of gratitude and chose not to hold Jiang Fu's changes against her. Jiang Fu remained unaware of the turmoil brewing beneath the surface. One day, during a class meeting, Sun Miao, who had always been quiet and compliant, suddenly lost control, shouting at Jiang Fu and revealing many of her own painful secrets while even resorting to physical confrontation. Following that incident, Sun Miao vanished. Jiang Fu found herself isolated once again, plummeting into despair, and her resentment towards Sun Miao reached a fever pitch. Years later, their paths crossed unexpectedly in her elder brother's room. It is easy to imagine the extent of Jiang Fu's fury at that moment. Aware of her brother's temperament, she realized that continuing to raise her voice would yield no results, so she softened her tone and inquired, "Brother, what sort of enchantment has Sun Miao cast upon you?" Jiang Yu took a deep breath and moved to sit on the living room sofa. After Sun Miao's departure, Jiang Fu's earlier agitation subsided. She settled beside her elder brother, her gaze flitting about. Understanding her brother's temperament, she realized that no matter how much she wrestled with her thoughts, it would yield no result. Moreover, if she delayed heading to the gas station, it was likely the culprits would have already fled. "Elder brother, I was bullied outside. They not only insulted me but also demeaned our Jiang family and the entire H city base." Jiang Yu snorted in disdain. "Who dares to insult the Jiang family? They must be courting death. Did I not bring you 8 capable individuals? Elder brother, do not mention those 8 good-for-nothings. They are utterly incapable of standing against them." Jiang Yu's expression hardened. "What? Those are 2 level 3 ability users and 6 level 2 ability users." He pondered whether his sister had encountered formidable opponents dispatched by a major base. Fearing her brother's hesitation in the face of strength, Jiang Fu hurriedly continued, "Elder brother, do not overthink it. They are not from any major base, merely a ragtag team. However, there is one particularly skilled individual among them. You must quickly send me more people, or they will escape." Noticing her brother's lack of response, Jiang Fu could not help but smirk, stoking the flames further. "Elder brother, it was no easy feat for me to get away. There were numerous factions in the service area that belonged to our base, and when I told them my elder brother is the captain of the H City base defense team, they not only looked down on us but even insulted you." What did they say about me? Jiang Fu cleared her throat lightly. They claimed you are nothing but a lapdog for the H-City base. And further asserted that our Jiang family is insignificant. As soon as these words left her lips, Jiang Yu's anger ignited. He set out with a formidable entourage. This time he brought along 20 ability users. 8 level 3 and 12 level 2. However, Jiang Fu did not drive her own vehicle. Instead, she rode with her elder brother, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she surveyed the impressive assembly behind them. Even if you are powerful, you cannot outmatch the Jiang family. So focused was Jiang Fu on seeking vengeance that she failed to notice Jiang Wan and others trailing her closely. Observing Jiang Fu leading a large group, Jiang Wan narrowed her eyes. Meanwhile, Nan Manai erupted in laughter from the car. This foolish woman must be off to seek revenge for us. Ha ha ha. Boss, your strategy is truly brilliant. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wan asked solemnly, Sister, what shall we do next? Shamli's consciousness enveloped the entire base, gradually revealing something amiss. This base differed from Lin Jin's city base. Its leadership indulged in luxury while the populace suffered immensely. With some even contemplating rebellion, that a spark of intrigue ignited in Shamli's eyes. Rebellion? Now that is an interesting prospect. Chapter 103. The rebellion begins as the Jiang siblings departed the base. Rudy received news from his subordinates. The events of the previous night had left him restless, and glancing at the clock revealed it was already past 1 in the morning. What could they possibly be doing out with so many people at this hour? Luna shared a similar look of confusion. Could it be that those siblings are plotting something once again? However, dear brother, this presents a splendid opportunity. With the majority of the Jiang family's third-level ability users having departed, why not seize the moment to take control of the base? Rudy replied almost without a second thought, Shao Na. This matter is not as simple as you might imagine. He tossed 2 peanuts into his mouth and subsequently drank a large bowl of water. Although the Jiang family has dispatched most of their third-level ability users, there are still several remaining, and over 1,000 second-level ability users, not to mention countless first-level ability users, far beyond what we can contend with. Moreover, Peng Dachang is not merely the incompetent individual he appears to be. Shao Na, have you managed to uncover the details regarding the laboratory? The base is jointly controlled by Peng Dachang and the Jiang family, with 90% of all resource allocations including crystal cores belonging to them. This has directly led to the Jiang family's growing strength while diminishing that of others. However, what truly instills fear in Rudy is not merely this, but the ominous building behind Peng Dachang's villa. After the Red Rain, Peng Dachang unexpectedly ordered the construction of a building behind his villa, the purpose of which remains unknown to outsiders. It is inconceivable for Rudy to believe that it is devoid of significance. Brother, that building is guarded by nearly 100 ability users. We can't even approach it, let alone enter. After speaking, Luna leaned closer to Rudy's ear and whispered, however, brother, we are not entirely empty-handed. Daler and his team have been surveilling the vicinity for over a month and have finally discovered some clues. Every night around midnight, individuals frequently enter and exit that building, and it is not solely humans. Items are also regularly transported in and out, with the removed items taken to the back mountain for incineration. Each time they are accompanied by a large contingent of ability users, but Daler and his team remain oblivious to the nature of the incinerated items. Rudy pondered, are there any ashes from the incineration? Luna shook her head. The incineration site is guarded by ability users on a 24-hour rotation. We cannot approach at all. Seemingly recalling something, Luna continued, by the way, brother, there is another suspicious aspect. Over the past 3 months, we have frequently witnessed ability users disappearing without cause. Additionally, I have discovered a troubling pattern. Most of those who vanished were engaged in research prior to the apocalypse. Do you think Peng Dachang could be secretly conducting some form of biochemical research? Rudy's brow suddenly furrowed, and after several minutes of contemplation, he spoke in a grave tone. Shao Na, we must find a way to secure those ashes, and let Daler's team know to exercise utmost caution. Luna nodded solemnly. 3 in the morning, Rudy set out alone from the base, sprinting towards the back mountain. As Nanmen Yi discerned the figure outside, he hastily addressed Sha Moli, saying, Boss, this is the third in command of the H-City base. Known as Rudy, he has a sister named Luna, who is said to possess breathtaking beauty. Initially, this H-City base belonged to the Ruo family, but now it seems that an unknown entity has emerged to seize control. It must be noted that Nanmen Yi is not devoid of merit. As the heir to the Nanmen base, he possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding the affairs of various bases, be they legitimate news or mere gossip. However, before he could finish his thought, he was abruptly interrupted by Sha Moli. Rudy is the one who is plotting rebellion. After stating this, Sha Moli smirked and cast a glance at Chi Feng. Follow me. Rudy is a dual-element ability user, proficient in both the power and wind elements. Given his full-speed advance apart from Qifeng, who is also a wind ability user, the rest of Xiaomoli's team could scarcely keep pace. Upon receiving the command, Qifeng followed Xiaomoli without a moment's hesitation, and the two trailed Rudy to the back mountain. The back mountain of H City was originally a desolate hill, but later, an unknown developer constructed a zoo there, which boasted a variety of rare animals and thrived before the apocalypse. However, after the world fell into chaos, it reverted to desolation, now blanketed in a layer of snow. As they neared the back mountain, Rudy began to exhibit caution behind a century-old tree. Qifeng could not help but whisper, "Sister Sha, what could he be doing here at such a late hour? And judging by his cautious demeanor, is there something extraordinary in this place?" Xiaomoli's consciousness swept across the back mountain, her brows furrowing suddenly. Qifeng, noticing the shift in her expression, sensed something amiss. "Sister Sha, is there something wrong here?" Xiaomoli lightly tapped her temple twice. At that moment, Rudy was intently surveying the situation of the back mountain. Not far in front of him stood 4 ability users on guard. Climbing an ancient tree, Rudy observed the back mountain from above, estimating that nearly 30 guards were stationed throughout the area. The burning point mentioned by Xiao Na was being watched by 2 individuals, and the distance between them was not insignificant. There were 4 level 3 ability users, and should he be discovered, escaping would be far from simple. Contemplating this, Rudy descended from the tree and retreated several paces. With such stringent defenses, infiltrating was utterly implausible. However, this also indirectly indicated that whatever was being researched in that building must be of considerable significance. This matter required careful deliberation. Not far from them, Xiaomoli sensed that the moment had arrived and immediately sprang into action. Qifeng, hidden behind the great tree, felt a gust of wind and rubbed his eyes. By the time he looked up again, Xiaomoli had vanished. Upon raising his gaze, he saw Xiaomoli had appeared behind Rudy, curiously gazing ahead. As a man, Qifeng instinctively understood what Rudy was currently engaged in. He opened his mouth to intervene, but it was already too late. All he could do was clear his throat and cover his face. Chapter 104. A kick to the heavens. Join my ranks, and I shall assist you in your rebellion. As Xiaomoli's hand landed on Rudy's shoulder, his actions came to an abrupt halt. He turned his head somewhat stiffly to gaze beside him, where an exquisitely beautiful profile caught his eye. So strikingly different from the vibrant beauty of his sister, the girl possessed a pair of eyes that were pure and clear, an ethereal beauty that seemed almost otherworldly, as if a sprite from a fantastical realm had suddenly intruded upon his reality. Yet, this enchanting little sprite was currently bowing her head, directing her gaze towards him. The regret within Xiaojiali was profound. Had she known the purpose of this man's presence here, she would have undoubtedly refrained from approaching, let alone looking closely. The man's gesture led Xiaojiali to mistakenly believe he was admiring some treasure. Indeed, it could be considered a treasure, though not in the manner Xiaojiali envisioned. Before Rudy could react or utter a word, Xiaojiali delivered a swift kick that sent him soaring into the sky. When he finally descended, half an hour had elapsed. Fortunately, the heavy snowfall in recent days had left the back mountain desolate, with soft, thick snow cushioning his fall. Otherwise, Rudy would have met his demise upon plummeting from the heavens. Emerging gradually from the snowdrift, Rudy's demeanor was marked by a blend of awkwardness and respect. During his 30 minutes aloft, he had pondered the sudden appearance of this maiden. Firstly, to have propelled a level 3 power-type ability user like himself into the air with a single kick. It was evident that her strength was formidable, potentially that of a high-level ability wielder, above level 5. Secondly, the girl had mentioned aiding him in rebellion, a matter that had only been decided upon that very evening. How could she possibly know? This thought rekindled a sense of unease within Rudy, recalling the chill that had crept up his spine during their earlier discussion. Could it be that she had already set her sights on him then? Qifeng, a level 3 wind ability user. This is Xiaojiali, our team leader. Rudy introduced himself as he emerged. He quickly replied, Rudy, level 3 wind ability user. Following this, Xiaojiali glanced at Rudy and added, you are also a power-type ability user. Rudy was taken aback, not anticipating such an easy revelation of his abilities. Clearly, her strength surpassed his expectations. Meanwhile, Xiaojiali unconsciously rotated her ankle. Wincing from the pain, Rudy was momentarily stunned, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Growing slightly impatient, Xiaojiali retrieved a small blue treat from her bag and began to munch on it, each bite producing a satisfying crunch. Rudy, having just recovered from the previous shock, found himself flabbergasted once more. Although he was a formidable level 3 wind ability user, he only dared to consume a single level 3 wind crystal core once a month to aid in his advancement. Yet here was this little girl, casually devouring them one after another. As if they were mere trifles. A sense of familiarity washed over Rudy. This scene bore a striking resemblance to when he indulged in peanuts. His astonishment deepened as he realized that the girl was not consuming a single type of crystal core. Within mere seconds, he had spotted 2 fire-type cores, 1 wind-type core, and 1 earth-type core. Noticing Rudy's dazed expression, Chi-Feng approached with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. "Brother, were you taken aback? Our formidable force under Sister Sha is not something low-tier ability users like you and I can rival." Rudy glanced at Sha Amoli and then at Chi-Feng, offering a grateful smile. Sha Amoli paused her actions and turned her gaze towards Rudy. "I permit you to become my subordinate. You shall remit 8,000 advanced crystal cores to me each month, and in return, I can assist you in enhancing your strength and facilitate your ascent to the leader of this base." Rudy was momentarily taken aback, then smirked, acknowledging the formidable power she wielded and the bluntness of her words. He refrained from giving a direct answer, as deep down, he could hardly believe such an offer could materialize. "Little girl, I concede that your strength is impressive, but please don't jest with me at this late hour." Sha Amoli appeared somewhat perplexed. "Do you not believe me?" Sensing the chilling pressure emanating from her, Rudy felt a surge of anxiety. Just then, Chi-Feng interjected. "Brother, our Sister Sha does not deceive. We originally intended to engage in trade with your base while resolving some personal matters. If you require assistance, perhaps you should contemplate Sister Sha's proposition." Observing the bewildered expression on the square-faced man before him, Chi-Feng could not help but reiterate, "If you decline, you may find yourself regretting it." Rudy was not inclined to abandon the opportunity. Rather, he struggled to fathom the existence of such fortuitous circumstances in this world. Considering the formidable Pang Dachong, Rudy inquired, "Are you certain you can grant me the strength to assume control of the base?" The current leader of Base H, Pang Dachong, was shrouded in mystery, and the influence of the second-in-command from the Jiang family was not to be underestimated. Sha Amoli lifted her gaze to Rudy, contemplating, how can this human be so verbose? Should I simply eliminate him and forge him into a puppet? Sensing the chilling pressure from Sha Amoli, Rudy hastily waved his hand. "Forget I asked." However, he continued, "If you assist me in becoming the leader of the base, will I possess genuine authority over its management?" This was another concern for Rudy. Even if he attained the position of leader, he was wary of being merely a figurehead, basking in superficial glory without real power. It was not that Rudy coveted power. Rather, he was uncertain of the true intentions of the two before him. If another like Pang Dachong were to emerge, the leadership might change, but the lives of the base's populace would remain unchanged. Chi-Feng sensed Sister Sha's impatience and quickly clarified, "Brother, you need not worry about these matters. All we seek are crystal cores. Once you assume the position of base leader, the management will be entirely under your purview, and we will not maintain a constant presence here." Chi-Feng's words were clear. Rudy murmured, "Could it be that such fortuitous opportunities truly exist in this world?" With a resigned smile, Chi-Feng replied, "Indeed, such opportunities do exist, but you must make your decision swiftly, as our Sister Sha does not favor indecisive individuals." Sister Sha's thoughts were often peculiar. Taking a deep breath, Rudy steeled himself. Given their current strength, it remains uncertain when there will be an opportunity to overthrow the formidable alliance led by Pang Dachong. Although I am unfamiliar with the backgrounds of these two individuals, Pang Dachong is determined to make a bold attempt. Very well. I can only pledge to bring down those two scoundrels, Pang Dachong and Jiang Yinzhen.